Cough, cough. Shen Luo was abruptly awakened from his slumber by a series of instinctive, hurried coughs that he quickly opened his mouth, inhaling deeply several times, and swiftly retrieved a small vial from beneath his pillow, pouring out a yellow pill the size of a bean and swallowing it. After remaining motionless in a meditative state for a while, he felt the oppressive sensation in his chest and the chill gradually dissipate, allowing him to exhale a sigh of relief. With a wry smile, Shen Luo donned the neatly folded garments from the chair beside him and instinctively cast a glance at the desk nestled in the corner. There lay a faded yellowed book, its cover inscribed with the 5 neatly arranged black characters. Chronicles of Unusual Spring Events, M.Y. Young Master. A young servant, appearing to be around 12 or 13, stood vigil outside the door. Upon noticing Shen Luo's emergence, he hastened forward to pay his respects. In the distance, sprawling clusters of residences could be faintly discerned, their red-tiled roofs and white walls comprising an impressive array of over 40 rooms. How many times did I cough last night? Was there any other commotion? Shen Luo inquired casually, glancing at the young servant. Nodding in response, Shen Luo refrained from further questioning and moved past the servant, who dutifully followed closely behind. After traversing several elongated corridors and a garden sprawling over an acre, he arrived at a building resembling a main hall. Two serving women stationed at the entrance promptly approached to pay their respects, their expressions revealing a semblance of trepidation towards Shen Luo. Luo, you have arrived. How did you fare last night? Come in quickly and have some ginseng soup. I've instructed the servants to prepare it freshly for you, a concerned voice called out from within the hall. Inside, a round table laden with sumptuous dishes was set. Surrounding it were several individuals. Atop the head sat a middle-aged man in his 40s, his hair tinged with gray, bearing the signs of premature aging. This man was Shen Luo's father, Shen Yuenga, who looked at Shen Luo with evident joy. Luo is up. Xiao Chui. Quickly bring the ginseng soup. Did you not hear the master's orders? A beautiful woman adorned with jewels, sitting beside Shen Yuenga, managed a strained smile upon seeing Shen Luo. Thank you, second mother. Shen Luo replied coolly, nodding slightly at the woman. Elder brother. A boy and a girl, both around 14 or 15 years of age, rose to greet Shen Luo, sharing resemblance to him, one named Shen Ci and the other Shen Mu. Though they were siblings born of the same mother, their reactions to Shen Luo were markedly different. Shen Ci cast a furtive glance at Shen Luo, his eyes darting away in a manner akin to the servants. Meanwhile, Shen Mu, after greeting him, displayed an eager curiosity, seemingly wishing to ask her elder brother something but hesitated upon noticing Shen Yuenga beside her. After taking his seat and finishing the ginseng soup presented by the maid, Shen Luo frowned, placing his chopsticks down and ceasing to eat. Luo, since you have finished, come with me to the study. I have some business matters to discuss with you, Shen Yuenga said, his worry intensifying as he spoke. Shen Luo nodded slightly, bidding a subdued farewell to the woman before following Shen Yuenga out of the hall. The woman, witnessing this scene, wore a rather displeased expression. Shen Ci could not conceal the envy etched on his face, while Shen Mu pouted her rosy lips, clearly dissatisfied that her father and this elder brother Shen Luo had finished their meal and departed so swiftly. Luo, was there truly nothing amiss last night? Once seated in the study, Shen Yuenga inquired with concern. Luo, you have indeed faced numerous tribulations. Your mother experienced complications during her pregnancy, leaving you frail from a young age. Last year, encountering that malevolent spirit only compounded your ailments, resulting in such a grave condition. If anything were to happen to you, how could I face your mother in the afterlife? I promised her I would take good care of you. Shen Yuenga sighed deeply, a hint of sorrow crossing his features. Father, one must consider the silver lining. Had I not suffered from prolonged illness, I would not have acquired the knowledge to concoct medicinal pills such as golden fragrance jade, enabling the Shen family to amass such considerable wealth. Thus, we have turned calamity into fortune, Shen Luo replied with a smile. Indeed, it is now well known throughout Shenhua County that the Shen family clinic and apothecary are held in high regard. Even the county magistrate, Lord Wang, now views us with greater esteem. Shen Yuenga remarked, invigorated by this acknowledgement. That is solely due to your adept handling of matters. Father, when you presented a vial of golden fragrance jade, to Lord Wang, curing his son's tuberculosis. Otherwise, with our current wealth, we would have encountered numerous troubles. Shen Luo subtly praised his father. Ha! It is indeed our shared dedication that has allowed the Shun family to prosper. Alas, since you prefer to remain out of the limelight, I must attribute the formulation of these pills to an ancient recipe discovered by chance. This remains a secret known only to us. Even your second mother and siblings are unaware. Therefore, should your second mother inadvertently offend you, I hope you might overlook it, considering my position. After all, she hails from a humble background and lacks broader experience, Shen Yunga said, initially filled with mirth before hesitating as he recalled something. Father, how could I possibly hold a grudge against my second mother? Moreover, if I were to depart, it is my younger brother who must uphold the Shun family. My greatest desire now is to expel the malevolent spirit afflicting me. Otherwise, I fear I may not survive for long, Shen Luo said, a bitter smile breaking through after a moment of silence. Your words bring me some comfort. Regardless, a harmonious family is essential for prosperity. How has your health been? I recall your last episode was 7 days ago. Shun Yunga's expression lightened momentarily, only to be replaced by renewed concern. However, the renowned exorcists Huang Daxian and Monk Jingguang are already the most celebrated in the neighboring counties. Others are mere charlatans. Perhaps I should send someone to the prefecture city to seek assistance, Shen Yuinga suggested, feeling somewhat helpless. There is no need. The prefecture city is too distant, and I'm unfamiliar with the area to seek out exorcists. Even if I were to find one, it is likely they would be frauds like Huang Dixien and MY episodes are becoming more frequent. I cannot afford to wait that long. Shen Luo resolutely declined. Then Luo means. Shen Yuinga, who was quite familiar with his eldest son, was somewhat taken aback. Chapter 2. Taoist Luo. Such a thing exists. Where is this spring and autumn temple? I shall send someone at once to invite them, Shen Yuinga exclaimed, rising to his feet with a start. Excellent. I shall hasten to instruct the servants to make preparations, lest we inadvertently offer inadequate hospitality and create some mishap, Shen Yuinga remarked, rubbing his hands. Together with satisfaction, seemingly unconcerned by his eldest son's unilateral decision to that moment, a respectful voice from Shen Yuinga's personal attendant suddenly broke in from outside the study. Master, young master, there is a Taoist by the surname Luo outside, who claims to have an appointment with the young master. Upon hearing this, both father and son exchanged astonished yet delighted glances. Father, please enjoy your tea here. I shall go and meet this Taoist from the spring and autumn temple personally, Shen Luo declared decisively. Given that this concerns your very life, how could I possibly sit here and sip tea? Let us go together to meet this Taoist, Shen Yuinga replied, waving his hand as he hurried towards the door. Seeing this, a smile involuntarily graced Shen Luo's face. In the side hall of the Shun residence, Shen Luo scrutinized the middle-aged Taoist who introduced himself as Taoist Luo. With a face the color of date red, weathered by the elements, clad in a pale blue robe, with a wooden sword slanted at his back and a small white cloth pouch hanging at his waist. The man appeared straight as a spear, yet nothing else about him seemed particularly remarkable. Taoist, please take a seat. I shall have someone bring the finest tea. Shen Yuinga greeted the middle-aged Taoist with a beaming smile. Tea is unnecessary for now. Young Master Shun, it was you who sent someone with a token to invite me here to exorcise evil, was it not? The red-faced Taoist disregarded Shen Yuinga's warmth and turned to Shen Luo with a serious inquiry. Taoist, do you recognize me? Shen Luo asked, taken aback. Before coming here, I naturally inquired into your affairs, young Master Shun. However, my temple has been closed for many years. How do you know of my temple? And from whom did you acquire the token? Taoist Luo scrutinized Shen Luo with an unyielding gaze, as if he were ready to become confrontational at any moment. I asked the Taoist here to demand an explanation. Shen Yuinga's expression faltered, and he felt a pang of displeasure. Do not take offense, Master Shun. Although our temple's tokens are not exceedingly rare, it seems none have been connected to your family. Since young Master Shun has sent someone with a token, I must first clarify this matter, Taoist Luo replied, finally turning his attention back to Shen Yuinga with a more subdued tone. Closed for many years? No wonder few in this county are aware of your temple's existence. Rest assured, I learned of the spring and autumn temple from this book, Shen Luo said, pulling out an object from his sleeve and presenting it. It was indeed the book titled Chronicles of Extraordinary Tales. Shen Yuanga, seeing this, couldn't help but take a closer look at the tattered volume. "I see," Taoist Luo remarked, momentarily taken aback as he accepted the book, flipping through a few pages before his demeanor visibly softened. Upon witnessing this, Shen Yuanga furrowed his brows slightly. However, Shen Luo remained unfazed, chuckling lightly as he inquired, "As long as Taoist Luo is pleased, may we first take a moment to rest, partake in some nourishment, and make preparations before you perform the ritual to dispel the malevolent force afflicting me." "There is no need for rest or preparation as for the malevolent force upon you." The red-faced Taoist gazed deeply into Shen Luo's eyes, then suddenly darted forward, swiftly closing the distance. With a sharp smack, he grasped Shen Luo's arm firmly with one hand. "What are you doing? Call for help," Shen Yuanga exclaimed in astonishment, stepping back 2 paces and raising his voice sharply. In an instant, several burly male servants rushed into the hall, prepared to pounce upon the Taoist at their master's command. "Hold. Father, do not worry. Taoist Luo means me no harm. He is merely performing a rite to exorcise the malevolent spirit." Shen Luo interjected at that moment. He felt a torrential warmth surging from the grasp upon his arm, dispersing the lingering chill that resided within him, leaving him with an unparalleled sense of comfort. Upon hearing this, Shen Yuanga scrutinized Shen Luo's expression closely, then sighed in relief, gesturing for the others to withdraw from the side chamber once more. With a swift motion, a wisp of pale gray mist erupted from Shen Luo's chest, spiraling before darting towards Shen Yuanga. Puff! The talisman instantaneously transformed into a fiery orb, encasing the gray mist within its fiery embrace. The mist writhed desperately within the flames, as if it were a living entity, yet within moments, it vanished amidst the crackling sounds of combustion. The fireball, too, dissipated a moment later, leaving only a faint trace of scorched warmth in the hall. Shen Yuanga stared in astonishment. The Yin energy within young Master Shen has been thoroughly extracted. All that remains is to restore your vitality. With this, I shall take my leave. The red-faced Taoist finally released Shen Luo's arm, speaking with an air of tranquility. Chapter 3. Disciple by name indeed. It is truly thanks to the Taoist priest's assistance this time. Although Shen Luo found the conversation somewhat perplexing, he nonetheless expressed his gratitude with utmost respect. "Since you possess a token and have offered a substantial sum, it is only fitting that I lend my aid." The Taoist replied, "Regrettably, after enduring such a wave of dark energy, your remaining days may be quite limited." Upon hearing this, Shen Luo's countenance dimmed momentarily. But he soon recalled something and, bowing to the rosy-faced Taoist, inquired, "As a true master of the Tao, you must possess methods to extend one's lifespan. Not to mention, the yang energy you displayed earlier felt remarkably beneficial to the body." Yes. I implore you, kind Taoist, to save my son. If you can prolong his life, I am willing to negotiate any terms," Shen Yuangu exclaimed, eager to convey the Shen family's wealth. "May the Taoist illuminate the way," Shen Luo exclaimed joyfully, bowing once more, while Shen Yuangu looked at the Taoist with hopeful eyes. "First, our temple possesses a secret elixir known as red snow powder, which has the effect of cleansing the marrow. If taken over time, it should gradually improve your constitution. However, the ingredients are exceedingly rare, and its preparation is far beyond the means of an ordinary household. Secondly, as young Master Shen mentioned, the small transformation of yang energy indeed benefits the body. Should you cultivate it to great success, I cannot guarantee anything else, but adding another 20 or 30 years to your life should pose no issue. Pray tell, young Master Shen, which would you prefer?" The rosy-faced Taoist inquired slowly, gazing at Shen Luo. Beside them, Shen Yuanga nodded repeatedly. As for the red snow powder, if your family can afford it, selling some is certainly feasible. However, the small transformation of yang energy is a secret technique of our temple and cannot be easily shared with outsiders. Master Shen, I suggest your son acquires some red snow powder instead, which can also extend his life." The Taoist chuckled heartily. Shen Yuanji's expression darkened as he promised a multitude of conditions, yet the Taoist continued to shake his head in refusal. After listening for a while, Shen Luo suddenly said, "Since your temple's secret techniques cannot be imparted to outsiders, surely a disciple of your temple would be able to study the small transformation of yang energy openly?" Upon hearing this, Shen Yuanji's countenance shifted slightly, and he hesitated to respond. Young Master Shun, you cannot be jesting. Are you willing to forsake your current wealth and status to become an ordinary disciple at our temple? The Taoist's laughter abruptly ceased, his gaze sweeping over Shen Luo's face, a newfound seriousness in his demeanor. If my life is forfeit, what value do riches hold? At this moment, I wish to ask Taoist Master, do you accept me as your unworthy disciple? I assure you, my gesture of apprenticeship will not disappoint you. Shen Luo said with a smile directed at the Taoist. You wish to directly take me as your master? The Taoist appeared even more astonished. Indeed, I am unfamiliar with the other great masters within the Spring and Autumn Temple, and I have no certainty they would accept me. Therefore, it is only prudent to seek you as my master. I have witnessed your abilities firsthand, and I am confident I have not chosen an erroneous mentor. Surely, you must possess the qualifications to accept disciples, Shen Luo stated earnestly. After listening to this, Taoist Luo fell silent, yet his expression hinted at a flicker of interest. Shen Yuing's countenance shifted unpredictably, but he refrained from voicing any objections. Young Master Shen, I must clarify several matters before we proceed. If you can consent to all of them, there may be a chance for me to accept you as my disciple. Taoist Luo scrutinized Shen Luo for a considerable time before resolutely speaking. Please, Taoist, go ahead, Shen Luo replied decisively. Firstly, given your physical condition, it is evident that you do not meet the entrance criteria of our sect. Therefore, your admission will only grant you the status of a registered disciple, without the privileges and secrets afforded to true disciples. However, I can request permission from the headmaster to make an exception and teach you the lesser transformation yang technique. That is acceptable. Thank you, master. Shen Luo exclaimed joyfully, even addressing him as master without hesitation. Do not rush to call me that. There is more to discuss. Listen carefully. As the price for this exemption, I require the Shun family to donate 200 taels of gold and an annual tribute of 1,000 taels of silver to the temple. Should any year pass without the requisite silver, you will have to leave the Spring and Autumn Temple. Moreover, I will assist you in acquiring the red snow powder, which is estimated to cost around 100 taels of silver. Though Shen Luo had anticipated some demands, he was nonetheless taken aback by the Taoist's audacious requests. As he pondered his response, Shen Yuing interjected, uttering words that elicited a gleam of delight upon Taoist Luo's face. There is no need for you to worry about the financial matters, Taoist. The Shen family will pay the expenses for 10 years in advance. I only hope you can ensure that my son does not suffer undue hardship within the temple. Father, there is no need for such extravagance. Shen Luo was astonished by the substantial sum. The Shen family's assets are already half yours. If it prolongs your life, what do these material possessions matter? Shen Yuing insisted, waving his hands dismissively. Shen Luo fell into a contemplative silence. Very well, very well. Since the Shen family is willing to bear such costs, I shall accept young Master Shun as a registered disciple, Taoist Luo declared, clapping his hands in delight as he repeated the word good thrice. Shen Luo, pay your respects to your master. After Taoist Luo took his seat, Shen Luo bowed 3 times before offering him a cup of tea with both hands. Disciple, from this day forth, you are my student. You will have an elder brother, whom I will introduce to you once you arrive at the temple. You are aware of the temple's location. You must bring a token and arrive within a month to perform the formal initiation ceremony. Remember, you may only go alone and should bring only simple clothing. Furthermore, having partaken of your initiation tea, I cannot let you leave empty-handed. Here, I have a dose of red snow powder. Take it first and see how it affects you. After finishing his tea, Taoist Luo produced a small, light green box from his robe and, after giving a few instructions on its use, gracefully departed the hall, leaving the Shun family behind. Shen Luo accompanied him to the entrance. Chapter 4. The entrance to Huayang. The malevolent spirit afflicting the eldest son has been exorcised by a master. And news of his intention to become a Taoist priest has spread throughout the Shen family, igniting a flurry of excitement among all members. From the esteemed matriarch to the humble servants. Soon, the entire Chunhua County buzzed with the tale of the renowned Shen family's ailing young master, who, despite his privileged status, was choosing the path of a Taoist. A fortnight later, amidst the desolation of an unnamed hill outside of Chunhua County, Shen Luo stood in a pavilion. Clad in a flowing azure robe, a small bundle slung over his shoulder. His complexion was vibrant as he scanned the surroundings, seemingly waiting for something. At the center of a moss-covered stone table within the pavilion lay a palm-sized triangular plaque, forged from dark iron, emanating a faint white glow that rendered it quite extraordinary. Unbeknownst to him, a robust young Taoist had appeared, his thick brows and bright eyes fixed on Shen Luo with a friendly smile. I am Shen Luo, he introduced himself, bowing respectfully. I am also a disciple of Master Luo, named Tian Taixing. Master Luo sent me to escort you to the temple, the young Taoist replied, scratching his head with an endearing simplicity. Ah, so you are Brother Tian, Shen Luo acknowledged with another bow. With a sudden thud, the stone table trembled slightly, and the iron plaque leapt into the air, landing steadily in Shen Luo's hand. Following Brother Tian, he exited the pavilion and ventured down a seemingly secluded path. Brother Taixing, your earlier strike on the stone table was quite impressive. It appeared as though your palm grew a size larger. What technique is that? Is it formidable? Haha. That is the Qingyang palm, a type of external skill practiced by most disciples within the sect. It is said that with advanced training, one can become impervious to blades and break through gold and jade. Such prowess. From your tone, it seems there are many within the temple. Not too many, really. Counting both inner and outer disciples, there are around 100, along with a few senior uncles and elders. Inner and outer disciples? Where do I fit as a registered disciple? Surely, you must be an inner disciple? I am still an outer disciple. Ascending to inner disciple status is no simple feat. The temple only has 3 slots available. I have nearly attained it several times, but fell just short. The majority of the sect consists of outer disciples. And registered disciples like you are quite rare. As of now, it seems you are the only one. Moreover, I must inform you. There is a senior uncle who remains in seclusion, rumored to have lived for several centuries. 2 years later, on a gray-white mountain stone, a young man appearing to be in his 20s sat cross-legged, facing the slowly rising crimson dawn, his eyes gently closed, hands cradled around his knees, his form utterly still. After an indeterminate passage of time, a faintly visible thread of red began to coalesce between the young man's hands, initially measuring merely an inch in length. Gradually, it extended to 1.5 inches, then 2 inches and 2.5 inches. However, once it reached 3 inches, it could grow no longer, instead flickering slightly before dissipating. The young man inhaled deeply, and the red thread transformed into a wisp of crimson mist, which entered through his mouth and nose. He then lowered his arms, opened his eyes, and a fleeting glimmer of crimson radiance flickered across his face. This must signify a preliminary achievement, he murmured to himself. Feeling the warm changes within his body, a smile gracing his features, the young man was none other than Shen Luo. Suddenly, a fair-faced youth in a blue robe emerged from behind a rock, clapping his hands together and grinning broadly at Shen Luo. Thanks to you, junior brother Shen. Everyone else wagered that you would not master this minor transformation technique within 3 years. I, however, believed in your diligence, and you have not disappointed me. Why are you here, Bai Xiaodian? Have you placed bets on me again? Upon seeing the blue-robed youth, Shen Luo felt a slight headache. Well, it's not exactly a wager. It's merely a matter of winning some petty coins, far from being comparable to your wealth, Bai Xiaodian, the senior brother in blue, replied, shaking his head as if a fan were missing from his hand. Shen Luo could not help but roll his eyes at this remark. Did others not realize? Among the hundreds of disciples in the spring and autumn school, if one were to determine who had the most wealth, he, as a nominal disciple, would barely rank in the top 3. The wealthiest was undoubtedly Bai Xiaodian, who had entered the school around the same time. Not to mention, if Shen Luo was not mistaken, the pendant that hung from Bai Xiaodian's waist alone could be worth 100 gold pieces, a rare treasure indeed. Such thoughts were better left unspoken, and Shen Luo decided not to dwell on the matter. Since it's with my winnings, how about you treat me to a meal instead of splitting it? He suggested with a raised eyebrow and a smile. That I can manage. But the food in the school is rather unpalatable. To enjoy a decent meal, we would need to venture down the mountain. And the brother guarding the gate isn't particularly easy to deal with, Bai Xiaodian replied, a look of concern crossing his face. Don't play coy with me. When you sneaked down the mountain to buy wine, I didn't hear you complain about the difficulty of passing through the gate, Shen Luo countered, exposing Bai Xiaodian's deceit. Only you, the inner disciple, could sneak out without consequence. If I, a mere nominal disciple, dared to do so, I would surely face dire repercussions, Shen Luo hastily gestured. While others might come to the spring and autumn school to study the Tao and refine their skills, he was different. He was here to prolong his life and could not afford recklessness. I have a request. Since you are heading to town, please make an additional stop at the apothecary and the paper shop to bring back some vermilion and yellow paper, Shen Luo said, quickening his pace and speaking earnestly. You wish to create talismans? Has Master Luo taught you? Bai Xiaodian inquired, somewhat surprised. Chapter 5. The ordeal. No, I wish to attempt it myself. Shen Luo remarked with a faint smile. He still recalled that over a year ago, when he sought Master Luo to teach him the art of talismans, the usually gentle Master Luo had brusquely dismissed him, even turning down an exorbitant offer of 200 gold pieces. Master Luo made it abundantly clear that the talismanic techniques imparted within the temple were not the deceptive tricks of charlatans, but rather genuine arcane arts reserved solely for the inner disciples endowed with true spiritual power. Not only was Shen Luo merely a registered disciple, but even formal outer disciples were barred from such practices. Very well, I shall bring it to you, Bai Xiaotian replied with a nod after hearing this. If possible, see if you can procure some rooster-s blood and black dog-s blood from the tavern. As Shen Luo noticed his impending departure, he added, I am aware that you often peruse various texts, but do not take too seriously the writings of those literary men and their eclectic musings. Bai Xiaotian furrowed his brow and responded, I am one of the few inner disciples within the sect and thus have access to the true art of talismans. However, the rules are stringent, and regardless of our friendship, I cannot divulge even a fragment of knowledge. Rest assured, I shall exercise discretion and will not act recklessly. Shen Luo replied with a yawn, his words somewhat vague. Knowing that further persuasion would be futile, Bai Xiaotian raised his hand in farewell and turned to leave. As Shen Luo watched his figure vanish into the forest, the smile faded from his face. He understood that Bai Xiaotian's intentions were rooted in concern for his well-being. But only Shen Luo truly comprehended the gravity of his situation. It was not that he desired to dabble in dubious practices, rather, he was compelled to seek alternative paths due to the limitations of his lifespan. The incident over 2 years prior, when dark energy had invaded his being, had severely compromised his vitality. For the past 2 years, he had relied on a dose of Hongshuesin every 3 months to sustain his life force. Even so, he felt his condition deteriorating. After merely walking a short distance, he would find himself breathless. Last winter, even clad in a fur coat, he still felt the chill penetrating deep within, his limbs icy. The reason he could only afford a single dose of medicine every 3 months was not due to financial constraints, but rather to maximize the efficacy of the remedy. More frequent consumption would not only be wasteful but might also lead to a state of deficiency, a course of action expressly forbidden by Master Luo. As for cultivating the minor transformation of yang energy, his progress had been excruciatingly slow. To this day, he had only just scratched the surface of the practice, and his pace lagged behind even the weakest outer disciples. Furthermore, according to Master Luo, even if he were to achieve mastery, it would only extend his life by a mere 20 years at most. Given his current rate of progression, he feared he might not even have the opportunity to reach that level before departing for the afterlife. The considerable sacrifices he made to come to this mountain temple were not solely for the sake of prolonging his existence for a few more years. As Shen Luo pondered these weighty matters, he slowly descended the mountain. The spring and autumn temple, nestled against Qinghua Mountain, was constructed in harmony with the terrain. Except for the mountain gate, situated midway up the slope, the remaining structures, including the Lingguan Hall and the Yuhuang Hall, were distributed along the mountainside, ascending in tiers. With the most significant Sanqing Hall perched at the summit, the temple imposes minimal restrictions on the disciples' cultivation. Aside from designated teaching days when all disciples are required to gather before the Sanqing Hall to listen to Master Luo and other senior members expound on Taoist classics, there is no obligation to participate in morning prayers together. Each disciple has been entrusted with the lesser Huayang technique, allowing them to practice independently according to their aptitude. Approaching the hall, he refrained from entering, merely bowing respectfully outside before pausing to catch his breath. He then turned to descend the stone steps down the mountain. With a sigh, Shen Luo turned back. As he had anticipated, it was Brother Ding, who had never quite seen eye to eye with him. Before he could step over the threshold, a rather rotund figure had already protruded from the hall. 2 young men clad in blue robes followed closely behind, one wielding a broom and the other carrying a bucket, evidently having just completed their assigned chores. After exchanging pleasantries with the brothers, Shen Luo adorned his face with a warm smile and greeted them with a cupped fist. Brother Shen, it's not that I wish to criticize you, but when it comes to practicing the lesser Huayang technique, one must avoid the pitfalls of impatience. Though you have yet to make progress after 2 years, there is no need for undue anxiety. After all, time is on your side. As for your aptitude, fret not, for urgency yields no fruit. Perseverance is key. Brother Ding, seeing Shen Luo's courteous demeanor, refrained from further admonishment, offering a few words of false consolation before adopting a lecturing tone befitting an elder. What? You've entered the gate? Bai Xiaotian is aware of this? Brother Ding was taken aback, his expression darkening. The two young men behind him gazed at Shen Luo in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. They were well aware of Shen Luo's circumstances. Otherwise, they wouldn't have speculated that after 2 years of diligent practice, he had made little progress. According to their private conjectures, with Shen Luo's current state, it might take another 3 to 5 years for him to even reach the threshold. Shen Luo had anticipated their reactions but chose to remain silent, merely nodding with a smile. A flicker of frustration crossed Brother Ding's eyes. Had Bai Xiaotian remained unaware, he might have managed to conceal this matter and devise a way to retract the wager. However, now that the other party was informed, the bet was undeniably lost. If there's nothing pressing, I shall not intrude on your duties any further, Shen Luo said with a smile, once again cupping his fist in respect to the three. Wait. Brother Shen, do not be in such haste to depart. Although Bai Xiaotian has confirmed it, given your recent entry, there is a chance he may have misjudged. Why not allow me to verify it for you? Brother Ding said, his eyes narrowing, a smirk plastered upon his face. At these words, Shen Luo felt a surge of displeasure. The reason was simple. Brother Ding's sibling, Ding Hua, was also a disciple of the Spring and Autumn Temple and, like Bai Xiaotian, one of the 3 core disciples within the temple. Ding Hua was apprenticed to the temple master. Bai Xiaotian learned under Master Luo, and the third studied under Master Wang, making them the top tier in terms of cultivation aptitude, naturally fostering an underlying competition among them. I believe that won't be necessary. You are busy with your own cultivation. Brother, you need not concern yourself with my affairs, Shen Luo replied, his smile fading. Though he generally treated others with courtesy, he was no pushover to be easily manipulated. He understood well when to adopt a firm stance and when to concede gracefully. Shen, how could you speak to Brother Ding in such a manner? He means well. After all, remarked a person standing behind Ding, adopting a stern expression. Chapter 6. The search. Shen Luo cast a cold glance at the speaker, but chose to remain silent. The talents of the 3 individuals were scarcely superior to his own. Their daily interactions were merely sustained by their relationship with Ding Hua, which garnered them a modicum of respect. However, witnessing Shen Luo's demeanor left them feeling quite uncomfortable, at a loss for how to proceed. What brings you all together here? A chilling voice suddenly pierced the atmosphere. Shen Luo turned to follow the sound, and beheld a slender young man clad in a green robe, his complexion ashen, approaching with an icy demeanor and one hand clasped behind his back. Brother Ding, the onlookers responded with a slight solemnity, offering their greetings, including Ding Yuan, who was no exception. This individual was none other than Ding Hua. Despite being biological brothers, Ding Yuan and Ding Hua bore little resemblance to one another, not only in appearance but also in innate talent. To an unknowing observer, it would be inconceivable to associate them as siblings. Upon being questioned, Shen Luo recounted the events in a straightforward manner, devoid of any hint of dissatisfaction. Ding Hua elongated the last syllable of his words, a slight frown creasing his brow. Meanwhile, cold sweat trickled down Ding Yuan's face, his expression fraught with anxiety, fearful of reprimand. Though he was the elder brother, he dared not adopt any semblance of superiority in front of his younger sibling, having been unable to do so since childhood. Bai Xiaotian finds amusement in your wager, Ding Hua finally remarked with a dismissive huff. Shen Luo's gaze flickered. This esteemed disciple, personally mentored by the master, exhibited little regard for the quarrel between him and Ding Yuan. His sole concern lay with Bai Xiaotian, a fellow inner disciple. The rest of them, including Ding Yuan, hardly registered on his radar. Having come to this realization, Shen Luo bid farewell and turned to depart. Not far along his path, he faintly caught Ding Hua's frigid voice. To contend with a worthless individual, you possess audacity beyond measure. You have utterly tarnished my reputation. The term worthless pricked his ears, and Shen Luo's expression grew colder, yet his pace remained unbroken. The fact that a mere named disciple like him could cultivate the lesser transformation of Yang was already met with disdain. Moreover, being a wealthy individual among the disciples, he was seen as the only bloated benefactor who gained entry through monetary means, inviting whispered criticisms behind his back, which was hardly surprising. Yet, they remained oblivious to the truth that while he spent money, he was not merely cultivating power, but rather his life. Regarding wealth, he adopted an open-minded perspective, often allowing these senior disciples to profit from him, thus generally maintaining amiable relations with nearly all the disciples. However, true friendship was scarce, with the exception of Bai Xiaotian and Tian Taixing, who also studied under Master Luo. As thoughts of his potentially fleeting existence crossed his mind, Shen Luo's mood soured, an unsettling chill creeping into his heart, compelling him to quicken his steps. Exiting the Jade Emperor Hall and descending, he encountered numerous senior brothers along the way, to whom he greeted warmly, occasionally sharing light-hearted banter with familiar faces. Approximately 15 minutes later, he arrived at the Bluestone Square near the Lingguan Hall, where his quiet chamber was situated. The path leading here was narrower than those in other parts of the mountain, seldom traversed by passers-by, resulting in a lack of maintenance. Consequently, the road was thickly strewn with dried leaves, some of which had decayed and softened, yielding a squishy sensation underfoot. Occasionally, he could glimpse a few single-room houses flanking the sides, some constructed of stone, others of wood, most of which appeared quite dilapidated. Shenluo seemed to be well acquainted with this place. After a considerable stroll, he finally spotted an old house enveloped by wild grass, its height reaching halfway up to his waist, nestled at the roadside. This house had evidently been abandoned for a long time, showing signs of neglect with peeling red paint and a weathered fade. The white paper covering the windows and doors was largely torn, and even the window frames bore traces of insect damage. Shenluo scrutinized the house for a moment, nodded slightly, and parted the wild grass to step onto the porch. Pushing open the creaky wooden door, a musty, damp scent immediately wafted towards him. He turned slightly, covering his nose with one hand while waving the other through the air to disperse the odor. After a brief moment of acclimatization, he shifted his gaze and began to survey the interior. The room was rather small, cluttered with various damaged tables and chairs, along with some worn-out brooms and buckets, all haphazardly piled in the corners. Given the musty atmosphere, it was likely that little could be salvaged. Shenluo muttered quietly to himself, expressing his disdain. Yet his hands exhibited no hesitation. He approached and began to remove the dilapidated stools stacked upon the table, methodically organizing them to one side of the room. After about a quarter of an hour, he had cleared away a significant portion of the discarded furniture. At this moment, Shenluo's chest heaved slightly as he gazed at the tables that had been hidden beneath the clutter, finally letting out a long sigh of relief. Since beginning his training in the minor Huayong skill, he had felt a notable enhancement in his physical condition, yet even this exertion left him perspiring profusely. After resting briefly, he moved forward to pull open the drawers of the tables, searching diligently. The first drawer yielded nothing but emptiness. The second was equally barren. After rummaging through 7 or 8 tables, just as Shenluo began to feel disheartened, believing his efforts would be in vain, he finally made a discovery. Eureka! The 9th table, reduced to merely 2 legs, revealed an ancient tome with a blue cover as he drew open its drawer. His laborious tidying of the old furniture was not merely for cleanliness. His true aim was to unearth the forgotten books left behind by the previous occupant. Within the Chuanqiu Guan, aside from the fundamental Taoist classics like the Tao Te Ching, the collection was relatively sparse, and most volumes were private possessions of senior members of the sect, making them exceedingly difficult to borrow. Since childhood, Shenluo has harbored a passion for perusing various eclectic tomes and treatises. In his quest for self-redemption, he delved into an extensive array of texts, resulting in a modest collection of remarkable remedies within his family's apothecary. These concoctions were the fruits of his diligent study, as he meticulously synthesized the merits and demerits of various classical prescriptions. During those years, he cultivated a habit of nocturnal reading. Having observed the mountain's closure through the changing seasons, he refrained from requesting books from home, instead scouring the temple for any available texts. Previously, he had fortuitously stumbled upon a few travelogues and miscellaneous writings in abandoned houses, which proved quite beneficial. Thus, he returned this time in hopes of fortune, and unexpectedly, he uncovered yet another volume. Shenluo lifted the somewhat damp ancient book titled Chronicles of Taming Demons by Master Zhang, scrutinizing the cover with care as he recited the bold characters inscribed upon it. Chapter 7. Chronicles of Demon Subjugation. The title suggests a travelogue documenting the experiences of Zhang Tianchi in subduing demons, likely akin to the tales he had previously encountered, predominantly fabricated by later generations as whimsical stories of the uncanny. Shenluo paid it little heed, brushing off the dust that clung to it before stowing it away in his sleeve pocket. The tranquil chambers at Qishiping comprise a 2-story row house, with approximately 20 modest rooms on each floor, where a portion of the disciples reside. Shenluo's chamber is situated on the rightmost side of the ground floor, adjacent to a precipice. The disciples' quarters are rather small, containing little more than a bed and a set of furniture, and Shenluo's room is no exception. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a potent aroma of pine resin, causing him to wrinkle his nose involuntarily. The temple is replete with incense, including sandalwood and pine, which the disciples are encouraged to use, as these fragrant aids facilitate meditation and concentration. However, while others merely light a stick or two for a subtle scent, his chamber is suffused with an almost overwhelming intensity that borders on suffocating. Yet, it is an unavoidable circumstance. His room is largely shaded from sunlight by a crooked, welcoming pine, rendering it cool and damp. The table is cluttered with dozens of ancient tomes he has scavenged from various places within the temple, many of which are marred by mold. And the odor is quite pronounced. Without the masking scent of pine resin, the room would be uninhabitable. The external appearance of the books is relatively acceptable. Aside from the unsightly mold on the covers, the rest remains largely intact, far superior to most of the volumes in Shun Luo's collection. He first lifted the water jug from the table and gulped down nearly half of its contents, taking a moment to catch his breath before resuming his activities. As he opened the cover of the ancient book, the yellowed pages revealed an illustration of a stout Taoist priest adorned with a lotus crown and a 7-star robe. One hand forming a gesture while the other wielded a sword, embodying an intimidating visage. This figure presumably represents Zhang Tianshi, but the crude lines suggest a more expressive interpretation. Should a real person resemble this depiction, they would indeed be far more fearsome than any specter. With a smile, Shun Luo turned the page and began to delve into the subsequent content. Instantly captivated, he discovered that the book recounted various extraordinary tales of Zhang Tianshi's exploits in subduing demons and spirits in the Lingnan region. Although the text lacks any chronological records, the geographical names are clearly delineated, all of which are verifiable, suggesting that the accounts are not too distant in time. Zhang Tianshi is depicted as a genuine Taoist adept, possessing arcane alchemical techniques and true talismanic knowledge, capable of refining elixirs and crafting talismans. Within the pages, he subdues numerous malevolent entities and a variety of creatures, such as rat spirits and fox demons. Initially, Shun Luo had encountered many similar tales, finding little novelty in their content. The described spirits and sorcery lacked the diversity and intrigue found in other narratives, merely revolving around the conventional tropes of malevolent ghosts and enchanting demons. What captivates Shun Luo is the book's detailed accounts of various techniques used to combat malevolent spirits, all described with utmost clarity. Among the narratives, there is one that recounts how a wealthy gentleman, plagued by a fox demon, sought relief from the incessant torment. Zhang Tianshi bestowed upon him a whisk, instructing him to hang it above his door, thereby eradicating the fox's affliction. Furthermore, at the conclusion of several tales, illustrations of the talismans employed within the stories are provided, appearing as though pinned with fluid grace, exuding a unique charm. However, upon closer inspection, Shun Luo discerned discrepancies. Some of the talismans he had previously encountered affixed to the doorways in the temple or found in other texts bore similar names and designs, yet subtle differences in the brushwork were evident. After a few glances, he hastily rummaged through a pile of old books on his desk, swiftly extracting a more tattered volume, its cover long gone. This ancient tome, titled The True Compendium of Secret Talismans, contained only a few legible pages at the front, while the majority of its leaves had decayed and fused together, threatening to disintegrate upon the slightest tug. This venerable text meticulously records the talismans passed down through the ages, detailing various rules and taboos associated with their creation and usage. It categorizes the talismans into 3 primary types based on their functions: transformation, suppression, and attack. For instance, the transforming malicious person talismans and disaster-dispelling talismans fall under the transformation category, while the peace talismans and house-suppressing talismans belong to the suppression category. The attack talismans, however, are scarcely mentioned, with only a few names such as flame talismans and minor thunder talismans included. Among all the types of talismans, Shun Luo was particularly intrigued by the attack talismans. The memory of Master Luo employing a yellow talisman to subdue malevolent energy left a profound impression on him, one that remains vivid in his mind. Regrettably, the literature available to him contains scant information regarding this category, shrouding it in an air of mystery. Should he encounter sinister spirits in the future, the presence of peace talismans might offer some protection, yet when faced with true apparitions, possessing attack talismans would undoubtedly provide greater assurance. Alas, the portions of the book he could peruse primarily contained overarching content, while the detailed descriptions of the talisman's functions and methods of illustration were relegated to the latter sections, almost entirely inaccessible. After reviewing some of the initial material, he found that the peace talisman had indeed survived, coincidentally aligning with those mentioned in Zhang Tianshi's Chronicles of Demon Subjugation. He immediately compared the two. Ah, they truly are identical, he mused, drawing in a deep breath. At that moment, The sound of the evening drum reverberated, rousing Shen Luo from his reverie. He lifted his gaze to the window, realizing, to his astonishment, that evening had quietly descended. Since ascending the mountain, he had developed a keen interest in these spectral oddities. Aside from practicing the minor transformation of solar energy, he was unable to engage in more martial arts like the Qingyang hand, thus dedicating most of his time to perusing these texts. Little did he expect that today's exploration would consume the better part of the day. He shook his head and chuckled to himself, tidying up the books on the table before rising and exiting the door. To the right of the Sanqing Hall, 100 paces away, lay a flat cliff, upon which several independent courtyards were constructed. The inner disciples of the temple resided in this area, each possessing a modest courtyard, separate from the others. At this moment, the sky had darkened considerably, and 3 figures were gathered outside one of the courtyards. Chapter 8. The primordial stone. The individual who opened the door was none other than Bai Xiaodian, and the disciple he referred to as Shen was indeed Shen Luo. The senior brother Tian mentioned was Tian Taixing, who had been dispatched by Master Luo 2 years prior to fetch Shen Luo from the foot of the mountain. Bai Xiaodian and Shen Luo had both come to his aid in the past, and as all 3 were under the tutelage of Master Luo, their bond had only deepened. Let us discuss this further inside, Shen Luo suggested with a smile. The 2 urged Bai Xiaodian to unlock the door, light the lamps, and take their seats around the square table in the hall. Bai Xiaodian set down the items he had been carrying, 4 oil-soaked paper packages and 3 blue porcelain jars. Oh, this aroma must be from Hanyan Tower, right? Tian Taixing remarked, eyeing the greasy packages with anticipation. Indeed, you have a discerning palate, Bai Xiaodian replied, as he unwrapped each of the 4 greasy parcels. Beneath the layer of oiled paper, there was another layer of lotus leaves. Upon opening them, a rich meaty fragrance wafted throughout the room. With a grin, he then lifted the 2 blue porcelain jars, placing them into a lacquered wooden box in the corner, leaving only 1 jar on the table. Bai Xiaodian had a fondness for wine, a habit Shen Luo had grown accustomed to, while Tian Taixing was wholly focused on the roasted goose and braised meat, saying nothing. Today, as Shun has finally entered the realm of minor transformation, let us toast in his honor, Bai Xiaodian declared, pouring each of them a full cup of baijiu. Shun has entered the realm? When did this happen? We brothers should truly celebrate, Tian Taixing exclaimed, first taken aback, then filled with joy. Brother Tian, I only recently made my initial foray into minor transformation, Shen Luo replied. Brother Bai took 2 months to enter this practice, while I have labored for 2 years. What is there to celebrate? Shen Luo forced a bitter smile. It was not just Bai Xiaodian. Even an ordinary outer disciple would have managed to cultivate the minor transformation to at least the 7th or 8th level in 2 years. The path of cultivation is long. Whether one arrives sooner or later is of little consequence, as long as one ultimately succeeds, Bai Xiaodian remarked, shaking his head dismissively. Brother Bai speaks truthfully, Tian Taixing chimed in, though his gaze remained fixed on the roasted goose and braised meat, seemingly calculating which to indulge in first. Shen Luo simply smiled at this comment. Though the journey of cultivation is indeed lengthy, each moment of lagging behind leads to further delays. How could it be so effortless? Moreover, his cultivation was a matter of prolonging life. He dared not truly take it lightly. However, such thoughts were not something he could share with them. Regardless, this is a cause for celebration. Let us drink to this, Bai Xiaodian proclaimed with a carefree laugh. Indeed, congratulations, Shen, Tian Taixing echoed. Then I shall thank both of you, brothers, Shen Luo replied gratefully, and the 3 raised their cups in unison. Outside, the moon hung low in the west, while laughter filled the room, and before they knew it, it was deep into the night. Shen Luo, feeling somewhat weak and knowing his capacity for alcohol was limited, had not consumed much. Bai Xiaodian, possessing a remarkable tolerance, had managed to drink the most, under the pretext of self-punishment and other excuses, yet showed no signs of intoxication. Yet, Tian Taixing's capacity for alcohol was rather unimpressive. After just a few cups, his face flushed crimson. Having indulged in a considerable amount of braised meat and roasted goose, he felt a heaviness in his stomach that beckoned sleep, and thus was assisted by 2 companions to a soft couch in a side hall, where he soon succumbed to slumber. Bai Xiaodian, upon hearing the commotion, smiled gently, retrieving a stack of yellow paper and 3 white porcelain vials from his sleeve, placing them upon the table. Thank you, senior brother Bai, Shen Luo expressed his gratitude, fully aware of the contents. I have brought you these items, and there are a few matters we must discuss further, Bai Xiaodian remarked, his demeanor unusually devoid of jest. Please, go ahead, Shen Luo nodded in acknowledgement. The matter of talisman crafting is intricately tied to the sect's regulations, thus I cannot divulge too much, Bai Xiaotian continued. However, I firmly believe that sincerity begets efficacy. As long as you possess perseverance, dear junior brother, you may indeed discover the path on your own. Yet, without true magical power, you may find it challenging to activate the talismans, would you not agree? Upon hearing this, Shen Luo felt a surge of joy, realizing that Bai Xiaotian intended to assist him, yet he quickly shook his head. The essence of the talismans must be infused with spirit and energy to commune with the celestial and the ethereal. To wield their power, one must ignite the talisman S-core with magical energy. Without such power, one can only resort to external means, such as using yuan stones, Bai Xiaotian elucidated. What are yuan stones? Shen Luo inquired, perplexed, as he had encountered no mention of them in ancient texts. These, Bai Xiaotian replied, rummaging through his garments to produce several pigeon egg-sized gray-white stones, which he placed on the table. Upon inspection, Shen Luo noted that the stones appeared rather ordinary, devoid of luster, with a few brown specks visible upon closer examination. What was peculiar, however, was the faintly swirling white gas that could be discerned within when light passed through. Is this what ignites the talismans? Shen Luo asked, picking one up. Certainly not solely that. It must be harmonized with your own yang energy to activate it. You have already begun to grasp the fundamentals of the minor yang technique. With attention to the activation methods, you should manage, Bai Xiaotian replied, shaking his head. Yang energy? Shen Luo pondered aloud. What's so surprising about that? Although yang energy is not magical power, individuals with abundant yang energy find it significantly easier to draw talismans than the average person. Remember, crafting talismans consumes both mental focus and yang energy, so do not overexert yourself, Bai Xiaotian advised. I am grateful for your guidance, Brother Bai, Shen Luo acknowledged, fully aware of the generosity in Bai Xiaotian's extensive sharing of knowledge. Let us not dwell on gratitude. First, secure the yuan stones, Bai Xiaotian gestured towards the table. Shen Luo did not hesitate to comply, understanding that acquiring such stones would be arduous without Bai Xiaotian's assistance. A great favor deserves no mere thanks. I shall repay you when the opportunity arises, Shen Luo vowed earnestly. Very well. A few fine meals and drinks in my honor will suffice. The flower wine of Chunhua County would be delightful as well, Bai Xiaotian chuckled, returning to his playful demeanor. Amidst the stone steps of the mountain, bathed in the ethereal glow of the moonlight, a soft white luminescence emerged, accompanied by the gentle chirping of cicadas, creating a serene atmosphere that soothed the spirit. The cool mountain breeze caressed Shen Luo, gradually dissipating his lingering inebriation. Chapter 9. The talisman. Shen Luo lit a lamp at the corner of the desk and carefully laid out 3 small porcelain vials and a few sheets of yellow paper before him. The yellow paper, though limited in number, was specifically intended for inscribing talismans. It had been cut to an appropriate size, albeit with a somewhat coarse texture that felt rough to the touch. Next, he examined the 3 porcelain vials, his brow furrowing in concern. The vial containing rooster blood had solidified into clumps, rendering it unusable, while the black dog blood, though not fully congealed, had already become quite viscous. If I do not use these immediately, they will likely spoil by tomorrow, Shen Luo remarked, frowning. With that, he opened the drawer beneath the desk and retrieved a hard-tipped brush and a white jade inkstone. The brush was crafted from wolf hair, and the inkstone was hewn from a solid block of Han white jade, neither particularly precious, but both were items he had brought with him when he ascended the mountain. He poured the black dog blood into the inkstone, and a faint metallic scent filled the air. Grasping the brush, he stirred the viscous blood for a moment, allowing it to saturate the tip, which quickly turned a dark crimson. He placed a sheet of yellow paper before him and lifted the brush, only to pause abruptly. Perhaps I should take another look, he muttered to himself. With that, he retrieved 2 ancient, tattered tomes, the Chronicles of Talisman Exorcism by Master Zhang and the True Compendium of Secret Talismans, placing them open beside him. The preliminary sections of the latter contained essential principles. A talisman embodies unity and faith. It merges my spirit with the spirit of another, my essence with theirs. The spirit is formless, yet manifests through the talisman. This elucidated the reason behind the talisman's enigmatic powers, explaining how human vitality communicates with the energies of heaven and earth, thus imbuing the formless divine power onto the tangible paper. Therefore, the act of inscribing a talisman necessitated not only a focused mind, free from distractions, but also a fluid and continuous stroke of the brush to ensure the vital essence flowed uninterrupted, achieving a state of spiritual unity. The adage to know is easy, to enact is difficult resonated within Shen Luo, who held a skeptical view of the authenticity of the talisman teachings. Immersing himself fully and banishing all distractions felt an insurmountable challenge. At that moment, as he grasped the brush, his thoughts remained tumultuous and chaotic. In truth, he was not inexperienced in the art of talisman drawing. He had practiced on white paper countless times. However, this was his first earnest attempt at inscribing on yellow talisman paper. The talisman represents the harmony of yin and yang. Only sincere intent can invoke its power. He breathed deeply, rising from his chair. Settling into a horse stance, he began to recite the words from the texts as he inscribed upon the yellow paper. The character's imperative command marked the beginning, and the talisman script flowed across the paper like a gentle stream. In no time, he completed a protective talisman inscribed with a spell for repelling malevolent forces, which he deemed the simplest form found within the texts. As Shen Luo observed the freshly inscribed characters, still glistening with wet blood, he compared them to the illustrations of talismans in the Chronicles of Talisman Exorcism. A frown creased his brow. Although the two appeared quite similar at first glance, he sensed an imperfection. The strokes of my brush have indeed transformed to resemble those in the book, yet somehow, my rendition appears to lack a certain fluidity, as if it has broken mid-breath. Devoid of the effortless grace that characterizes the originals, murmured Shen Luo, squinting his eyes. After contemplating for a moment, he suddenly pondered whether his pauses while inscribing the talisman had disrupted the continuity that the book emphasized. Realizing this, he held his breath and eagerly resumed his task. However, this time, the discomfort of holding his breath caused his focus to wane further, resulting in a talisman that was inferior to the first. Undeterred, Shen Luo took a brief respite, regulated his breathing, and once more wielded his brush, producing talisman after talisman. In his view, mastery through practice was inevitable. He had previously practiced countless talismans of dubious authenticity on blank paper, and now he believed he was merely a hair's breadth away from success. An hour later, though his complexion appeared somewhat haggard, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in his eyes. Although his work still bore discrepancies from the book, the feeling of interruption had noticeably dissipated. With this progress, a surge of vitality coursed through him, banishing the fatigue that had previously enveloped him, replaced entirely by exhilaration. The black dog blood in his inkstone had dwindled, prompting Shen Luo to retrieve a small porcelain vial and pour out the remaining contents. Just as he intended to continue his work, he abruptly halted. Was this protective talisman truly effective? Shen Luo hesitated, mulling over the thought. This talisman, though simple, akin to the protective and peace-promoting talismans, lacked overt offensive capabilities. Whether worn or placed within the home, its efficacy would be difficult to ascertain. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Shen Luo slapped his forehead, recalling a tale from the Chronicles of Zhang Tianshi, wherein Zhang Tianshi encountered a rat spirit that plagued a household. After numerous talismans designed to ward off misfortune failed, he resorted to a type of offensive talisman known as the Small Thunder Talisman, which obliterated the malevolent rat spirit. He quickly flipped to that page in the ancient text and, indeed, found the illustration of the Small Thunder Talisman. Throughout the book, despite the multitude of stories, only a fraction employed talismans, with most being those for exorcising spirits or safeguarding homes. This was the sole offensive talisman he could find. Aha, this is it. Shen Luo chuckled softly, scrutinizing the image for a moment before once again picking up his brush. Unlike the protective talisman, the Small Thunder Talisman commenced not with the words of command, but with an ancient character for thunder, making its inscription quite challenging. Having never practiced this before, he wasted several sheets of talisman paper at the outset. Yet, despite his concern for the materials, he had no intention of ceasing until, after exhausting more than 10 sheets, he finally produced a Small Thunder Talisman that was relatively presentable. With vitality spent and spirit diminished, whether it would be effective now lay in the hands of fate. Shen Luo mused to himself, gazing at the talisman in his hand with a sense of eager anticipation. Seizing the moment as he finally regained a sense of touch, he resumed his painting, yet among the 10 pieces he created, only 1 or 2 were worthy of admiration. The black dog's blood in the inkstone dwindled rapidly. After a moment's contemplation, Shen Luo uncorked the bottle containing cinnabar and poured a small amount, stirring it gently until the two substances blended seamlessly. With little talisman paper remaining, he managed to craft 2 small thunder talismans before depleting both the black dog's blood and his resources entirely. Finally, he let out a long sigh, feeling somewhat drained as he leaned against the armrest of the chair, succumbing to exhaustion. Chapter 10. Trial of the talismans, it is uncertain whether it was the prolonged stance of the horse-riding posture or the numerous times he held his breath. But at this moment, Shen Luo felt an overwhelming fatigue coursing through his body, his muscles aching and his head throbbing, akin to having toiled for an entire day. Without even pulling up his blanket, he succumbed to slumber, the faint sound of his snoring filling the air. As dawn broke, the melodious chirping of birds echoed through the mountains, resembling the gentle trickle of spring water, crisp and delightful to the ear. Despite his lingering exhaustion, Shen Luo, driven by his formidable self-discipline, awoke at his usual hour. Rising from his slumber, he gazed upon the talismans laid out on his desk. A flicker of excitement surging within him as he carefully tucked them close to his chest. Dressed, Shen Luo stepped outside. And after washing his face with the crystalline water from the mountain spring cascading down the cliff, he ascended towards the Jade Emperor Hall. No matter the circumstances, his morning practice could not be delayed. 3 hours later, Shen Luo completed his training in the minor transformation of yang energy. Standing up from before a massive stone, he chose not to dine in the refectory. Instead, he retrieved a few pieces of dry rations from his pocket, taking hurried bites before turning towards the direction of the back mountain. He was eager to test the talismans, curious if they truly possessed the miraculous properties described in the texts. Without the permission of his masters, should he be discovered experimenting with the talismans, it would be disastrous if others presumed he had learned them unlawfully. Shen Luo listened intently, scrutinizing his surroundings. Once he confirmed that no one was near, he carefully took out the talismans he had drawn, placing them upon the ground. Then, from his pocket, he produced 6 pieces of grayish-white jade, each the size of a pigeon's egg, and gently set them aside. These jades emitted a soft glow, revealing wisps of white gas swirling within. These were the primordial stones given to him by Xiaodian, intended to activate the talismans. The white vapor inside was likely the key to unleashing their power, and he felt a thrill of excitement. Muttering a few words to himself, Shen Luo quelled his curiosity and picked up one talisman, laying it upon a relatively flat stone before him. He placed one of the grayish-white primordial stones atop the talisman. Slightly crouching, he formed a hand seal with his left hand, while his right palm pressed against the stone, gradually channeling his minor transformation of yang energy. A subtle warmth blossomed in his lower abdomen, and a gentle stream of heat coursed through his meridians, rising through his right chest and arm, ultimately converging in the palm of his right hand. As the warmth pooled in his palm, it began to redden slightly. Shen Luo dared not hesitate, continuing to cultivate the energy, drawing forth the yang force from his lower abdomen, directing it toward his palm. After several repetitions, his right hand became increasingly flushed, with faint currents of warmth swirling between his fingers. Beads of sweat began to form on the tip of his nose as he strained to keep his hand steady. This was the first time he formally activated the energy after mastering the minor transformation of yang, yet it was intended to stimulate the primordial stone. It was not that he wished to avoid preliminary practice. It was merely that he possessed only 6 of these primordial stones, which Xiaodian had likely procured with considerable effort. Thus, he had to tread carefully, balancing practice with the accumulation of experience. He endeavored to guide the small streams of warmth in his palm to coalesce into a singular point, gradually forcing it outward. Before long, a delicate thread of pale red, scarcely 3 inches in length, coalesced within his palm and was infused into the lower yuan stone. The yuan stone, which had previously possessed a dull surface, underwent a subtle transformation as a faint rosy hue emerged, gradually saturating the entire stone, rendering it somewhat lustrous. The small cluster of white gas within began to swirl vigorously, abandoning its previous languid motion. Suddenly, the yuan stone emitted a sharp crack and shattered into several pieces, revealing a small sphere of white light. Though the events unfolded in mere moments, from the infusion of the red thread to the explosion of the yuan stone, Shen Luo gazed intently at the diminutive sphere of white light, no larger than the tip of a finger, reminiscent of a firefly, his heart racing with excitement. Remarkably, he had successfully stirred the energy concealed within the yuan stone on his very first attempt. Fortune was indeed on his side. With a faint flicker of spiritual awareness awakened after mastering the rudimentary principles of the Shaohuayang technique, Shen Luo could vaguely sense the energy encapsulated within the white light, which exuded an exceptionally pure essence. He understood that he had only achieved a small fraction of success thus far. The true crux of the matter was yet to unfold. Upon departing from the yuan stone, the white light seemed to soar towards freedom, not plunging into the talisman below, but instead attempting to disperse outward. Fortunately, the slight redness in Shen Luo's palm appeared to possess a certain binding force, momentarily preventing its escape. The white light darted rapidly between his palm and the talisman. To ignite the talisman's core and activate its powers, he needed to guide the light into the talisman below. Taking a deep breath, Shenluo continued to channel his Shaowei Yang technique, manifesting another delicate thread of pale red from the center of his right palm. His intent was to draw the white light towards him, akin to a child struggling to lift a heavy bucket of water, an arduous task indeed. Yet, he gradually grasped a hint of strategy. As the white light approached the center of his palm, he uttered a sharp command, causing the delicate red thread to brighten and swiftly dart past the white light. In an instant, the white light intertwined with the red thread, which then swiftly penetrated the small thunder talisman. The sphere of light, carried by the red thread, made contact with the talisman. Like a sponge, the talisman quickly absorbed the white light, illuminating the core of the talisman. The radiance spread along the intricate patterns of the small thunder talisman, soon illuminating the entire talisman. However, the transformation abruptly ceased. The brilliant light flickered twice before dimming, and the talisman reverted to its prior state. Had he failed? Shenluo murmured to himself, a wave of disappointment washing over him. He believed his method of channeling the Shaowei Yang technique was sound. He had observed every step and followed the instructions imparted by Xiaotian closely. It seemed, then, that the talisman itself was at fault. Perhaps he had misdrawn it, or the materials were erroneous, or worse yet, the talisman was a mere fabrication devoid of any power. After a brief spell of despondency, Shenluo quickly rallied his spirits once more. With the activation of the elemental stone, one should encounter no difficulties with a modicum of carefulness. Should one delve deeper into the cultivation of the minor yang energy, the entire process would become exceedingly assured. Although this talisman did not successfully activate, the intricate patterns of its runes were undeniably stirred. Shenluo stroked his chin, engaging in a moment of introspection, and concluded that he had not completely failed. Thus, he replaced the previous talisman with another and continued to channel his energy. Accompanied by a sharp crack, the elemental stone shattered, and a luminous orb of white light emerged. Chapter 11. White light with prior experience. He successfully infused the white light into the talisman in half the time this time. However, the runes of the small lightning talisman, although they glimmered briefly, only shone for a moment, and the duration was even shorter than the first. 3 talismans remained. Shenluo gritted his teeth and took another talisman. Moments later, he had only 2 spirit stones left, and the small lightning talisman was down to its last one. The previous 4 homemade talismans had all failed to activate, with the best outcome being the first attempt, which at least caused the runic patterns drawn on the yellow paper to glow for about a breath's time. In the subsequent 3 attempts, the duration of the light diminished with each trial, and the 4th attempt barely activated less than a third of the patterns, indicating a flaw in the runes. Even though Shenluo had mentally prepared himself, he could not conceal the disappointment on his face. After all, he had made considerable preparations and incurred significant costs. Such results were somewhat disheartening. His cheeks flushed with a slightly unhealthy hue, as the burden of activating the talismans took a toll on him. After 4 consecutive attempts, he felt utterly exhausted. This body truly is inadequate, Shenluo muttered, tucking the talismans and spirit stones aside, and seated himself in a cross-legged position to cultivate the minor transformation yang technique, focusing on his breathing. A faint red light emanated from his lower abdomen, slowly circulating through his meridians. Time passed gradually, and after a short while, Shenluo opened his eyes, the redness on his face having faded, replaced by a hint of vitality. Indeed, Master Luo had not deceived him. Since entering the minor transformation yang technique, he had significantly improved in recovering his stamina, balancing his internal energy in just half an hour, restoring his vigor to its former state. In the past, it would have taken a full hour to achieve such recovery. Rising to his feet, Shenluo glanced around before retrieving the final talisman. This talisman differed slightly from the previous ones, as it was crafted from black dog's blood mixed with cinnabar. Let us make this one count, he thought, examining the talisman in his hand, clutching the last glimmer of hope. He placed it upon a large stone, set a spirit stone atop it, and, as before, formed a seal with one hand while pressing down on the stone with the other to activate it. If there was any significant gain from the previous 4 attempts, it was the accumulation of yang essence within him through the cultivation of the minor transformation yang technique to activate the spirit stones. As the saying goes, practice leads to true knowledge. The experience of activating the spirit stones not only advanced his mastery of the internal yang essence, but also allowed him to grasp the usage of these stones. Now, with unwavering focus, he felt confident in activating the spirit stone. With the familiar crackling sound, the spirit stone shattered. Shortly after the white light formed from the white gas within the stone emerged, a thread of red light coalesced in the palm of Shenluo's right hand. And in a flash, it merged with the talisman. The entire process unfolded seamlessly, devoid of any hesitation or delay. Shenluo held his breath. His bloodshot eyes fixated intently on the surface of the talisman, unwilling to miss even the slightest change. Yet, as the white light penetrated the talisman's surface, it vanished as if a clay bowl had plunged into the sea, leaving not a ripple in its wake. Shenluo's face flushed crimson once more. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, and he could almost hear the rapid thudding of his heart. It appeared that the method of mixing dog-ass blood with vermilion was ineffective. That Master Zhang seemed rather unreliable, truly a misleader of the youth. This thought flickered through Shenluo's mind, eliciting a wry smile. However, in the next moment, a scene that filled him with ecstatic joy unfolded. The previously tranquil center of the talisman suddenly ignited with a dazzling white light, swiftly spreading along the runes to both ends, illuminating the entire talisman in an instant. This was a minor thunder talisman that even spirits and phantoms would fear. If it successfully activated while he was too close, he would be in grave danger. The white light on the talisman's surface had already engulfed the talisman itself, growing brighter amidst violent turmoil, casting a radiant glow over a radius of several yards, as if it were on the brink of exploding, though the brightness was somewhat blinding. Shenluo remained transfixed, his heart racing with inexplicable excitement, feeling as if it had launched itself in his throat. Could success be at hand? Just as this thought flitted through his mind, the light before him suddenly dimmed, indicating another change in the talisman. Shenluo stared blankly at the scene, unwilling to believe that it was real. He rubbed his eyes vigorously and looked again. The minor thunder talisman lay undisturbed, as if the preceding events had never occurred. His heart sank into despair. All 5 talismans exhibited the same phenomenon. It was likely not a flaw in the drawing, but rather a fundamental issue with the talismans themselves. No wonder, as this talisman had been sourced from a travelogue filled with fanciful tales, the chances of deception were indeed high. Perhaps it was best to contemplate other methods of spellcasting, but he had little time left. Reluctantly, Shenluo turned his thoughts around, preparing to tidy up. Suddenly, a soft hissing sound broke the silence, startling him from his reverie on the desolate mountainside. The talisman on the stone emitted a flicker, and the character for thunder glimmered with sudden vibrance. Immediately, a gentle halo of white light silently blossomed from the talisman's surface, enveloping an area of 4 to 5 yards. As if a full moon had suddenly appeared, Shenluo instinctively stepped back 10 paces, caught in a mix of astonishment and delight. It seemed this minor thunder talisman possessed some genuine mystique, not merely a fabricated charm. Master Zhang, I must apologize for my earlier misjudgment. Please do not take offense. Yet, he soon discerned something amiss. The hissing from the talisman persisted, akin to flames consuming it, with white light continuously radiating outward, indeed appearing quite extraordinary. This scene appears to lack the expected effect of the minor thunder talisman, does it not? Shenluo's expression involuntarily shifted between shades of gloom and brightness. As Shenluo pondered deeply, a sudden jolt coursed through him, prompting him to hastily glance around. Chapter 12. The stone sphere before him. A luminous orb of white light was strikingly conspicuous. Should anyone happen to pass by, it would undoubtedly lead to considerable trouble. Although it was rare for anyone to venture into the back mountain at this hour, there remained a possibility that a disciple, having indulged in a hearty meal, might stroll about to aid digestion. The surroundings were still and silent, yet this locale was no longer a place for prolonged stay. Shenluo swiftly gathered the discarded talismans and the last precious spirit stone, tucking them into his robes. He meticulously cleared the remnants of spirit stone fragments and other items, ensuring that no trace would betray his presence, before raising his gaze towards the talisman that radiated a gentle white glow. After a moment of contemplation, he bent down to retrieve a branch about a foot long, cautiously advancing towards the luminous light. As he approached, Shenluo halted, his eyes flickering with curiosity as he delicately prodded the edge of the white glow with the branch, inching forward with great care. Having readied himself to retreat at any moment, he finally felt a sense of relief. After further consideration, he discarded the branch and reached out with a hand to touch the white light, allowing his entire arm to gradually submerge within, gently stirring it. The white light emanating from the talisman remained soft and inviting, starkly contrasting with the effects described in the texts concerning the small thunder talismans. Shenluo found himself torn between elation and disappointment. On one hand, he had painstakingly crafted 5 small thunder talismans, none of which had succeeded, resulting in the expenditure of 5 precious spirit stones. On the other hand, the talisman before him had indeed been activated, marking his first successful talisman, which undeniably bolstered his confidence. Though this talisman lacked offensive capability, it appeared promising for illumination in the darkness. Yet, he mused, the cost was rather steep. Muttering to himself, he bent down to pick up the talisman with 2 fingers. After a moment's hesitation, he chose not to retrace his steps, but instead ventured deeper into the secluded valley. The white light cast by the talisman formed a gentle halo around Shenluo, illuminating a radius of several meters, rendering everything in its vicinity vividly clear. Initially captivated by this never-before-seen spectacle, he surveyed his surroundings, pondering how long the talisman would continue to shine. Unbeknownst to him, he had traversed deeper into the valley, arriving before a mountainside cloaked in verdant vines. Here, the path ended. Beyond lay a precipice. As Shenluo glanced at the still-glowing talisman in his hand, preparing to observe further, a soft gasp of astonishment escaped his lips. Before his eyes, the once lush green vines began to wither at an observable pace under the talisman's white light, revealing the previously obscured surface of the mountainside. The wall appeared as smooth as a mirror, as though it had been cleaved and polished by some unseen force. What astonished Shenluo even more was that under the talisman's illumination, the mountainside took on a semblance of transparency, resembling glass. He could faintly discern objects within a couple of feet of its surface. Having never witnessed such a marvel, he could not help but approach the wall, eager to inspect it more closely. At that moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. The talisman suddenly radiated an intense heat, and the temperature at its point of contact surged rapidly. Shenluo was taken aback, his arm flailing in a panic as he attempted to discard the talisman, but it clung stubbornly to his fingers, refusing to be shaken off. Simultaneously, a piercing pain shot through his palm, as if it were being seared by fire, and his arm began to feel increasingly numb, losing its strength. This was dire. In a rush of urgency, Shenluo seized the talisman with his other hand, intent on tearing it apart. At that very instant, the talisman disintegrated into fine ash, vanishing without a trace. The nearby white light circle shattered silently, transforming into a multitude of small glowing orbs that drifted aimlessly into the surroundings. Shenluo paused momentarily, glancing at his hand, which showed no signs of redness or burns, and the excruciating pain abruptly subsided, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Everything he had just experienced felt like a mere illusion. As he stood there in bewilderment, a more bizarre scene unfolded. The scattered orbs seemed drawn by an unseen force, suddenly changing direction as they all floated towards the mountain wall. Upon touching its surface, they dove in one after another, akin to mice scurrying into a hole. As more and more orbs disappeared, the mountain wall became increasingly transparent, revealing a dark void within, as if there were a hollow space. Observing this phenomenon, Shenluo approached the mountain wall, picking up a small stone to tap against it. Empty, he muttered to himself. After surveying his surroundings, he fetched a larger stone from the nearby underbrush and struck the wall with force. After several blows, the wall finally shattered with a resounding crash, creating an opening the size of a bowl. Shenluo struck around the edges a couple more times, enlarging the entrance significantly. Inside was indeed a small cave, only 4 or 5 feet deep. The glowing orbs that had entered earlier were nowhere to be seen, replaced instead by a round object resembling a stone ball, approximately 2 feet in diameter, lying in one corner of the cave. Could this be the object that attracted the white light from the talisman? Shenluo hesitated, refraining from immediately reaching for it. Years ago, he had been ensnared by malevolent energy in a confined space. This object was hidden so deeply and had caused such strange occurrences. Who could say if it was something unclean? Yet, it was equally likely that it was a treasure often mentioned in those miscellaneous travelogues. Fortunately, he now possessed the minor transformation of Yang technique, which rendered him impervious to most malevolent energies. After contemplating at the cave entrance for a considerable time, Shenluo finally removed his outer robe to protect his hands, then took the 4 discarded talismans from earlier, placing them in his palm as an additional layer of protection. Concurrently, he activated the transformation of Yang technique within him, enveloping his entire being in its safeguard. Having completed these precautions, Shenluo finally reached inside, embracing the object. To his surprise, it felt remarkably light in his grasp, with no other peculiarities. His heart slightly eased as he exerted a gentle force, easily lifting the stone ball and placing it before his chest. Lowering his head to scrutinize it closely, the surface, shrouded in a gray haze, is dotted with countless tiny pores, which explains its remarkable lightness, as if it were a naturally occurring object. As Shen gently rotated the stone sphere, he found nothing further of interest and instinctively shook it. To his astonishment, A dull thud resonated from within the sphere. Chapter 13. The jade pillow. Shen Luo's spirit was invigorated by the discovery. This object contained an enigma. He placed the stone sphere on the ground, retrieved the talisman from his palm, and removed his outer garment. With delicate fingers, he gently caressed the surface of the stone sphere before applying slight pressure. The sphere's surface, marred by small holes, appeared somewhat coarse yet possessed a certain elasticity, suggesting it was not particularly hard. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Luo picked up a fist-sized rock from the nearby ground and cautiously traced a line across a specific spot on the sphere. With a rasping sound, a substantial amount of gray powder cascaded down, revealing a deep groove several inches long. To his astonishment, the stone sphere proved as malleable as flour. Initially taken aback, he soon rejoiced, lifting the sphere and settling onto the grass, where he began to meticulously grind it with the stone in his hand. After the span of a tea's brewing, the stone sphere had transformed into a pile of powder, vanishing from sight. In its place, however, an unfamiliar object emerged in Shen Luo's grasp, eliciting a peculiar expression upon his face. This item measured over a foot in length and barely half a foot in width, presenting a rectangular form entirely adorned in a pure hue of deep yellow. It appeared to be carved from a single piece of material, with both ends slightly raised and the center gently concave, creating a subtle arc. The edges boasted 8 rounded corners, giving it a smooth appearance. As he stroked it, Shen Luo felt it was cool but not icy, refreshing yet not cold, smooth and silky, reminiscent of jade. The surface bore delicate, elongated engravings resembling undulating waves, imparting an impression of exquisite craftsmanship. However, the item seemed somewhat aged, its luster had dulled, and 1 or 2 cracks marred the edges, imparting an air of antiquity. Could this object possibly be a pillow? A jade pillow? Shen Luo pondered aloud. Having been raised in a family that operated a medical clinic, he had encountered various individuals from all walks of life, broadening his horizons. He recalled having seen a jade pillow in a local pawn shop, which bore a striking resemblance to this one. In the realm of medicine, the principle of keeping the head cool while the feet remain warm is paramount. Thus, jade pillows are crafted to promote mental clarity and cognitive enhancement when slept upon. Such luxurious items are often found on the beds of nobles and even emperors, sought after for their reputed benefits to health and longevity. Yet, the selection of jade for such pillows is meticulous. Not all jade is suitable, making them quite valuable, beyond the means of ordinary households. What could possibly explain the presence of a jade pillow in this desolate wilderness, concealed within this peculiar cave and stone sphere? Shen Luo examined the jade pillow from various angles but discerned no particular marvel. Nevertheless, its ability to attract the white light emanating from the talisman clearly indicated it was no ordinary object. The thought that he might have stumbled upon one of those extraordinary encounters often chronicled in books, discovering a treasure, filled Shen Luo with both excitement and trepidation. After careful consideration, he wrapped the jade pillow in his outer garment, secured it with a knot, and slung it over his back. He then blocked the entrance of the cave with stones and covered it with nearby grass and vines, ensuring that no one would notice anything amiss. He tidied up his surroundings once more, confirming that no one else was present before turning to leave the valley. At this hour, the disciples within the temple were engrossed in their training, and few ventured outside. He filled a wooden basin with clear water, then took a clean cloth to thoroughly wipe away the slight dirt on the jade pillow, holding it in his hands and examining it from various angles. After a lengthy period, he discerned nothing remarkable. In his frustration, he recalled the peculiar methods of identifying treasures mentioned in various travelogues, though they seemed dubious. He resolved to give them a try. This situation only reinforced his belief that the material of the jade pillow was extraordinary. After all, under intense heat, ordinary jade would surely exhibit some discoloration. Next, he retrieved a small knife and, with a grim determination, made a shallow cut on his fingertip, allowing a few drops of blood to fall onto the jade pillow. When he saw no unusual changes after a short while, he boldly used the knife to scratch the surface of the jade. After some time, he was drenched in sweat, gazing incredulously at the small knife in his hand. Its blade curled from the effort. The jade pillow remained unscathed. After such an exhaustive endeavor, he felt quite drained and had no choice but to temporarily abandon further attempts. He placed the jade pillow on the bedside, planning to search through the temple's texts on jade materials the next day to discern what it was made from. If that proved fruitless, he intended to craft a few small thunder talismans to investigate how the jade pillow attracted white light. In summary, although he had yet to uncover the pillow's mysteries, his earlier tests had confirmed its exceptional nature. However, just as he set the jade pillow down, he reconsidered, picking it up again and placing it on a side table. He then sat cross-legged on the bed, arms wrapped around himself, remaining utterly still as he slowly breathed and practiced the minor transformation technique. In the absence of any suitable alternatives, this practice, which pertained to the longevity of his life, demanded his utmost diligence. He continued his training until the late hours of the night. After inhaling a strand of red silk, he gradually opened his eyes, his expression somewhat somber. The minor transformation technique was merely at its initial stage, yet his progress seemed markedly slower than before at this rate. Reaching the second stage felt like a distant prospect, let alone achieving mastery. Never mind, I have made some headway in researching talismans. From now on, I shall pursue both paths, contemplating talismans while diligently practicing the minor transformation technique. I refuse to believe that a way out cannot be found. Reassured, his spirits lifted slightly. As the night deepened, he yawned, turned over, and lay down to rest. After a day of ceaseless activity, his weary body succumbed to sleep almost instantly. On a tranquil summer night, the sound of chirping insects ebbed and flowed. The moon hung high in the sky, casting delicate beams of silvery light through the window. Inside, the room was shrouded in darkness, creating an aura of profound obscurity. Shenluo was immersed in sweet slumber when, in a haze, he suddenly felt a chill enveloping his body. A shiver coursed through him, prompting him to curl up and extend a hand to retrieve the blanket beside him, assuming he had carelessly kicked it off during his sleep. However, his grasp found nothing but a cold, damp, elongated object. In his dazed state, he failed to comprehend the situation. He muttered softly and reached out with his other hand, only to grasp a mushy, sticky substance. A wave of bone-chilling cold surged through his fingertips, accompanied by a strong scent of vegetation filling his nostrils. The distant chirping of insects grew louder, as if they were right beside him. Something was amiss. Shenluo jolted awake, instantly sitting upright, bringing the objects he had clutched into view. He cast a swift glance, and his eyes widened in astonishment. It was the latest work by his friend, the wandering toad deity, Martial Exile, a tale of seeking immortality through martial arts. It spoke of unrestrained passion, traversing lotus blossoms, and cleansing the essence of the sword, soaring through the winds to forge a sacred soul. The original synopsis described a martial artist exiled from heaven, a master of living off others. Now, it had transformed into a narrative of a young man, armed solely with his iron fists, who triumphed over a certain second-generation immortal named Wang, thus securing his rightful place in this world. Chapter 14. The eerie mountain village. In his hand lay a damp vine and a clump of moist earth, adorned with a few inches of vibrant green grass. Shenluo hastily discarded the object and cast a swift glance around, the remnants of sleep dissipating instantly. To his astonishment, he was not in the confines of his small room, but rather seated on a patch of muddy wilderness. With a grim expression, Shenluo rose to his feet and surveyed his surroundings. He soon realized that the area where he lay was overgrown with weeds, the sounds of insects chirping resonating in the air. Before him stretched a narrow, muddy path, barely wide enough for a single person, its destination unknown. Beyond, a veil of mist lingered, obscuring his vision and rendering everything indistinct. Shenluo forcefully slapped his cheeks, the sharp pain confirming that he was not ensnared in a dream. With this thought, he quickly inspected his clothing, lifting his sleeve to examine the insignia of the spring and autumn observers. After stretching his limbs, a sense of relief washed over him. He vaguely recalled falling asleep in his attire due to exhaustion, and his clothing bore no signs of change. Nor did his body exhibit any abnormalities. Though his mind was filled with bewilderment, Shenluo understood that his immediate priority was to ascertain his whereabouts. He compelled himself to remain calm and scrutinized the environment once more. A chill permeated the air, an unsettling contrast to the summer season, making him acutely aware of the thinness of his garments, prompting him to tighten the collar of his outer robe. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he looked up at the sky. It appeared as an infinite dark curtain, with only a crescent moon casting a faint glow, indicating that it was still night. At that moment, a haunting wind swept through the air, akin to ghostly wails, yet it dispersed some of the nearby mist, allowing him to discern a few indistinct shapes. Taking a deep breath, he cautiously proceeded along the path. Soon, stretches of cultivated land began to emerge on either side, some fields lined with rows of crops, indicative of farmland. The soil in the uncultivated areas appeared freshly turned, suggesting recent tilling. Observing this, Shenluo's mood lightened slightly. The presence of farmland and signs of habitation indicated that he might not be in any peril, even though the circumstances surrounding his arrival remained a mystery. However, there was no time for further contemplation. He quickened his pace along the rural path. As the night fog thinned, distant scenery gradually came into view. Ahead, he could make out a scattering of houses built against the hillside, flickering lights dotting the landscape, albeit still somewhat indistinct. This sight filled Shenluo with hope. Reaching those houses would surely provide clarity regarding his situation. With this thought, the distant lights seemed to radiate warmth, and he unconsciously quickened his steps once more. Before long, he found himself within 100 paces of the source of illumination. This indeed is a quaint mountain village, modest in size, comprising merely a dozen households. However, at this hour, night has deepened, enveloping the village in an eerie silence, rendering it a shadowy expanse. Save for a flicker of light emanating from a single residence at the center, Shenluo traversed the narrow path to the village entrance, pausing momentarily to ascertain that no villagers were stirring before stepping into the hamlet. Yet, after merely a few strides, a sudden thud resonated beneath his foot. A sharp pain shooting through his toes as he accidentally kicked an object. The item rolled away a considerable distance, and upon looking down, he was startled to discover that it was a filthy wooden stump, with another segment lying not far from his feet. Upon closer inspection, these stumps appeared to be anything but ordinary, their surfaces adorned with peculiar, familiar engravings. Shenluo focused intently, realizing that these designs were, in fact, composed of runes. A frown creased his brow as he bent down to retrieve the half of the stump beneath him, scrutinizing it closely. The runes appeared rather crude and simplistic, lacking the intricacy of the talismans he crafted, yet they twisted in unsettling ways, evoking a profound discomfort. After only a brief examination, he was suddenly beset by a wave of dizziness, hastily averting his gaze, his heart racing with unease. The runes on this stump possessed an uncanny power. He pondered what would transpire if they were inscribed on talisman paper. In a flurry of thoughts, Shenluo silently activated his minor transformation technique, channeling a surge of yang energy from his dantian to his right hand, causing it to emit a slight warmth. After a moment's hesitation, he discarded the wooden stump back to its original place and strode purposefully toward the illuminated house. This was not a moment for delays. He could delve into the mysteries later once he understood his circumstances. Upon reaching the area before the door, he halted once more, discovering a collapsed shrine situated before the residence. Bathed in the faint glow of the window, Shenluo observed that the shrine towered over a person in height, entirely blackened. Devoid of any tablets, save for an overturned incense burner, its ash scattered across the ground. What caught his attention were the runes etched upon the shrine. Strikingly similar to those on the wooden stumps, yet here, they glowed a vivid crimson, as if painted in blood, presenting a rather macabre sight. Shenluo gazed intently at the shrine, his expression fluctuating between uncertainty and trepidation. Just then, a chilling gust swept through, causing the nearby trees to rustle ominously, scattering a flurry of leaves into the air. A thick fog rolled in, swept by the wind from beyond the village, rendering the already dim light even darker, shrouding the other villagers' homes in a haze as if they might vanish within the mist at any moment. Shenluo felt the air grow increasingly frigid, the temperature around him plummeting, and a tingling numbness began to creep into his limbs. Drawing a deep breath, he temporarily set aside his apprehensions and approached the brightly lit door. A look of skepticism crossed his face, and after a couple of slight movements of his nose, he lowered his gaze to the ground, his pupils narrowing to mere pinpricks. A torrent of black blood surged through the crevice of the door, nearly reaching his feet and emanating a nauseatingly metallic scent. Shenluo's complexion turned pale. He immediately pivoted and fled down the path he had come. The howling wind roared in his ears, and his breath grew unnaturally frigid, as if 1,000 blades were incessantly scraping within him. Shenluo felt he had never run so swiftly in his life, as if his chest might burst. In an instant, he reached the village's entrance. Yet his pace did not falter as he aimed to burst forth from the village in one breath. With a sudden thud, he halted abruptly, his body collapsing to the ground, leaving a deep, elongated mark behind him. Shenluo felt a chilling rigidity enveloping him, and an icy presence seemed to coil around his chest, pressing against his skin. A strained growl escaped his throat as he clenched his fist with all his strength, regaining a measure of vitality. In a frantic motion, he tore open the fabric at his chest and gazed down, eyes wide with horror. To his astonishment, 2 distinctly dark handprints had appeared on his torso, impressively large and as black as ink. They moved swiftly upward, chilling everything in their wake, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. In the blink of an eye, they crawled to the sides of his neck, tightening their grip as if they were tangible entities. Chapter 15. the ghost wall Shenluo was engulfed in a mixture of shock and rage, gradually finding it increasingly difficult to breathe. Memories of the eclectic texts he had perused at the Spring and Autumn Temple over the past 2 years flashed through his mind. He recalled encountering a similar situation in one of those books. Gritting his teeth, he gathered the last vestiges of his strength to sit cross-legged, encircling his arms, and desperately activated his minor transformation of yang energy. A warm current surged from his dantian, swiftly enveloping his entire being, while a faint red glow seeped from his neck, momentarily blurring the ominous black handprint that gripped him. Feeling the force constricting his throat loosened slightly, a flicker of hope ignited within him. However, before he could act further, a sudden, piercing wail assaulted his ears, sending vibrations through his eardrums and causing his mind to momentarily cloud. The activation of his yang energy faltered. Almost simultaneously, the handprint on his neck deepened into an inky blackness, and a cacophony of howling sounds erupted around him. A large mass of gray, chilling mist surged forth, swirling incessantly around him. He felt as if he were submerged in frigid water, an unbearable cold that rendered the warmth within him utterly futile. His limbs lost all sensation, leaving him immobile, and he once again struggled to breathe. Shenluo's heart sank to unfathomable depths, unable to rise even a fraction. With a thunderous crash, raindrops the size of peas poured down, transforming the entire mountain village into a quagmire. Amidst the blinding rain, a body lay motionless in the mud. As the cacophony of chirping insects filled the air, Shenluo slowly straightened his torso and opened his eyes, gazing around in bewilderment. The narrow dirt path, the damp atmosphere, the rich scent of vegetation, the overgrown ground, and the mist in the distance, this was where he found himself. Shenluo's eyes widened in astonishment as he instinctively scooped up a handful of wet earth from the ground, confirming its tangible existence, and swallowed hard. Impossible. He discarded the mud from his hand, quickly rising from the cold earth, and rapidly surveyed his surroundings, his expression one of sheer disbelief. Could it truly be? After lingering in uncertainty for a while, he lifted his gaze to the still dark sky and the crescent moon. Gritting his teeth, he ventured down the narrow path. Upon seeing the cultivated fields on either side and the dim mountain village nestled in the distance, particularly the faint glow of lights within the village, he came to an abrupt halt, lost in thought. Had he truly never died? Was everything that had just transpired merely a dream? Shenluo felt a swirl of confusion. He vividly recalled being in this very place before. The scenery matched precisely what he now beheld. However, shortly after entering the village, he had been. A chill ran down his spine at the thought. He hurriedly touched his throat and, finding no abnormalities, felt a slight relief wash over him. He was indeed still alive, and the events that had transpired should not have been real. Yet, if that had been a nightmare, it was far too vivid. He had genuinely experienced the terror of being on the brink of death. Or perhaps it was not a dream at all. The black blood, the altar, and those 2 handprints, something was undoubtedly amiss. Shenluo gazed at the distant village nestled among the hills, his eyelids twitching momentarily as he finally arrived at a decision. After a brief contemplation, he raised his hand and bit into his index finger, allowing the warm blood to flow as he inscribed a sigil upon the front of his garment, a symbol derived from a previous reading of a supernatural text. The tome had asserted that even those devoid of magical prowess could wield a modicum of efficacy against malevolent spirits, provided they possessed sufficient vitality to draw upon their own blood. Uncertain of the veracity of this claim, he felt compelled to attempt it, as no other options were available. Having completed his task, he pivoted and dashed away from the village, heading towards the desolate wilderness. This was no sanctuary. He certainly would not foolishly venture back in, prudently opting to keep his distance. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. Everything else could be deliberated once he escaped this bizarre locale. As he ran, the fog thickened around him, obscuring his vision and rendering the path ahead nearly indistinguishable. Yet, he dared not slacken his pace, driven solely by the singular thought of distancing himself from that eerie village. After a while, the mist unexpectedly began to thin, clarity returning to his surroundings. Shenluo felt a surge of relief and was about to quicken his stride when his expression faltered, and he halted abruptly. Before him, at the end of the path, a faint outline of the village emerged, illuminated by a flickering light. No, this cannot be. I distinctly remember turning back. Bewildered, Shenluo surveyed his surroundings. Disbelief etched across his face. Gritting his teeth, he spun around and once more sprinted toward the wilderness, swiftly vanishing into the fog. Moments later, the haze dissipated, revealing a familiar scene. The flickering lights of the village, which had once offered a semblance of warmth, now sent a chill down his spine. A A sense of panic began to brew within him. Glancing towards the thicket beside the path, he suddenly bolted in that direction. The fog enveloped the village entirely, obscuring it from view, and although he avoided the path, he was soon swallowed by the mist. The underbrush was treacherous, and he stumbled several times. Yet he dared not relent, pushing forward with reckless determination. As he slowed his pace, swallowing hard, he pressed on. The scenery ahead soon brightened. But what greeted him next was enough to shatter his resolve. A path lay before him, leading directly to the very village. At that moment, the night wind intensified, causing the nearby fog to swirl violently toward the settlement, while the trees swayed erratically, their leaves rustling ominously. The chill in the air deepened, and every hair on Shen Luo's body stood on end, a wave of dread washing over him. It felt as if he were being stalked by a venomous serpent. The sensation of being scrutinized relentless, no matter where he turned. Taking a deep breath, Shen Luo's expression grew grave as he retreated a few steps, before suddenly pivoting and racing once more into the depths of the fog. However, before she could take more than a few steps, something ensnared her feet, causing her to tumble to the ground with a thud. Before Shen Luo could comprehend the situation, she felt a chilling sensation at her neck, where two inky handprints silently emerged, rapidly constricting around her throat. Chapter 16. No retreat, only advance. In a surge of defiance, Shen Luo mentally roared, fervently channeling his Xiao Huayan technique. A layer of crimson light emanated from his being, striving to fend off the invisible entity that assailed him. Concurrently, a force of yang energy surged towards the rune inscribed upon his chest. Though this exorcism rune was a novel endeavor, desperation compelled him to gamble on its efficacy. To his dismay, he felt only a faint warmth at the rune's location, with nothing else transpiring. However, shortly thereafter, a heat enveloped his eyes, and his vision dimmed, revealing a shadowy figure before him. The apparition loomed nearly 10 feet tall, its long hair cascading down to the ground, obscuring its visage. Only a pair of crimson eyes, radiating an aura of malice and avarice for vitality, were discernible. Its elongated arms, shrouded in black mist, constricted around his throat with increasing ferocity. Panic surged within Shen Luo. This was indeed a specter. Despite the constriction making breathing laborious, he instinctively launched a kick towards the apparition. Before his foot could land, the specter emitted a piercing wail, causing a deafening roar to resonate in his mind. The crimson aura shattered, and a torrent of heat erupted from his eyes, ears, and mouth, blurring his vision with a sanguine haze while his other senses dulled significantly. The frigid grip around his throat tightened inexorably, and Shen Luo's consciousness began to wane. His leg, previously poised to strike, became rigid in midair before succumbing helplessly to gravity. Amidst the tumult, he faintly registered a thunderous clap overhead, followed by a deluge of rain cascading down, engulfing him in darkness once more. In a haze, Shen Luo felt ensconced in an infinite abyss, enveloped in utter silence. He yearned to open his eyes, yet felt utterly devoid of control over his body. His eyelids refused to budge, and even his limbs lay immobilized. A flicker of unease stirred within him, yet an overwhelming fatigue emanating from deep within urged him to surrender to inertia, to lie still and indulge in rest. At that moment, a sudden chorus of insect chirps shattered the tranquility. Startled, Shen Luo jolted awake, his eyes flying open. To his astonishment, he found himself once again lying on that familiar country path. The well-known trail, the recognizable fields, the familiar night mist, the crescent moon, and the distant village obscured by fog, along with a faint glow of light in the distance, all surrounded him. This is impossible. Dreams cannot be this vivid, and reality cannot repeat itself so. Where am I? Shen Luo sprang to his feet, his thoughts swirling chaotically. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He crouched down and dug into the earth. Although the surface was slightly damp from dew, the ground beneath remained dry. Just moments before losing consciousness, he had witnessed a torrential downpour. Regardless of how long it had rained afterward, the ground should not be in this state. Then, another thought crossed his mind, prompting him to raise a hand. The index finger, previously marked by a rune, now bore smooth skin devoid of any trace of injury. Indeed, it is quite astonishing. A flicker of horror crossed Shen Luo's eyes. Having grasped a fragment of the circumstances surrounding his ordeal today, the tension in his mind eased slightly, and he regained some composure. However, he soon recalled his previous encounter and understood that in mere moments, that malevolent entity would strike again, causing him to furrow his brow once more. Although he was aware that he seemed capable of resurrection in this place, he would not face that apparition with the same dread as before. Yet, The thought of being repeatedly suffocated to death by that fiend was utterly intolerable. Moreover, he could not be certain whether he, having already revived twice, could indeed resurrect a third time. What if he could not return to life again? His existence was singular, and he could not afford to wager it. Thus, he resolved to take a bold gamble. Suddenly, he shed his shirt, bit his finger to draw blood, and began inscribing various talismanic symbols upon his skin, etching 8 in total before he paused. It was not that Shenluo wished to cease. But with each symbol he inscribed, he felt his strength waning inexplicably, as though it were being siphoned away. After completing 8 talismans, fatigue had begun to weigh heavily upon him. To continue would likely hinder his ability to act, prompting him to halt. These symbols were ones he had previously studied and practiced, including the minor thunder talisman he had tested before. He remained uncertain of the specific efficacy of these symbols, but possessing them was certainly better than having none at all. Shenluo hastily donned his clothing, having experienced the disorienting encounter previously. He did not venture in any other direction but headed directly toward the small village. He was not a man easily intimidated. Yet the strangeness of the events prior had been overwhelming. Now that he had unraveled certain threads of understanding, he felt compelled to uncover the truth. He was eager to ascertain whether, after evading the pursuit of that malevolent entity, or even vanquishing it, he might finally escape this place. In a blink, Shenluo arrived at the village entrance. There, 2 wooden posts lay crossed upon the ground, mirroring the scene he had witnessed upon his initial entry into the village. Upon seeing this, his suspicions were further solidified. Just as he was about to enter the village, an idea struck him. He bent down to pick up the wooden posts and tucked them into his waist before continuing toward the house illuminated by flickering lights. Upon reaching the dwelling, he first scooped a handful of ash from the fallen shrine at the entrance. Then, with a leap, he positioned himself at the door. And before any blood could flow from within, he raised his foot and delivered a powerful kick to the wooden door. With a resounding crash, the door swung open. What lay beyond, however, left him momentarily stunned. A frail little girl, no more than 7 or 8 years old, clad in a gray short garment, stood trembling, clutching a wooden bucket filled with black blood, poised to spill it at the threshold. Upon seeing Shenluo burst through the door, the girl's face contorted in terror as she stumbled back a couple of steps. Black dog blood. Shenluo glanced at the bucket in the girl's hands, his brow furrowing slightly. Shifting his gaze, he noticed another sight. Beside the black dog lay a wooden bed, upon which an elderly man with graying hair lay unconscious, his eyes tightly shut, appearing utterly oblivious to the world around him. In the center of the room, there stood another shrine, adorned with flickering candles, housing a miniature idol of a being with the head of a dog and the body of a man. Furthermore, the walls throughout the room, as well as the doors and windows, were smeared with blackened blood, seemingly applied with deliberate intent. Chapter 17. Unflinching in the face of danger, the young girl blinked, scrutinizing Shenluo intently, particularly glancing at his shadow a few times, her anxious expression slightly easing. "What are you doing?" Shenluo inquired, noticing the wooden bucket in the girl's hands. The girl, a mute, set the bucket down and gestured animatedly with her hands, but her words were lost. Shenluo, unable to comprehend her signs, furrowed his brow, about to speak further when a chilling breeze silently swept in from behind. Suddenly, a rune on his upper body grew warm, emanating a faint red glow. "They are here." Shenluo had already fought that specter twice before. Without turning around, he abruptly threw the incense ash behind him and darted into the house. Almost simultaneously, a piercing scream echoed from behind. His pupils constricted, and he instinctively took 2 steps back. It was indeed that same specter. The ghost, seemingly unable to become invisible due to the incense ash, revealed a pained look in its blood-red eyes as if wounded by the substance. The texts had claimed that incense ash possessed the power to ward off evil spirits, and it appeared that such assertions were not mere fabrications. Shenluo vigilantly observed the specter, his mind racing. In the midst of his contemplation, the specter transformed into a shadow, lunging into the house towards Shenluo. "I was just waiting for you," Shenluo exclaimed as he sprinted forward. As he neared the specter, he crouched low, evading its grasping hands, and executed a sweeping kick aimed at the specter's lower body. He had quietly cultivated his yang energy upon seeing the girl and her wooden bucket, directing it to his right foot and hand, anticipating this very moment. However, to Shenluo's astonishment, the specter's body seemed insubstantial, and his foot, enveloped in a faint red glow, passed straight through it. His follow-up strike faltered, and due to the force of his motion, he stumbled, nearly falling forward. Seizing the opportunity, the specter, with its dark hands like a gust of wind, lunged towards Shenluo's neck. Realizing the imminent danger, he cursed his misfortune. He had yet to regain his balance, leaving him no time to evade. Just as the situation grew dire, a foul stench suddenly erupted nearby as the girl, sensing the peril, threw the black dog blood from her bucket. The specter was drenched in the blood, emitting a shrill, agonizing scream as much of its dark aura evaporated, rendering its form significantly more transparent. Shenluo seized the moment to roll away, finding refuge beside the girl, his back drenched in cold sweat. However, her brave act seemed to have provoked the specter further. Its eyes flared with malice as it turned and pounced, its hands shooting out with alarming speed. With a whoosh, its arms, like taut ropes, spanned the distance of several feet, swiftly encircling the necks of both Shenluo and the young girl. Shenluo felt the icy grip of 5 fingers around his throat, followed by an overwhelming force that lifted both him and the girl off the ground. Shenluo attempted to grasp the ghostly hand that clutched his throat, yet once again, his fingers met only emptiness. Almost immediately, he felt a chilling aura emanating from the spectral grasp, surging into his body as if a multitude of frigid insects were burrowing into his very being. At that moment, he found it increasingly difficult to breathe. His entire form enveloped in a bone-chilling cold that threatened to freeze him to the core. Drawing upon the last vestiges of his strength, he held his breath and invoked the minor transformation of yang energy, striving to channel the yang vigor from his dantian towards the 8 talismanic symbols inscribed upon his chest. This was his final flicker of hope. He was loath to wager on an uncertain outcome. As he contemplated, a surge of yang vigor was directed towards the first talisman designed to repel spirits situated above his left breast, yet the symbol responded not in the slightest. Shenluo had anticipated this outcome and swiftly redirected the yang energy to the second talisman of exorcism located at the center of his left chest. This time, to his surprise, he felt a faint warmth emanating from the symbol, as if it had awakened. However, before he could revel in this moment of joy, the warmth vanished without a trace. The ghostly hand tightened its grip, and he realized that he could only sustain his breath for another 2 or 3 moments at most. Undeterred, Shenluo forced the yang vigor towards the third talisman positioned above his right breast. This energy had already diminished after passing through the previous 2 symbols and was now less than half of its original strength. If this talisman failed to activate, he would have little hope remaining. The third symbol was an amulet against evil spirits. In truth, Shenluo had deliberated deeply before inscribing these symbols, selecting these 3 because they were the most effective against spectral entities that he knew of. The others, aside from the minor thunder talisman, were primarily wards for homes or purification, with little relevance to ghostly adversaries. However, like the first, the third talisman exhibited no reaction to the yang vigor. At this juncture, Shenluo's face flushed crimson. He relied solely on the last flicker of his will to direct the feeble yang energy towards the final minor thunder talisman. Although the minor thunder talisman was not specifically designed to counteract spirits and carried the risk of backlash if misused, he had practiced its inscription extensively and had even conducted experiments on yellow paper, making it a more viable option than the remaining talismans. As a nearly imperceptible red thread merged into the minor thunder talisman inscribed at the center of his right chest, the symbol emitted a faint white light that flickered twice before promptly extinguishing. Seeing this, a chill gripped Shenluo's heart. Just as he was about to concede, a stunning spectacle unfolded before him. The previously dim minor thunder talisman began to glow anew, growing ever brighter. In the blink of an eye, the entire talisman radiated a brilliant white light, with faint arcs of electricity dancing within the luminous glow. Chapter 18. Duel with the Ghost, Part 1. Shenluo felt an intense burning sensation in the center of his right chest, where the small lightning talisman had been inscribed, as though a searing iron had been pressed against him. He could even detect the acrid scent of singed flesh. However, at that moment, he was suspended in midair, his throat constricted, nearly suffocating, leaving him no room to attend to the pain. Activate it. Hurry. He internally screamed in desperation. The re-illuminated small lightning talisman reignited a glimmer of hope within him. Yet, in the next instant, he became aware of an alarming phenomenon. The location of the small lightning talisman emitted a formidable sucking force, voraciously devouring the scant yang energy within him. Moreover, he sensed that the blood coursing through his veins began to heat up, flowing towards his right chest, intensifying the already searing sensation. Dizziness overtook him, and his mouth felt parched, as if all the blood in his body were being boiled away. It felt as though the area around his right chest was on the verge of being burned through. Panic set in. If this continued, he would either succumb to the ghost's grip or be consumed by the talisman's drain before that could happen. Yet, even if he wished to halt it, He could not prevent the talisman from siphoning his vital energy. Fortunately, at that moment, it seemed the small lightning talisman had finally reached its capacity, ceasing its consumption, its radiant white light suddenly retracting. The pain in Shen Luo's right chest was akin to being scorched by fire, and he could not suppress a muffled groan. In the next moment, the small lightning talisman flared brilliantly, a blinding white bolt of lightning erupted from his chest, tearing through the surrounding darkness and malevolence, striking the ghostly arm that had been constricting his throat. Though this may sound lengthy, in reality, only a breath or two had passed since Shen Luo attempted to activate the first talisman. The ghost's arm, along with the claw that strangled his throat, was effortlessly shattered by the white lightning, disintegrating into nothingness as if ice had met flame. Shen Luo felt the grip around his neck loosen. Before he could exhale deeply, his feet struck the ground heavily, causing him to stagger and drop to one knee, barely avoiding a complete collapse. The white lightning, after piercing through one of the ghost's arms, continued to surge forward, not hitting the ghost itself but instead striking the ground within the room about 10 feet away. With a thunderous crash reminiscent of a storm on a cloudless day, the ground shook violently, creating a pit roughly the size of a foot, surrounded by charred earth and scattered debris, while a wave of scorching heat surged through the air, causing both the girl and the ghost to sway slightly. Almost simultaneously, a burst of yellow light suddenly erupted from the little girl's arms, striking the other ghostly hand that had been choking her throat. It was a fluffy yellow dogtail. With a resounding boom, flames ignited on the ghost's hand, consuming it entirely. The little girl fell to the ground, clutching her throat, coughing incessantly, her face flushed with color. With its arms destroyed, the ghost let out a piercing wail, and in a blur, it vanished from sight. Shen Luo's gaze fell upon the pit in the ground, scorched by the white lightning, and a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. He had never anticipated that. Through a twist of fate, he would successfully trigger the minor thunder talisman under such circumstances. Although the talisman had not struck the apparition directly, its formidable power had far exceeded his expectations. A sharp pain suddenly radiated from his right chest, and as he looked down, he saw the area where he had inscribed the minor thunder talisman charred and bloodied. Something was amiss. The malevolent spirit had not yet departed. A sudden realization struck him, and without pausing to ponder how the talisman had worked, he hastened to the shrine within the room. He scooped up 2 handfuls of incense ash from the burner and vigorously scattered it around, filling the room with a cloud of ash. The little girl suddenly cried out, pointing behind Shen Luo. The towering specter reappeared at his back, its arms restored, its fingers now solidified into what resembled black daggers, poised to strike. In a moment of desperation, Shen Luo crouched low and rolled to the right. Despite his swift reaction, the ghostly claws still grazed his arm, leaving 3 deep gashes from which blood gushed forth. Glimpsing at the wound on his arm, a fierce expression crossed Shen Luo's face. He understood that unless he dealt with this malevolent spirit decisively, he might face death once more. With the possibility of resurrection lingering, he steeled himself for the confrontation. He resolutely pulled out 2 wooden stakes from his waist, bit his tongue to draw blood, and let a mouthful of crimson spill onto the runes inscribed on the stakes. The runes shimmered with a vibrant crimson glow. These stakes, erected at the entrance of Zhuangqian village, were primarily used for exorcism, and it seemed that they had indeed been consecrated by a skilled practitioner. Though severed, they could still wield some power when activated by his vital blood imbued with yang energy. With a surge of exhilaration, Shen Luo shouted a battle cry and lunged forward, swinging the wooden stakes towards the apparition with force. The towering specter appeared wary of the stakes, attempting to evade. However, the shadows within the room shifted as the little girl splashed the last remnants of black dog blood from her bucket, obstructing the ghost's escape route. The apparition recoiled in fear from the black blood, retreating hastily, only to be struck squarely by Shen Luo's stakes. He felt a jolt in his palm as the stakes did not pierce the spirit's form but instead collided with its body. Moreover, upon contact, the red runes emitted a hissing sound reminiscent of flesh sizzling on a hot iron plate, as billows of black mist evaporated into the air. The once semi-transparent form of the specter became even more translucent, and it screamed as it flew backward. Empowered by this success, Shen Luo wielded the stakes with renewed vigor, unleashing a flurry of strikes against the spirit. Although he had not mastered any formidable martial arts at the Spring and Autumn Temple, he had learned a bit of the basic staff techniques for strengthening the body. In this life-or-death struggle, his latent potential surged forth, and his technique took on a semblance of proficiency. The specter, towering in stature, found itself at a disadvantage within the confines of the room. where the incense ash filled the air, rendering it unable to conceal itself. The little girl was remarkably clever, although the wooden barrel was devoid of the black dog's blood. She occasionally imitated Shen Luo's previous actions, grabbing a handful of incense ash from the shrine and tossing it to disrupt the movements of the malevolent spirit. Despite the spirit's fierce ferocity, it found itself at a disadvantage due to the collaboration between Shen Luo and the mute girl. During the encounter, Shen Luo struck the spirit multiple times with the wooden stake in his hand, causing its form to become increasingly translucent. However, although the stake inflicted considerable damage upon the spirit, the crimson glow emitted by the runes on it quickly began to fade. Shen Luo had already noticed this predicament, but given the urgency of the situation, he set aside other concerns and continued to swing the wooden stake towards the spirit's lower abdomen. The dark spirit twisted its body and swiftly shifted to the left, narrowly avoiding the blow. Shen Luo glanced at the shrine on his right and realized that had the spirit chosen to evade to the right, it would have been able to evade with relative ease. A thought flickered through Shen Luo's mind. Chapter 19. The Duel with the Ghost, Part 2, as Shen Luo pondered. The disheveled hair atop the towering ghost suddenly billowed, revealing a ghastly, pale visage. It appeared as though it had been submerged in water for an extended period. Its lips and cheeks were putrid and decayed, with the remnants of its flesh hanging limply, while the majority of the flesh around its eye sockets had rotted away. Oozing pus. Only a few blood vessels remained connected to its crimson orbs, which trembled precariously, as if they might fall at any moment. Even for Shen Luo, who usually possessed considerable courage, the sight of this ghostly face elicited a startled gasp. The specter opened its mouth and emitted a shrill wail, unleashing two invisible gusts of sinister wind that shot forth like arrows, aimed directly at Shen Luo and the little girl. Simultaneously, the ghost extended its arms, causing a chilling wind to whip through the room, sweeping away smaller objects, while the sacred altar remained untouched, with not even a speck of incense ash disturbed. Having previously suffered from the ghost's wail, Shen Luo instinctively dropped to the ground and rolled aside, narrowly avoiding the brunt of the sinister wind. However, the little girl lacked such experience and was struck directly by the gale, her eyes rolling back as she collapsed into unconsciousness. This is dire. Shen Luo attempted to rise, but the chaos of flying debris, cups, and wooden items whirled around him, accompanied by the relentless gusts, forcing him to roll into a corner for refuge. Yet, the towering ghost did not pursue them. Instead, it floated backward, raising a hand toward the outside. A mournful sound resonated from beyond the door as murky, frigid air surged in, enveloping the ghost in a thick mist. Its form visibly solidified and regained strength, the dark aura around it swelling. The ghost's hair, resembling seaweed, now thrived with an unnatural vitality, extending like tendrils towards Shen Luo. Witnessing this transformation, Shen Luo felt a mix of dread and regret. He sprang to his feet, attempting to evade the encroaching strands, but the sheer volume of hair filled the confined space, quickly ensnaring his limbs. The remaining 4 talismans were rendered ineffective, and the 2 wooden stakes were likewise immobilized by the ghostly hair. In a moment of desperation, Shen Luo sought to activate his minor yang technique once more. However, exhaustion weighed heavily upon him, compounded by the earlier depletion of his yang energy from using the minor thunder talisman. He found himself powerless to act. As time slipped away, the hair tightened its grip, dragging him down with a resounding thud. The towering ghost contorted its form, resembling a serpentine shadow, and approached the ensnared Shen Luo, opening its mouth to draw in a breath. A chilling sensation enveloped Shen Luo, sending shivers down his spine, as he distinctly felt waves of warmth siphoning from his being. Drifting outward, it was absorbing my yang energy. Was he truly destined to die once more? Shen Luo felt an increasing chill enveloping his body, his limbs growing increasingly weak, rendering him nearly immobile. At that moment, a flash of lightning illuminated the pitch-black sky outside, followed by a resounding clap of thunder as torrential rain cascaded down. A little girl, collapsed beside the bed, trembled awake at the sound of thunder. Struggling to sit up, she noticed Shen Luo's predicament. A flicker of panic crossed her large, expressive eyes. Hurriedly, she dragged a smaller wooden bucket from beneath the bed. The bucket contained a viscous, dark liquid, black dog's blood. The girl bit her finger fiercely, allowing a stream of blood to flow into the bucket, mingling with the black liquid. The malevolent spirit that had possessed Shen Luo sensed something amiss, twisting its form in a sudden attempt to detach from him. Yet, the girl, unsteady on her feet, lifted the bucket and flung its contents outward, dousing the spirit in a deluge of black blood. Having completed this act, the girl seemed utterly spent, collapsing to the ground. The spirit, caught off guard, found itself drenched in the black liquid, emitting a hissing sound as it recoiled, its form becoming translucent once more, as if gravely wounded. It let out a piercing scream that threatened to shatter eardrums, drifting sideways before colliding with the wall. The wall was splattered with black blood, and the towering spirit was repelled, crashing to the floor with a thunderous thud that reverberated throughout the house. The hair that had entwined around Shenluo loosened, and he felt a sudden release, though his limbs were still weak. Nevertheless, he summoned his remaining strength to discard the wooden stake in his hand. Turning to seize the dog-headed statue from the shrine behind him, cradling it tightly. He then advanced, pressing his entire weight onto the writhing spirit. The little girl watched Shenluo's daring act in wide-eyed astonishment, her mouth opening in a silent gasp. This time, Shenluo's body and hands did not pass through the spirit. Instead, he embraced it fully. Almost immediately, the statue in his arms radiated an intense heat, emitting a brilliant yellow light that enveloped the spirit. Under the glow, the spirit hissed as wisps of black mist ascended from its form, its anguished cries echoing. Its ghostly hands flailed desperately, seeking to escape Shenluo's grasp. Yet, Shenluo, resolute as iron, clung to the spirit with an unyielding tenacity. As the black mist continued to rise, the spirit's form rapidly blurred and began to shrink. Shenluo's complexion turned ashen, his lips devoid of color, as the chilling essence of the spirit seeped into him, freezing his blood and causing his teeth to chatter uncontrollably. A flicker of consciousness urged him on, reminding him that he stood at the precipice of life and death. A moment's hesitation would render his efforts futile. At this moment, the formidable specter had reached its limit, and the last remnants of the dark essence became the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. Following a piercing shriek, the once massive entity suddenly erupted, transforming into vast clouds of black mist that dissipated into the ether. As the darkness faded, Shenluo's form emerged, devoid of any color. His cheeks bore a deep, purplish hue. His eyes remained tightly shut, and he had succumbed to unconsciousness, his breath shallow and infrequent, as if he were on the brink of demise. The young girl, witnessing the vanquishment of the apparition, felt a wave of relief wash over her, causing her to collapse onto the ground. However, upon seeing Shenluo's dire state, she grit her teeth and managed to rise, reaching out to shake him, only to find his skin chillingly cold to the touch. Desperation welled up in her eyes as she yearned to assist him. Yet, at that moment, Shenluo's complexion shifted to an odd hue, and his body began to fade from the feet upwards, becoming increasingly translucent. Moments later, he silently vanished from his spot, as if he had never existed there at all. Chapter 20. The celestial voice. The little girl stood frozen in place, her eyes wide as she stared at her empty hands. A soft groan echoed from the bed, where an elderly man lay, exhaling deeply. Upon hearing the sound, the girl's face brightened with joy, and she hurriedly crawled to the bedside. The old man blinked a few times before slowly opening his eyes. The night had swiftly passed, dawn broke, and a crimson sun rose, signaling the end of the raging storm outside. The door creaked open, allowing a warm light to flood in, revealing a clear world beyond. The fog that had lingered around the mountain village had dissipated considerably, leaving only a faint trace in the distance. The little girl had changed into a slightly faded red garment, her back laden with a patched bundle as she assisted the elderly man outside. He wore a tattered gray robe, his complexion appearing slightly improved since the night before, yet he moved with difficulty, relying on a well-worn wooden cane. Together, they made their way toward the village entrance. The old man seemed exceedingly frail. Upon reaching the village's edge, he began to breathe heavily. Ah, the little girl exclaimed, gesturing with her hands. Grandfather is fine. Although the long-haired spirit has been vanquished, the malevolent aura around the village lingers, and we must leave at once. The old man gently ruffled the girl's hair, responding, indeed. They resumed their journey, but after only a few steps, a beam of blue light descended from the heavens, landing not far ahead of them, revealing a graceful figure. It was a Taoist nun clad in white, appearing to be in her 30s, with an oval face, fair complexion, and striking beauty, though her expression was icy, exuding a rare fierceness for a woman. In her hand, she held a white dust whisk. The malevolent aura here is thick, almost coalescing into ghostly mist. Yet, where are the spirits that once lingered? The white-clad nun mused, scanning her surroundings. The old man and the little girl stood in stunned silence at the side of the descending nun. Are you from this village? She approached them, scrutinizing the pair. Old man has seen the immortal maiden. The elderly man finally regained his composure, ready to bow in gratitude, but as he bent down, he was overcome by a fit of coughs. The little girl quickly freed one hand to pat his back, though her small stature made it a challenging task to support him with just one hand. There's no need for excessive courtesy. I am the celestial voice from floating Cloud Mountain. I sensed the accumulation of malevolent spirits while passing through and came to investigate, the nun said, waving her sleeve to steady the old man's body, raising her hand in a gesture of respect. Yes, if the immortal maiden has inquiries. This old man shall answer truthfully, he replied, recovering his breath and nodding eagerly. The little girl hid behind him, clutching his sleeve. Her large eyes filled with curiosity as she gazed at the Taoist nun. Given the circumstances, you must be villagers here. Has this place been besieged by vengeful spirits? The white-clad Taoist nun glanced at the little girl's bundle and inquired. Indeed, my surname is Sun. People call me Old Sunday. This is my granddaughter. We are both natives of Zhangjia village. The village once worshipped a guardian known as the Yellow-Tailed King. Although life was meager, the villagers lived in peace, untroubled by malevolent spirits. However, a month ago, during a thunderstorm, the Yellow-Tailed King unexpectedly passed away. Since then, a long-haired ghost has come to our village nightly to claim souls. Most villagers have fled, while others have been ruthlessly slain by this specter. Only my granddaughter and I have survived. Old Sun sighed, expressing his sorrow. The Yellow-Tailed King? The Taoist nun raised her delicate brows. He was an enlightened yellow dog. Old Sun hesitated before softly responding. If a spirit creature can protect the living, it is indeed a noble act. Dying during a thunderstorm suggests that he may have perished in an attempt to transcend his form through heavenly lightning. The nun nodded slowly. Old Sun, perplexed by her words, refrained from asking further. How is it that only the two of you, one old and one young, remain unharmed while the others in the village have perished? The nun's gaze sharpened as she looked at them. Old Sun pondered before responding. The Yellow-Tailed King placed his altar near my home, perhaps even in death. His residual blessings still protect us. Additionally, I possess some black dog blood, which may have helped us endure thus far. The Taoist nun shook her head, clearly unconvinced by his explanation, her gaze sweeping over them before settling on the little girl. The nun's eyes suddenly narrowed as she scrutinized the child. With a flick of her finger, a pure white light shot from her fingertip, vanishing into the girl's brow. The little girl momentarily froze, her eyes becoming glazed. And a faint, luminous sheen appeared on her face, shimmering gently. She possesses a natural white tiger physique. No wonder she has been able to withstand the ghostly onslaught for so long. Remarkable. A glimmer of delight flashed in the nun's eyes. As the white light swiftly faded from the girl's face, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Immortal! Old Sun exclaimed in alarm, attempting to assist the little girl, but he too found himself unsteady. Do not panic, my good sir. She has merely fallen asleep, and there is no cause for concern. The nun extended her hand to steady the elderly man, offering a calming explanation. Hearing this, Old Sun finally sighed in relief. Such audacity to take the lives of the villagers. This wretch is indeed bold beyond measure. Do you know where that long-haired ghost hides during the day? I shall go and eliminate it to bring peace to Zhangjia village's tormented souls. A fierce aura enveloped the nun, her visage emanating a terrifying azure light. Thank you for your kindness, esteemed immortal, but my granddaughter mentioned that the ghost attacked the village again last night, only to be vanquished by a passing youth. Old Sun spoke with heartfelt gratitude. What did this person look like? Was there anything remarkable about him? The Taoist nun, taken aback, shifted the dust broom from her left hand to her right, her curiosity piqued. The old man had been bedridden for several days, and last night fell into an unresponsive slumber, rendering him unable to witness the presence of that enigmatic figure. Once my maid awakens, we shall inquire further with the celestial being, remarked the elder, shaking his head. The white-clad Taoist nodded in understanding, choosing not to dwell on the matter any longer. She continued, though the malevolent spirit has been vanquished, it is no longer suitable for you two to remain here. Let us depart together and seek a new abode. Indeed. Thank you, revered one, the elder exclaimed, filled with joy as he expressed his gratitude. With a graceful sweep of her dust-laden cloth, the Taoist conjured a billowing cloud of white, which effortlessly lifted the three of them skyward, swiftly vanishing into the distant horizon. Chapter 21. A Dream as Dawn Broke. The melodious chirping of birds filled the air, and a sliver of morning sunlight filtered through the branches of the welcoming pine, streaming into the half-open window and illuminating the face of the person in bed. Shen Luo's eyelids fluttered slightly. He squinted open his eyes, only to immediately raise his hand to shield them from the light. Alas, as he lifted his hand, a wave of cramping muscle soreness surged through him, and his awareness swiftly returned. A profound panic surged from the depths of his heart, prompting Shenluo to sit upright in bed, instinctively curling his body as he scanned his surroundings. Before him, not far from the wall, stood a narrow desk piled high with a stack of tattered ancient books. Adjacent to the desk were a window and a door, all of which felt strikingly familiar. A euphoric expression blossomed on Shenluo's face as he glanced down at his body. His clothes were intact, although he felt unbearable soreness. There were no visible wounds, just a sensation akin to the discomfort following excessive exercise. A familiar scent, a mix of dampness and sandalwood, wafted into his nostrils, prompting a sneeze. At that moment, Shenluo finally accepted that he was indeed in the abode of the spring and autumn view, not in that eerie, ghostly village. The events of the previous night had merely been a nightmare. He touched the solid wooden bed beneath him, exhaling deeply. The vividness of last night's occurrences lingered in his mind, creating a surreal sense of dislocation. Shenluo raised his sleeve to wipe his forehead, only to discover that it was damp with cold sweat, and even his back felt clammy, clinging uncomfortably to his skin. He sat in a daze for a moment, realizing he had already missed his usual rising hour and was about to forfeit his morning practice. It's just a dream, Shenluo murmured softly to himself, as if attempting to forcibly convince his own mind. Then he moved, swinging his legs over the side of the bed. To his dismay, as soon as his feet touched the ground and he exerted himself to stand, his legs wobbled weakly, sending him tumbling forward. When he tried to brace himself with his arms, he found them equally limp and powerless, leading to a direct fall onto the floor. Ouch! Shenluo cried out, struggling to rise from the ground and gradually sitting back on the edge of the bed. It was at that moment he realized something was genuinely amiss with his body. Though he had never been particularly robust, he now felt distinctly drained. In truth, ever since the malevolent energy had invaded his body, Shenluo had experienced numerous nightmares, each more bizarre than the last. Yet, upon reflection, the sensations he had felt last night were starkly different from those past experiences. Moreover, if it had merely been a dream, how could he remember it with such clarity and authenticity, and why did his body feel so exhausted? As if he had truly endured a fierce battle? Yet, this was illogical. Last night in that mountain village, he had nearly lost his life, his body marred with injuries, and his clothes in tatters. He should not appear as he did now. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Shenluo's expression fluctuated between gloom and uncertainty. The more he pondered the events of the previous night, the more he felt an unsettling peculiarity, as if his head had grown heavier. He rubbed his brow with his hand, leaning back in resignation, and reclined once more upon his bed. A loud thud echoed as he noticed a long, rectangular yellow object at the head of the bed. Indeed, it was the treasure he had discovered earlier, that mysterious ancient jade pillow. The wrought tan-woven pillow had been shoved aside, pressed against the wall. Shenluo stood there, dumbfounded. Last night, he had unwittingly rested his head upon this jade pillow for an entire night. Yet, he distinctly recalled placing it beside the stack of ancient books on the table before sleeping. How had it ended up at his bedside? Could it be that the nightmare he experienced was somehow connected to this? Or perhaps, within the jade pillow lay an unclean entity? He recalled the tale of the wandering mirror that contained a female ghost, which emerged on nights of the full moon to siphon his vital energy. Had it not been for Master Zhang's timely intervention, this scholar would have been left without a trace of vitality, unaware of his own demise. Upon reflecting on this story, Shenluo disregarded his weariness and hastily leapt from the bed. He retrieved a wolf hairbrush from the table, using the handle to gently prod the jade pillow. The pillow shifted slightly, yet no eerie luminescence erupted, nor did any malevolent spirit materialize. It appeared entirely mundane. Still feeling apprehensive, he took out a small porcelain vial, pouring out some vermilion powder. Rubbing it between his hands until his palms were coated, he cautiously extended his index finger to touch the jade pillow. Apart from its icy coolness, there was no sign of anything amiss. After a moment of contemplation, he cast a glance at the jade pillow and swiftly made his way to the door. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, he embraced the primordial energy with both hands, centering his mind and spirit, and began to silently circulate his minor solar cultivation technique. However, the haunting dreams from the previous night left him somewhat disoriented, and despite his attempts to concentrate, he struggled to achieve tranquility for quite some time. It took him 2 full hours before he successfully completed a small cycle of the technique. The energy flowed smoothly within him, invigorating every part of his being. Once he concluded his practice, Shenluo gradually opened his eyes, exhaling softly as the weight in his heart finally lifted. Chapter 22. Unyielding, it seemed that the fatigue he felt was merely physical, with no serious repercussions. Shenluo's apprehensions diminished slightly, yet doubt lingered more prominently. It appeared that the only way to ascertain whether this was merely a dream was to take a singular course of action. Shenluo murmured to himself. He then summoned his energy, removing his outer garment once more, baring his torso. With his teeth, he bit into his index finger, drawing blood, and carefully inscribed 2 crimson runes upon his chest, just as he had done in the dream the previous night. One was a ghost-repelling rune, and the other a small thunder rune, both of which had been genuinely activated the night before. If everything that transpired in the mountain village was indeed real, then he should be able to replicate it in reality. With his eyes half closed, Shenluo began to channel the yang qi within him into the blood-red runes on his upper body, meticulously retracing the steps from the night prior. The yang power flowed into the ghost-repelling rune without any discernible change. This caused a slight heaviness in Shenluo's heart as he directed the yang energy into the thunder rune, yet still, no transformation occurred. After a flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, he gritted his teeth and accelerated the infusion of yang energy. Finally sensing a gentle warmth emanating from the rune on his chest, which gradually intensified, evoking the familiar scorching sensation that preceded the rune's activation the previous night. Shenluo's heart leapt with joy. Just as he contemplated infusing more yang energy, the small thunder rune suddenly cooled down, returning to its previous state without any further anomalies. He found himself momentarily stunned, compelled to channel the remaining yang energy into the runes on his chest, yet still, there was no change whatsoever. Was this to be deemed a successful activation or a failure? Shenluo felt perplexed and disoriented. Unwilling to concede defeat, he sat in meditation to restore some yang energy before inscribing a new thunder rune on his body, but the outcome remained unchanged. The runes, crafted from his essence, would warm slightly before yielding no further results. Shenluo pondered this for an extended period without reaching a conclusion, only to be interrupted by the growling of his stomach. He sighed, deciding to set this aside for the moment. It was lunchtime, and he ought to nourish himself first. Reluctantly, Shenluo rose to his feet. After this ordeal, much of the soreness in his body had dissipated. At the dining hall, mealtime attracted the most patrons, and Shenluo arrived slightly earlier, finding the room not yet crowded. After collecting his meal, he chose his usual seat and began to eat. Just as he had consumed half of his meal, the number of diners in the hall steadily increased. At that moment, he felt a sudden tap on his left shoulder. Turning to see, the bench on his left was empty, while a figure had swiftly taken a seat on his right. It was none other than Bai Xiaodian. Junior brother Shen, I must impart this to you. One cannot become complacent with mere progress in their training, Bai Xiaodian said, laying down his meal and adopting an elder's tone of earnest counsel. Why do you say that, senior brother Bai? Shenluo inquired, bewildered. I sought you out this morning after my training, visiting the great stone at the Jade Emperor's Hall, yet you were nowhere to be found. You were usually diligent, never missing a day regardless of the weather. Pray tell, where were you? Bai Xiaodian asked, his playful demeanor now replaced by genuine concern. Bai Xiaodian scrutinized Shenluo's countenance and discerned a hint of fatigue. He could not help but inquire, how do you feel now? Should I accompany you to see Master Luo? Upon hearing this, Shenluo responded with a smile. Since you mention it, I shall not press further. Do take ample rest. Bai Xiaodian nodded in agreement. Shenluo resumed his meal, a smile gracing his lips. Hey, I say, you wouldn't happen to harbor some unutterable secret, would you? Speak softly, and I assure you, it will remain confidential, Bai Xiaodian whispered after a moment of contemplation. Get lost. Shenluo shot him a sidelong glance, feigning anger. Alas, despite his efforts, he found no records resembling the peculiar jade pillow's material. Upon opening the door, he immediately scanned beneath the table and spotted the strange jade pillow lying there obediently. He closed the door, bent down, and placed the pillow back on the table, gazing at it thoughtfully for a considerable time. I must ascertain what you truly are, Shenluo declared through gritted teeth after a lengthy pause. With that, he retrieved a piece of gray cotton cloth, wrapped the jade pillow within, and hurriedly exited, heading towards the back mountain. At this hour, just past noon, the vitality of the sun was at its zenith, a time when any malevolent spirits ought to remain dormant. Shenluo intended to seize this opportunity to thoroughly investigate the jade pillow for any peculiarities. The back mountain was mostly shaded, receiving sunlight only during the evening, and after a prolonged search, he finally discovered a conspicuous rock formation, devoid of trees. Basking in the midday sun, he placed the jade pillow upon the stone and unfurled the gray cloth. The sunlight illuminated the jade pillow, enhancing its originally dull yellowish hue with a touch of brilliance. However, aside from that, there were no further anomalies. I shall see if you are truly indestructible. Shenluo steeled himself, retrieving a meticulously sharpened axe from behind his waist. He had borrowed it from the dining hall on his way, and under the sun's radiance, it gleamed with a sharp brilliance. Previously, he had attempted to test it with a small knife, but it left no mark. Thus, he opted for this more formidable tool. Gripping the axe handle, Shenluo did not immediately strike. Instead, he gently tapped the jade pillow with the sharp corner of the axe blade. A faint sound resonated, and the jade pillow quivered slightly. Upon inspecting it, he was surprised to find no trace left on its surface. Encouraged by this, he tightened his grip on the axe handle, gesturing towards the jade pillow before turning the blade to strike with the thick back of the axe. A dull thud echoed as the axe rebounded, yet the jade pillow remained entirely unscathed. This was merely a test. Shenluo refrained from exerting his full strength, wary of shattering the pillow and unleashing whatever might be concealed within. However, he evidently underestimated the jade pillow's resilience. Another dull thud resounded. With the experience of the previous two attempts, this time, Shenluo exerted little restraint. The axe struck solidly upon the jade pillow, the recoil causing his hand to tingle slightly, accompanied by a peculiar cracking sound. "It has cracked," Shenluo exclaimed with delight, shaking his hand and hastening to inspect the damage. However, to his astonishment, the jade pillow remained entirely intact, while a fissure had appeared in the weathered rock beneath. Worn by the elements, it seemed that he would need to take more decisive action. Shenluo furrowed his brow slightly. This time he adjusted the axe, showing no restraint whatsoever, raising it high with the blade aimed directly at the jade pillow, and brought it down with force. A resonant clang echoed through the air, showering sparks from the jade pillow. He rotated his wrist, propping the axe against the ground with one hand, leaning in for a closer inspection, only to be rendered speechless. The once sharp and resilient edge of the axe had dulled, resembling that of a small knife, yet the jade pillow bore not a single mark. "What on earth is this peculiar material?" Shenluo murmured as his gaze fell upon the intricate patterns on the surface of the jade pillow. In that moment, he became increasingly convinced that the strange dream he had the previous night was undoubtedly linked to this enigmatic object. Chapter 23. Restoration after a moment of contemplation. Shenluo carefully wrapped the jade pillow in cotton cloth and ventured into a nearby grove. There, he began to gather dry grass and fallen branches, constructing a substantial pile of firewood. Once the surrounding ground was cleared, he placed the cotton-wrapped jade pillow atop the heap. His intention was straightforward. Since the jade pillow had withstood cutting, he would attempt to incinerate it with a fierce fire. The last time he had used a fire starter, its flames were too feeble and the duration too brief. This time, he resolved to stoke a conflagration akin to boiling a large cauldron. Ancient texts suggested that malevolent entities often feared flames. Thus, if any peculiarities lay within, perhaps prolonged exposure to fire would obliterate them. Shenluo retrieved a fire starter from his pocket, removing its cap and blowing gently at it. Instantly, it emitted a sprinkle of crimson sparks, accompanied by a wisp of smoke. Just as he leaned down to ignite the firewood, a sudden thought struck him. He fished out a small porcelain vial from his sleeve. If there truly are sinister forces concealed, a touch of vermilion powder would be more prudent, he murmured, uncorking the vial and sprinkling the red powder over the cotton cloth, allowing it to seep through the crevices of the firewood. Only then did he ignite the pile with the fire starter. As smoke billowed upwards, flames gradually enveloped the jade pillow, radiating waves of heat. Shenluo glanced skyward, noting that the dense canopy of trees shielded the fire, which burned brightly without producing excessive smoke, thus alleviating any concerns of attracting the attention of his fellow disciples. The dry wood, primarily composed of pine branches rich in resin, crackled as it blazed. Shenluo squatted nearby, cradling his knees and continuously adding more wood to the fire, anxious that the flames might dwindle. Soon, the cotton cloth was reduced to ash, revealing the jade pillow within, which exhibited no signs of charring or even discoloration, retaining its original hue of deep yellow. After a full half-hour, Shenluo felt the heat from the flames drying his face. Having exhausted all the firewood within a tinjong radius, he finally extinguished the blaze. He picked up a reserved stick and stirred through the glowing embers, uncovering the jade pillow, now coated in ash, obscuring its true appearance. With renewed anticipation, Shenluo seized an axe and struck down upon the jade pillow. A dull thud resonated. He struck with considerable force, his arm vibrating from the impact. Yet the jade pillow remained unscathed, shedding only a portion of its ash and revealing its true color beneath. Sighing, Shenluo felt no surprise at this outcome. He used the stick to gently clear away the remnants of ash from the jade pillow, forcefully blowing away the debris. To his astonishment, the jade pillow appeared unchanged. without a trace of scorching on its surface. Furrowing his brow, he hesitated before tentatively prodding the jade pillow with his fingertip. It remained cool to the touch. After enduring a half-hour of flames, the jade pillow astonishingly retained its initial chill, showing no signs of warmth whatsoever. Even a stubborn stone, subjected to such relentless scorching, could hardly remain so frigid. This is indeed perplexing. As Shen Luo contemplated this, a shiver crept down his spine, prompting him to gaze skyward. The sun blazed brilliantly, offering him a modicum of reassurance. He circled the jade pillow a few times, attempting to probe its center and several edges, yet the sensation remained unchanged. Was it truly impervious to both blade and flame, perhaps the artifact mentioned by Bai Xiaoyan during his drunken ramblings? Shen Luo mused, his expression shifting with uncertainty. If this jade pillow indeed possessed the capacity to invoke such vivid nightmares, it might very well be the peculiar object of arcane power described in ancient texts, and perhaps the essence stone could induce some transformation. As for the little thunder talisman that had initially guided him to the jade pillow, the materials had been exhausted, rendering him unable to craft another in time. With this thought, Shen Luo resolved to act, rummaging through his sleeve pocket until he retrieved the last remaining essence stone. However, as he cradled the stone in his hands, hesitation washed over him. This essence stone was of considerable value, hard-won, and now reduced to a single fragment. Was it truly wise to expend it here? Yet, he concluded, what is a mere essence stone compared to one's own life? Resolute, he placed the essence stone upon the jade pillow, steadied his breath, and began to silently channel his minor solar technique. Moments later, a warm current coursed through his arm, gradually coalescing in his palm, eventually forming a delicate strand of faint red energy, barely 3 inches long, which emanated from his hand. As he inched his palm closer, the subtle red thread gradually flowed into the essence stone resting on the jade pillow. A gentle crimson glow enveloped the stone, revealing a translucent quality, while the white mist within began to churn violently. Shen Luo took a few steps back, swallowing hard, his gaze fixated on the stone and pillow. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed, and the essence stone shattered, releasing a burst of white light that enveloped the entire jade pillow, rendering its outline somewhat indistinct. Yet, this transformation was fleeting. The white light dissipated in an instant, leaving the jade pillow utterly unchanged. Shen Luo found himself at an impasse. Distracted, he buried the remnants of the fire and cleared away the surrounding traces. After a prolonged moment of indecision, he sighed deeply and hoisted the jade pillow, departing the woods. Half an hour later, Shen Luo stood before the cliff where he had first discovered the jade pillow. The modest opening once again yielded to his presence. He had contemplated simply discarding the jade pillow into a deep pool or off a precipice, but ancient texts had warned, in matters of spirits, keep your distance. He feared that hastily disposing of such an enigmatic object could invite unwarranted calamity. The jade pillow had originally been unearthed from this very location. It seemed fitting that it return whence it came. That night, despite lingering concerns, Shen Luo succumbed to fatigue after a day of tumult. Before retiring for the night, he took out all the talismans he had previously written and affixed them throughout the room. As he lay down on his bed, he had barely a moment to let his thoughts wander before he fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 24, Another Dream? After a night devoid of dreams, Shen Luo awoke early the next morning. He was uncertain whether it was due to fatigue or perhaps the lightness of heart he felt after returning the jade pillow to its rightful place. But his slumber had been exceptionally sweet. Upon waking, he felt invigorated and full of spirit. After attending to his morning rituals, he proceeded to the Jade Emperor Hall to practice, maintaining a remarkable state throughout the day. The only drawback was that he experienced some insomnia that night for reasons unknown. However, by the third day, after a night of restful sleep, his anxious heart finally found solace. Several days later, as night descended, Shen Luo lit an oil lamp and sat beside his desk, perusing the chronicles of Master Zhang's demon exorcisms. Beside him lay a stack of rice paper and a small hard-bristled brush. Although the previous night's nightmares seemed to have receded, the miraculous efficacy of the talismans from the book lingered in his memory. Thus, starting from the day before, he made it a nightly ritual to replicate the talismans inscribed within. His primary focus was on the small thunder talisman, an attack-type symbol he held in high regard. While he had not practiced it extensively, having acquired the book only recently, there was a certain kinship between drawing talismans and practicing calligraphy. Diligent practice was always commendable. However, the art of talisman drawing required a profound connection of spirit and intent. Simply mimicking the form was effortless, easily done with a casual hand. but to capture its essence demanded considerable mental energy. After sketching a dozen or so, Shenluo began to feel fatigued. Rubbing his slightly sore forehead, he tidied his brush and ink, and not long after reclining in bed, he was engulfed by a wave of drowsiness, his consciousness plummeting into slumber. Time slipped by, and just as he hovered in that delicate realm between wakefulness and sleep, a piercing wail suddenly pierced the air, accompanied by an overwhelming scent of blood. Startled, he opened his eyes wide, only to be horrified by the sight of a grotesque, bloodied face looming before him, its eyes wide with terror, nearly touching his own. With a gasp, Shenluo instinctively thrust his hands forward, pushing the corpse that had been pressing against him aside. Before he could comprehend the situation, a nauseating gust of foul air surged from above. His pupils dilated in shock as he beheld a massive gray wolf's head. Its gaping maw poised to sink its teeth into his neck, blood-stained shards of flesh clinging to its jagged teeth. A surge of panic coursed through him, his mind blank. As he instinctively twisted his body and rolled to the side, the fetid wolf's mouth grazing past his nose. Almost immediately, he felt a crushing weight on his legs, the enormous body of the wolf pinning him down. He recalled having seen wolf carcasses brought back by hunters in Chunhua County, which were already larger than the biggest hounds in the city. Yet this creature was even more colossal, surpassing those wolf remains by a considerable margin. Shenluo compelled himself to regain his composure, yet was bereft of time to ponder the unfolding events, enduring the weight of pressure as he struggled to extricate himself. However, the gray wolf was exceptionally heavy. In his panic, he found it impossible to break free. Instead, the wolf abruptly recoiled and stood upright. Before Shenluo could withdraw, he was met with a foul wind as the wolf twisted and lunged for his neck. Now steadying himself, Shenluo reacted swiftly, evading the wolf's jaws by sidestepping, and seized the opportunity to wrap his arms around the wolf's neck, climbing onto its back. The wolf, however, offered no respite, pressing downward, causing both to tumble to the ground. The impact was significant, yet Shenluo maintained his grip, tightening his hold on the wolf's neck, pushing upward with his shoulder as if intent on snapping it. The wolf, naturally unwilling to surrender, suddenly rose again, shaking its head vigorously in an attempt to dislodge Shenluo. Aware that once separated, he would find it difficult to evade the wolf's bite. Shenluo clung fiercely with his hands while locking his legs around the wolf's midsection, resembling a monkey clinging to its prey. The wolf growled low and leaped, crashing against the nearby wall in a frantic effort to shake Shenluo off. With great effort, Shenluo found stability with both his hands and legs, refusing to relent. He emitted a primal growl, veins bulging on his arms as he summoned every ounce of strength to maintain his grip. The wolf thrashed violently, slamming Shenluo's body against the ground. Gritting his teeth, Shenluo buried his head into the wolf's neck, resolute in his determination to never let go, even in death. As he tightened his hold, the wolf's breath became labored, its inhalations shallow and sporadic, producing a series of strained grunts. Gradually, the wolf's movements weakened, and it stumbled toward the wall, collapsing. Shenluo's forehead and cheeks were drenched in sweat, uncertain if the wolf had perished, yet he maintained his grip around its neck, his left hand gripping his right arm with such intensity that it left bruises. Only when the wolf ceased to quiver did he slowly release his hold and crawl away from beneath it. The wolf lay lifeless, its crimson tongue drooping from its fangs, a pool of blood frothing from its mouth. The sight of it darkened Shenluo's countenance further. He found himself precariously positioned at the edge of a crumbling city wall, where numerous young men wielding weapons clashed with several massive gray wolves. The attire and armaments of these men varied. Some donned crude armor fashioned from iron plates, while others brandished finely crafted spears or wielded copper hammers, banding together to take down a wolf. Could this be yet another dream? Shenluo pondered in bewilderment. Upon reflection, he felt a sudden, intense pain in his thigh. Leaning down to inspect the source, he discovered that during his fierce struggle with the gray wolf, he had unwittingly sustained a gash on his leg, now stained crimson, rendering half of his trousers soaked in blood. Shenluo grimaced, intending to find something to bandage the wound, when a sudden gust of rank wind swept past him. Another gray wolf lunged forth, crashing violently into him. Caught off guard, he experienced a sharp pain in his waist, and his body was hurled like a ragged sack, plummeting through the nearby breach in the city wall and tumbling outside the city. As he fell, he finally beheld the scene beyond the wall. A dark mass of wolves densely populated the area, having swarmed across the moat, filling the channel, and layering upon one another like an ant army besieging the city, clinging to the outer walls. Among these wolves lurked some that were twice the size of ordinary gray wolves, their fangs resembling hooks, and their eyes gleaming with malevolence, truly formidable beasts. Before he could comprehend more, he crashed heavily into the throng of wolves. Shenluo found himself devoid of any chance to struggle, as jaws reeking of blood clamped down on his legs, arms, shoulders, and neck. He felt an overwhelming surge of agony, his vision blurred, and he once again descended into an abyss of darkness. Chapter 25. Bonds forged in adversity. A sudden exclamation echoed from the battlements, causing a young man to abruptly open his eyes. He forcefully shoved aside a dismembered corpse lying before him. Indeed, it was Shenluo. Once again, he had been resurrected. Was he to find himself ensnared in this perilous nightmare anew? As his gaze fell upon the bloodied, grotesque visage before him, a wave of shock washed over him, swiftly followed by the grim realization that he was once more ensnared in danger. A foul wind surged forth, accompanied by a cacophony that stirred memories within Shenluo. Reacting instinctively, he rolled to the left just in time to evade a lunging gray wolf. Before he could rise, he caught sight of a blood-soaked, elongated dagger nestled against the base of the city wall nearby. In a fluid motion, he tumbled again, grasping the hilt of the weapon firmly in his hand. The wolf, thwarted in its first assault, twisted its body and, with a powerful push from its hind legs, lunged once more, jaws agape, aimed at him. Having faced the supernatural and met death multiple times, Shenluo's courage had long surpassed that of ordinary men. Instead of evading, he fixed his gaze upon the wolf, waiting until its snarling maw drew near, its foul breath washing over him, before he sharply tilted his head aside, allowing the beast to snap at nothing but air. Seizing the moment, he gripped the dagger tightly and thrust it upward with fierce determination. A sharpness filled the air as the blade pierced the wolf's throat, emerging from the nape of its neck, leaving a gaping wound in its wake. Blood gushed forth, drenching half of Shenluo's face in a crimson spray. The wolf, its massive form collapsing against him, convulsed briefly before succumbing to stillness. Exhaling deeply, Shenluo found one side of his body soaked in blood. With one hand, he pushed the lifeless wolf aside while using the other to steady himself with the dagger. Yet, before he could regain his balance, a man's voice rang out from nearby. "Be careful." Simultaneously, a chilling breeze swept past him, tightening his chest. Before he could react, a swift sound sliced through the air, something whizzing perilously close to his ear. With a sickening thud, a gray wolf pinned itself against a battlement, emitting mournful whines. Its left eye gushed blood, having been impaled by a crossbow bolt suffused with a faint golden glow, firmly lodged into the stone behind it. The bolt had flown with such swiftness that had it not been for this timely intervention, he might have indeed fallen prey to the wolf's ambush. The tail feathers of the arrow still quivered, the golden light gradually fading to reveal a crimson shaft, engraved with a golden sigil. Shenluo turned his gaze towards the source of the warning. The man, noticing Shenluo's glance, nodded slightly in acknowledgement. With a swift motion, he wielded a broad saber in his other hand, a glimmer of icy light flashing as he dispatched another wolf that had sought to ambush Shenluo, severing its head cleanly. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, devoid of hesitation. Near this warrior stood 3 or 4 armored youths, each wielding similar sabers, evidently his companions, forming a protective circle as they engaged the wolves while remaining vigilant against further surprises. A fierce man with tiger-like brows, brimming with murderous intent, boldly charged alone with a blade in hand towards a gathering of several gray wolves. Observing his actions, the others hastily followed suit, swinging their blades to fend off the beast while simultaneously pursuing him, though they were frequently entangled by the onslaught of other wolves. Lowering his gaze, he noticed a bloodied visage of a youthful face half formed upon his own, filled with rage and resentment, which startled him profoundly. A piercing cry of anguish erupted. "My son, you beast!" Turning to the sound, Shenluo beheld a towering elder, aged about 50, filled with sorrow and fury, gripping a long, red-tasseled spear with unwavering determination. With a swift thrust, he pierced the neck of one gray wolf. Yet, before he could extract the spear, another wolf lunged at him, sinking its teeth into his throat, causing him to collapse to the ground. Witnessing this, Shenluo tightened his grip on his dagger and rushed forward, desperate to rescue the elder. However, he was intercepted by another man, whose prominent, upturned tiger brows caught his eye. It was the very man who had previously saved his life. "It's too late," the man stated gravely. No sooner had he spoken than another wolf pounced, and in an instant, the elder's body was violently torn apart. Shenluo furrowed his brow, unable to bear the sight. "Young priest, is this your first time at city defense?" the man with tiger brows asked, eyeing their surroundings cautiously. Shenluo, he replied. Very well, brother Yu. You may call me Yu Ming. The man chuckled heartily. Brother Yu, Shenluo called without hesitation. Splendid. Stand behind me to guard against surprise attacks. I shall hold the front, ensuring you can enjoy a drink later, Yu Ming exclaimed with a boisterous laugh. Shenluo positioned himself behind Yu Ming, their backs against one another, evoking the camaraderie of seasoned warriors fighting side by side. Just as he steadied his stance, Yu Ming raised his blade to confront a gray wolf. The wolf's sharp claws scraped against the edge of the blade, producing a disconcerting, grating sound. Observing the struggle, Shenluo stepped forward, gripping his dagger tightly, and with a swift thrust from above Yu Ming's right shoulder, he drove the blade into the wolf's left eye. The creature howled in agony, its force upon Yu Ming momentarily slackening. Unlike Shenluo, who was still inexperienced, Yu Ming was a battle-hardened warrior. He seized the opportunity without hesitation. Suddenly lowering his stance, he charged beneath the wolf, wielding his broadsword in a sweeping motion. And blood spurted forth as the wolf's head was severed. Shenluo, directly facing the wolf, was immediately drenched in its blood. Well done, little brother. Yu Ming exclaimed as he emerged from beneath the carcass, giving Shenluo a thumbs up. Just as Shenluo was about to respond, he noticed a commotion not far away. Unlike the bloodthirsty gray wolves, which feasted upon human flesh, this one flung several corpses aside and lunged at a group of young men. In an instant, what had been a tenuous line of city defense was torn apart, and dozens of gray wolves surged onto the city walls, joining the fray. The black wolf, amidst the chaos, leaped several times and vanished from sight. The scattering of wolves fortuitously separated Shenluo and Yu Ming from the others. Chapter 26. The Celestial Master. Upon witnessing the scene, Shenluo's heart tightened. Just as he intended to turn and say something to the man with the tiger-like brows, his expression suddenly changed, and he exclaimed in alarm. Yu Ming, sensing a shadow descending upon him, had no time to react and could only grip his knife tightly, thrusting it backward with all his might. A sharp, resonant clang echoed. The massive black wolf, which had appeared out of nowhere, clamped down on Yu Ming's broad saber with its formidable jaws, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache from the metallic friction. No matter how Yu Ming struggled to withdraw it, the weapon remained steadfastly lodged. With a sharp crack, the black wolf violently shook its head, its steel-like teeth biting down, and the saber was severed in two. At that moment, Yu Ming executed a forward roll, narrowly evading the wolf's claw, while shouting to Shenluo, "Run!" Shenluo, upon seeing the black wolf's claws glistening with dark light, felt a surge of determination. Gritting his teeth, he advanced rather than retreating. Lunging forward with his single blade transformed into a streak of cold light, he exerted every ounce of strength into this strike, which landed squarely on the wolf's shoulder, penetrating several inches deep. Yet, the black wolf's sinews and bones were infinitely stronger than those of the gray wolves. Shenluo's powerful blow simply embedded itself into the shoulder bone, unable to advance further or be withdrawn. However, the black wolf, in pain from the blow, hesitated for a moment, allowing Yu Ming the opportunity to roll to the side and spring back to his feet. Observing this, Shenluo decisively discarded his blade and stood shoulder to shoulder with Yu Ming. This black wolf is far too formidable, and I've lost my saber. I can only hold it back. You must seize the chance to escape, Yu Ming said, casting a grateful glance at Shenluo. Without waiting for a response, he snatched a single knife from the ground and deftly struck down a gray wolf that lunged at him, re-engaging in battle with the black wolf, but soon found himself at a disadvantage, frequently in peril. In a moment of desperation, Shenluo's gaze caught sight of a flag on the ground, and an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Given the black wolf's overwhelming strength, conventional weapons would be insufficient to harm it. Why not try a small thunder talisman? Although he had never succeeded in reality, the urgency of the situation left no room for hesitation. He had to attempt something. He quickly bent down, yanking the flag from its pole, and with 2 fingers, he dabbed them in the wolf's blood, preparing to draw a talisman on the flag's surface. Suddenly struck by an idea, he resolutely wiped away the wolf's blood and bit into his own finger. Taking a deep breath, he disregarded the need for a stance and began inscribing the runes upon the flag. Thanks to his prior practice, the runes for the small thunder talisman posed little challenge, flowing from his hand in one continuous motion. As soon as the runes were complete, he seized the flag and turned to look at Yu Ming. At that moment, he realized that in the brief span of 7 or 8 breaths, the situation around them had dramatically changed, with an increasing number of gray wolves scaling the city walls. Intermixed with the black wolf, the defenders were being forced to retreat to the corners of the towers, leaving Yu Ming and Shen Luo increasingly isolated and vulnerable. Numerous gray wolves have begun to change their course, joining the fray against Yu Ming. A cry from the young master echoed through the air. Shen Luo turned towards the sound and beheld the 4 retainers of Yu Ming, each drenched in blood, desperately charging from the side of the watchtower. However, the number of wolves atop the city walls was overwhelming. Even if they were willing to sacrifice their lives, they could not breach the defenses. The situation for Shen Luo and Yu Ming had become dire. A thunderous roar erupted. Yu Ming found himself in a precarious position. Let it be death. Shen Luo steeled himself and surged towards Yu Ming. As he neared the wolf, he leapt atop the battlements, bringing down a flag inscribed with a small thunder symbol over the head of the black wolf, obscuring its vision. In that fleeting moment, he activated the minor transformation technique, channeling the yang energy within him into the symbol. The blood-etched runes on the flag suddenly ignited with a brilliant white light emanating from the thunder character at the top, spreading downward. Yet, just as it progressed halfway, the light abruptly ceased, extinguished in an instant. Failure. Shen Luo landed, and his heart sank. However, in the next moment, a deafening boom resonated from the heavens. A dazzling white lightning bolt descended, striking the black wolf-esque covered head. The wolf-esque skull exploded like a ripe watermelon, releasing a thick plume of smoke, accompanied by a foul odor. The headless carcass collapsed, pinning Yu Ming beneath it, while the overwhelming sound startled the advancing gray wolves, rendering them momentarily hesitant. Had it succeeded? Shen Luo was momentarily dazed by the sheer power, but soon his eyes brightened once more. Thunder rumbled ominously overhead, and bolts of white lightning, resembling thick arms, repeatedly illuminated the sky, crashing down upon the wolves atop the city walls. Where the lightning struck, strands of pure white electricity erupted, tearing through the surrounding wolves, leaving them in disarray. Simultaneously, fiery orbs, as large as bushels, plummeted from above, splashing down upon the wolves and engulfing them in waves of crimson flames, prompting heart-wrenching cries of agony from the beasts. In mere moments, the wolves on the city wall were annihilated. Shen Luo, bewildered, looked up to see 7 or 8 figures hovering in the air above the battlements. Some donned Taoist robes, others wore monk-esque garments, and still others were clad in armor. Though their attire varied, they all seemed to be enveloped in a divine radiance, exuding an extraordinary presence. These figures were continuing to cast spells, targeting other wolves on different sections of the walls. The immortals have arrived. The immortals have arrived. Cheers erupted from the walls, a joyous chorus echoing far and wide. We are saved. We have held the line. Some wept tears of joy. Are these immortals truly divine beings? Shen Luo was utterly astonished. Could it be that there were indeed celestial beings capable of flight? Among them stood a stout, short elder clad in resplendent golden silk garments, his chin adorned with a long, grayish-white beard, resembling a wealthy gentleman from the city, yet his demeanor was the most striking. With one hand forming intricate gestures and the other continuously casting yellow paper talismans, these talismans soared into the air, igniting spontaneously. From the flames erupted a brilliant white lightning column, striking towards the wolf-like beasts. The elder's incantations were executed with remarkable swiftness. Shen Luo could discern neither the formation of seals nor the recitation of spells, yet he noted that the elder had not utilized any spirit stones. It was then that Shen Luo realized the formidable lightning that had previously saved Yu Ming was not a result of his minor lightning talisman, but rather the consequence of this stout celestial master's intervention. Chapter 27. Surviving the aftermath with the arrival of these celestial masters. The situation atop the city walls experienced an instantaneous reversal. Bolts of lightning and massive fireballs alternated in their descent, accompanied by indistinguishable waves of energy and flashes of sword light that relentlessly struck downwards. The attacking wolf beasts suffered catastrophic losses, compelled to retreat. Yu Ming, having painstakingly extricated himself from beneath the colossal corpse of a black wolf, leaned on his long sword and approached Shen Luo, giving his shoulder a grateful pat. "Thank you, brother," he earnestly expressed. Shen Luo remained in a state of astonishment at the sight of the celestial beings, managing only a faint smile before he took several steps to the edge of the parapet, gazing into the distance. Below, the wolf pack was retreating like a receding tide. Yet among the dense throng, one particular area stood out conspicuously. He squinted, focusing intently, and beheld a small hillside beyond the city moat, where nearly 100 demonic wolves gathered, none of which were gray wolves. All were enormous black wolves. At the center, the largest of them bore a rider. To be precise, this was no ordinary rider. It was a horrifying creature with a grotesque wolf's head atop a human body, clad in coarse fabric that left its arms exposed. As Shen Luo concentrated on the scene, this wolf-headed monster turned its gaze towards the city walls, its eyes shimmering with an eerie green light, revealing a mouth filled with menacing fangs. A chill coursed down Shen Luo's spine. The creature appeared to be grinning, yet the expression was profoundly unsettling. Immediately thereafter, the entire wolf army surged forth, accelerating towards the distance. Though not as massive as the black wolves, their size was comparable to that of gray wolves. Yet as they sprinted, their forms blurred and flickered, making them difficult to discern. Before Shen Luo could comprehend the scene fully, the wolf pack vanished from sight, retreating into the horizon. The tension that had gripped him began to dissipate, only to be replaced by an overwhelming sense of exhaustion and pain coursing through his body. He leaned against the city wall for support, his gaze falling to the ground below, where he finally noticed a mountain of wolf corpses piled up. And scattered remains of both wolves and fallen defenders littered the base, forming a dense, grotesque tapestry, even within the moat. The waters were choked with a multitude of human and beastly corpses, the once crimson river now stagnant. Clearly, before the defenders could retreat to the walls, a ferocious battle had transpired below and in front of the moat. This was the very essence of hell on earth. The sounds of wailing echoed from the city walls, a cacophony of overwhelming emotions. Some were tears of joy from the fortunate survivors, while others lamented their fallen kin, interspersed with expressions of gratitude towards the celestial masters. Shen Luo inhaled the heavy scent of blood that lingered in the air, causing a wave of dizziness and nausea to wash over him. He raised a hand to clutch his chest, feeling utterly drained as he slumped against the wall. His hands and legs trembled uncontrollably, and his gaze swept over the lifeless bodies and the survivors atop the walls, each face vividly portraying fear, joy, and despair. Was this truly but a dream? At that moment, Shen Luo's gaze flickered as he suddenly realized he had overlooked something crucial. His mind had been entirely consumed by the battle with the wolf pack, and he had failed to notice that the attire of the people atop the city wall appeared somewhat different from what he had seen before. Although most still wore the traditional round-collared robes, the front and back hems were noticeably shorter. It remained unclear whether this alteration was intentional for the sake of combat, or if it had always been thus. "Shun, are you all right?" Yu Ming inquired, having noticed Shen Luo's pale visage as he approached. Speaking felt laborious to Shen Luo at that moment, and he could only shake his head. "As long as you're fine," Yu Ming replied with a smile. "Brother Yu, why do you seem so cheerful?" Shen Luo could muster no semblance of a smile. In such turbulent times, merely surviving is a blessing. Moreover, we have just escaped death. Should that not warrant some joy? Yu Ming remarked, raising an eyebrow as his gaze drifted into the distance. Furthermore, upon his recent emergence atop the city wall, his attire and even his injuries were identical to those he had at the conclusion of his last dream. The only distinction lay in the fact that after vanquishing the malevolent spirit alongside the young girl in his previous dream, he had been utterly exhausted. Whereas upon awakening this time, he felt invigorated and entirely unscathed. Yet, he found himself at a loss regarding how to awaken fully. As these thoughts troubled him, Shen Luo's head throbbed painfully, and every part of his body seemed to ache even more. At that moment, 3 armored youths approached, carrying a man on a wooden plank. As they drew closer, Shen Luo saw that the man being carried had a gaping wound in his chest, torn open by a wolf's claw, surrounded by clotted blood. Upon seeing this, Yu Ming's fists clenched tightly, and he rushed forward. Shen Luo recognized the 3 men as Yu Ming's retainers, and the deceased was the very individual who had valiantly charged forth in an attempt to rescue them when they had been besieged by the wolves. Yu Ming's hands trembled slightly as he wiped the blood from the fallen retainer's face and gently draped a blood-stained flag over him. With a solemn expression, Shen Luo mustered the strength to rise and offered a deep salute to the other 3 men. They nodded gravely in acknowledgement. Some of the injured were in such dire condition that ordinary healing salves might prove ineffective. However, the potions and pills they distributed could save lives. Yet, these remedies were evidently limited and precious. Not all could be afforded assistance. Most of those who received treatment were robust young men, while the elderly or those who had suffered severe injuries could only rely on basic medicinal stones. In matters of life and death, it truly seemed that fate alone would dictate their outcomes. Chapter 28. The Depressed Marketplace. To be honest with you, my brother, I have only recently arrived in the city, Shen Luo remarked with a deliberate, wry smile, speaking rather ambiguously about his accommodation. "Oh, so you are not a local. Yet you are willing to risk your life defending the city. What courage! What a good brother!" Yu Ming responded, visibly taken aback, and then gave Shen Luo a thumbs up. The gazes of the other three companions softened as they regarded Shen Luo. You flatter me, brother you. I merely seek to ensure my own safety and contribute in whatever capacity I can. Shen Luo hastily gestured dismissively. I have yet to find a place to stay. So I hope I won't be a burden to you, brother you, he added, still full of questions, and thus readily agreed. Burden? We are like family. There is no need for such formalities. Come, Yu Ming said, raising his brows and placing an arm around Shen Luo's shoulder. The group strolled along the horse path, arriving at the corner tower of the city. Just as they were about to approach the stairs leading up to the city wall, they spotted a group of soldiers clad in standard armor, assisting a corpulent middle-aged man who was laboriously making his way up the steps. Peering down, Shen Luo observed the man's fair complexion and the short yellow beard adorning his face. Clad in ill-fitting armor, he resembled a piece of fatty pork stuffed into a turtle shell, an utterly disproportionate sight. The entourage of the middle-aged man also noticed Yu Ming and the others descending from the city wall and halted momentarily. Make way for the valiant, the middle-aged man exclaimed, his gaze landing on the corpse of Tian Chong, his expression shifting slightly as he raised his hand to command. The soldiers promptly assisted him to the side of the wall, clearing a path. The three companions responded affirmatively and carried Tian Chong's body down the steps first. As they passed by the rotund man, he glanced at the darkened bloodstains on the flag, a cold sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. Shen Luo followed Yu Ming down from the wall and approached the man. Lord Lu, Yu Ming greeted with cupped fists. Ah, nephew Yu, the middle-aged man responded, hastily producing a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow. Do not worry. I have already sent someone to handle it, Lord Lu assured him. Yu Ming nodded, choosing not to say more as he continued down with Shen Luo. Who is this Lord Lu? Shen Luo inquired as they descended. He is the magistrate responsible for military and political affairs in the region, Shen Luo replied, a hint of confusion creeping into his thoughts. Although Yu Ming did not appear to be an ordinary city guard, he also did not seem like someone of official stature. Why then, did Lord Lu appear somewhat anxious in his presence? What magistrate? Merely a feeble scholar. He may handle trivial cases in ordinary times, but at a moment like this, he is nothing but a joke. The military preparedness in Donglai County is lax, if it weren't for these young men in the city holding the fort. We would not have lasted this long relying solely on the previous soldiers, Yu Ming scoffed. Upon hearing this, Shen Luo immediately understood Yu Ming's displeasure towards the man. That is indeed true, Shen Luo nodded, feeling a newfound understanding towards the magistrate. At a moment of life and death, how many could truly face it with indifference? Yet simultaneously, a perplexity arose within him. In his recollection, Donglai County should be situated in the southern part of Chishui Prefecture. Although he had never visited, he had never heard of such a fearsome pack of wolves haunting that vicinity. If such a phenomenon truly existed, it would have spread throughout the world in no time. Brother Shun, let us proceed, urged Yu Ming, noticing Shen Luo's momentary daze. Moments ago, atop the city wall, he felt little. However, upon entering the city, Shen Luo perceived that Donglai County was impressively constructed, its walls towering nearly a yard above those of Chunhua County. The city walls stood exceptionally tall and robust, resembling mountains that sheltered the city, despite being eroded by the elements. With peeling surfaces and considerable damage in various areas, one could still faintly discern the grandeur of yesteryears. Beneath their feet, a broad main road extended straight into the heart of the city, wide enough for 4 horse-drawn carriages to traverse side by side. Yet, perhaps due to neglect over the years, the surface appeared pockmarked. The widths of shop fronts and the heights of buildings flanking the main road surpassed those of Chunhua City. Though for reasons unknown, they bore an air of decay. The architectural style here diverged significantly from that of Chunhua County, while the latter favored simplicity and dignified elegance. The structures here, although imposing, were adorned with numerous decorations on eaves, walls, and door frames. My residence is near the Confucian Temple. Brother Shen, please follow me, Yu Ming said as he led Shen Luo deeper into the city. Following closely behind, Shen Luo continued to survey his surroundings, growing increasingly puzzled. As dusk approached and daylight lingered, the streets within the city were devoid of bustling figures. Most shops along the thoroughfare had already shuttered, while a once thriving tavern at the street's entrance stood with its doors wide open. Yet inside, it was desolate, dust covering the floor, a clear indication of its prolonged closure. Only a few establishments selling essential goods like rice and flour remained open, yet even they saw scant patrons. Among these individuals, the men donned attire similar to many atop the city walls, wearing caps and robes, their headscarves wrapped tightly, with shorter front and back hems than what Shen Luo was accustomed to. The women sported cloud-like hairdos, their upper bodies clad in short jackets, exposing their necks and chests, while their lower halves were draped in long skirts, presenting a stark contrast to the fashions of Chunhua County. For reasons unfathomable, Shenluo sensed a certain numbness in the faces of these people, particularly in their eyes, which bore an indescribable expression, tinged with fear and confusion. Occasionally, the streets revealed individuals in tattered clothing, elderly and children, begging from passers-by, receiving nothing but indifference in return, painting a bleak and oppressive scene that weighed heavily on the heart. Could it be that this Donglai County was not the one I knew from Chishui Prefecture? Where, then, am I? Am I still within the borders of the Tang Dynasty? Shenluo pondered. Yet Yu Ming seemed unfazed by it all, striding purposefully into the city. Shenluo, compelled to suppress his swirling doubts, quickened his pace to keep up with Yu Ming. Chapter 29. Could it be him? Please, brother Yu, Shenluo said. Yu Ming quickly walked into the narrow alley, his figure soon vanishing within. Big brother, I beg you, could you spare me a morsel of food? I have not eaten for 2 days. As Shenluo was lost in thought, a crisp voice called from nearby. He turned to see a timid little girl, around 7 or 8 years old, standing a short distance away. The girl wore a tattered linen shirt, dirty and patched, too large for her small frame, leaving her arms and legs exposed. She held a broken bowl with both hands, her gaze filled with longing. I have no food or silver. Shenluo's heart softened at the sight of the girl. He reached into his pocket, rummaging through it to indicate his lack of possessions. Shenlaudi, what is the matter? Yu Ming's voice came from within the alley as he hurried out. He had 2 black long knives at his waist, narrower than the sabers he had used before. Yet their blades were longer, slanted against his back. His arms were filled with something bulky. Upon seeing Yu Ming, especially the weapons in his hands, the little girl's face turned pale with fright, and she quickly turned to flee. Alas, the world is harsh, and the common folk suffer. Yu Ming sighed at the sight. Shenluo watched the frail figure retreat in panic, feeling a lump in his throat, unable to articulate the emotions swirling within him. The two continued on their way, soon exiting the bustling streets. Ahead, more trees lined the roadside, and the path began to narrow, with residential courtyards appearing on either side. Foot traffic dwindled, doors were closed tight, and the road bore the marks of neglect, strewn with fallen leaves swirling in the wind. In a short while, Shenluo and Yu Ming arrived before a grand residence, its entrance adorned with the characters Yufu. The mansion faced south, its main gate wide enough for 4 or 5 people to walk alongside each other. The 2 large doors, coated in gold paint, though much of it had worn away, still exuded an air of grandeur. Flanking the entrance were a pair of imposing red-painted stone lions, creating a striking contrast against the surrounding homes. Ah, brother Yu. It seems you hail from a prominent family, Shenluo remarked with a faint smile. All due to my father's reckless endeavors. In these chaotic times, with demons rampant, what use is such superficial grandeur? Yu Ming replied, preparing to push the door open when the sound of footsteps approached from the side. 3 attendants hurried toward them. Brother Yu, please attend to your matters. Shenluo understood Yu Ming's intention to visit Tian Chang's residence and did not deter him. Yu Ming clasped his hands in farewell and swiftly departed in the direction the attendants had come from. Shenluo watched Yu Ming's figure fade into the distance, sighing softly as he waited before the Yu residence, surveying his surroundings and finding no boredom in the stillness. Shenlaudi, I apologize for the wait. Come. Let us enter the mansion. A voice broke the silence, filled with a hint of remorse. With that, he took a few steps forward and knocked on the heavy door. The immense door creaked open, revealing a cheerful boy of around 15 or 16, who greeted them with a warm smile. Yet, upon noticing Shenluo behind him, a flicker of surprise crossed his clever eyes, though he wisely refrained from asking further questions. The brother I have just befriended, Shenluo, Shaoshunzi. Please prepare that guest room. Yu Ming instructed the plump lad, leading Shenluo through the grand entrance into the inner courtyard. This estate is a tripartite courtyard, meticulously arranged, with soaring eaves and towering roofs, enclosed by high walls that exude a sense of grandeur. However, Shenluo was somewhat astonished to discover that this expansive courtyard was devoid of any servants, rendering it rather desolate. Since entering, he had only encountered Shaoshunzi. Reflecting on his own abode in Chunhua County, which was not inferior to this residence, he recalled the numerous attendants and maids bustling about. After traversing 2 sections of the courtyard, the duo arrived at a spacious main hall, its floor paved with large slabs of green stone, polished to a mirror-like sheen, as resilient as iron. The furniture was crafted from deep purple sandalwood, and antique ornaments adorned the walls on either side, showcasing a lavish arrangement. Yet, At the far end of the hall, before an intricately carved screen, stood a striking statue not of the 3 pure ones or the 6 sovereigns, nor the 5 directions or the 5 elders, but of a middle-aged scholar holding a brush, his 3 long beards resting on his chest, exuding an air of elegance. Before the statue was an incense altar, laden with candles and offerings, with fragrant smoke wafting gently through the air. The statue, altar, and the hall's opulent decor appeared incongruous, almost absurdly mismatched. Shenluo could not help but display a hint of perplexity at the hall's arrangement. Forgive my brother for laughing. My father is a practitioner of the Tao, and he conducts his affairs with a carefree spirit, resulting in a somewhat chaotic home environment, Yumeng chuckled, clearly aware that Shenluo was not the only one puzzled by the layout. How could that be? Uncle Yu is a man of unique disposition, embodying the true essence of a distinguished gentleman. Is he currently free? I wish to pay my respects, Shenluo replied with a smile, intrigued by the individual responsible for such an unconventional main hall. In fact, you have already met him, Yumeng said, winking mysteriously. Shenluo was taken aback, about to inquire further when he realized it was him. The newcomer was none other than the short, rotund elder in golden silk robes, one of the celestial masters encountered atop the city wall, who had intervened to save Yumeng. At this moment, the elder held a crimson wine gourd in his hand. His complexion flushed, eyes glazed with intoxication, resembling an ordinary, inebriated old man, devoid of the lofty demeanor he had displayed earlier among the celestial masters. Chapter 30 The Way of Talismans. I've bought it. The finest crane-top vermilion, along with this blue frost paper. Yumeng suddenly withdrew the smile from his face and hurriedly produced a jade vial the size of a bowl from his bosom, along with a stack of azure paper. Raising them high with both hands and offering them forward, his expression bore a hint of tension, and he furtively glanced at the elderly man through the gaps between his hands, seemingly gauging the elder's reaction. Shenluo casually swept his gaze over Yumeng's items, and a flicker of recognition sparked within him. The paper was familiar. It was talisman paper. However, this blue talisman paper was notably thicker than the yellow paper he usually used, indicating a superior quality. The elder in the golden robe waved one hand, and the items in Yumeng's possession levitated into the air, drawn by an invisible force, traversing several paces before landing directly in the elder's hand, to retrieve objects from a distance. Shenluo's eyes widened in astonishment as he marveled silently. The elder paid little heed to the blue talisman paper but demonstrated considerable interest in the jade vial. He uncorked it and peered inside. Then, using the nail of his pinky finger, he extracted a minuscule amount of the red powder within, inhaled its fragrance, and finally tasted it with his tongue, expressing satisfaction with a soft hum. Upon witnessing this, Yumeng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The vermilion he procured was indeed of good quality. Henceforth, he should maintain this standard and avoid bringing inferior goods, lest he face repercussions. Who are you? The elder's words trailed off as he noticed Shenluo standing behind Yumeng. Father, this is brother Shenluo, who fought alongside me against a pack of wolves at the city gate today. He has only recently arrived in the city and has yet to find a place to stay, so I invited him to our home for a short visit. Brother Shen, this is my father, Yu Yan, whom you have already met during the day. Yumeng hastily introduced. Shenluo bowed respectfully, acknowledging Uncle Yu. Yu Yan cast a sidelong glance at Shenluo, offering a casual nod before stowing the talisman paper and jade vial into his robe. It was a privilege to witness Uncle and several esteemed masters in action at the city gate today. It was truly eye-opening, especially your remarkable talisman techniques, which left a profound impression on me. Shenluo sought to foster a connection with the elder, observing Yu Yan's indifferent demeanor. He deftly redirected the conversation towards talismans. Do you understand the art of talismans? Upon mentioning talismans, Yu Yan's brow lifted slightly as he glanced at Shenluo's tattered spring and autumn Taoist robe. I possess only a modest understanding, Shenluo replied. My aptitude is limited, and despite years of practice, I have yet to achieve any notable accomplishments in the realm of talismans, which pales in comparison to Uncle's extraordinary abilities. The art of talismans differs from other Taoist practices. It is arcane and tedious, demanding a significant investment of time and perseverance to attain any degree of success. If you have indeed persevered thus far, such determination is commendable. Yu Yan nodded slightly, casting a reproachful glance at Yumeng in the process. Yumeng scratched his head, feeling a bit guilty as he averted his gaze. Observing this exchange, Yu Yan let out a heavy grunt. Uncle offers undue praise. My interest in the art of talismans was ignited when I was afflicted by malevolent energy. And after fruitless searches for healing through medicine, I was fortunate enough to be saved by a master using talismans. This sparked my aspiration to achieve something in this field. Shen Luo humbly expressed, keenly observing the subtle dynamics between the two. In this world, countless mediocrities exist, most of whom possess a myopic vision, perceiving talismanic arts as a trifling and laborious pursuit, devoid of merit. Little do they realize that once the art of talismans is mastered, the ability to summon deities and repel demons, as well as to quell malevolent spirits, far surpasses the capabilities of most earthly Taoist practices. It seemed that a certain sentiment was stirred within Yu Yin by Shen Luo's words, prompting him to respond with indignation. Having recently encountered talismans, Shen Luo was still largely oblivious to the intricacies of the cultivation world. Thus, upon learning of the esteemed status of talismans within this realm, he felt a tinge of astonishment, though he skillfully displayed a semblance of agreement on his countenance. The art of talismans emphasizes that diligence can compensate for innate deficiencies. With continued effort, one's future achievements may be boundless. After venting his frustrations, Yu Yin quickly regained his composure and encouraged Shen Luo with a pat on the shoulder. Indeed, I am grateful for your guidance, uncle, Shen Luo replied earnestly, nodding in acknowledgement. Shen Xianzi, you plan to stay at home tonight, correct? Here. You are as welcome as family. Do not stand on ceremony, Yu Yin said, his previous aloof demeanor replaced by a warm smile. Ming'er, I have matters to attend to. Please ensure that Shen Xianzi is well taken care of, Yu Yin instructed Meng. Yes, father, rest assured, Meng promptly replied. Yu Yin then turned and entered the inner hall, while Shen Luo and Meng accompanied him a few paces before halting. Perhaps the Spring and Autumn Academy possesses similar mystical arts. Regrettably, my aptitude is lacking, and my meager progress in the minor transformation of yang energy barely qualifies me to approach the subject, let alone practice it. What is there to envy? The act of drawing symbols is dreadfully tedious. I find my talents lie more in swordplay and archery, Meng said, dismissing the notion with a wave of his hand. Such sentiments are indeed a pity, Shen Luo remarked, shaking his head. Enough of this. Look at us, covered in sweat and grime. Let us first change into clean attire, Meng suggested, seemingly eager to divert the conversation. In the earlier chaos, I lost my bundle, Shen Luo thought, glancing at his soiled garments with a furrowed brow. It is but a few garments. We're mine for now, no need for formality, Meng said, waving his hand nonchalantly. The two then proceeded to the rear chamber, where Meng went to bathe. The young attendant led Shen Luo to an adjacent room, which had been prepared with a bathing tub filled with warm water. The attendant, holding a leather pouch, poured a pale green liquid into the tub, which swiftly transformed the water into a delicate hue. This medicinal solution, concocted by my master, is beneficial for the body when used for bathing. This is at the young master's behest, the attendant explained, noticing Shen Luo's surprise. Thank you for your kindness, Shen Luo replied calmly, his mind filled with intrigue. Currently, there is only one maid, Xiaohua, attending the young master's bath. If you require assistance, you may wait briefly. He will be done soon, the attendant inquired further. There is no need. I can manage on my own, Shen Luo replied, shaking his head. The attendant acknowledged his request and placed a set of clean clothes beside him before stepping out. The location of this dream differed vastly from the quaint mountain village of his first dream. However, he felt an inexplicable connection between the two realms. However, he has yet to clarify the specifics of this connection. As Shen Luo's thoughts swirled in his mind, his hands remained busy, swiftly completing his washing and drying, and changing into clean attire. He gazed into the mirror, where his reflection revealed a complexion fair and a countenance handsome, resembling a refined young gentleman of an untainted world, infused with an aura of vitality beyond that of his reality. Moreover, the weariness that had lingered within him seemed to dissipate entirely, leaving him invigorated and refreshed. Chapter 31. A Dream of 1,000 Years. I must admit, I had not noticed before that Brother Shun is quite the handsome fellow. You ought to be cautious. In this world, there are many young ladies, and once you step outside, countless maidens may find themselves enamored with you. Yu Ming had been waiting outside and circled around him, exclaiming. Shen Luo chuckled lightly, dismissing Yu Ming's jest. Dinner will take a while longer to prepare. Come. I shall show you around my home. Yu Ming, with an arm around Shen Luo's shoulder, unceremoniously led him outside. This place is the residence of an immortal master, and Shen Luo was eager to explore, thus he did not refuse. The Yu residence sprawls over a considerable area, approximately 2 to 3 dozen acres, featuring several large houses, a sizable garden, and a large pond. Aside from its somewhat dilapidated state, The scenery is quite charming. Additionally, there exists a spacious training ground, equipped with an array of weapons such as swords and spears. Yu Ming, being a hospitable individual, guided Shen Luo around almost every corner, continuously providing introductions. Brother Yu, what is that peculiar structure over there? Shen Luo inquired, pointing to a solitary, ancient pavilion beside the pond. That is my father's study. Without boasting, it is undoubtedly the most extensive collection of books in the entire county, Yu Ming replied confidently. Come, let me show you inside. There might be some books that pique your interest. Is that appropriate? Shen Luo hesitated. Not to worry, it's just a look. On ordinary days, he asks me to visit, and I often decline, Yu Ming said nonchalantly, pulling Shen Luo into the study. Reluctantly, Shen Luo followed suit. The study was spacious, about 50 paces square, with towering bookshelves on all sides, filled to the brim with volumes. In the center stood a table adorned with exquisite items, a white jade paperweight, a green jade pen holder, and a black stone inkstone, all of superior quality. Such a vast collection of books. Uncle Yu is indeed well-read and scholarly. It is no wonder he has mastered the art of talismans to such a profound degree, Shen Luo praised. It's merely adequate, Yu Ming replied. With a slight curl of his lip, Shen Luo noticed the subtle shift in Yu Ming's demeanor and smiled faintly, beginning to browse the shelves. The sheer number of texts in the study far surpassed that of the spring and autumn temple, yet they were haphazardly arranged, lacking proper classification. Resembling the clutter of a nouveau riche attempting to cultivate an air of sophistication, this dreamlike world seemed vastly different from his own, leaving him to ponder whether this was truly the realm of the Tang Dynasty. To investigate further, he thought that examining the geographical records would be the most convenient course of action, ascending Yun State, Qing State, and the county of Chishui to the east. As he perused the familiar place names, Shen Luo's confusion deepened. After searching through the geographical records for a while, he quickly located the position of Donglai County, which lay quite a distance from Chunhua County, separated by several provincial capitals, precisely aligning with his memories. The geographical details were correct. Indeed, this was Donglai County. Shen Luo felt a certainty in his heart. However, considering the considerable distance from the spring and autumn temple, he pondered how he had arrived here. Shen Luo let out a soft exclamation, his gaze falling upon the geographical records, where the entries regarding Chunhua County presented some discrepancies with his own knowledge. For instance, a great river within Chunhua County had always been known as Balian River since his childhood, a place he often played by. Yet, in this book, it was referred to as Yupu River. Are you interested in the geographical records, Brother Shen? What merit is there in studying this? In these times, the court pays no heed to such matters. This book was published in the 20th year of the Guanghua era, over a century ago. Instead, why not take a look at this manual of blades? Yu Ming glanced at the book in Shen Luo's hands, shook his head, and then handed over a slender azure volume. Shen Luo acknowledged with a nod, setting aside the geographical records to receive the manual, but his movements suddenly froze. Brother Yu, when did you say this book was published? Shen Luo picked up the geographical records again, his eyes fixed on Yu Ming, inquiring. The 20th year of Guanghua. You can see the publication date inscribed at the back of the book. What of it? Yu Ming pointed to the reverse side of the geographical records, his expression one of puzzled curiosity. Hastily, Shen Luo flipped the geographical records over and indeed found the inscription stating it was published in the 20th year of Guanghua. He stood in place, momentarily dazed, before placing both books down and swiftly moving forward to scour the shelves. What are you searching for, brother? Do you need my assistance? Yu Ming asked, somewhat taken aback. Ignoring him, Shen Luo continued to rummage through the various shelves until he finally halted, holding a thick imperial calendar in his hands. Oh, so you were searching for the imperial calendar. What do you need this for? Yu Ming approached with a smile, inquiring. Shen Luo's expression turned grave as he began flipping through the pages from the last, swiftly turning nearly half of them before stopping. The calendar indicated the 29th year of the Kaiyuan era. As he gazed at the page before him, a tempest of thoughts surged through his mind. The 29th year of Kaiyuan was precisely the era he inhabited. According to this calendar, nearly a millennium spanned between the year of Guanghua mentioned by Yu Ming and his current time. Could it be that I have dreamt my way into a millennium hence? Shen Luo pondered silently. Seeing Shen Luo's expression shift, Yu Ming scratched the back of his head in confusion but chose not to intrude further. Young master, dinner is ready. The master requests that you and young master Shen join him. Came a voice from outside the study as Xiao Shunzi announced. Understood, we shall be right there. Yu Ming replied, turning back. My apologies, I was just considering something, hence the need to consult the imperial calendar. It seems I have taken up some time. Shen Luo remarked, placing the calendar down, his mind returning to tranquility, tinged with a hint of regret. Not at all. I envy you, Brother Shun, for being able to immerse yourself in books. My father constantly urges me to study and practice talismans, yet I, alas, am but a simple fellow who prefers the art of combat. Had I shared your passion, I would have spared myself much agony throughout my life. Yu Ming laughed heartily. Shen Luo chuckled in response, choosing not to elaborate further. Enough of this talk. After a day of toil, let us go and enjoy a hearty meal. Father finds you quite pleasing to the eye. Today there should be a fair share of delightful treats. Yu Ming rubbed his hands together and remarked. Shen Luo, after returning the books to their rightful places one by one, finally left the study under Yu Ming's urging. Chapter 32. The enclosure of the demon wolves under Yu Ming's guidance. Shen Luo swiftly arrived at the dining hall. To his astonishment, they were to feast on chicken that evening. My dear brother Shen, this must be your good fortune, Yu Ming exclaimed, his gaze fixated on the spread before them, saliva almost escaping his lips. The table was adorned with an array of dishes, predominantly vegetarian, yet it boasted 3 platters of meat, 2 containing slightly charred morsels, alongside a whole braised chicken. However, to Shen Luo, these offerings seemed rather ordinary during his time at home in Chunhua County. Even a casual meal would surpass this in abundance. It appeared that sustenance during this era was quite scarce. At that moment, Yu Ming's large hand eagerly reached for a chicken leg. You impudent rascal. The guest has yet to touch his chopsticks, yet you dare to indulge first. And with your hands no less. Have you descended from those barbarians of the Nonli grasslands? A cold huff echoed from the side as Yu Yin emerged from an adjacent room, his face etched with anger. Uncle Yu, I beg your pardon. I lost track of time while perusing some books in your study with Brother Yu. Shen Luo promptly stood and bowed respectfully. Ah, my dear nephew has taken to reading. It is a rare occurrence for anyone to visit my study. Did you glean any insights? Yu Yan's demeanor softened as he turned towards Shen Luo. Any benefit is welcome. Shen Luo replied. But you, unruly child, always bouncing about with no scholarly pursuits. If only you possessed half the composure of my esteemed nephew Shun. You might have absorbed some of your father's talents, Yu Yan scolded, shaking his head before directing his reprimand at Yu Ming. The books in your study are hardly perused by you, father. They are merely for show, Yu Ming mumbled, rubbing his nose. Impudence. Yu Yan slammed his hand on the table, silencing Yu Ming, who fell into a chastened silence. Enough of this. You have both worked hard defending the city today. Let us eat, Yu Yan sighed, observing his son's reluctance, yet still noting a hint of stubbornness in his expression. He gestured for them to sit and picked up his chopsticks. Having battled fiercely for half the day, Yu Ming was ravenous and wasted no time in sitting down to savor the meal. Although Shen Luo felt a twinge of hunger as a guest, he refrained from indulging as Yu Ming did. Yet, as soon as he settled, Yu Ming thrust a chicken leg into his bowl. Here, eat more. Only a full stomach will give you the strength to combat those demon wolves. Will they return? Shen Luo's mind involuntarily conjured images of the monstrous wolf with a human head and that elusive azure beast. Based on past encounters, they were unlikely to retreat easily. Father, what do you think? Yu Ming asked, his mouth full, casting a questioning glance at Yu Yan. Who can say? The county magistrate has dispatched individuals to investigate the wolf pack's movements, but the leading beast grows increasingly cunning. We have yet to discern their next move, Yu Yan replied, a veil of concern clouding his gaze. In that case, I shall stand guard at the city gates tonight to prevent any unforeseen developments, Yu Ming declared. Rising to his feet, I shall accompany you to assist Brother Yu. Shen Luo also stood, ready to join him. There's no need for that. You have tirelessly defended the city for days on end. Tonight, rest well at home. As for the change of guard, simply follow the arrangements. Yu Yan waved his hand and said, Very well. If there are any arrangements from the county office, please inform me in advance, Father, Yu Ming replied. Yu Yan noncommittally waved his hand, inviting the two to sit and continue their meal. Father, today while I was out buying talisman paper and vermilion for you, I encountered an amusing incident, Yu Ming remarked at the dining table, his words flowing unexpectedly and incessantly. Yu Yan observed his son with a facade of indifference, yet a hint of affection glimmered in his deep gaze. Shen Luo occasionally interjected a few comments, and soon the meal was nearly finished, with all present enjoying the gathering. This siege by the demon wolves may last for an indeterminate time. Shen Lao Di, if you wish, you may stay at my home for as long as you like, Yu Ming suddenly suggested with a smile. Shen Luo found himself somewhat tempted by Yu Ming's proposal. Shinsten-zi, from where do you hail? Yu Yin set down his utensils, took a sip of tea, and inquired. I am a native of Dingping's Chunhua County, Shen Luo replied honestly, not concealing his origins. Yu Yin, well-versed and knowledgeable, might have already discerned Shen Luo's background from his accent and attire. To fabricate a story would only backfire. Chunhua County in Dingping? I heard that it was devastated by a beast tide a few years ago, Yu Ming remarked, astonished. Given the current turmoil with monsters wreaking havoc across the land. What brings you so far from home, Xianzi? Yu Yin set down his teacup and continued his inquiry. I departed my hometown not long ago due to certain circumstances. But I unexpectedly lost my way and inadvertently stumbled into Donglai County. To my surprise, upon entering the city, I found myself trapped here, Shen Luo explained. Having prepared this reasoning in advance, you are fortunate to have made it alive into the city amidst such chaos. The world is in turmoil, and the common folk suffer greatly. May the celestial beings descend swiftly to bring an end to this chaotic era and rescue the masses, Yu Yan. Sensing Shen Luo's natural composure, suppressed a flicker of doubt and began to pray softly, one hand raised before him. Yu Ming bowed his head in silence, seemingly engaged in a silent prayer as well. Uncle Yu, brother Yu, I have a lingering question in my heart. Why are there so many wolf-like beasts attacking the city? Shen Luo hesitated briefly before suddenly posing his query. Primarily, I wish to understand the origins of these wolf-like beasts. Shen Luo articulated his question more straightforwardly. Upon hearing this, Yu Yan and his son exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with curiosity. Shen Laodi, are you unaware of the legends regarding the sky-devouring demons and the descent of celestial fire? Yu Ming countered. To speak candidly, my previous village was quite remote, perhaps even isolated from the world for years, so I am indeed not well versed in matters beyond my home. Shen Luo replied calmly. Ah, that explains it. No wonder I found your previous attire somewhat peculiar, Yu Ming exclaimed, realizing the truth. Since you are unfamiliar with worldly affairs, we shall begin from the beginning. Yu Yin stated after a moment of silence, speaking slowly. I am all ears and ready to listen. Shen Luo responded earnestly. Chapter 33. The day of the demonic calamity. Shen Luo's gaze sharpened as he pondered the implications of the day of the demonic calamity. Following this fateful day, the world underwent a profound transformation. Countless fiends and malevolent spirits roamed freely, mercilessly slaughtering the innocent, while celestial beings ceased to manifest in the mortal realm. Initially, the imperial court managed to fend off the onslaught of these dark entities, but with each passing year, the strength of these malevolent beings only grew, rendering the court increasingly powerless. Now, after centuries had elapsed, the court existed merely as a hollow shell of its former self. And across the vast expanse of the Great Tang, even the entirety of the southern Jianbu continent had succumbed to the chaotic struggle for survival among various factions. Yu Yan continued his discourse. Shen Luo, absorbing the weight of Yu Yan's words, found himself momentarily speechless, his eyes wide with disbelief. Indeed, these matters were not unfamiliar to him, as he had heard his father speak of them since childhood, yet witnessing the reality of such calamities was beyond comprehension. Yu Ming, stroking his chin, remarked, if you were to witness such horrors firsthand, would you even survive to tell the tale? Yu Yan, raising his hand, playfully smacked Yu Ming on the head, reproaching him. Yu Ming instinctively recoiled, deftly avoiding his father's hand, chuckling nervously and refraining from further comment. Uncle Yu, you mentioned the day of the demonic calamity occurred centuries ago. Do you know the specific date? Shen Luo inquired once more. The exact timing of the demonic calamity remains obscured in the annals of history. Even the official chronicles fail to provide clarity. Yu Yan responded with a shake of his head. After all these years, is there truly no means to eradicate these demons? Shen Luo could not help but ask again. We, mere mortals, are powerless against such forces. Perhaps the departed celestial beings could intervene. Yu Yan sighed, reflecting on the plight of humanity enduring day after day through this calamity, uncertain if they would ever witness the return of the celestial beings. Yu Ming's expression mirrored the gravity of the situation. Observing their solemn demeanor, Shen Luo fell into a contemplative silence. As midnight approached, silence enveloped the surroundings. Moonlight streamed through the window into a chamber of the Yu residence. Within, Shen Luo lay restless in bed, unable to find slumber. From a nearby room, the resounding snores of Yu Ming indicated he was in deep sleep. Shen Luo's insomnia was not solely attributed to Yu Ming's snoring, but rather to the weight of Yu Yan's earlier revelations. He grappled with uncertainty, questioning whether the world he encountered in his dreams truly belonged to a millennium hence. The very thought was astonishing, let alone the notion of having journeyed into a future realm. If it were indeed true, this future world appeared replete with suffering, where a simple meal of peace and safety was a luxury for the common folk, and even those like Yu Yin, endowed with mystical powers, seemed powerless amidst the turmoil. The only slight comfort Shen Luo found was that the demonic calamity seemed to lie far in the future, perhaps even beyond his own lifespan. A whirlwind of chaotic thoughts swirled in Shen Luo's mind, and after lying awake for a while longer, he knew he could not remain idle. He rose, donned his garments, and sat momentarily in the darkness before stepping outside. A radiant full moon hung in the sky, casting its light upon the earth. Yet a thin veil of dark mist drifted through the atmosphere, shrouding the land, reminiscent of the encroaching calamity. The cool night breeze greeted him, imbued with dampness, invigorating his spirit. Yet, the anxiety that resided within Shen Luo's heart remained unabated. The matter of the calamity weighed heavily upon him, akin to a massive stone pressing down on his heart, instilling a sense of suffocation that urged him to seek some distraction to alleviate his turmoil. Shen Luo gradually inhaled and exhaled, closing his eyes to center his thoughts. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes, his mind restored to tranquility. He retrieved a brush from his study and dipped it into the nearby pond, proceeding to draw the small lightning talisman upon a flat stone. This particular talisman had long eluded his success, becoming a source of distress for him. The runes of the small lightning talisman were familiar to him. From the first stroke to the last, it was executed in a single fluid motion. Gazing at the intricate runes, which began with the ancient character for lightning, Shen Luo's expression was devoid of joy or sorrow. After a moment of silence, he dipped the brush once more and began to inscribe upon another large stone. For the duration that followed, he remained absorbed in his task by the small pond, the strokes of his brush becoming increasingly swift, resembling the graceful flight of dragons and phoenixes. In the span of a mere incense stick's burning time, he managed to render a total of 12 or 13 small lightning talismans upon the stones by the pond, each rune appearing nearly indistinguishable from the others, all executed in one stroke. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Shen Luo exhaled deeply, choosing not to continue. Even the act of illustrating small lightning talismans upon the stones imposed a considerable strain on his body. His earlier impulse had merely been a fleeting desire to vent his pent-up frustration. He sensed that he was but a step away from truly mastering this small lightning talisman. Yet the means to take that step remained elusive. Shaking his head to dispel further thoughts, he stowed away the brush and walked along a narrow path ahead. Suddenly, Shen Luo lifted his gaze, drawn towards a certain direction, as he sensed an inexplicable ripple in the air emanating from that point. The sensation was akin to a stone cast upon a tranquil water surface, sending forth a series of ripples. Intrigued, Shen Luo softened his footsteps, moving closer to the source of the disturbance. Chapter 34. A serendipitous encounter under the moon. As Shen Luo turned a corner, a magnificent rockery came into view. The highest peak of the rockery had been leveled to form a platform several feet wide, where a figure sat cross-legged. It was Yu Yin. At that moment, he formed a mudra with his hands, resembling a precious vase, his eyes closed, and he breathed slowly, inhaling and exhaling at a deliberate pace. Between his mouth and nose, two slender streams of milky white gas ebbed and flowed, and above his head, a faint halo of white light shimmered. This was the true essence of cultivating immortality. Shen Luo's eyes widened with excitement. The reason he had spent a fortune to join the Chuanqiu sect was to acquire genuine Taoist techniques, to undergo a transformation and extend his lifespan. However, the minor transformation of Yang merely nourished the Yang essence, strengthening the body, and was utterly incomparable to authentic Taoist practices. Shen Luo found himself rooted in place, mesmerized by the scene before him. As time passed, the moon began its descent, and the silvery light waned. The white halo above Yu Yan's head dissipated as he performed a concluding gesture with his hands, and the milky white gas vanished, signaling the end of his meditation. Unbeknownst to him, Shen Luo had stood too long. His legs had grown numb and unresponsive. He swayed slightly and collided with the adjacent wall, producing a muted thud. Though the sound was not loud, it resonated conspicuously in the tranquil atmosphere. Oh no! Shen Luo cursed himself inwardly, hoping Yu Yin had not noticed the disturbance. Is that you, Shen Xianji? Unfortunately, contrary to his wishes, Yu Yan's voice drifted toward him. Shen Luo's heart raced as he turned to find Yu Yin. Having descended from the rockery, standing a short distance away, looking at him with mild curiosity, I inadvertently witnessed my uncle's practice and found it utterly fascinating. I couldn't help but watch for a while longer. I asked for your forgiveness. Shen Luo bowed in apology. It's nothing. I don't adhere to the same rigid customs as others. If you wish to observe, then observe. As it happens, I am not feeling sleepy at the moment. Come. Let us sit over there for a while, Yu Yin replied nonchalantly, then walked toward a pavilion by the pond. Shenluo followed, limping slightly, and discreetly activated the minor transformation of Yang to stimulate the flow of energy within him, gradually alleviating his discomfort. Once seated in the pavilion, Yu Yin flicked his sleeve. And to Shenluo's astonishment, 2 small plates of delicacies, a jug of wine, and 2 cups emerged from within. Shenluo felt the yang essence he had cultivated within begin to stir at the scent of the wine, coursing through his meridians. Moreover, a refreshing energy surged from his internal organs, merging with the yang essence, enhancing its potency, almost surpassing the result of half a month's arduous training. A thrill of joy surged within Shenluo, and he greedily cast a glance at the wine jug, yearning to seize it and drink deeply. How does this wine taste? Yu Yin raised his cup and drank heartily, his peripheral vision catching Shenluo's changing expressions, and he chuckled, inquiring further. Truly, this is an exquisite wine. I have tasted many fine wines in my youth, yet in comparison to your celestial brew, they seem as insipid as mere water. Such a delightful vintage, might I inquire about the ingredients that went into its creation? Shenluo asked earnestly as he filled Yu Yan's glass to the brim. Ah, you find my wine delightful and wish to learn the recipe to craft your own? Yu Yan shot a sidelong glance at Shenluo, chuckling lightly. Nothing escapes your uncle's notice, Shenluo replied sheepishly, realizing his thoughts had been laid bare. I wouldn't mind sharing the recipe with you. Have you ever heard of the Snow Mountain Spirit Serpent? This rare creature appears once in a millennium and is priceless beyond measure. Its gallbladder is even more elusive and cannot be easily obtained. Yu Yin spoke as he savored another sip of wine. Moreover, even if you possess the recipe, it would be of little use. The brewing of this wine requires not only the infusion of the serpent's gall but also the refining with spiritual fire. Although you donned a Taoist robe earlier, it is evident that you have yet to cultivate any Taoist arts. How could you possibly wield spiritual fire? Yu Yin seemed quite fond of the wine, downing another glass. Shenluo merely smiled apologetically, his hands not faltering as he hurriedly poured another cup, simultaneously channeling his minor transformation yang skill to refine the cool essence of the wine, thus enhancing the yang energy within him. Uncle you have delved deeply into the art of talismans. I have a talisman I have been practicing for some time, yet I am uncertain of its correctness. Might you offer some guidance? Shenluo hesitantly inquired as he filled Yu Yan's glass once more. Oh, what talisman? Show me if you will. With a casual flick of his sleeve, Yu Yan produced several sheets of azure talisman paper, a small white cup filled with a deep crimson liquid, thick as blood yet devoid of any foul odor, and a white jade brush. The brush was inscribed with several spiritual characters, its tip adorned with a tuft of golden hair, each strand glimmering subtly, clearly not common hair. Suppressing a surge of excitement, Shenluo inhaled deeply, took the jade brush, dipped it into the crimson liquid, focused his mind, and began to draw the small thunder talisman. The brush's bristles were soft yet firm, surpassing any writing instrument he had previously used by tenfold. Furthermore, the crimson liquid differed from the black dog's blood he had utilized before. It did not congeal and allowed him to sense an invisible energy flowing within, enhancing his ability to craft the talisman. In less than a quarter of an hour, the small thunder talisman was complete. Shenluo felt that this time he had executed it better than ever before. Perhaps it would succeed, were it not for the absence of elemental stones to activate it. Ah, so it's the small thunder talisman, a rather intricate low-level talisman. For you at this stage, it is indeed a bit challenging, Yu Yin remarked as he glanced at the talisman paper before Shenluo. I humbly beseech your guidance, uncle, Shenluo said, bowing respectfully. Though the brushwork flowed smoothly, alas, the spiritual energy was misaligned, and the talisman's essence faltered, rendering it a mere imitation. Yu Yin picked up the talisman paper, his fingertips shimmering with light. With a swift motion, the talisman shattered, transforming into a brilliant white light, yet it failed to manifest as lightning. Shenluo stood in stunned silence, awkwardly scratching the back of his head. The path of talismans is enigmatic and profound. Each talisman requires mastery of its essence to achieve success. Regarding this small thunder talisman, its essence lies in harnessing human strength to commune with the forces of nature, while the inscribed characters on the talisman paper are the key. When inscribing a talisman, one must achieve the harmonious unity of the 3 essences: essence, spirit, and vital energy. These elements must be seamlessly integrated, flowing from beginning to end in a smooth and unobstructed manner for success to be attained. Yu Yin cast a meaningful glance at Shenluo and spoke with earnestness. How can one achieve this harmonious integration? Shenluo, captivated by the discourse, couldn't help but inquire. There exists a similar explanation in the secret text on talismanic arts, yet at that time, he had no one to guide him, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Far less comprehensible than Yu Yan's elucidation today. Chapter 35. A glimpse of the path. This matter may seem simple to speak of, yet it proves arduous to execute. Individual circumstances vary, and the challenges one must overcome to achieve the harmonious convergence of the three vital energies differ accordingly. As for you, being in the prime of youth, brimming with vigor and possessing a commendable amount of spiritual energy, it appears that your vitality is somewhat lacking, perhaps due to a serious illness you suffered in the past. Yu Yan scrutinized Shenluo with keen insight and pinpointed his issue directly. Indeed, my esteemed uncle, Shenluo nodded repeatedly. A few years ago, I was beset by malevolent energies, and my health lingered in decline for several years before recovery. Precisely, Yu Yan affirmed. While your earlier attempts at drawing talismans showed a commendable alignment of essence and spirit, the fusion of spirit and vitality was lacking significantly. The talismans you produced merely resembled their intended forms, devoid of the essential spiritual energy, thus leading to inevitable failure. Yu Yan raised his cup and took a sip of the snake gall wine, chuckling softly. What should I do then? Must I first restore my health and replenish my vitality before I can draw talismans? Shenluo, having finally grasped the crux of his predicament, felt a tightening in his chest as he inquired, while also remembering to pour wine for Yu Yan. Restoring your vitality is indeed essential, Yu Yan replied. But you are not entirely incapable of drawing talismans at present. You simply need to pay closer attention to the alignment of spirit and vitality while doing so. Yu Yan expressed his satisfaction with Shenluo's perceptiveness. How can one achieve the alignment of spirit and vitality? Shenluo asked earnestly. To harmonize spirit and vitality, it must emanate from the heart. There can be no pretense. When drawing talismans, you must steady your mind and circulate your energy within, Yu Yan instructed, sipping his drink while imparting various techniques to Shenluo. Shenluo held his breath, focusing intently and listening carefully, fearful of missing a single word. With Yu Yan's profound insights into talismanic arts, a few casual remarks shattered much of the fog clouding his understanding, imparting a sense of enlightenment akin to a sudden awakening. Moments later, he abruptly opened his eyes, grasped the white jade talisman brush, and began to draw upon a fresh piece of talisman paper. His strokes reminiscent of dragons and serpents as he set about creating a small thunder talisman. Following Yu Yan's teachings, he concentrated his mind, gathering essence, spirit, and vitality into a single flow that surged from the brush into the talisman. In an instant, the small thunder talisman was completed, flawless and smooth from beginning to end, devoid of any sense of disconnection. With a deft twist of his wrist, he executed the final stroke, akin to an iron hook gliding through silver, as if the talisman were about to soar into the skies. Suddenly, the small thunder talisman emitted a faint glow, producing a resonant sound that lingered for but a breath before dissipating, the brilliance of the talisman fading alongside it. Excellent, give it a try, Yu Yan said with an approving smile, gesturing with his hand. A small, grayish-white stone landed on the table, revealing itself to be a vitality stone. Shenluo expressed his gratitude and pressed the vitality stone onto the talisman, channeling his minor yang energy to activate the stone, infusing its white essence into the talisman. After numerous practices, he had become quite adept at harnessing the energy from the vitality stone. In an instant, a slender red light flashed, and the vitality stone cracked open, causing a surge of white light to envelop the talisman before it shattered. With a crackle, a bolt of white lightning appeared out of thin air, shooting forth and striking the pond ahead. The water erupted in a brilliant splash, sending a plume of white waves soaring nearly 10 feet high, with countless droplets scattering and striking Shenluo's face, stinging slightly. Unfazed, Shenluo clenched his fist tightly, his nails digging into his flesh without yielding, a means of suppressing the exhilaration swelling within him. To this day, he has finally mastered the technique of drawing his first talisman, and it is a rather potent and useful one. More importantly, he has taken another step closer to the world of cultivation. Thank you for your guidance, uncle. Shenluo restrained his excitement and bowed deeply to Yu Yan. It is but a trifling matter. Your innate talent for talisman crafting is truly remarkable. You grasp concepts with ease. Alas, if only my wayward son possessed such aptitude. Yu Yan waved his hand dismissively, letting out a sigh. Brother, you possesses profound martial skills. I am far from your level. Shenluo could only compliment Yu Ming. What good are martial skills? I cannot teach him body refining techniques. Yu Yan huffed in irritation. Body refining techniques. Shen Luo was keen to learn more, but upon seeing Yu Yan's displeasure, he tactfully withheld his inquiries. It is indeed rare for a young nephew to possess such talent. Unfortunately, our family's rules dictate that the art of talismans cannot be passed down to outsiders. Otherwise, I would gladly offer more guidance, Yu Yan remarked, casting a glance at Shen Luo with a chuckle. Although Shen Luo had never anticipated learning more, he felt a tinge of disappointment upon hearing this. Nevertheless, he expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, uncle. It is merely my lack of fortune." "So your talisman techniques are ancestral skills?" He then curiously inquired, "Is that so?" "Of course. Our Yu family's techniques have been passed down from the illustrious Master Yu, renowned over 1,000 years ago. He was quite formidable in the world of cultivation," Yu Ming said, his face unwittingly revealing a hint of pride. "Regrettably, when the demonic calamity struck, our ancestors perished battling the fiends. Although this technique has been preserved, it is now incomplete. Over the years, our family has suffered great losses, and many exceptional skills have gradually faded away. Now, the legacy has come down to me, and all that remains is but a mere fragment, requiring the combination with talismans for cultivation. We, the younger generation, truly feel we have failed our ancestors." Yu Yan lamented increasingly, downing another cup of wine. Shen Luo observed Yu Yan, who was drowning his sorrows in drink and already appeared somewhat inebriated, and fell into deep contemplation. 1,000 years ago? Wasn't that precisely the era in which he lived? Only someone as naive as you would dare speak such words. With the meager skills I possess, what could I possibly achieve? Over these years, I have come to understand that sheer effort is insufficient for great accomplishments. The most crucial factor is opportunity. Take our ancestor, for instance. He was merely a ferryman on the outskirts of Songfang County, but due to his profound fortune, he obtained a mysterious tome and thus cultivated extraordinary powers. Without opportunity, no matter how hard one strives, it ultimately amounts to nothing. Yu Yan took another drink, his complexion flushed and his inebriation evident. Songfang County, Wanshui River. Shen Luo's gaze flickered slightly. Isn't Songfang County near Chenhua County? It should be just a few days' journey from Chuanxiu Temple. The name Wanshui River also seems vaguely familiar. To think that Master Yu came from such humble beginnings yet achieved such greatness is indeed a testament to divine favor. Does Uncle know the specifics of the extraordinary circumstances that befell him? Shen Luo poured a cup of wine for Yu Yan and instinctively inquired further. Why are you asking so many details? Do you intend to search that place again? It would be futile. Our Yu family has searched countless times over generations, leaving no stone unturned. Yu Yan cast a sidelong glance at Shen Luo and chuckled. Uncle, you jest. I merely wish to broaden my horizons. Shen Luo scratched his head and smiled. Chapter 36, Night Assault. At that very moment, accompanied by a piercing shriek, several bursts of fireworks suddenly illuminated the sky above the distant city gate. What was that? Shen Luo noticed the fireworks in the sky, and a jolt of alarm surged through him as he rose to his feet. Emergency fireworks. Those wolf beasts are attacking the city under the cover of night. The intoxication on Yu Yan's face vanished in an instant, replaced by an expression of grave concern. Upon hearing this, Shen Luo's heart tightened. Nephew, go awaken Yu Ming, and swiftly head to the city gate for support. The leading wolf spirit has gained intelligence and is exceedingly cunning. Their audacity to assault the city at night surely indicates that this is no mere disturbance. Yu Yan spoke rapidly, his figure already soaring into the air as he produced a talisman and crushed it in his hand. With a whoosh, a cloud of gray mist appeared beneath him, carrying him swiftly towards the city gate. Shen Luo gazed enviously at Yu Yan's ethereal ascent, just as he was about to turn to rouse Yu Ming. His gaze fell upon the stone table in the pavilion, and his steps halted abruptly. Yu Yan had just left behind his wine jug, talisman brush, and paper in his haste, forgetting to collect them. Elder brother Yu, the demonic beasts are assaulting the city. Quickly rise. Shen Luo bellowed, his voice resonating throughout the residence. As he called out, he seized the talisman brush and swiftly began to sketch a small lightning talisman on the paper. Yu Ming, being a martial artist with extraordinary hearing, would undoubtedly catch his voice. Running over would only waste precious time. Indeed, not long after Shen Luo's call, a figure dashed through the night, revealing itself to be Yu Ming. His clothes were hastily donned, yet he had brought along his bow and crossbow, as well as 2 ebony long knives. Is it true? The wolves are attacking the city? Yu Ming inquired urgently. Shen Luo was concentrated on his talisman, the drawing nearing completion. With a flick of his wrist, he finished the last few strokes. The entire talisman glowed faintly with white light before swiftly dimming back to normal. Absolutely true. I was just here drinking with Uncle and saw the signal fires for help light up at the city gate. Uncle has already rushed over. We must hasten to provide assistance, Shenluo exclaimed, tucking the completed talisman into his bosom and speaking quickly. Then let us depart at once. Yuming handed Shenluo one of the black long knives and prepared to rush outside. Elder brother, do you have any elemental stones? Lend me one. Shenluo interjected, raising his hand to stop Yuming. He had no elemental stones on him, and even if he successfully drew a small lightning talisman, he would be unable to activate it. Yuming was puzzled but soon recalled the talisman Shenluo had just drawn, and he understood. He reached into his robe and waved his hand, sending an elemental stone flying over. Shenluo caught the stone deftly. Although Yuming had not cultivated any mystical arts, his father was proficient in the art of talismans, and it was likely he possessed the necessary elemental stones for activating them. The two of them set off together, hastening towards the street and making their way to the city gate. Many residents within the city had heard the call for help and lit their lamps. Occasionally, one or two individuals on duty dashed out from their homes, joining the throng heading towards the city gate, quickly gathering a group of 20 to 30 people. No words were exchanged among them, as a heavy atmosphere of tension hung in the air. A group of individuals moved swiftly, arriving at the city gate ahead of the majority. However, upon witnessing the situation, their faces paled in unison. Above them loomed a dense mass of ominous clouds, shrouding the sky above the city walls and imparting a suffocating sense of pressure. Atop the dark clouds stood a towering figure, the monstrous being with a wolf's head that Shenluo had glimpsed during the day. Its form had swelled to several times its previous size, transforming into a terrifying beast standing 7 to 8 zhang tall. Its skin was an inky black, with thick crimson-black fur sprouting from its chest and arms. Beneath the fur, strange dark red patterns emerged, distinct from spiritual inscriptions. Several celestial masters, including Yu Yin and 5 or 6 others, hovered opposite the black clouds, forming hand seals to cast spells. Bolts of lightning, fireballs, and sword energies cascaded from the masters, raining down upon the wolf-headed monster. The creature wielded its hands, causing the black clouds to churn violently beneath it, as dozens of tendril-like black mist surged forth to counter the onslaught of lightning and sword energy. The clash of red, white, and black lights in the air resulted in blinding flashes and deafening roars. Below, the sounds of battle echoed incessantly. The young defenders atop the city walls were engaged in a fierce struggle against the gray wolves attempting to scale the fortifications. It was evident that countless gray wolves were trying to breach the walls from the unseen exterior, while the walls could still hold. The most pressing concern lay at the city gate. What had once appeared to be an impregnable barrier had partially collapsed, its edges charred as if corroded by some malevolent force. Towering ferocious wolves, the dreaded black wolves, poured through the gaping hole in the gate. At that moment, 2 or 3 dozen black wolves had already infiltrated the city, launching themselves into the interior, with more continuing to surge through the breach. These black wolves were twice the size of the gray wolves on the walls, possessing strength far beyond that of a mere few individuals. Over 100 young defenders had gathered near the gate, and fortunately, their equipment was significantly superior to that of those on the walls. Clad in iron armor and wielding large shields, they formed a human wall, desperately attempting to obstruct the onslaught of the black wolves. Observing the dire situation below, the defenders on the walls unleashed a barrage of spears and arrows, raining down like a relentless storm, piercing the bodies of the black wolves. Shenluo's gaze swept across the chaos, and his heart sank. The black wolves appeared peculiar, their eyes blood-red, and frothy saliva dripped from their interlocking fangs, as if they were consumed by madness. Despite being impaled by spears and arrows, blood gushed forth, yet they seemed impervious to pain, ferociously attacking the surrounding defenders and battering against the city guard. These black wolves were already formidable combatants, but now, in their frenzied state, they became even more terrifying. Although the city gate's defenders were numerous, they were being overwhelmed by the rampaging black wolves, teetering on the brink of collapse. Chapter 37. The Hidden Wolf. Defend the City Gate. Upon witnessing the dire situation, Yuming immediately raised his voice in a rallying cry, eager to lead the group towards the city gate. At that very moment, a massive shadow plummeted from the sky, propelled by a fierce gust of wind. Scatter! Yuming shouted, leaping to the left. Shenluo rolled sharply to the other side, narrowly evading the onslaught while clutching a small lightning talisman in his palm. However, the shadow descended too swiftly, and several individuals failed to escape its wrath. The sound of shattering bones echoed as those struck spat blood. Their screams silenced before they could escape their lips, collapsing into unconsciousness, their fates uncertain. The shadow that had fallen from the heavens revealed itself to be a colossal black wolf, rising from the ground despite a foreleg that hung at a grotesque angle. Its skin torn at the break, exposing the stark whiteness of its leg bone. Remarkably, it seemed devoid of pain. It propelled itself forward with its hind legs, launching ferociously at the nearby crowd with little hesitation. A middle-aged man, closest to the beast, was unable to evade in time and found his throat seized in the wolf's jaws. A piercing scream echoed momentarily before abruptly ceasing. Blood gushed from the wolf's mouth, and the man's body, in its desperate struggle, stilled, clearly beyond salvation. Beast. Yu Ming, positioned near the black wolf, witnessed the scene unfold and, with a furrowed brow, was the first to charge forward in fury. Others, seeing Yu Ming's resolve, surged in unison. The wolf's blood-red eyes glinted with ferocity as it shook its head violently, flinging the middle-aged man aside, then sweeping its massive paw towards the oncoming assailants, instantly knocking two of them aside. Yu Ming arched his back, nearly flattening himself against the ground, narrowly evading the wolf's swipe, his knees still on the earth as he propelled himself forward, swiftly closing the distance to the beast. With a powerful motion, his right arm unleashed a crescent of dark light, striking the wolf's underbelly. The blade was extraordinarily sharp, and a resounding squelch signaled a deep gash opened up on the wolf, blood spraying forth and exposing its vivid, crimson entrails. Wounded grievously, the wolf turned its attention to Yu Ming, and in a heartbeat, a gaping maw, slick with blood, loomed before him, its razor-like fangs almost brushing his face. The stench of blood overwhelming. Yet, Yu Ming's martial prowess shone through. He deftly rolled backward, narrowly evading the wolf's jaws. However, before he could catch his breath, a massive paw descended from above, accompanied by a chilling wind, poised to crush him. Should that paw land, even Yu Ming's formidable physique would not withstand the blow. Yet, his strength was waning, and with no time to rise and evade, he slapped the ground, summoning a crimson glow from his palm, which propelled his body sideways. Yet, this movement proved insufficiently swift, and it seemed inevitable that he would be caught beneath the wolf's paw. At that critical juncture, a blinding light erupted as a white bolt of lightning shot forth from the side, striking the wolf squarely on the head. A thunderous roar exploded in the air. The head of the black wolf erupted violently, showering the surroundings with a torrent of blood, while its colossal body was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Fortunately, it landed in an open space, sparing any nearby individuals from harm. A few paces away, Shen Luo, clutching a shattered talisman, was gradually lowering it. The onlookers, witnessing the swift and gruesome demise of the black wolf, gasped in astonishment, their incredulous gazes fixated upon Shen Luo. The previously chaotic scene fell into an eerie silence. Yu Ming sprang up from the ground, his expression revealing a flicker of surprise. However, recognizing the urgency of the situation, he refrained from expressing gratitude, merely nodding to Shen Luo before brandishing his black blade and charging towards the defending forces. Others, too, quickly regained their composure and joined the fray to defend the city. Shen Luo discarded the tattered talisman in his hand, his visage tranquil yet his heart aflame with exhilaration. This time, the small lightning talisman he had activated was a true talisman, unlike the previous half-finished products he had conjured by inscribing his own blood upon his skin in a gamble of fate. His gaze returned to the brutal melee ahead as he gripped the black blade at his waist, ready to plunge into the battle. However, after taking a few steps, he suddenly halted and glanced back at the corpse of the black wolf. Observing it closely, he surveyed the vicinity but found nothing unusual. Was it an illusion? A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A shadowy figure flickered in the nearby void, revealing a green wolf, roughly the size of an ordinary gray wolf, appearing silently. Its elongated eyes glinted with a cunning intelligence. Shen Luo was taken aback and instinctively attempted to roll away. But it was too late. The green wolf moved with swiftness, its fur standing on end and its abdomen swelling as it unleashed a ferocious roar. A massive blade of azure wind materialized beside its maw before vanishing in an instant. Shen Luo's pupils constricted, and a searing pain radiated from his waist, causing him to collapse weakly to the ground. Simultaneously, those who had been stationed at the city gate fell like grass before a scythe, succumbing to the onslaught of the azure wind blades. As Shen Luo's vision rapidly dimmed into darkness, the last sight that registered in his mind was a horde of wolves charging into the city, before he was enveloped in an endless void. Time passed in an indeterminate blur until he was abruptly roused by the cacophony of battle echoing in his ears. For a moment, he lingered in a state of half-consciousness, struggling to comprehend the situation, almost mistaking the sounds for mere figments of his imagination. Just then, a piercing scream shattered the silence, reverberating through his eardrums and snapping him back to reality. The scream was abruptly cut off, evoking a sense of familiarity. Suddenly, Shenluo's vision brightened, the surroundings coming into focus. He beheld the young guards at the city gate engaged in a fierce struggle with the black wolves, while not far off, silhouettes intertwined with the gray wolves atop the city walls. Had I been resurrected? This fleeting thought crossed his mind, and he soon realized he was still clutching the small lightning talisman, yet to be activated. Ahead, not far away, a black wolf with a severed front leg was flinging the corpse of a middle-aged man from its jaws. Upon gaining clarity of his surroundings, Shenluo was momentarily taken aback. However, this was not the time for contemplation. He swiftly shed his garments and hastily gathered several handfuls of dry ash and earth from the ground, wrapping them in his clothing. Several onlookers noticed Shenluo's actions, their faces reflecting expressions of astonishment. Chapter 38. Turning the tide. Shenluo paid no heed to the others, his gaze fixated on the black wolf. After a brief moment, his eyes sparkled with determination. With a cold snort, he grasped his sword in one hand and clutched a bundle in the other, striding purposefully toward Yumeng. At that moment, Yumeng, witnessing the tragic demise of the middle-aged man, was consumed by rage. He charged forward, skillfully evading the black wolf's lethal claws, and swung his dark blade with fierce intent. With a swift whoosh, the blade sliced through the air, inflicting a gaping wound several feet long upon the black wolf. Blood sprang forth. Observing this scene, Shenluo was already prepared. He leaped forward and thrust the black blade violently into the void before Yumeng. The force of his strike reverberated through the air, producing a resonant hum. The onlookers were left in stunned silence at Shenluo's audacious maneuver. Enraged by its injury, the black wolf turned furiously to pounce on Yumeng, only to be confronted by the ominous black blade aimed squarely at its forehead. Unable to halt its momentum, the beast inadvertently thrust its head forward. With a sharp thrust, the blade pierced the black wolf's skull, embedding itself to the hilt. The monstrous creature let out a deafening roar, thrashing wildly before collapsing to the ground with a thunderous crash. Despite having released his grip and retreated, Shenluo was still struck by the force of the fall, stumbling back several steps before regaining his balance. No sooner had he steadied himself than he launched himself in another direction, simultaneously swinging the bundle with great force. With a resounding thud, the bundle shattered midair as if colliding with an unseen object, releasing a cloud of dust that revealed the indistinct form of a wolf. It was the invisible blue wolf that had previously slain Shenluo. Caught off guard by the sudden exposure, the blue wolf hesitated momentarily. Shenluo seized this fleeting opportunity, flipping his hands to grasp a small lightning talisman and a spirit stone, channeling the stone's energy into the talisman. With a sharp crack, a bolt of white lightning shot forth, traversing several yards in an instant to strike the blue wolf. The creature's eyes widened with a mix of shock and fury. With a low growl, it materialized into solid form, its fur standing on end, each hair radiating a brilliant azure glow, forming a shimmering blue shield around it in the blink of an eye. A thunderous roar erupted as the surrounding air became blisteringly hot. The blue shield warped and twisted, its surface flickering with countless tiny arcs of electricity, yet it did not shatter. Shenluo's heart sank. This was beyond his expectations. Suddenly, a piercing shriek emanated from within the blue shield. Shenluo barely had time to register the flash of azure light before a razor-sharp wind blade sliced through the air toward him. In a state of alarm, he instinctively veered aside, but the speed of the wind blade was such that evasion proved impossible for an ordinary human. With a sickening sound, his left arm was severed at the elbow, blood gushing forth. The agony of the severed limb contorted Shenluo's features as he let out a pain scream, collapsing to the ground. At that moment, not far away, the azure shield and the electric sparks vanished almost simultaneously, revealing the blue wolf once more. Upon witnessing Shenluo's fall, the monstrous beast's eyes glimmered with malevolence, its gaping maw poised to eliminate the human who had thwarted its grand plans. Suddenly, a slender black object shot forth from the side, ensnaring the azure wolf's neck with an unyielding grip, a long black whip. The wielder of the other end was none other than Yumeng, who exerted a forceful tug. The azure wolf, yanked upright, released a massive wind blade that soared skyward. "Leave this to me. You needn't concern yourselves. Hurry to the city gates," Yumeng bellowed. Those nearby, understanding the gravity of the situation, swiftly turned and surged toward the city gates, joining the fray against the pack of black wolves. Though their numbers were few, their timely arrival provided a momentary respite in the precarious battle. "Shen, my brother, you must hold on. I will deal with this beast first," Yu Ming's eyes glinted with fervor as he shouted towards the fallen Shenluo. One hand fiercely gripping the black whip, while the other produced two items from his robe, a blood-red talisman and a spirit stone. He swiftly recited an incantation. The spirit stone shattered, unleashing a blinding crimson light that enveloped his forearm. The Azure Wolf, sensing the overwhelming energy radiating from Yu Ming's hand, displayed a flicker of fear, shrinking back before it abruptly broke free from the black whip's grasp. In a swift motion, it transformed into a fleeting azure shadow, darting away into the distance. You shall not escape. Yu Ming's face flushed with an unusual hue as he crushed the talisman with fervor and launched a punch into the void. A piercing shriek echoed as a blood-red arrow, thick as a bowl and nearly a yard long, erupted from his fist, vanishing in an instant. Almost simultaneously, the Azure Wolf, now several yards away, emitted a mournful cry before plummeting from the sky like a wounded bird. With a thunderous crash, its massive body hit the ground, a gaping wound gushing crimson, staining half of its form. The Azure Wolf's eyes reflected the terror of death as it struggled to gaze upon the half-human, half-wolf creature hovering above. Yet, before it could fully lift its head, the light in its eyes faded, convulsing twice before falling still. The onlookers erupted in jubilant cheers upon witnessing the demise of the Azure Wolf. However, Yu Ming's cheeks flushed crimson, his breath coming in rapid gasps, his entire being appearing exceedingly fatigued. His legs trembled slightly, and he collapsed to the ground. Young master, are you unwell? 3 attendants rushed over from an unknown location. I am fine. Do not worry about me. Quickly, check on Shenluo. He is gravely injured. Give him this. Yu Ming struggled to lift his hand, retrieving a small crimson vial from within his robe and tossing it to one of the attendants, a black-faced man. Blood continued to flow from Shenluo's severed arm, staining half of his body red, and he appeared on the brink of unconsciousness. Young master, this is a small healing elixir. The black-faced man's expression shifted upon examining the vial in his hand. Had it not been for Shenluo's timely discernment of the wolf's treachery, the city gates would have fallen by now. Do not delay. Yu Ming spoke with a grave tone. Upon hearing the words, the man was momentarily taken aback. Noticing Yu Ming's stern expression, he hurriedly nodded in agreement and approached Shenluo's side. He tore a strip of cloth from the hem of his garment and tightly bound it around Shenluo's severed arm. Then, he poured a crimson pill from a small vial and administered it to him. Shenluo felt an increasing chill enveloping him, as if he were gradually sinking into the depths of a frigid abyss, his consciousness fading into obscurity. He could hardly endure any longer. Was he destined to face death once more? A sense of reluctance surged within him. At that very moment, a wave of warmth surged into his body, and his hazy awareness began to sharpen. He felt himself being lifted by a mysterious force, ascending upwards. As Shenluo's body regained sensation, he slowly opened his eyes. Shen, are you all right? Yu Ming inquired, sitting beside him with a look of deep concern. Chapter 39. Another battle, fortunately, thanks to Brother Yu's timely rescue. Shenluo struggled to sit up, his body swaying slightly as he was supported by another attendant nearby. You are gravely injured. It would be wise not to overexert yourself. Yu Ming sighed. Taking a deep breath, Shenluo's mind began to clear as he surveyed his surroundings. The fierce combat at the city gate raged on, with flashes of blades and the cacophony of battle cries and clashes echoing relentlessly, as the able-bodied men within the city rushed to the scene. The onslaught of the Black Wolf horde was gradually repelled, and the tide began to turn in favor of the city's defenders. Seeing this, Shenluo breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Yu Ming. Brother Yu, you appear unwell as well. Is it due to that talisman? He queried, his brow furrowing with concern. That was the blood arrow talisman passed down through my family, which can only be activated using the bloodline of our clan. But it consumes half of one's vitality, Yu Ming explained, his face still flushed and his breath slightly labored. A glimmer of understanding crossed Shenluo's eyes, but he refrained from further inquiry and gazed upward. The true fate of Fengqi City was no longer dictated by the battle at the city gates, but rather by another battlefield high above in the sky. In the heavens, Yu Yin and the other celestial masters continued their fierce engagement with the wolf-headed monster, their brilliant energies clashing violently, obscuring their forms amidst the tumult. The sound of their collisions rained down like a tempest, stirring up a whirlwind far more intense than before. Black Wolf King, your subordinates are hardly impressive. After all this effort, you still face defeat, rang out a clear voice, accompanied by hearty laughter, filled with arrogance. Humph. Once I eliminate you, Fengqi City will be mine to claim. I shall harvest the essence of its people to refine my inner elixir, retorted a rugged voice from the swirling black clouds. As the words faded, a flash of deep crimson light flickered within the roiling black clouds. In an instant, The clouds surged violently, expanding exponentially, their form twisting dramatically before coalescing into a massive black wolf, akin to a small mountain, nearly blotting out a significant portion of the sky. The giant wolf, its forepaws planted firmly on the ground, threw back its head in a fearsome roar, casting a sprawling shadow that plunged the vicinity of the city gate into darkness, rendering visibility to naught. A powerful gust of wind arose near the city gate, rattling doors and windows, while dust swirled chaotically in the air. Witnessing this, Shen Luo's face turned pale with shock, and his heart brimmed with dread. The power of that wolf-headed monster's sorcery was astonishing. Such a celestial phenomenon that obscured the sun was something he had never encountered even in texts, leaving him uncertain if Yu Yin and the others could withstand it. At that moment, the black wolf lowered its head and coiled its body, launching itself with ferocious intent towards the group. Yu Yin and the others hastily retreated, unleashing a barrage of fireballs that shot forth like lightning, striking the colossal wolf. A thunderous explosion ensued as the wolf's forelegs and head were obliterated, yet, despite its seemingly mangled form, it pressed onward, advancing relentlessly. An invisible force surged forth from the incomplete wolf-shaped cloud, crashing upon them like a tidal wave, sending ripples through the air ahead. Yu Yin and his companions were taken aback, hastily scattering in all directions. The massive wolf-shaped black cloud, lacking their agility, failed to collide with them. However, at that moment, a triumphant and sinister laugh echoed from within the black cloud, and 3 dark lines shot forth with incredible speed, all aimed directly at Yu Yin. These lines were none other than 3 menacing black-backed centipedes, their bodies as dark as iron, measuring 3 feet in length, and capable of soaring through the air. Clearly, they were extraordinary creatures refined through demonic arts, their mandibles and claws glimmering with a faint green light that hinted at their potent venom. The black centipedes approached Yu Yin in the blink of an eye, targeting his throat, hand, and foot, ready to strike. At that moment, Yu Yin seemed momentarily oblivious, on the verge of being harmed by these vicious insects. Below, Shen Luo's expression changed upon witnessing this, and beside him, Yu Ming trembled, about to cry out in alarm. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated from above, and the 3 black-backed centipedes were sent flying. Both Shen Luo and Yu Ming were momentarily stunned. They beheld a layer of crimson radiance surrounding Yu Yin, forming a protective shell akin to an eggshell. Unbeknownst to them, a small red flag had appeared in Yu Yin's hand, from which the red light emanated. What an extraordinary treasure this small flag was. Could it be a legendary magical artifact? Shen Luo's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Having spent 2 years in the Chuanxiu Temple, he had gleaned some understanding of cultivation. Magical artifacts were treasures crafted by highly skilled practitioners, imbued with immense power capable of exponentially augmenting a cultivator's strength. While Shen Luo remained captivated by Yu Yin's apparent invocation of a magical artifact to thwart the Black Wolf King's ambush, the situation in the air underwent rapid transformation. The Celestial Masters, who had just fled in disarray, abruptly halted and formed a circle, enclosing the black cloud within. Aside from Yu Yin, the other 5 had also inexplicably acquired small red flags, radiating flickering crimson light. The 6 flags seemed to resonate with one another, and with a unified motion. The red light interwove in midair, coalescing into a crimson dome that ensnared the wolf-shaped black cloud. A formation. The wolf-shaped black cloud was enveloped by the red light, appearing as if trapped in a quagmire, its interior filled with the enraged voice of the Black Wolf King. The surface of the cloud pulsed with dark light, thrashing violently as it attempted to break free from the constraints of the surrounding red light. Quick, activate the 6 Harmonies fire formation. Do not let it escape, shouted an elder in a green robe among the 6 Celestial Masters, his hands rapidly forming incantations. The other 5 similarly performed incantations with their small flags, and the red light emanating from the 6 banners intensified, revealing a swirling crimson orb within the protective dome. Now, the elder in green waved his small flag, pointing towards the swirling crimson orb. A beam of red light shot forth from the flag, piercing through the red dome and merging with the orb. The other 5 followed suit, 5 beams of red light converging from all sides and simultaneously merging into the orb. The crimson orb, akin to having consumed an invigorating elixir, expanded significantly, emitting a resonant rumble reminiscent of distant thunder. With a resounding boom, the crimson sphere erupted, transforming into a fiery scarlet blaze that forcefully struck the head of the wolf-like black cloud, vanishing into its depths in an instant. A tremendous explosion reverberated from within the dark cloud, accompanied by a heart-wrenching shriek. Chapter 40. The Return of the Wolf. The wolf-shaped black cloud disintegrated and exploded, transforming into countless tendrils of dark mist that surged outward in all directions, violently colliding against the surrounding crimson barrier. Following the eruption of that fervent red flame, the red shield formed by 6 small flags appeared to have expended a significant portion of its power, dimming considerably. At that moment, the multitude of black mist surged ferociously, resulting in a sharp crack as it shattered the barrier, sending Yin and the other 5 hurtling backward from an unseen force. The black mist continued to roll and expand, mingled with an intensely scorching wave of heat. Even while on the ground, Shen Luo and his companions felt an oppressive heat wave assail their faces, leaving them flushed. The temperature at which the crimson flame erupted was all too evident. At that instant, a figure shot forth from the dispersing black mist. Fleeing into the distance, it was the Black Wolf King. At this moment, the Black Wolf King had reverted to his previous wolf-headed human form. Though half of his body was charred black, and his left arm had vanished, evidently destroyed by the recent red flame. Just then, 2 beams of light, one gold and one silver, rushed upward from below. They were a golden and a silver sword, trailing long tails of light, slicing through the air with the agility of dragons, aimed at the Black Wolf King. The Black Wolf King abruptly turned his head and, with a roar, expelled a fist-sized sphere radiating a dazzling black-red light, which collided with the dual swords. A tremendous roar erupted. A massive storm swept forth, sending the golden and silver swords flying with a single blow. However, the black-red sphere also developed a fissure, its radiance dimming considerably. The Black Wolf King spat out a mouthful of blood, and his lower body transformed as black light flickered, morphing into 2 wolf legs. Rage flickered in his eyes. Yet he dared not linger. He opened his mouth and exhaled a cloud of black mist, enveloping his body within it, while gusts of dark demonic wind surged around him, hastening his escape until he vanished into the distant horizon. Upon witnessing the Wolf King's retreat, the gray wolves attacking the city, along with those already infiltrating the city, lost all will the fight and scattered in disarray, quickly disappearing into the wilds beyond the city. 2 figures shot in from outside the city, revealing a middle-aged man in a red robe and a bald elder. Though Shen Luo did not recognize them, he had seen them the previous day while defending the city. Clearly, they had been lying in ambush outside, collaborating with Yin and the others to eliminate the Black Wolf King, but alas, he had managed to escape. Nonetheless, with the Black Wolf King gravely injured and the wolf pack repelled, a great crisis for Fengqi's city dissipated into thin air. Seeing this, Shen Luo felt the tension in his heart ease. However, this moment of relaxation triggered an overwhelming wave of fatigue, and before he could react, darkness enveloped him, rendering him unconscious. In his dazed state, Shen Luo felt as if he were suspended in a bizarre and colorful space, surrounded by a kaleidoscope of hues. Yet everything appeared exceedingly vague and indistinct. He attempted to raise his hand to rub his eyes, only to discover that his limbs were utterly unresponsive. Alarmed, he sought to call out, but found that he could not produce a single sound. Immediately, a wave of excruciating pain surged through his limbs, as if invisible forces were pulling him in various directions. The agony rapidly spread from his extremities to engulf his entire being, as these relentless forces seemed intent on tearing him apart. He yearned to struggle, yet found himself ensnared, enduring torment in silence. Time became an abstract concept as the surroundings suddenly shattered like a mirror into countless fragments. In the disciples' quarters of the spring and autumn sect, Shen Luo's body convulsed, and he abruptly opened his eyes. At that moment, he was drenched in sweat, his chest heaving, gasping for breath. The familiar ceiling gradually came into focus, as warm sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating his bed. The room was bright and suffused with a tranquil aura, in stark contrast to the chaos of his dreams. Relieved yet hesitant, Shen Luo remained still, closing his eyes to assess his condition. Pain coursed through other parts of his body, akin to the torment in his arms, while an unsettling chill permeated his core, suggesting a state worse than when he had awakened from his previous dream. Concern crept into Shen Luo's heart, prompting him to hastily circulate his cultivation technique, seeking to restore his body. As a surge of yang energy sprang forth from his dantian, it coursed through his chest and abdomen, alleviating the coldness from within. With his mind slightly at ease, he seemed to realize something, his brows furrowing slightly. In the dream, he had consumed the snake gall liquor from Yu Yin, which had augmented his yang energy, yet now it had reverted to its original state. Indeed, dreams were merely dreams. Shen Luo murmured to himself, a hint of disappointment in his voice, before quickly adjusting his mindset and continuing to circulate his technique. Under the influence of the yang energy, The chill within him gradually receded, and his aching body slowly began to mend. Observing this, Shen Luo finally exhaled a sigh of relief. His bizarre yet vividly real experiences in the dream, compounded by a series of unexpected transformations, had left him little time to contemplate the reason for his dream state. Could it be that the placement of the jade pillow was insufficiently distant, still exerting an influence upon him from the back mountain? As this thought crossed his mind, Shen Luo tilted his head slightly, casting a sidelong glance at the area beside his pillow, his eyes widening in astonishment. This time, he was genuinely taken aback. However, after undergoing two extraordinary and strikingly vivid dream experiences, his mental state had evolved considerably, allowing him to regain his composure swiftly. Was it possible that someone had entered his room? Shen Luo pondered with suspicion, directing his gaze toward the doors and windows. The doors and windows were securely closed, showing no signs of having been opened. The Spring and Autumn sect was no ordinary Taoist temple to prevent unforeseen incidents. The disciples' quarters were equipped with specially designed doors and windows, intricately arranged to be nearly impossible to breach from the outside without brute force, let alone to enter and exit silently. With a multitude of thoughts swirling chaotically in his mind, Shen Luo found himself unable to organize them. Opting to set this matter aside temporarily and meditate to circulate his technique once more. After more than half an hour, as the majority of his aches subsided, he concluded his practice, turning to sit upright and once again gazing at the jade pillow, lost in contemplation. The scenes from last night's dream incessantly flickered through his mind, making it difficult for him to concentrate. Shen Luo's gaze swept over the numerous tomes on the nearby table, and suddenly he recalled the extraordinary adventures of Master Yu that had been mentioned in his dreams. After a moment's contemplation, he approached and extracted a hefty volume from the stack. It was the geographical records of the various prefectures. He turned to the section on Songfan County, as referenced by Yu Yin, and discovered a map of the county within its pages. With great care, he began to examine it. The Wanshui River. It truly exists. Chapter 41. Master Fengyang. Shen Luo's eyes brightened as he intently gazed at the map. According to the records in the book, the location of the Wanshui River was even closer than he had anticipated, merely about 200 miles from Chunhua County. He set down the book, lost in contemplation. Shen Jr. brother. At that moment, a series of heavy knocks resonated at the door, accompanied by a voice from outside. Upon hearing this, Shen Luo rose to open the door, revealing a robust young man standing at the threshold. Tian Taisheng. Tian Senior brother, your Qingyang hand is nearing great mastery. Yet my door is merely wooden and cannot withstand your forceful knocks. Shen Luo greeted him with a smile. Do not jest, junior brother. My innate talent for martial arts is lacking. Even with another decade of practice, achieving mastery in the Qingyang hand seems implausible, Tian Taisheng remarked with a wry smile. Interrupted by Shen Luo's playful banter. You are far too modest, senior brother. Have you come to see me for a reason? Shen Luo invited Tian Taisheng into his room, inquiring. A few days ago, I heard from my junior brother that you were unwell. After finishing my morning lessons today, I did not encounter you at the Yuhuang Hall, and Lin junior brother from next door mentioned you had not left your room since morning. Hence, I came to check on you. Ah, your complexion does appear rather poor. Are you ill? Tian Taisheng observed Shen Luo's pallor and questioned him. Thank you for your concern. Senior brother, I did not rest well last night, but it is nothing serious, Shen Luo casually explained, reluctant to disclose the matter of the jade pillow. That is good to hear. You must take care to rest adequately and not overexert yourself. Lunchtime is approaching. Let us go together, Tian Taisheng said, seemingly convinced by Shen Luo's assurance as he glanced at the time. Feeling a pang of hunger, Shen Luo agreed and walked alongside Tian Taisheng toward the dining hall. His body had now recovered, yet the lingering unease from his two recent dreamlike awakenings continued to trouble him. Taoist Luo should be able to discern his current physical condition. Without clarity on this matter, he found it difficult to feel at ease. As he spoke, a sudden wave of weakness washed over him, and his vision began to swirl. In an instant, he collapsed onto the ground. Junior brother Shen, what is wrong? Tian Taisheng exclaimed in alarm, hastily lifting his body. Shen Luo trembled uncontrollably, feeling as if a vast void had opened within him, ravenously consuming his vital energy, inflicting unbearable pain, more intense than that experienced in his prior dreams. Yet he could not utter a sound. It was a torment worse than death. Fortunately, at that moment, his surroundings blurred rapidly, and darkness enveloped his consciousness, plunging him into unconsciousness. After an indeterminate period, Shen Luo gradually regained his senses, feeling a warm current flowing gently within him, imparting a profound sense of comfort. He slowly opened his eyes. A strange ceiling loomed above, emblazoned with a large character for Tao at its center, surrounded by a circle of azure patterns. Beyond these patterns was a larger purple frame, at each corner adorned with the four auspicious beasts, the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise. As Shenluo awakened, the unfamiliar ceiling momentarily left him bewildered, his mind muddled, unsure of what had transpired. Shenshidi, are you awake? At that moment, a face appeared in his line of sight, gazing down from above, none other than Tian Taixing. Do not move. A commanding voice rang out, halting his movements. Shenluo turned to see a tall, gray-haired elder standing beside him. Clad in a dark green Taoist robe and adorned with a lotus crown, his countenance was stern, with eyebrows slanting downwards, resembling a specter, which was rather intimidating. Master Guanju. Upon recognizing the elder's appearance, Shenluo was taken aback and dared not move an inch. This gray-haired elder was indeed the master of the Chuanxiu Temple, Fengyang Zhenren. Shenluo soon realized that Fengyang Zhenren's left hand was pointed at a specific spot on his chest, with red light shimmering at his fingertips. A warm current continuously flowing into his body. Suddenly, he felt a slight sting in his lower back. Turning to glance, he saw Fengyang Zhenren's right hand pinching a glowing golden needle, its tip gently piercing an acupoint on his waist and twisting slightly. What followed was an astonishing scene that nearly escaped his lips. He noticed that between his waist and abdomen, a multitude of 17 or 18 golden needles had already been inserted, each radiating a faint red glow. Shenluo quickly understood that Fengyang Zhenren was likely performing some form of acupuncture secret technique on him. He refrained from disturbing the process, although a twinge of concern lingered in his heart. What has happened to my body? Yet, pondering this now is futile, since Master Fengyang has intervened to treat me. It is likely that I shall transform this crisis into safety. With such thoughts, he cast his gaze around, observing the spacious hall. The walls were painted white, devoid of excessive embellishments, presenting a rather simple appearance. A large offering table was positioned against the wall directly opposite the entrance, venerating the three esteemed deities, Yuanshi Tianzun, Lingbao Tianzun, and Dao De Tianzun, exuding a solemn dignity. 6 large sandalwood chairs were arranged before the altar, 3 on each side, seemingly for discussions. The wooden couch upon which he lay was situated against the left wall of the hall. Apart from these furnishings, the entire hall was rather bare, exuding an air of solemnity. Shenluo recognized this place as the Jingjing Hall within the Chuanxiu Temple, where the master conducted affairs. He had only visited once when he first entered the temple and had not had the opportunity to return since. Fengyang Zhenren paid no heed to Shenluo's wandering gaze, continuing with his acupuncture. In no time, he had inserted another 5 or 6 golden needles into Shenluo's waist. A warm sensation gradually spread from his lower abdomen, soon enveloping his entire body, bringing indescribable comfort. His physical weakness began to dissipate, and some color returned to his previously pale face. With a swift motion, the 20 or so golden needles flew out from Shenluo's body and vanished into his sleeves. Thank you, Master, Shenluo said, still feeling somewhat fatigued. As he mustered the strength to sit up and performed a respectful salute to Fengyang Zhenren. I had heard from Brother Luo that your health was poor, but I did not expect it to be this dire. It is truly puzzling how you have cultivated. A mere minor Huayong Gong can cause such backlash. The fact that you have managed to reach the threshold of this practice is indeed an extraordinary feat. Real Master Fengyang scrutinized Shenluo for a moment and let out a soft snort. What? A backlash from your cultivation? Shenluo felt as though he had been struck by lightning, standing there in a daze. Master, is Shun's condition truly that grave? Asked Tian Taixing, his complexion changing with concern. What do you think? Replied Master Fengyang, casting a glance at Tian Taixing. His internal meridians are in disarray, and his vital energy is severely depleted. It is evidently a backlash from his cultivation. Shen, if there are aspects of your training that you do not comprehend, why not seek guidance from your master? You cannot recklessly cultivate. Your vital energy cannot simply be replenished at will, sighed Tian Taixing, stamping his foot in exasperation. Master, could the depletion of vital energy affect a disciple's lifespan? Shenluo took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure amidst the turmoil in his heart, and posed the question to real Master Fengyang. Chapter 42. The Sword Duel in the Forest. Shenluo strolled along the mountain path, contemplating how to replenish his internal energy and extend his lifespan. According to the words of Master Fengyang, along with his own deductions, there were 2 possible methods. The first involved consuming elixirs akin to the Baoyuan pill, albeit ones of superior efficacy. The second approach was to swiftly cultivate the Zaiwei Gong to its utmost perfection, subsequently advancing to more advanced techniques. Both of these resources should be available within the Spring and Autumn sect, yet as merely a registered disciple. Shen had already expended a considerable fortune from the Shen family. Thus, acquiring superior elixirs would likely require more than a mere handful of gold and silver. As for mastering the Zaiwei Gong, given his aptitude, achieving such a feat within 2 years was utterly implausible. While pondering feasible solutions, he unknowingly arrived at the rear mountain. The area was lush and verdant, with dense trees and vibrant greenery. The sounds of chirping insects and singing birds fluctuated around him, easing the tension in his heart. At that moment, a deep rumble echoed from within a thicket ahead, reminiscent of the clash of swords. Shen paused to listen, and after a brief interval, another resounding boom followed, accompanied by a sharp whistle. He was taken aback. This secluded rear mountain seldom saw visitors, so what could be causing such noises? Could it be that someone was engaged in combat? After a moment's contemplation, he treaded lightly toward the source of the sound, soon arriving at the scene. His pupils constricted involuntarily as he instinctively sidestepped, concealing himself behind a large tree. Before him stood 2 figures amidst the dense forest. It was Bai Xiaotian and Ding Hua. They were approximately 5 to 6 zhang apart, motionless, while between them, 2 crimson sword shadows intertwined in midair, darting and weaving with the grace of dragons and serpents, producing a series of resonant clashes. The surrounding forest lay in shambles, trees toppled and branches scattered, as a vast clearing had been carved out. With everything that fell within the path of those sword shadows severed cleanly, their edges charred, as if scorched by fire. Flying swords. Shen's eyes gleamed with realization. Though the 2 crimson sword shadows moved with less swiftness than the flying swords wielded by the 2 celestial masters from his dream in Donglai County, the piercing sword aura was unmistakable, undeniably indicative of flying swords. Wrapped in a crimson glow, the 2 swords were only vaguely discernible. Bai Xiaotian's sword appeared to be a unique creation fashioned from a string of copper coins, its form peculiar and its movements as forceful as thunder and lightning. A series of flickering sword lights manifested, as the copper coin sword executed a flurry of techniques, weaving a dense net of blades that ensnared Ding Hua's flying sword within its grasp. Over time, the crimson glow emanating from Ding Hua's wooden sword gradually diminished, its agility waning compared to its initial flare. It seemed that Bai Xiaotian held the upper hand. From a distance, Shen Luo mused, inching closer to hide behind another tree. This was his first opportunity to observe such a fierce duel of sword mastery at such proximity. It was a rare chance he did not wish to miss. Ding. Your Qing Tali wooden sword has only just been completed. If this continues, it may incur damage. Let us conclude here for today, Bai Xiaotian said. Having subdued the wooden sword but refraining from pressing further, instead choosing to call for a halt. Hearing these words, Ding Hua's eyes flashed with a hint of anger. Yet he did not relent. With a sudden low shout, he formed a gesture with his hands, creating a sword-like point that pierced the air. A crimson light flickered at his fingertips, and an eerie blood-like glow appeared on his cheek. The red light surged on the wooden sword within the sword net, as if it had consumed a potent elixir. The originally several-foot-long sword beam abruptly doubled in size, transforming into a colossal red sword over 10 feet long, slicing through the air with tremendous force. With a sharp sound, the sword net, formed from copper coins, was forcibly cleaved open. The wooden sword shot forth from the breach, showing no signs of slowing down, and in a swift motion, it morphed into a streak of red light, hurtling straight towards Bai Xiaotian's face. Bai Xiaotian's expression shifted slightly. In a duel, allowing the opponent's flying sword to close in was a grave mistake. He hastily made a single-handed gesture. At that moment, a resounding clang echoed as the red light on the wooden sword suddenly shattered, transforming into numerous slender beams of light that redirected and struck the copper coin sword. Amidst a series of crisp sounds, the copper flying sword was knocked away, tumbling through the air several times, seemingly unscathed. Observing this, Ding Hua furrowed his brow and let out a low shout, urging the wooden sword to pursue like a meteor, aiming to press the advantage. This deft maneuver struck precisely at the weakest point of the wooden sword. With a sharp ringing sound, the crimson glow on the wooden sword was largely dispersed, and it was sent flying several feet away. Ding Hua's expression darkened, and he hastily summoned his internal energy to stabilize the sword. After a moment of fluctuating emotions, he raised his hand to beckon the wooden sword back, which returned to his grasp without further attack. Seeing his opponent cease hostilities, Bai Xiaotian also retracted the copper flying sword. I have experienced your swordsmanship, Bai Shidi. I take my leave, Ding Hua said with a cupped fist, turning to depart. After walking a few steps, he cast a sidelong glance at Shun Luo's concealed position with a slight snort, yet continued on his way, quickly disappearing into the distance. Shinshidi, come forth, Bai Xiaodian said, watching Ding Hua leave with a stern expression. Bai Shixiang, your keen ears are impressive. You sensed us from such a distance. Shin Luo emerged from behind a tree, chuckling. What brings you here instead of remaining in your quarters? Bai Xiaodian frowned slightly as he noticed Shin Luo approaching. I encountered a snag in my cultivation and thought to clear my mind, only to unexpectedly find you engaged in a contest here. Didn't you just begin practicing the minor transformation of Yang technique? How could you encounter difficulties? Bai Xiaodian inquired, somewhat taken aback. Even you find it puzzling. The cultivation of minor transformation of Yang should not pose a problem, even for those with lesser aptitude. Shin Luo spread his hands, revealing a wry smile. Alas, that was not my intent. Come, accompany me for a stroll in the back mountain, Bai Xiaodian suggested, noticing Shin Luo's disheartened mood. After glancing at the sky, he abruptly spoke. Shin Luo, of course, did not refuse and nodded in agreement. The two then walked side by side into the depths of the forest, traversing a patch of low shrubs until they arrived at a small path hidden among the wild grass. Chapter 43, The Talisman. Not long ago, you engaged in a contest of magical prowess with Brother Ding, each commanding objects in battle. The copper coin sword in the peach-wood sword exhibited considerable might, capable of effortlessly severing wood and ravaging forests. Surely, this must be what is referred to as a magical artifact, right? As Shin Luo walked, he inquired, This thing? Bai Xiaodian shook his head. As he spoke, he retrieved the copper coin sword from his sleeve and casually handed it to Shin Luo. Shin Luo accepted it without hesitation, scrutinizing it closely. The copper coin sword measured merely 2 feet in length, yet its craftsmanship was remarkably intricate. It was fashioned from 81 ancient coins, slightly corroded, strung together with a red cord. Each coin bore identical designs. One side featured the 12 zodiac animals encircling a square hole, while the other side was inscribed in regular script with the characters for longevity and prosperity. These were indeed rare ancient decorative coins. Though these coins were minted by the government and not commonly circulated for trade, they were often employed for ceremonial purposes such as opening furnaces, securing storehouses, and invoking blessings. While their quantity was far less than that of ordinary currency, they were not exceedingly rare, so it was perplexing that such extraordinary powers were attributed to them. Could it be that the red cord binding the coins held some secret? Shin Luo pondered, rubbing the red cord between his fingers before bringing it to his nose for a gentle sniff. Detecting a faint scent of vermilion but unable to discern the material from which it was woven. Noticing Shin Luo's curiosity, Bai Xiaodian chuckled softly, scratching his nose. With a single hand, he performed a hand gesture and began to chant softly. Instantly, a gentle red glow enveloped the talisman, encasing the entire sword, reminiscent of their previous duel. With a flick of his fingers, the copper coin sword quivered slightly, then suddenly shot upward, spinning in midair, gracefully soaring around the two of them. Shin Luo's eyes sparkled with genuine admiration and envy. You have witnessed this. The copper coin sword requires a talisman to activate its power. It is, in fact, a form of talismanic artifact, far inferior to true magical artifacts in terms of might. Bai Xiaodian explained as he stowed the copper coin sword and talisman away. Shin Luo understood that while Bai Xiaodian was demonstrating the talisman inscribed upon the copper coin sword was not to be revealed indiscriminately, as it was a rule of their sect and a principle of conduct. Even close relationships could not breach this boundary. He felt no resentment towards this, but rather an increased appreciation for Bai Xiaodian, deeming him a worthy companion. If talismanic artifacts were already so remarkable, one could only imagine the magnificence of true magical artifacts. Shin Luo mused longingly. True magical artifacts possess not only immense power, but also exacting requirements from their wielders. Only those who have reached the stage of Big who can harness their might. They are seldom seen. In our entire spring and autumn sect, perhaps only the sect leader and that esteemed elder possess them. Even Master Luo and Master Wang do not, Bai Xiaodian replied, his expression reflecting a similar yearning. The sect leader is one thing, but what of that esteemed elder? Have you ever laid eyes upon him? Shin Luo asked, curiosity piqued. Speaking of this esteemed master, he is indeed a subject of intrigue within the Spring and Autumn Academy, as nearly everyone has heard of his name. Yet none can claim to have witnessed his true form, rendering him quite enigmatic. Some rumors suggest he has lived for several centuries, while others assert that he has attained immortality Even more audacious tales claim he has long since passed away, with the Academy merely maintaining this facade to bolster its reputation. Deep down, Shenluo is inclined to believe that this venerable master enjoys a long life and remains among the living, though he has not encountered him. He has heard from Master Luo that the esteemed master is indeed in seclusion, seldom making an appearance, and likely only the Academy's leader and a few others, including Master Luo, are allowed to meet him. If that is the case, can the path of cultivation truly extend one's lifespan? Shenluo's heart swelled with joy. Indeed, as long as one can surmount the various obstacles in their training, each elevation and realm significantly augments one's lifespan. Our venerable master has already surpassed several centuries. Bai Xiaotian affirmed with a nod. If it can indeed be categorized by realms, then I must currently be at the most rudimentary level? Upon receiving this confirmation from Bai Xiaotian, Shenluo felt a surge of fervor, his desire to survive intensifying. Bai Xiaotian's expression flickered with a hint of embarrassment. It seems I should not even be considered at the lowest tier, Shenluo remarked, his lips twitching slightly in realization. The most basic level of cultivation is the qi refinement stage. One must cultivate a modicum of magical power to be deemed at this level, and I find myself here. The next stage is the valley-breaking stage, which both Master Luo and the Academy leader have attained, Bai Xiaotian explained. Ah, I see. What about our esteemed master? Do you know his realm? Shenluo inquired further. Master Luo has not mentioned it, but based on his considerable longevity, it is likely he has ascended to the soul condensation stage, beyond the valley-breaking stage, Bai Xiaotian replied, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, Shenluo etched the information into his memory. Bai Xiaotian's words seemed to unlock a door for him, illuminating the hope of survival while simultaneously highlighting his own insignificance as an ordinary mortal, leaving him with a tumult of emotions. Mortals only possess a fleeting few decades of life. After accounting for the frailty of youth and old age, how much time remains? Yet, he could not even aspire to this brief existence. How could he find peace in such a fate? Brother Bai, during your duel with Brother Ding, you employed the pure yang sword technique, did you not? After regaining his composure, Shenluo inquired once more. Bai Xiaotian paused, seemingly taken aback that Shenluo was aware of the pure yang sword technique. Do not find it strange, as a registered disciple, while I cannot access other techniques. It is not difficult to gather information with some expenditure, he said. I understand that the Shaowei Yang Gong is merely a foundational technique, akin to a body-refining method for mortals, serving as a basis for the pure yang sword technique, which is truly the method by which one can cultivate magical abilities within the Academy. Shenluo perceived the doubts lingering in Bai Xiaotian's heart and smiled as he spoke. You indeed possess quite the keen insight. It is true that the minor transformation of yang technique serves as a foundational skill. Only those disciples who have perfected it are deemed worthy to attempt the first layer of the pure yang sword technique. Bai Xiaotian hesitated momentarily before openly confessing. In other words, once the minor transformation of yang technique is mastered, one may then cultivate the pure yang sword technique, thereby truly embarking on the path of cultivation? Shenluo inquired earnestly. Is it truly that simple? Being eligible to attempt the first layer of the pure yang sword technique does not guarantee the attainment of the fundamental understanding. Only by achieving the fundamental understanding can one be considered a practitioner of the qi refinement stage, thus genuinely stepping into the realm of immortality, Bai Xiaotian replied, shaking his head repeatedly. Fundamental understanding? This time, Shenluo was genuinely taken aback. Chapter 44. The difficulty of cultivation. It may be futile to explain, but I shall convey the essence to you. The so-called passage of the Lo refers, in simpler terms, to the process wherein the initial strand of magical energy is birthed within one's body through the stimulation of yang energy and the first layer of the pure yang sword technique. Should one fail to traverse this threshold, they shall be forever estranged from the path of immortality. Observing Shenluo's eager expression, Bai Xiaotian remarked, if I am not mistaken, this resembles a crucial gateway. One must navigate through it to continue their cultivation. Perhaps it is akin to a moment of enlightenment? Shenluo nodded thoughtfully and inquired further. Your interpretation is not entirely incorrect, yet it is not wholly accurate either. The passage of the law should not be considered merely a moment of enlightenment. Rather, it signifies a transformation that occurs from within, necessitating external assistance to achieve it, Bai Xiaotian elucidated. What kind of external assistance? Shenluo pressed for clarification. I trust you do not genuinely intend to cultivate the pure yang sword technique? To be frank, instead of indulging in idle fantasies, it would be far more prudent for you to diligently practice the minor transformation of yang, and perhaps procure additional elixirs from Master Luo, Bai Xiaotian sighed, rolling his eyes. Indeed, I find you quite exasperating. As for the specific forms of external assistance, it is challenging to elaborate. They generally pertain to rare and precious elixirs that are often elusive. Moreover, even with such external support, the probability of success remains dismally low, Bai Xiaotian lamented. Is the success rate truly that grim? Shen Luo's eyes widened in disbelief. Thus, it is no surprise that in recent years, our sect has accepted numerous disciples. Yet only 3 have attained inner sect status. The difficulty of the passage of the law is evident. Bai Xiaotian chuckled. Could you possibly elaborate further on the pure yang sword technique? If it involves any sect rules or taboos, there is no need to force it, Shen Luo suggested. As long as we refrain from delving into the specifics of the technique, I can share some insights. There is little to conceal. Even outer sect disciples possess a modicum of understanding, though they often misconstrue or exaggerate the details. The pure yang sword technique comprises 12 layers in total, with the first and the last 2 layers being the most challenging. The first layer's difficulty lies in the passage of the law, while the latter 2 layers present their own complexities. If one can surpass the hurdle of the passage of the law, the subsequent 9 layers can be cultivated over several decades, even if one's aptitude is not particularly exceptional, Bai Xiaotian elaborated. Decades of effort? By the time one achieves mastery, will they not be nearing the end of their lifespan? Shen Luo grimaced. I neglected to mention that upon successfully navigating the passage of the law and entering the qi refinement stage, one's lifespan can be extended by approximately 60 years, which should suffice for cultivating these layers of technique, Bai Xiaotian remarked, slapping his forehead. And if one were to reach the 9th layer, how much additional lifespan could be gained? Shen Luo was particularly keen on this matter, provided one does not break through the qi refinement stage. The 60-year extension will remain relatively unchanged. However, should one fully cultivate the 10th layer of the pure yang sword technique, they may attempt to break through to the next stage, the valley-breaking stage. Upon entering this stage, one's lifespan could potentially increase by at least 200 years. Bai Xiaotian explained with a smile. 200 years, Shen Luo murmured to himself. You must first focus on living a longer life before contemplating matters of 200 years hence. Young people should not aim too high. After sharing a laugh, Bai Xiaotian suddenly recalled something and changed the subject, asking, Are you still engaged in the study of talismans? I am still researching them. Though I have yet to make significant progress, Shen Luo replied, shaking his head. Under the guidance of Yu Yin in his recent dream, his understanding of talismanic arts had indeed deepened considerably, but he had not had the opportunity to practice and validate his insights extensively. Thus, he could not claim much advancement. I knew you wouldn't give up easily. I no longer have any use for these items, so you may keep them, Bai Xiaotian said, a self-satisfied expression on his face as he tossed a small cloth pouch towards Shen Luo. Shen Luo caught it, feeling its weight, and curiosity stirred within him. When he opened the pouch, he was pleasantly surprised to find it filled with 7 or 8 pieces of elemental stones. Brother Bai, you are indeed my timely benefactor. I was just lamenting the lack of such treasures. I cannot afford to leave empty-handed this time. Tell me, how much do you want for them? He asked, his face lighting up. Discussing money between brothers can strain our bond. Instead, invite me to a fine meal at the tavern in town in a couple of days, and we can call it even. Just ensure that the drinks flow freely. My thirst has been calling for days, Bai Xiaotian replied, playfully patting Shen Luo on the shoulder. That is certainly agreeable, but it seems you are always engaging in losing ventures, Shen Luo mused. Well, if you feel guilty, 100 or 200 taels of gold would suffice. I wouldn't mind the weight on my purse. Bai Xiaotian chuckled, rubbing his hands together. Drinks will be plentiful. Shen Luo nodded in agreement, walking forward with his hands clasped behind his back. Bai Xiaotian laughed heartily and followed suit. On a tranquil summer night, under the silvery moonlight, the chirping of insects created a melodious ambience. A solitary figure ascended the mountain path towards the summit. After passing the Jade Emperor Hall, he soon arrived at a secluded courtyard. The outer gate was ajar, revealing the flickering candlelight from the 2-story building within. Master Luo, your disciple Shen Luo seeks an audience, he announced respectfully from the shadowed doorway. Come in and speak, a voice responded after a brief silence. Upon hearing this, Shen Luo entered the inner courtyard. Before he could approach the door, the 2 black doors swung open on their own. There sat Master Luo in a grand chair, a pot of freshly brewed tea beside him, steam rising delicately, mingling with the fragrant aroma. As Master Luo held the teacup, his gaze swept over his named disciple, and his brow furrowed slightly. It seems your master uncle was correct. You have indeed misdirected your practice of the minor transformation technique. What little essence you possess now appears even more depleted, and your life hangs by a thread, he stated bluntly, setting down the teacup without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Shen Luo's heart sank, and the last remnants of hope dissipated entirely. I implore you, Master Luo, save me and teach me the methods to prolong my life, he pleaded. Bowing deeply in desperation, Lao Daoren observed him, his chestnut-hued visage betraying little change in expression. He merely lifted the teapot at his side, replenishing the teacup with fragrant tea, gently blowing on the leaves that floated atop the surface. Shen Luo slightly straightened his posture and approached, retrieving a weighty, purplish-red wooden box from his bosom. He placed it reverently on the tea table beside Master Luo and humbly spoke, Master Luo, this is but a token of my heartfelt intentions. I implore you to accept it. Should there exist a method to preserve life, I am willing to exchange a considerable sum for it. Chapter 45. Unspeakable Taoist Luo slightly turned his body, casting a glance at the wooden box on the table. Before he sighed and spoke, during my time at your home, I had already imparted to you the methods of prolonging life. The Hongshuo San and the Shaohuayang Gong were exceptionally granted to you. However, your aptitude for cultivation is utterly lacking, and even the most fundamental techniques elude your grasp. I often wonder whether my decision to accept you was an act of salvation or a curse. Master Luo, your words are too harsh. Were it not for you, I would have likely succumbed to the earth long ago. I am ever grateful for your life-giving grace, Shen Luo replied, shaking his head repeatedly. Upon hearing this, Taoist Luo's expression softened considerably, revealing his appreciation. Yet, I wonder if there are other methods available. Regardless of the cost, I am willing to pay, Shen Luo added, emphasizing his last two sentences. Very well, for your sake, I am willing to make another exception. If you can fully cultivate the Shaohuayang Gong within 3 years, I shall once again petition the master of the sect on your behalf to grant you access to the first level of the pure Yang sword technique. We can then negotiate the price, though the chances remain slim, Taoist Luo said after a moment of contemplation. 3 years. But didn't Master Fengyang declare that I would not survive beyond 2? Shen Luo questioned, confusion evident in his heart, yet he continued to express his gratitude. There is no need for such haste in your thanks. I can assure you that I harbor little faith in this method. Given your aptitude, achieving mastery of the Shaohuayang Gong within 3 years is nearly impossible. Thus, I advise you to focus on resting and recuperating, and to invest your efforts in seeking out spiritual herbs that can extend your lifespan. This is the true path, Taoist Luo advised, gesturing dismissively. Such life-extending substances, where might they be found? Are there any within the sect? Shen Luo could not help but inquire. If they existed here, why would I send you elsewhere? The genuine spiritual herbs capable of prolonging life are coveted even by adept cultivators. When they do appear, they are fervently contested by all practitioners of the craft. Ordinary mortals seldom even catch a glimpse of them. Even if one were fortunate enough to encounter such treasures, the wealth required to acquire them is astronomical. Taoist Luo said as he rose, hands clasped behind his back. Why can gold and silver not procure them? Shen Luo pondered, filled with curiosity. During these recent days, you have relied on the Shaohuayang Gong and Hongshuo San to sustain your life, yet each of these was purchased with considerable wealth. The 200 gold pieces upon entering the sect, and the 2,000 taels of silver sent by your family each year, each one has been a means of prolonging your existence. You have yet to embark on this path. Thus, you cannot comprehend that in the eyes of true cultivators, real gold and silver are no different than mere stones or withered wood. Even if there is a need for barter, the currency utilized is that of the legendary celestial jade, Taoist Luo elucidated. Upon hearing these words, Shen Luo felt as though struck by lightning. He was aware of the esteemed name of celestial jade. Bai Shaodian had mentioned it to him, and he had encountered references to it in various texts. It was the genuine currency of the divine, a treasure that even the wealthiest merchants of the state capital seldom beheld. To procure the elixir of life, one naturally requires the wealth of the immortals. A wave of helplessness surged within Shen Luo as he felt that even the last vestige of his financial resources had vanished. As the light in his eyes began to dim, a flicker of compassion crossed Taoist Luo's brow. In the midst of Shen Luo's turmoil, a thought suddenly struck him. The root cause of his energy depletion was that peculiar jade pillow. Perhaps it held the key to his salvation. While he had been unable to find a solution to his predicament, it did not imply that others could not. This object, which had drastically diminished his lifespan, despite being a treasure, must take a backseat to the urgent necessity of survival. If all else failed, he could exchange it for some benefits from the sect. After a moment of hesitation, Shenluo resolved to broach the subject of the jade pillow. However, as he began to speak, a sudden, deafening buzz erupted in his mind. A sharp sound unlike any he had ever encountered, threatening to rupture his eardrums. His vision abruptly darkened, and he collapsed to the side. Taoist Luo, startled, swiftly seized his shoulder and guided him back to a chair. As Shun Luo's head swam, Taoist Luo furrowed his brow, grasped his wrist, and meticulously examined his pulse, his fingers pressing on 3 key points. After a brief moment, he shook his head and released his grip. The pulse was weak and frail, indicative of a backlash from his cultivation, revealing a significant depletion of energy. How have you been training to result in such a condition? Taoist Luo inquired. Cold sweat poured from Shin Luo's forehead as he struggled to recount his daily practices. Yet, as he attempted to mention the jade pillow again, that cacophonous roaring returned with a vengeance, compelling a cry of anguish to escape his lips. Taoist Luo's expression hardened as he supported Shin Luo's back, a warm red glow emanating from his palm, sending a soothing current into Shin Luo's body, gradually alleviating the residual buzzing in his head. However, when he contemplated broaching the subject of the jade pillow once more, the piercing clamor erupted again, more intense than before, rendering him utterly speechless. What ails you? Taoist Luo noticed his distress and asked. My body feels somewhat weak. It seems to be a backlash from my technique, Shin Luo gasped, daring not to direct his thoughts toward the jade pillow again. Thank you, Master Luo, he murmured, finally regaining his composure after a prolonged moment. He dared not linger, and, after expressing his gratitude, took his leave. Taoist Luo watched as Shun Luo's somewhat unsteady figure disappeared beyond the door, rubbing the gold ingot hidden within his sleeve. His brow furrowed. This young man is quite decent, but alas, it seems I shall need to seek another disciple from a wealthy family in a couple of years. He murmured to himself before waving his sleeve, causing all 4 doors of the room to close with a resounding thud. As night deepened, the candlelight flickered within the quiet chamber on the 1st floor, close to the cliff's edge. Shin Luo sat at the table, the peculiar jade pillow before him, his gaze fixed upon it, yet his thoughts seemed to wander. The events previously encountered with Master Luo were truly bewildering. Shin Luo could hardly fathom what kind of force was preventing him from revealing the secret of the jade pillow. Chapter 46. A gamble after merely 2 attempts. Shin Luo found himself beset by a splitting headache, causing him to hesitate further. He had gained a clearer understanding of the enigmatic nature of the jade pillow, firmly believing it to be an artifact of immense power. However, this treasure had not only plunged him into terrifying nightmares on 2 occasions, but had also severely depleted his vitality, even affecting his lifespan, which filled him with increasing distress. The matter of the jade pillow had to be set aside. The pressing concern was how to extend his life. Shin Luo rose to his feet, pacing thoughtfully around the room. Neither Master Luo nor Shin Luo himself believed he could cultivate the nascent Xiaohua Yang Gong to perfection within 2 years. Furthermore, even if he succeeded, the temple might not permit him to practice the pure Yang sword technique. Relying on others was less effective than relying on oneself. It seemed a gamble was necessary. With newfound resolve, Shin Luo abruptly halted his pacing. Days later, along the mountain path of the spring and autumn temple, Shin Luo descended the stone steps, his brow furrowed in persistent contemplation, as if troubled thoughts lingered in his heart. He passed by his fellow disciples without exchanging words, merely acknowledging them with a slight bow before hastily moving on. Approaching the vicinity of the dining hall, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure and came to a stop. Brother Tian, Shin Luo called out. Shin Shidi, are you looking for Master Luo? Before he could finish, Shin Luo grasped his arm and led him to a quieter corner. Brother, I was just about to seek you out. I didn't expect to find you here. Shin Luo spoke first. Looking for me? Is there something amiss? Tian Taisheng replied, scratching his head in confusion. This morning, I asked Master Luo, and he agreed, Shin Luo said, noting the oddity of Tian's reaction, which left a bitter taste in his mouth. Indeed, the spring and autumn temple had been closed for many years, and according to the temple's regulations, one typically could not leave the mountain without achievement in cultivation. Given Tian Taisheng's past behavior, he likely had not considered this, and Shin Luo chose not to elaborate. Nodding, Shin Luo took his leave. As Tian Taisheng watched Shin Luo's receding figure, an inexplicable sensation arose within him. At that moment, he suddenly recalled that he had diverted the conversation and forgotten to inquire about Shin Luo's health and what Master Luo had said regarding it. The ancient tomes remained piled together, But on the adjacent table lay 3 pristine yellow talismans, adorned with the symbols of the Minor Thunder Talisman. He carefully picked up each talisman and tucked them into the volume of the Chronicles of Zhang Tianshi, along with the last of his silver, which he stowed away in his pack. With his burden secured, Shenluo locked the door behind him, took a deep breath, and set off toward the mountain gate. Along the way, numerous fellow disciples regarded his appearance with astonished expressions, yet none inquired about his intentions. Even the usual greetings were omitted. Most only whispered among themselves after he had passed by. Shenluo remained focused, unperturbed by their murmurs, and soon arrived at the mountain gate. From a distance, he noticed 3 or 4 individuals surrounding Brother Nyo, who was stationed at the mountain gate, engaging in conversation with a sycophantic smile that was rather irksome. Brother Nyo, approximately in his 40s, possessed a complexion as dark as coal, adorned with a circular birthmark upon his brow, reminiscent of the historical figure Bao Zheng in appearance. However, beneath this facade lay a man of considerable greed. Having grown up in the temple, he was of average aptitude yet boasted a seniority that surpassed many disciples, which secured him the position of gatekeeper. In ordinary circumstances, anyone wishing to descend the mountain for a clandestine indulgence would inevitably find themselves subjected to his extortion, with even the inner sect disciple by Xiaodian having suffered his schemes, let alone the others. Unable to resist, they could only resort to flattery. And the actions of those present reflected this very sentiment. Upon noticing Shenluo approaching, they hastily composed themselves, adopting a demeanor of seeking Brother Nyo's guidance. Greetings, esteemed brothers, Shenluo acknowledged, fully aware that evading Brother Nyo was not an option. He approached and offered a respectful bow. What brings you here? Brother Nyo inquired, scrutinizing Shenluo from head to toe. The others looked on with expressions of astonishment. In response, Shenluo leisurely retrieved a personally pinned document bearing Master Luo's seal from his sleeve and presented it to Brother Nyo. The latter furrowed his brow slightly as he accepted it, perusing the contents multiple times. Indeed, it concerns a family visit, and there appears to be no deadline. Brother Nyo remarked, his gaze shifting back to Shenluo, filled with nothing but confusion. Brother Nyo, may I take my leave? Shenluo inquired with a smile that held a hint of irony. Chapter 47. Descending the mountain just as Brother Nyo was about to speak, he heard a series of footsteps approaching from not far outside the mountain gate. A figure appeared seemingly from nowhere, making its way towards them. The group, taken aback, instinctively turned their gazes in that direction, and Shenluo was no exception. A young man, clad in the traditional garments of the spring and autumn sect and wearing a bamboo-woven hat, was methodically stepping down the stone steps, slowly approaching the mountain gate. His hair was jet black, and his form somewhat slender. Much of his face was obscured by the hat, yet the visible contours still revealed an extraordinary handsomeness, exuding an ethereal air that set him apart from the mundane. Who is that? Someone whispered nearby. Why is he dressed in our spring and autumn sect's attire? He looks unfamiliar, another person pondered aloud. Could it be him? Shenluo harbored a suspicion in his heart, but chose to remain silent. That is Gu Hualing. My junior brother, Brother Nyo, having guarded the mountain gate for many years, recognized him, his expression shifting slightly as he provided the answer. Gu Hualing? Upon hearing this name, everyone, including Shenluo, was taken aback. He was one of the 3 great inner disciples, renowned alongside Ding Hua and Bai Xiaodian, and was reputed to be the most enigmatic among them, rumored to have secluded himself in cultivation for years, rarely making an appearance on the mountain. His mentor was none other than Master Wang, a peer of the legendary Taoist Luo and Master Fengyang. Although Shenluo had been on the mountain for over 2 years and had never seen him, he had heard Bai Xiaodian mention him often, and Bai Xiaodian's eyes. This individual was deemed even more noteworthy than Ding Hua. It had been rumored earlier that the sect had permitted him to descend the mountain alone to vanquish demons. And now it seemed that the rumor was indeed true. A slightly older disciple could not help but exclaim softly, even senior brother Ding has never descended the mountain alone. As the crowd murmured, they noticed that the figure had approached them, and they promptly ceased their chatter, respectfully bowing and Greetings, junior brother Gu. Gu Hualing halted his steps, lifting his hat to reveal a countenance that would evoke envy even among women, and he offered a courteous bow to the assembly. Are all of you gathered at the mountain gate to welcome me? I feel somewhat embarrassed, he said, his expression warm and humorous. The onlookers were struck by a mixture of awe, envy, and a hint of shame, leaving them momentarily speechless. Ahem. How was your first descent, junior brother? Brother Nyo, being somewhat acquainted with him, cleared his throat and inquired with a smile. I encountered and dispatched a yellow rat that had just awakened its intelligence. Not much of an achievement, Gu Hualing replied, patting the bag on his back with a grin. The others were taken aback. On his first descent, he had not confronted any malevolent spirits, but rather a sentient creature. Shenluo could not help but scrutinize him a bit more. Junior brother truly possesses remarkable prowess. I am in admiration, Brother Neo praised sincerely. Only then did the others react, hastily joining in with flattery, exchanging glances and compliments. The crowd felt both honored and overwhelmed. Quickly returning the gesture, Shenluo could not help but feel that Gu Hualing, one of the three prominent disciples, was indeed more adept at winning the favor of ordinary disciples compared to the free-spirited Bai Xiaodian and the arrogant Ding Hua. Having spent over 2 years without leaving Chuanxiu Temple, even someone of Shenluo's temperament found himself somewhat intoxicated by the taste of freedom. Upon arriving at Tuji Town, he first visited Hongyuan Building to indulge in a sumptuous feast, and after satisfying his hunger, he ventured to the marketplace, where he spent 20 taels of silver to acquire a robust black stallion. After ensuring he had ample water and provisions for the journey, he mounted his horse and departed Tuji Town, stirring up a cloud of dust as he rode away. Pingjun County encompasses numerous towns and counties, among which Shenhua County stands out for its flat terrain and fertile fields, rendering it relatively affluent. In contrast, the eastern Tianping County, influenced by the topography of the Zhuiliang Mountains, suffers from scarce arable land and poverty. Adjacent to Chunhua County, Songfan County benefits from the presence of the Luan River, facilitating water transport and transforming it into a bustling hub for trade, even more prosperous than Chunhua County. At this moment, within the renowned Qinyang restaurant in Songfan County, Shenluo, clad in a flowing azure robe, occupied a window-side table on the second floor where several exquisite dishes emitted steam before him. However, after 3 arduous days of travel, he found his appetite waning. He picked up his chopsticks only to set them down again, ultimately resorting to a delicate sip of tea from a cup nearby. Just then, a busy waiter passed by, and upon being called by Shenluo, he paused. Spreading a towel over his shoulder, the waiter noticed the untouched dishes on the table and raised an eyebrow slightly. "Esteemed guest, how may I assist you?" he inquired with a beaming smile. "I wonder if you could enlighten me about something," Shenluo replied. "Please, do not hesitate to ask." "I shall share all that I know," the waiter responded, visibly relieved that the inquiry was not a complaint. Upon hearing this, the waiter's expression momentarily faltered. But he quickly regained his composure and smiled. "Your words are too modest. Within our Songfan County, there are no fewer than 3 docks, and at least a dozen ferry crossings scattered throughout." At this revelation, Shenluo's brow furrowed slightly. He had left Chunkaiyu Temple under the pretense of visiting relatives, but his true purpose in coming to Songfan County was to seek the nameless celestial tome discovered by his ancestor Yu Meng in the Luan River. If the dreams he experienced were indeed real, then according to the timeline, this tome likely remained undiscovered by his ancestor Yu Meng and was probably still hidden beneath some rocky shoal in the river. Given that the likelihood of obtaining the pure yang sword technique from Chuanxiu Temple was exceedingly slim, and the elusive elixir for preserving life was even rarer, Shenluo's last hope lay in locating this celestial tome, which contained records of immortal arts, as it could potentially lead him to a glimmer of survival. Even if he could not master the arts contained within, he could use the tome to barter with Chuanxiu Temple for celestial jade or other elixirs to restore his vitality. "Dear waiter, might you know if there is a family by the surname you involved in the ferry business at these crossings?" Shenluo pondered aloud, posing another question. Chapter 48. Encounter with you, Darren. The fellow's eyes darted, and a look of difficulty appeared on his face. Observing this, Shenluo understood and discreetly retrieved a piece of silver from his sleeve, placing it on the table. The man glanced at it, his eyes instantly brightening, and he reached out eagerly. "Let us talk first." Shenluo gently covered the silver with his hand, a warm smile gracing his face. Upon hearing this, Shenluo felt a surge of joy, placing the silver into the man's palm yet not immediately relinquishing his hold. He continued to inquire, "Where can I find Huang Weidang? Is it easy to locate?" "Quite easy," the man replied. "Exit through the West City Gate and head southwest for about 50 to 60 li. If you encounter any difficulties along the way, you can simply ask someone. Just mention that you are looking for you, Darren." His voice quickened as he felt the cold silver in his palm, a broad smile spreading across his face. "Thank you for your assistance," Shenluo said with a smile, finally releasing his grip. "It's nothing, honored guest. Should you have any further requests, please do not hesitate to ask. The city gates close early these days, typically by the hour of Su, so do be mindful of your return time." The shopkeeper beamed with gratitude, swiftly pocketing the silver. With a wave of his hand, Shenluo dismissed him, and the man bowed slightly before retreating. After finishing his meal, Shenluo led his horse out of the city, setting off in a southwestern direction. After about half an hour, he arrived at the riverbank. The upper reaches of the Luanshui River were fed by numerous tributaries, and the river's surface was quite broad. On either side, artificially constructed embankments and adjacent marshlands were adorned with stout elm and willow trees, their lush branches swaying gently in the summer breeze. As Shenluo strolled along the riverbank, he noticed that after traversing several li, the riverbed began to narrow gradually. The once expansive watercourse shrank by dozens of zhang, causing the previously gentle flow to grow increasingly turbulent. Further along, sandbanks began to emerge above the water, their surfaces dotted with clusters of dense reeds, their verdant leaves rustling in the wind, while waterfowl occasionally took flight. After another 10 or so li, Shenluo finally spotted, not far from the riverbank, a towering old elm tree, under which a simple thatched shelter had been erected. Near the hut, a small black-covered boat was tethered to the bank, with a bamboo pole protruding from its side, measuring about 10 zhang in length. He dismounted near the elm and, leading his horse by the reins, approached the shelter. "Is the boatman here?" Shenluo called out from outside. "Ah, coming." A robust voice responded shortly. Moments later, a stout middle-aged man emerged from the thatched hut. Shenluo sized him up and noted that aside from being somewhat sunburned, the man bore a striking resemblance to Yu Ming, stirring a sense of intrigue within Shenluo, who suspected this individual might well be one of the ancestors of the Yu clan. "May I inquire if you are Yu Zhouzi?" Shenluo asked. "Indeed. I have come seeking the name of Yu Leoj," the man replied, smiling. "Are you needing to cross the river? However, bringing a horse complicates matters. I fear my boat cannot accommodate a horse." The man, introducing himself as Yu Darren, assessed Shenluo with a hint of concern. "I have no intention of crossing the river. I merely wish to borrow a boat from you, and the price is certainly negotiable," Shenluo remarked, blinking his eyes. Upon hearing Shenluo's words, Yu Darren could not help but scrutinize him from head to toe, perplexed by the motives of this young man, who appeared to be a scion of a wealthy family. Shenluo simply gazed at Yu Darren with a smile, waiting for him to speak. "This esteemed guest seems to be an outsider, does he not? The reed marsh here is hardly a suitable spot for frolicking in the water. While the scenery of the reeds may be delightful, beneath the surface lie treacherous currents and hidden rocks, with a vast expanse of rocky shallows in between. Even an experienced boatman must exercise caution to avoid disaster. Renting a boat by yourself is ill-advised," Yu Darren cautioned, his brow furrowed. "Do not heed the words of this fool," he added. But before Shenluo could respond, a woman's urgent voice emerged from the thatched cottage. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged woman clad in a brown garment, and with her head wrapped in cloth, her large belly prominent, stepped out of the cottage. Her complexion was darkened and reddened, clearly accustomed to the hardships of sun and wind. "Ah, there is such a handsome young man," the woman exclaimed upon seeing Shenluo, her admiration evident. Shenluo responded with a slight smile, not taking her words to heart. The woman, noticing his demeanor, shot him a sharp glare, brushing off his offered hand, and remarked, "You country bumpkin, do you even know what elegance means? This young master wishes to wander alone in the reeds to appreciate the scenery, perhaps inspired. He might compose a renowned poem. What business do you, a rough man, have in intruding upon such refined pursuits?" Shenluo understood that the woman was merely eager to earn the rental fee, but chose not to expose her intentions. "Sister-in-law, you jest. I simply wish to take a solitary stroll to ease my mind. Poetry is far from my talent," he replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the woman kept casting glances at her husband, and Yu Darren, recognizing the atmosphere, fell silent. How long does the young master wish to rent the boat?" "Though modest in size, our vessel has been quite busy today. You mustn't shortchange us," the woman said, her face adorned with a smile. "I will rent it for 3 days, starting from now until this time 3 days hence, and I shall pay you 10 taels of silver." "How does that sound?" Shenluo inquired, stroking his chin. "How much?" The woman's expression shifted as she was taken aback by Shenluo's generous offer. 10 taels of silver, Shenluo reiterated. No, that is far too much," Yu Darren interjected, shaking his head vigorously. "That is indeed excessive. We could purchase the very boat with such a sum. Not to mention, 1 tael would be more than sufficient." Even the avaricious woman felt that such an amount was beyond reasonable. "There is no need to fret, sister-in-law. I have formed a good rapport with brother Yu. Consider these 10 taels as a gesture of friendship. I shall take the boat," Shenluo declared firmly, leaving no room for dissent. "This young master exudes remarkable charisma and generosity," he is destined for a life of prosperity and longevity, the woman beamed, unable to contain her delight as she regarded the young man before her with increasing admiration. Chapter 49. Exploring the river after reaching an agreement. Shenluo entrusted his horses to the care of the bold couple, Yu and his wife, while he took to the small boat, gently gliding into the river. The woman graciously provided fresh drinking water and brought out several flatbreads and some jerky, wrapped in cloth, insisting that Shenluo take them aboard to enjoy. Unable to refuse her kind offer, he accepted the package with a smile. The dark canopy of the boat drifted along the swift current, with Shenluo standing at the bow, holding a bamboo pole. Rather than using it to propel the vessel, he cautiously probed the waters on either side for hidden rocks. Soon, the boat navigated past towering reeds, entering a vast expanse of marshland. However, he was inexperienced at maneuvering the boat, while he managed on the calm surface. The turbulent waters proved challenging. Despite his utmost concentration, the boat inevitably bumped against submerged rocks. Bang, bang, bang. The vessel swayed to the west, repeatedly colliding with the concealed boulders beneath the surface, startling the waterfowl and birds that took flight from the reeds flanking the river. When confronted with larger whirlpools and hidden rocks, he strained with all his might to steer the boat clear, aware that a moment's inattention could result in capsizing. Shenluo soon found himself drenched in sweat, his vision blurring from exertion. Yet, the relentless current left no room for respite. He gritted his teeth and persevered. Throughout his journey, he remained vigilant, scanning the riverbanks for any narrowing of the channel, but the dense reeds obstructed his view, forcing him to rely on the shifting water's flow for guidance. After all, a constricted river would lead to an accelerated current. He drifted downstream for several miles, encountering no rocky stretches, though numerous sandy islets dotted the river. Suddenly, his boat plunged into a pair of narrow sandbanks, overgrown with lush green reeds, creating a natural waterway. As the boat entered, its speed increased dramatically, propelling it forward with astonishing force. With a resounding thud, the vessel jolted violently as it burst from the reeds. Shenluo stumbled, nearly toppling overboard. Steadying himself with the pole, he looked ahead, only to find the boat had collided with a rocky expanse, roughly several dozen yards in diameter. Fortunately, the sturdy timber of the boat had withstood the impact. Unlike the sandy islets he had previously encountered, this rocky area was strewn with fist-sized grayish-white pebbles and mud, while a significantly larger brown boulder protruded from the water. This peculiar rock, jagged and oddly shaped, rose about 2 feet above the surface, with much of it submerged. Regrettably, the bow of the boat had lodged into a crevice of this strange stone, yet miraculously, it remained unscathed. After surveying the banks for a moment, Shenluo noted that the river had indeed narrowed considerably at this point, a smile creeping across his face. The convergence of the river, the rocky terrain, and the submerged obstacles appeared to be precisely the location he had been seeking. According to Yu Yan, our ancestors discovered that nameless celestial tome beneath a rocky shore, and this place aligns perfectly with his description, Shenluo murmured to himself. Initially believing that a considerable search would be required, Shenluo was pleasantly surprised to find that it did not demand much effort at all. He cast the bamboo pole onto the rocky shore and bent down to secure the rope tied to the bow of the boat to a river reef. After tugging firmly to ensure the vessel would not drift away with the current, he finally sat down in the cabin, reclining backward, having rowed tirelessly along the river. He was utterly exhausted. At that moment, he felt devoid of strength even to leap from the boat, let alone venture into the water in search of the celestial tome. After resting for a while and consuming some provisions, he gradually regained his breath and stood up once more. He retrieved a bundle of coarse hemp rope from the cabin, firmly fastening one end to the river reef and wrapping the other around his waist before securing it snugly. With that, he leaped from the boat and made his way to the rocky shore. The rocky expanse took on an elliptical shape, aligned with the flow of the water. It was elongated from east to west, slightly narrower from north to south. The river reef stood steadfast at the western edge of the stony beach, and Shenluo positioned himself beside the stones, gazing intently into the dark waters. The river appeared murky, exuding a faint odor of silt. Close to the shore, white froth surged, while further out, various whirlpools of differing sizes floated on the surface, obscuring any view of the depths below. After a moment of composure, he extended a foot cautiously towards the water. However, the stones at the water's edge were loose, and with the slightest pressure, they unexpectedly slipped away. Shenluo suddenly found himself off balance, and with a splash, he plunged into the river. The water was quite deep, engulfing him completely. and he was violently swept against a massive rock by the swift current. Unable to suppress the instinctive reaction, he gasped, inadvertently swallowing several mouthfuls of muddy river water. In a state of panic, he struggled to turn around, grasping the enormous stone to pull himself up, breaking the surface to take a desperate breath before erupting into a fit of coughing. After a considerable time, he finally regained his composure, wiping the river water from his face, still shaken by the ordeal. This place was indeed perilous. Had it not been so, the nameless celestial tome would not have remained undiscovered for such an extended period. As desire for the mysterious tome intensified within him, he took a deep breath, pinched his nose, and plunged down into the depths. Steadying himself against the massive rock, he gradually descended into the water. Upon entering, he slowly opened his eyes, only to find the river's clarity lacking, rendering it impossible to see far or discern much at all. Relying on the reef for support, he endeavored to feel his way towards the riverbed. To his surprise, the riverbed proved to be quite deep. By the time his feet touched the silty bottom, he realized that his breath was running out. He fought against the suffocating sensation, straining his eyes to peer into the murky depths below the rocky shore, where he vaguely discerned what appeared to be a cavernous mud hole, though details remained indistinct. Hastily, he reached out to explore further. Gasping for air, his chest heaved violently. Once his breathing steadied somewhat, he plunged back into the water, determined to remain submerged longer. This time, he descended with greater speed, and upon reaching the riverbed, he immediately began to probe the underwater surroundings. The water was dim and murky, with sediment swirling about. The assistance his eyes could offer was minimal. Shenluo floundered about like a headless fly, aimlessly groping in the depths. After regaining a semblance of composure, he plunged once more into the riverbed, searching amidst the rocky debris. Clutching a river reef, he tilted his head slightly to gaze at the western sky, noting that the sun had begun its descent. Resolute, Shenluo focused intently, inhaled sharply, and once again sank beneath the surface, diving deeper into the riverbed. He had nearly explored every mud crevice and stone cave beneath the reef, maneuvering around the rocks and swimming toward the southern side of the rubble, his palm gliding along the riverbed. This time, as his right hand squeezed through a small opening, his fingertips unexpectedly brushed against something distinctly different from the surrounding stone. Chapter 50. The bag. The object felt as though it were crafted from burlap, resembling a plump sack, its surface uneven, seemingly filled with a multitude of items. Could it possibly be the celestial tome? A spark of intrigue ignited within Shenluo as he grasped a corner of the burlap sack, striving to extract it. Yu Yan had never specified the appearance of the celestial tome. Perhaps it resided within this very bag. However, the hole at the riverbed was scarcely the size of a bowl, and the sack appeared swollen, seemingly as large as a small urn, firmly lodged within, making it impossible to retrieve. After several attempts, Shenluo found himself at an impasse. Exhausted, he resurfaced, gasping for air, lying on the rocky riverbank. His chest heaved with exertion, yet his eyes sparkled with barely contained excitement, the rapid beating of his heart echoing in his ears. Earlier, upon witnessing Yu Yu's audacity, he had felt a surge of conviction, affirming that Yu Yan's words in his dream were not mere fantasy. Now, this opportunity seemed tantalizingly within reach, fueling his exhilaration. In a short while, he grasped a 2-foot-long iron rod and leaped from the boat, plunging back into the depths. A series of faint scraping sounds resonated underwater. The sediment stirred by his movements clouded his vision, forcing him to shut his eyes tightly, only daring to open them after a time. Despite the river rocks being eroded by the flow over the years, their resilience astonished Shenluo. He exerted tremendous effort to pry at the opening, managing only to slightly enlarge it, his fingers unable to extend fully within. Perseverance bore fruit. After expending the better part of half an hour, he succeeded in doubling the size of the aperture. As he gripped the burlap sack tightly and began to pull, his hand trembled with anticipation, silently praying that it was indeed the celestial tome. Once he extricated the entire burlap sack, he found it surprisingly heavy, and without a moment's hesitation, he ascended swiftly to the surface. Clambering onto the rocky shore, he did not untie the ropes binding him, but leaned back against the river rock, breathless, clutching the sack tightly in his grasp. After regaining his composure, Shenluo turned his head and realized that what he held was far from a mere burlap sack. Its coarse texture, reminiscent of burlap, was in fact woven from some metallic filament, coated in mud and algae, its original golden hue now dulled. The mouth of the sack was bound with a golden cord, from which dangled a palm-sized piece of gold leaf. Shenluo removed it, wiping away the grime, and discovered it bore inscriptions. He swallowed hard, his nerves tingling as he scrutinized the somewhat obscured characters. The top two words read Imperial Decree. Familiar to him as the initial strokes of his sigil drawing, this gold leaf appeared to be a talisman. Yet the characters beneath the decree had faded to such a degree that he could neither decipher nor recognize them. Shenluo casually tucked the golden talisman into his sleeve and began to unravel the golden cord that bound the mouth of the bag. Once the cord was removed, the bag gaped open. As Shenluo peered inside, a chill crept down his spine. Within the woven golden threads lay a gruesome heap of stark white bones. He immediately recognized them as human remains. After a brief pause to steady himself against the discomfort rising within, he poured the bones out onto the ground. Upon seeing the scattered remains, he finally resigned himself to the fact that there was no celestial tome to be found here. However, as his gaze lingered on the skeletal remains, he couldn't help but let out a soft gasp, prodding with his iron rod to examine them more closely. It was then that he noticed the shocking state of the bones. Few were intact, most had been shattered, and some bore deep, uneven bite marks, as if they had been gnawed upon for their marrow. The mere thought sent a shiver racing down his spine. Yet, while sifting through the bones, he stumbled upon a peculiar detail. There were no skulls among the remains. Shenluo chose not to dwell on this oddity, feeling rather unfortunate that he had not only failed to locate the celestial tome, but had instead unearthed such a gruesome collection. After collecting the bones, he discovered a few shattered wooden beads among the stones, decayed to the point that they crumbled at the slightest touch. To the deceased, I offer a semblance of respect. I will grant you a grave here, in hopes that you may find peace in the afterlife, he murmured, as he held the afterlife in high regard. It was impossible for him to disregard the remains. Soon, he dug a small pit in the midst of the rocky terrain, placing the bones within before covering them with stones, erecting a mound slightly elevated from the surroundings. As he completed this somber task, twilight began to envelop the land. A wave of weariness washed over Shenluo. He lay back upon the stony ground, resting his hands beneath his head, gazing at the vibrant hues of the sunset. Lost in thought, the quest for the nameless tome was proving to be quite arduous. This rocky expanse, neither too vast nor too small, had exhausted him, and he had only managed to search the riverbed around the boulders. To thoroughly explore the entire area might take him 3 days at the very least. He might need to rent the small boat from the bold couple for a few more days. After all, a celestial tome was not something to be acquired easily. Just then, an idea struck him, and he shot upright. The celestial tome was a treasure of the immortals, and that jade pillow seemed equally extraordinary. Since he had previously relied on a counterfeit lightning talisman to locate the jade pillow, why not attempt the same strategy again? Even if it bore no significant utility, it could serve as a source of illumination underwater. Regrettably, he only had 3 small lightning talismans on him. With this thought, Shenluo swiftly undid the ropes binding him and prepared to row upstream. He paused briefly to exchange a few words with the couple, merely stating that he would return the next day before mounting his horse and making his way towards Songfan County. Chapter 51. A state of disarray. When Shenluo arrived outside the city of Songfan County, it was already past the hour of the dog, and the city gates had been firmly shut. Realizing he could not enter the city, he directed his horse towards a small town to the east. Songfan County was bustling with commerce, and this town, situated along the main road leading out of the city, was lined with numerous shops, forming a sizable marketplace, predominantly filled with inns catering to the traveling merchants in need of lodging. Each inn was guarded by a bellboy, their voices rising and falling in a chorus, eagerly enticing potential patrons. Esteemed guest, are you in need of a room? Our establishment offers hot water and delectable braised beef shank, freshly prepared. And we have stewed goose as well, guaranteed to satisfy. Why not stay at our Inn? Our renowned by Rixiang wine is famous far and wide. One sip will surely leave you wanting more. As Shenluo approached, the bellboys from several nearby inns swarmed around him, vying for his attention. However, he paid them no heed, casting a glance at the surrounding inns before steering his horse towards a modestly decorated, somewhat secluded inn, leaving the bellboys disheartened. Clearly, Shenluo's extravagant attire and fine steed marked him as a wealthy patron. At the entrance of the small inn stood a young bellboy, appearing no older than 15 or 16, with bright, twinkling eyes that conveyed a sense of cleverness. Are you looking to stay, esteemed guest? Though our place is small, it offers tranquility, and our prices are quite reasonable. As Shenluo approached, the young bellboy greeted him with a wide smile. I require a quiet room and some hearty meals, Shenluo replied, his stomach growling from a day spent foraging in the river. Make sure the food is plentiful. Certainly. The young bellboy beamed with excitement, eagerly taking the reins of Shen Luo's horse and leading him into the inn. The bellboys from nearby inns, witnessing this, cast envious glances filled with mixed emotions. As Shen Luo dismounted, however, he suddenly felt an overwhelming weakness wash over him, as if a void had opened within, draining him of all strength. A ringing filled his ears, and darkness danced before his eyes, causing him to collapse to the ground with a thud. "Sir, are you all right?" the young bellboy exclaimed, startled, as he hurried over to assist Shen Luo. Shen Luo managed to cast a feeble glance at the bellboy, parting his lips to speak, but found himself devoid of the strength to utter a single word, his complexion rapidly paling. "I just saw him dismount, and then suddenly faint." "He must be suffering from a sudden illness," remarked another. "Xiao Sanzi, the guest you've brought in appears to be quite the troublemaker." As onlookers gathered, murmuring about the commotion, the other bellboys encircled them, exchanging sardonic remarks. A few who had been previously rejected by Shen Luo wore expressions of schadenfreude. The young bellboy, noticing the increasing crowd, was drenched in sweat from anxiety and hurriedly called for assistance from inside the inn. At that moment, the inn was devoid of guests, with only 2 serving staff and a gaunt middle-aged man wearing a scholar's hat, engrossed in examining the account books at the counter. The 3 individuals also took note of the situation outside and hurriedly stepped out, only to be taken aback by the sight before them. "What shall we do, innkeeper?" Little Sanzi swiftly recounted the circumstances, his face contorted in despair. "Ah, this guest must be exhausted from his travels and has fainted. There is no need for alarm. You two, first bring him inside." "Little Sanzi, go fetch Dr. Lu from Lu's apothecary," the innkeeper declared, his thoughts racing, raising his voice for the nearby onlookers to hear. The 2 waiters, upon hearing this, promptly and deftly lifted Shen Luo and carried him inside, while little Sanzi dashed off. "Ladies and gentlemen, the guest has merely overexerted himself. There is nothing to worry about. Please disperse," the innkeeper said, removing a bundle from the saddle and bowing respectfully to the crowd before turning to enter the inn. Seeing that the excitement had dissipated, the onlookers gradually dispersed. The 2 waiters carefully placed Shen Luo on a bed in a guest room in the back courtyard. Although Shen Luo was not heavy, the prolonged effort left the 2 waiters visibly fatigued. "Innkeeper, this person does not appear to have merely fainted from exhaustion. Look, his eyes are still open, and his body seems quite cold. I hope it's not something serious." One short and stout waiter wiped the sweat from his forehead and spoke. "Do not speak out of turn. Let Dr. Lu assess him first," the innkeeper admonished, his thick brows knitting together. "Yes, sir," the stout waiter replied, realizing his indiscretion. What was all that commotion outside? What transpired? A voice called from outside, accompanied by heavy footsteps, as a middle-aged woman entered. She was stout, with chubby cheeks squeezing her eyes into slits, her complexion dark. Yet she wore a strikingly bright red silk blouse and adorned herself with gold hairpins, creating an appearance that was quite jarring. "Madam Innkeeper," the 2 waiters exclaimed simultaneously, seemingly intimidated by the woman in red. "Why are you not in the kitchen, but here instead?" the innkeeper remarked with a hint of annoyance as he glanced at her. "What, is this inn solely yours? Am I not allowed to come to the front?" the woman in red retorted, hands on her hips, her brows furrowed. "There is a guest here. What are you making such a ruckus about?" The innkeeper's expression faltered slightly, and he lowered his voice. Only then did the woman in red notice Shen Luo on the bed, her demeanor softening just a tad. The stout waiter quickly stepped forward to succinctly explain what had transpired. "What? You brought such a sickly person into the inn? Hurry, take him out through the back," the woman in red commanded sharply upon hearing the news. The 2 waiters exchanged hesitant glances, seeking the innkeeper's guidance. "That is preposterous. This young man came to our inn seeking shelter and fainted at our doorstep. How could we possibly ignore him? If news of this spreads, will our inn still be able to operate?" the innkeeper said, furrowing his brow. "I believe you are the one being unreasonable. If he were to perish here, who would dare come to this inn?" the woman in red countered, her voice rising. "I have already sent little Sanzi to fetch Dr. Lu. I shall handle this matter. So do not complicate things for me." The middle-aged innkeeper's face revealed a hint of impatience, and his tone turned icy. "Ho Liangkai, do you wish to rebel? Do not forget that without the money I borrowed from my family, you, a mere country bumpkin, could never afford to run this inn." The woman in the red shirt erupted in fury, resembling a roaring lion. For a moment, Ho, the innkeeper, was left speechless. "Master Innkeeper, Dr. Lu has arrived," came the voice of Xiao Sanzai from outside. No sooner had the words been spoken than 2 figures entered, Xiao Sanzai leading the way, followed by a man clad in white robes. This individual appeared to be in his 40s, with a slender visage and a few inches of black beard adorning his chin, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. "Master Ho, where's the patient?" The man in white paused, taking in the scene within the room, then hesitantly inquired. "Doctor, Lu has come. We shall discuss matters later. Let us not make a spectacle of ourselves." A fleeting look of embarrassment crossed the innkeeper's face as he spoke softly to the woman in red, before hastening to greet the man in white. Observing the innkeeper's retreating figure, the woman in red fell silent, suppressing her displeasure. Chapter 52. Time is of the essence. The patient is here, Dr. Lu. Please examine his condition. The innkeeper named Ho led Dr. Lu to the bedside and offered him a stool to sit upon. Dr. Lu scrutinized Shen Luo's complexion before taking his wrist to pulse check. Soon, he let out a soft gasp. "Brother Lu, is this young man's condition exceedingly grave?" The innkeeper inquired anxiously. "The pulse is feeble and chaotic, with the 3 burners in disarray. It is indeed quite serious. Such a pulse is often found in the dying elderly. It is truly peculiar for one so youthful to be afflicted thus," Dr. Lu replied solemnly. "Dying." The innkeeper furrowed his brows. The 3 attendants shared the same sentiment, particularly the youngest, whose face was a mask of despair. The woman in the red dress crossed her arms, regarding the innkeeper with a scornful gaze, seemingly reflecting her earlier dissatisfaction. "Brother Lu, this young man is a guest of my establishment. I implore you to do your utmost to save him," the innkeeper said, bowing respectfully. "Brother Ho, it is not that I wish to evade my duty, but I have never encountered such a malady in my experience. I truly do not know how to proceed." Dr. Lu lamented. The innkeeper fell silent for a moment, then sighed deeply. Dr. Lu was the best physician in town. It appeared that this handsome lad was beyond salvation. "If he cannot be cured, then you 3, quickly carry him out through the back door. I do not wish for him to perish in my establishment." "It would bring ill fortune," the woman in red interjected. The innkeeper's expression darkened, just as he was about to respond. Suddenly, a frail voice emerged from Shen Luo, startling everyone. "What did you say?" Dr. Lu rose, leaning closer to hear. "Tintu," Shen Luo repeated, his voice slightly stronger this time, capturing the attention of all present. "Are you asking me to acupuncture your chin to point?" Dr. Lu hesitated, questioning. Shen Luo nodded slowly. Dr. Lu frowned and turned to the innkeeper, saying, "Brother Ho, this young man is your guest. What do you suggest?" "Brother Lu, this young man does not seem like an ordinary person. Perhaps he possesses knowledge of healing techniques." "You should give it a try," the innkeeper replied after a moment of contemplation, biting his lip. "What if it goes awry?" The woman in red interjected coldly. "To save a life is worth more than erecting a pagoda of 7 stories. I, Ho, cannot stand idly by and let him perish. Brother Lu, I urge you," the innkeeper insisted. The woman in red seemed poised to speak again, but ultimately refrained. Dr. Lu nodded, unfastened Shen Luo's clothing, and retrieved a set of acupuncture needles. Extracting a silver needle and inserting it into the tiantu point on Shen Luo's abdomen. "Shuifen," Shen Luo spoke once more. Dr. Lu glanced at him, following the acupuncture procedure as instructed. "Guan Yuan," Shen Luo continued, naming a total of 18 acupoints, precisely those where Feng Yang, the master who had previously treated him, had administered acupuncture. Having been afflicted with ailments since childhood, Shen Luo had become well-versed in the human meridians, although he did not examine them closely that day. Recalling those 18 points was a trivial matter for him. Dr. Lu acted in accordance with the law, and soon a forest of needles emerged between Shen Luo's chest and abdomen, gently quivering. Shen Luo's complexion immediately improved significantly, no longer as pale as before, and he felt a resurgence of strength, managing to raise his arm with some effort. Dr. Lu, displaying an expression of astonishment, grasped Shen Luo's wrist and took his pulse again, noticing that the chaotic pulse had remarkably stabilized. "It turns out that I doubted your medical skills in the presence of a divine healer. I beg your pardon, Doctor." Lu rose to his full height and respectfully clasped his hands before Shen Luo. The others in the room were momentarily taken aback by this scene. Dr. Lu, originally a scholar who had repeatedly failed in examinations, abandoned literature to pursue medicine. His medical skills were exceptional. Yet he possessed a scholar's pride and had never bowed before anyone. Today, however, he showed such deference to a young man. "There is no need for such formalities. For had it not been for your assistance, I would not have been able to recover at this moment," Shen Luo remarked, speaking much more fluently than before. "I am Lu Baichuan. May I inquire the esteemed name of the divine healer?" Dr. Lu asked. I cannot accept such a title. I am Shen Luo, he replied, waving his hand dismissively. Shen Luo? Are you not the young divine healer from the Shen family of Chunhua County? I have long heard of your great reputation. The golden aroma jade you developed at Shen's pharmacy is said to enhance one's vitality without causing harm, a remarkable invention from your study of ancient texts. I'm in awe. Dr. Lu's demeanor became even more respectful. The shopkeeper with the surname Ho and the others, unfamiliar with the Shen family's renown, deduced from Dr. Lu's expression that Shen Luo hailed from an extraordinary background, and their gazes toward him shifted dramatically. The woman in the red dress felt a pang of anxiety. Having previously spoken disparagingly of Shen Luo, she wondered if he had overheard her words. Upon hearing Lu Baichuan's remarks, Shen Luo was momentarily taken aback. He had kept the matter of the golden aroma jade a secret from his father. How had it become public knowledge? Lu, you flatter me. The golden aroma jade was a collaborative effort amongst several pharmacists from the Shen family. It was not solely my achievement, he stated, although he found it peculiar. His expression remained unperturbed. By saying this, Shen Luo effectively acknowledged his identity, and a flicker of surprise crossed Lu Baichuan's face. Young Master Shen resides in Chunhua County. Do you require my assistance during your visit to Songfeng County? Not to boast, but I know quite a few individuals in the vicinity, Lu offered. It is merely a private matter. There is no need for concern, Shen Luo replied, shaking his head in refusal. He found Lu Baichuan's enthusiasm somewhat excessive. Even as a renowned healer from Chunhua County, such fervor seemed unwarranted. There is no need for you to worry. The golden aroma jade you crafted saved the life of my dear relative. I merely wish to express my gratitude, Lu Baichuan explained, as if sensing Shen Luo's confusion. I have come here for trivial matters that I can manage myself. There is no need to trouble you, Shen Luo smiled. I understand now, young Master Shen. If you are unwell, I shall take my leave, Lu Baichuan announced, not wishing to overstay his welcome. He accepted the silver needles and prepared to depart. Please, Lu Xiong, the shopkeeper with the surname Ho said as he stood to see him off. The three assistants in the room, along with the woman in the red dress, seized the opportunity to leave, and soon only Shen Luo remained in the room. Shen Luo extended his hand to grasp the bundle beside him, conducting a brief inspection before releasing a sigh of relief. From within, he retrieved a white jade vial and poured out a singular white elixir, which he promptly consumed. This potion, known as the Baoyuan Dan, dissolved upon entering his abdomen, transforming into a warm current that coursed through his body, alleviating the sensation of weakness that had enveloped him. He then positioned himself into a cross-legged posture and commenced the practice of his minor transformation of Yang technique. As a surge of Yang energy ascended from his Dan to Yan, it merged with the warmth generated by the Baoyuan Dan, circulating throughout his entire being. After a considerable duration, Shen Luo opened his eyes, the debilitating sensation within him having dissipated. Yet, rather than feeling elated at his restoration, his countenance darkened, resembling a chilling abyss. The recent episode bore an unsettling resemblance to his prior fainting spell post-dream, evidently stemming from a depletion of vital energy. For the past 2 days, he had diligently consumed the Baoyuan Dan and practiced the minor transformation of Yang, believing that as long as he refrained from entering dreams, he could enjoy a temporary peace. In hindsight, he realized how naively optimistic he had been. Had he not discerned the acupuncture technique employed by the esteemed Fengyang Zhenren during his rescue, the consequences would have been dire. The latent dangers of his energy depletion began to manifest distinctly, though related to the physical exertion incurred from treasure-seeking during the day. Time was indeed slipping away from him. He even harbored a foreboding intuition that his lifespan might not even reach the 2 years as foretold by Fengyang Zhenren. Chapter 53. The treasure-seeking talisman. Shen Luo shook his head, momentarily setting aside his wandering thoughts. He rose and approached the door to request a meal. Before long, a young lad entered with a tray, presenting a dish featuring 2 meat and 2 vegetable dishes. Shen Luo, already ravenous, promptly indulged in the feast, swiftly devouring every morsel. Once he had finished, the young lad began to clear the table, but was halted by Shen Luo's call. Wait a moment, young brother. Are you a local of Songfeng County? Are you familiar with the happenings in the city? I hail from the nearby Su family village. Yet I frequently venture into the city for purchases, so I am somewhat acquainted with its affairs. Young master, do you have any requests? The lad replied respectfully. Do you know where I might procure yellow talisman paper and vermilion? Shen Luo inquired. Yellow talisman paper and vermilion? We have both in our shop. The lad pondered for a moment before responding. Is it truly available? These items are not commonly used. Shen Luo expressed his skepticism. By coincidence? My master invited a priest to our shop last month to perform rituals for blessings and wealth. A surplus of talisman paper and cinnabar remains in the back courtyard. If you require them, I can ask my master for some on your behalf, the lad smiled. That would be most helpful, Shenluo replied, retrieving a small piece of silver to reward the young lad. Thank you, young master. Besides the talisman paper and cinnabar, do you require anything else? I will fetch it all for you, the lad exclaimed joyfully, as this small piece of silver was worth several months of his wages. You just reminded me. Could you also find some fresh dog blood for me? And a complete set of writing implements, ink, paper, and an inkstone. Oh, and some tongue oil as well, Shenluo added after a brief contemplation. There is a slaughterhouse in town where dog blood is easily obtained. Tongue oil can be found at a nearby general store, and the writing implements are readily available at our shop. Please wait a moment. I will retrieve them for you, the lad said, promptly darting away. After ensuring everything was in order, Shenluo dismissed the lad and immediately began to attempt drawing the treasure-seeking talisman known as the Little Thunder Talisman. He picked up a brush, fully dipping it into the talisman ink, yet he hesitated to commence drawing. A contemplative expression crossed his face, although he had mastered the technique for the Little Thunder Talisman. The original talisman that led him to the jade pillow had been drawn in a rather haphazard manner. Now, attempting to recreate it proved to be a challenge. Striving to recall the details, he endeavored to replicate the previous technique as closely as possible. Time passed, and soon a substantial stack of Little Thunder talismans lay before him. This should suffice. Surely one of these will yield results, Shenluo murmured to himself. He proceeded to immerse each treasure-seeking talisman in tongue oil, which quickly saturated the talismans. After extracting them one by one, he wiped away the excess oil and carefully dried them over a flame, transforming them into oil paper talismans. Next, he placed one of the oil talismans into a basin filled with clear water. To his relief, the talisman did not dampen or soften. The symbols remained as vivid and crimson as ever, with plans to search for treasure in the river the following day. Shenluo devised this method to protect the talismans from water damage. At home, he once observed a servant utilizing tongue oil to craft waterproof paper. Inspired by this, he attempted the same method, and to his astonishment, it proved effective. He retrieved 3 small talismans from his person and treated them similarly. After completing this task, Shenluo was utterly exhausted and fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, the daylight had already brightened the exterior. Sunlight streamed through the window, cascading into the room like threads of gold. Shenluo rose and pushed open the window, revealing a sky of azure, tranquil as a polished mirror, occasionally adorned with delicate white clouds, clearly indicating that it would be a splendid day. He hastily completed his morning rituals but did not embark on his journey immediately. Instead, he took up pen and ink, settling down to compose a letter. Dear Father, I hope this letter finds you well. My experiences at the spring and autumn temple have been quite favorable, and my cultivation has progressed smoothly, resulting in a significant improvement in my health. No longer as frail as before. I wonder how things fare at home. How are mother, my younger brother, and sister doing? In your previous letter, you mentioned the plague in the vicinity of Niuyue town. It appears to be a case of lung heat. In the past few days, I have diligently pondered over this. And in conjunction with the ancient formula for Lian Hua Qingwen decoction, I have devised a remedy combining lotus flower, ephedra, apricot kernel, patchouli, rhodiola, mint, and licorice, which should provide some relief. I will detail the specific dosages at the end of this letter. Shenluo continued to write about his experiences at the temple, deliberately omitting any mention of his current ailment to spare his family from worry. Upon reaching this point, he paused, meticulously inscribing the formula for Lian Hua Qingwen decoction, allowing the ink to dry before securing the letter. Eager to seek treasure, he finished this task and proceeded to the lobby of the inn. Young Master Shen, are you setting off so early? In response to Shenluo's approach with his burden, the innkeeper, Mr. Ho, greeted him with warmth. Mr. Ho, here's the payment for my stay from yesterday, along with Dr. Lu's consultation fee. In the rush yesterday, I nearly neglected this matter. I kindly ask you to convey it, Shenluo stated, placing 2 pieces of silver on the counter. For just one night, this is far too much, Mr. Ho insisted, shaking his head. Yesterday, when my illness struck, I was greatly indebted to your assistance, which allowed me to avert a crisis. Consider this success as my token of gratitude. Shenluo replied with a slight bow, not waiting for further words from Mr. Ho before hastily making his exit. Outside the inn, the young stable hand had already brought the horse. Shenluo mounted swiftly and urged the horse to gallop away. Chapter 54. Seeking in the rain, the summer sky is capricious. What was once a clear expanse has rapidly transformed into a tapestry of dark clouds, accompanied by fierce winds, a harbinger of an impending storm. Shenluo casts a glance at the heavens, secures his horse to a tree near the ferry, and unties the small black boat tethered to a stake, leaping aboard. Young master, it would be unwise to venture out today. Observe the sky. A torrential downpour is imminent. This stretch of river is narrow, and with heavy rain, the waters will surge violently. Even the most skilled boatman would hesitate to take to the water in such conditions. Udaran implores, emerging from a thatched hut, an apron tied around his waist as if he were preparing a meal. Thank you for your concern, brother Yu. I am well aware of the risks. Shenluo responds with a wave of his hand, and with a swift stroke of his bamboo pole against the riverbank. The small boat glides forward, heading downstream. According to Yu Yin, it was on a stormy day that the mysterious heavenly book was discovered by Master Yu. Perhaps this weather presents an opportunity. Of course, should the conditions prove perilous, he would not court danger recklessly. His boating skills had improved significantly since yesterday, and he soon arrived at the rocky shoal he had previously encountered. Although the sky had grown darker since his departure, rain had yet to fall. Shenluo steadies the boat beside a brown river reef, poised to advance when he suddenly halts, scrutinizing the jagged reef that rises 2 feet above the water's surface. Let us commence from here, he declares, picking up a secured rope and fastening it around his waist. He then retrieves a treasure-seeking talisman and a yuan stone, carefully channeling his energy into it. Before long, white vapor surged from the yuan stone, spilling slightly over its surface, guided by the crimson thread in his palm. It flowed into the talisman. As the runes on the talisman illuminated, casting a soft white glow, Shenluo withdrew the crimson thread, ceasing his efforts. The once turbulent white vapor within the yuan stone calmed, yet its essence had diminished, barely perceptible to the naked eye, though he had not fully activated the talisman. The subtle indications it displayed suggested that it was unlikely to replicate the previous formation of a white light sphere. With only a few yuan stones at his disposal, he resolved to be judicious in their use, devising this clever method. However, in the ensuing attempts, a succession of 7 or 8 talismans failed, depleting nearly 1/5 of the vapor contained in the yuan stone. Shenluo had anticipated this outcome. After all, the initial treasure-seeking talisman had been conjured by chance. Reproducing it now was no simple task. With a sigh, he fished out another new talisman and activated it with the yuan stone. Failure. Failure. Yet again, failure. In the blink of an eye, the once thick stack of talismans he had prepared dwindled to a mere few, and the once plump yuan stone was nearly exhausted. Even though Shenluo had steeled himself for such setbacks, the relentless string of over 40 failures began to shake his confidence. Could it be that this treasure-seeking talisman truly relied on mere luck? If that is the case, matters would become quite troublesome. The riverbed is cluttered with numerous stones, making the search for the elusive and unnamed tome akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. If today proves fruitless, I shall return tomorrow. I refuse to believe that after 100 or even 1,000 attempts, I cannot achieve success at least once. Shenluo murmured to himself. The nameless tome represents his sole hope, and he cannot afford to relinquish it. With this thought, his expression returned to normal as he retrieved a new treasure-seeking talisman and began to activate it once more, with a resonant hum. As the last vestige of magical energy from the essence stone flowed into the talisman, a gentle white light blossomed forth, forming a luminescent orb roughly the size of a basin. He paused momentarily, then excitement flushed across his face. This white orb is unmistakably the same as the one he had recklessly conjured that fateful night, albeit slightly smaller. Yet, as Shenluo recalled something, his elation diminished somewhat. He brought the talisman closer to the nearby brown river rock. Given that only a sliver of magical energy had been infused into the talisman, it could not be fully activated, causing the white light to begin to wane. Nonetheless, the soft white orb continued to envelop the river rock. As the light within the orb flickered gently, the rock swiftly became semi-transparent. However, this spectacle lasted only a breath or two. After a couple of flickers, the orb vanished entirely as the talisman's radiance extinguished. Just as he was about to scrutinize further, he felt the dark clouds above lowering ominously, as if a torrential downpour was imminent. Shenluo glanced up at the sky and abandoned his intention to continue his investigation, opting instead to retrieve an essence stone to activate the talisman. With a resonant hum, the treasure-seeking talisman erupted in brilliant white light, forming a luminescent orb of considerable size that enveloped the nearby brown river rock, rendering it semi-transparent in an instant. The white light also encompassed the surrounding murky waters, which did not exhibit the same transparency as the stone and remained utterly unilluminated. Without hesitation, Shen Luo crushed the talisman in his hand. The white orb shattered, transforming into countless luminous spheres of varying sizes that dispersed into the surroundings, reminiscent of fireflies dancing in the night. Some of the spheres directly plunged into the water, disappearing from sight. Shen Luo's gaze darted rapidly, striving to observe all the luminous spheres and their movements. The myriad light spheres quickly spread across a radius of several dozen yards, standing out conspicuously in the dim surroundings. At that moment, a large cluster of white spheres drifting to his left appeared to be drawn by some unseen force. After a slight tremor, they suddenly sank, vanishing into the river. Shen Luo's heart leapt with joy, and without a moment's thought for the boat, he leapt into the water, diving in the direction where the spheres had descended, not daring to delay for even an instant. He accelerated his movements as much as possible, yet still lagged behind the gathering spheres. By the time he reached the riverbed, all the luminous spheres had vanished without a trace. He could only surmise that they had journeyed towards a small cluster of stones at the riverbed near the reed thicket on the southern bank. Shen Luo swam swiftly toward the location, but upon arrival, he was taken aback. In the dim light, he discerned that the pile of stones at the riverbed comprised several black stones, each the size of a grinding wheel. These stones boasted a smooth surface, distinctly different from the surrounding rocks, totaling over a dozen in number. However, their arrangement did not appear haphazard. Rather, they subtly formed a discernible pattern. As Shen Luo pondered this, his eyes widened in sudden realization. The pattern unmistakably resembled a skull. At that moment, he was on the brink of holding his breath to the limit, and the shock surged through him, prompting a torrent of bubbles to escape his mouth as he hastily swam towards the surface, narrowly breaking free just before his breath ran out, gasping for air for a considerable time before recovering his composure. What could account for such an eerie sight at the riverbed? Was it mere coincidence? Or had someone orchestrated this? Shen Luo mused, still shaken. Above him, leaden clouds loomed ominously, and the river's surface churned violently, causing the small boat to sway perilously and collide with the rocks, producing a cacophony of noise. Estimating the distance with his eyes, he intended to plunge back into the water, but after a moment's hesitation, he turned back to retrieve the remaining treasure-hunting talismans from his pack, along with 2 small thunder talismans and the last 3 elemental stones securely tucked away before he leapt back into the river. At that very instant, the sky erupted in a blinding flash of white light, followed by a resounding roar as countless raindrops, the size of beans, cascaded down from the heavens, enveloping everything in a curtain of rain. Was fate not on my side? Shen Luo muttered under his breath, frustrated that just as he had uncovered a lead, the rain chose to pour down at the most inopportune moment. Yet, disregarding all else, he dove into the river, resolutely swimming back towards the area he had previously encountered. Chapter 55. Objects in the array. Despite the oppressive darkness enveloping the sky and the riverbed resembling an abyss, Shen Luo, relying on his commendable memory, swiftly located the general vicinity of the cluster of black stones. Prepared for this moment, he retrieved a treasure-seeking talisman and a spirit stone from his chest. Although he was submerged at the river's bottom, the talisman, treated with tongue oil, remained vibrant and intact upon his palm. Shen Luo exhaled softly in relief and activated his minor transformation technique. The luminescence of the treasure-seeking talisman flickered, but failed to coalesce into the desired orb of white light, clearly indicating a failure. After a few breaths, he attempted all remaining talismans, but alas, fortune did not smile upon him once more. The familiar scene did not reappear. Undeterred, Shen Luo recognized that the area of the black stones was not extensive, if there were indeed treasures hidden here. The task was far less daunting than aimlessly sifting through the scattered rocks throughout the river. Disregarding the ineffective talismans, he resurfaced for air and then resumed his swim toward the cluster of black stones. A discarded talisman swirled in the river, fortuitously drifting above the stones. At that moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. A layer of ethereal blue light suddenly enveloped all the black stones, becoming conspicuous against the riverbed. This otherworldly luminescence swiftly coalesced into a sizable azure screen, casting its glow over the entire formation of stones. As the talisman collided with the azure screen, it shattered silently into countless fragments. Shen Luo's eyes widened in astonishment, and he halted abruptly. The scene before him evoked memories of the formation set by Yu Yin and other celestial masters in their battle against the Wolf King in his dreams. Of course, the azure screen before him was incomparable to the expansive and formidable 6 harmonies fire formation they had constructed. Fixated on the azure screen, He pondered for a moment before bending down to excavate a stone the size of a bowl from the riverbed, which he then hurled towards the screen. The stone traced a graceful arc through the water before striking the azure barrier. With a resounding thud, the moment it made contact, the stone disintegrated into a shower of tiny shards that scattered outward. A chill ran through Shenluo upon witnessing this. He retrieved a larger stone, roughly the size of a human head, and with all his might, he cast it towards the azure screen. This larger stone met a similar fate, shattering effortlessly upon impact, while the azure screen remained utterly undisturbed, not even flickering in response. Not wishing to attempt further, he propelled himself toward the river surface, resurfacing to take several deep breaths, gradually calming his racing heart. Rain pelted down in torrents, each droplet striking his face with a sharp sting, yet the current of the river remained relatively stable. Strangely, the azure screen on the cluster of black stones had vanished without a trace, rendering the preceding events akin to a fleeting dream. After a moment of contemplation, he once again seized a stone from the riverbed and cast it forth with vigor. As the stone descended above the cluster, the ethereal blue light flickered once more, and several beams of light shot forth, rapidly condensing into the azure screen once again. The stone struck the screen, only to shatter silently into fragments once more. A sudden jolt of apprehension surged through Shenluo as he realized the implications of the vanishing azure light barrier. It seemed merely to conceal its presence. Any external disturbance would instantly reveal it. The presence of a formation within this cluster of black stones suggested something peculiar was afoot. Perhaps the enigmatic celestial tome lay hidden here. With this thought in mind, he retrieved a small thunder talisman and a piece of elemental stone from his pocket. Channeling his energy into the talisman, Shenluo activated it, and with a sharp crack, a bolt of white lightning erupted forth. Instantly, his body was paralyzed, limbs trembling uncontrollably as though beset by countless needles, and excruciating agony enveloping him. Panic gripped him as he recalled that the power of lightning could traverse through water. Nevertheless, his consciousness remained intact, and a deep frustration brewed within him. Fortunately, the pain was short-lived. The white lightning surged forward, significantly alleviating his suffering. In an instant, the bolt crossed several yards and struck the azure barrier, resembling a white serpent fiercely burrowing within. The light barrier quivered violently, flashing erratically, its already slender form visibly thinning, on the verge of total collapse. Yet, at that moment, the white lightning's energy waned, disappearing without a trace. Shenluo narrowed his eyes and, with trembling hands, retrieved a second thunder talisman, promptly activating it. It shattered with a crack, conjuring another bolt of white lightning. Once again, his body succumbed to paralysis, limbs convulsing. But he paid no heed, his gaze fixed intently ahead. The lightning shot forth once more, striking the azure barrier again. The already tenuous barrier trembled violently, rapidly becoming more insubstantial, until with a resounding crack, it shattered into countless azure glimmers, dispersing into nothingness. At that precise moment, a faint white light flickered upon the central black stone, precisely where the skeletal pattern's nose resided, though it vanished almost instantly. The brief apparition did not escape Shenluo's keen observation. He refrained from approaching recklessly, instead picking up a stone from the riverbed and hurling it toward the black stone. This time, the stone did not shatter but landed on a black stone, rolling slightly before settling at the river's bottom. Perhaps due to the torrential downpour, the river's flow suddenly quickened, causing Shenluo to stumble. He quickly grasped a black stone to steady himself, a chill running down his spine as he hastened his search. With the relentless rain, it was uncertain whether the deluge would cease by the following day. Before long, he discovered a stone hole about the size of a bowl beside a black stone. Unlike the muddy caves he had previously encountered, this entrance was smooth and rounded, evidently crafted rather than naturally formed. A surge of excitement coursed through him as he extended his hand into the opening. The inner walls of the small cavity were equally smooth, extending downward in a cylindrical shape, filled with loose mud and sand. Fortunately, the sediment had not solidified, allowing him to probe deeper with his arm, yet after a thorough search, he found nothing of significance and continued to delve further. The cavern was quite profound, and Shenluo had to press his body nearly against the riverbed to barely reach the bottom. His fingers suddenly brushed against a hard, smooth object. Without hesitation, he seized it and exerted all his strength to pull it out. Yet, the object was buried too deeply, and the accumulation of silt above created significant resistance, rendering his initial attempt futile. At that moment, the current intensified, nearly destabilizing him. Resolute, Shenluo steeled himself, prostrating his upper body against the ground, and managed to extend both hands into the depths to grasp the object. With a tremendous effort, he yanked it free. With a resounding splash, he finally extracted it from the cavern. Chapter 56. The mysterious stone box beneath the dim light of the riverbed, compounded by the turbulent currents. Shenluo struggled to discern the object in his grasp, managing only to conclude it was elongated in shape. Preoccupied with his discovery, he lost his footing, and a sudden surge of water threatened to sweep him away. Success! He silently rejoiced, hastily tucking the object into his bosom before exerting every ounce of strength to swim towards the surface. Yet, before he could ascend significantly, a shadow loomed ahead, a massive stone resting at the river's bottom. With a resounding thud, he collided with it, the force of the current slamming him against the rock. Shenluo let out a muffled groan, pain radiating through half his body, compounded by a jarring blow to his head that momentarily clouded his thoughts. A stream of bubbles escaped his lips as the relentless current carried him away. At that critical moment, the rope around his waist suddenly tightened, reaching its limit and arresting his fall. However, the force of the water was fierce, and the pressure around his midsection caused sharp agony in his ribs. Yet, this jolt revived his dulled senses, prompting him to frantically paddle towards the river's surface. After swallowing several mouthfuls of water, he finally broke free, gasping for air. His heart still racing with fear. Had he been a moment later in regaining consciousness, he would have surely drowned. With great effort, he clambered onto a small boat. The last remnants of his strength finally expended. He collapsed beneath the canopy, inhaling deeply. After a while, he felt a semblance of vigor returning and sat up. Reaching into his bosom, his tense expression softening upon confirming the object was still there. He retrieved it, a white stone box, measuring 3 feet in length and palm width and breadth. Still smeared with mud. Despite its size, it felt surprisingly light in his hands. He lifted it to his ear and shook it gently, faint sounds emanating from within. As the rain intensified, the swelling river continued to rock the small boat precariously. Fortunately, the vessel was sturdy, and his earlier reinforcement of the ropes had prevented it from being swept away. Wiping the water from his face, Shenluo cleaned the stone box of its remaining grime and placed it on a low table before him, scrutinizing it intently. The color and texture of the box resembled jade, yet its patterns were unlike any he had encountered before. Notably, there were no locks or mechanisms, nor any intricate engravings. It appeared as a singular piece, save for a faint line where the lid met the body of the box. After a moment's hesitation, he pressed his nail against that line and applied force. A faint crack echoed as his nail scraped across the lid, a sharp sting causing him to inhale sharply. Shaking his hand to alleviate the pain, he flipped the stone box over, attempting to open it from the other side, but to no avail. It remained resolutely closed. The line on the box seemed merely decorative, devoid of any purpose as a latch. Thus, Shenluo meticulously examined all facets of the stone box, his fingertips gently tracing every edge and corner in search of any concealed mechanisms. Yet, despite his diligent scrutiny, he found no abnormalities. This predicament left Shenluo staring at the stone box, utterly perplexed. After a moment of hesitation, his gaze suddenly sharpened, as though he had made a resolute decision. He turned and rummaged through the cabin, swiftly extracting a short-handled iron axe, approximately a foot in length, from beside a pile of fishing nets. This axe, commonly used by Udaran for chopping wood, bore the marks of rust due to the cabin's dampness. However, a mere light layer of rust was easily wiped away by Shenluo with a cloth. With one hand gripping the axe handle, he brought the blade near the marks on the stone box, applying only a gentle pressure at first. As he saw no signs of it yielding or sustaining damage, he gradually increased his force. With a resounding clang, the axe struck the stone box, producing a sharp sound of metal against stone. Remarkably, the stone box remained unscathed, while the surface of the low table beneath it bore the impact, forming a noticeable dent. Truly, it was a treasure, rivaling even that jade pillow. Seeing that he could not break the stone box was not entirely surprising to Shenluo. Rather, it felt almost expected. However, as this thought crossed his mind, he found himself hesitating once more. The power of the small thunder talisman was considerable, and he feared that an inadvertent mishap might obliterate whatever lay within. That would indeed be a loss too great to bear. Yet, at that moment, he had no other recourse, and given the stone box's formidable nature, it was likely to withstand the attempt. With this in mind, Shenluo retrieved his last small thunder talisman from his pocket, placing it atop the stone box, and set the elemental stone upon the talisman, preparing to draw forth a hint of lightning energy for a cautious trial. Before he could even channel his yang energy to ignite it, a small cluster of white gas within the elemental stone began to churn violently. erupting into a radiant burst of white light. Shenluo's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld, under the illumination of the bright light, intricate patterns of delicate luminescence appearing on the previously smooth surface of the stone box, intertwining like a woven mat. Yet, at the very center of this woven pattern lay a small, seemingly recessed area, no larger than a fingertip, where the light dimmed, far less brilliant than its surroundings. Chapter 57. Toothmark. Shenluo gazed at the indentation on the stone box, a flicker of realization igniting within him. He cautiously extended a finger, probing into the realm of white light. A chill enveloped his fingertip, reminiscent of dipping into a river, yet devoid of any discomfort. Encouraged, he pressed his finger deeper, drawing closer to the stone box, where the cold sensation intensified, seemingly emanating from the box itself. A sense of trepidation regarding the icy aura gripped Shenluo, causing him to hesitate. However, the energy of the primordial stone appeared to be waning rapidly, the radiant white light beginning to recede, dimming incrementally. With a resolute bite of his lip, just as the brilliance threatened to vanish, he thrust his index finger down decisively, targeting the very center of the depression. At that moment, the receding light seemed to freeze in place, suspended in midair. Shenluo felt as though he too had become a statue. His breath and heartbeat abruptly stilled. Amidst the cacophony of the torrential rain, a faint crack echoed in his ears, akin to a mechanism springing into action. Suddenly, the lid of the box sprang upwards with a slight pop, gliding forward accompanied by a gentle rasping sound. Success. Elation surged within Shenluo as he leaned forward to peer inside the box. But then, a sudden upheaval occurred. A plume of black smoke erupted from within the stone box, surging towards Shenluo. Alarmed, he instinctively shoved the low table before him and stumbled backward, colliding with the canopy of the cabin. The black smoke narrowly missed him, yet it did not dissipate. Instead, it thickened, coalescing into a ghostly visage resembling a wheel, looming above the canopy and pressing down upon the cabin. This spectral head was a ghastly shade of dark blue-black, crowned with disheveled hair. Its eyes as large as copper bells, glimmering with a chilling light. Its mouth, lined with jagged fangs, exuded an insatiable hunger, as if it longed to feast upon the living. The commotion stirred the malevolent apparition, which emitted a series of sinister cackles and lunged toward him. The cramped confines of the cabin left Shenluo with no avenue for escape. He gripped the primordial stone tightly, channeling the yang energy within him into it, directing it towards the small thunder talisman in his other hand. Yet, the ghostly visage flickered and, in a flash, closed the distance, its bloodied maw releasing a wave of dark, suffocating breath. Shenluo was overwhelmed by a pungent stench, as if struck by an unseen force, his vision blurring under the weight of the apparition. Weakness overtook him, and he collapsed to the side. His sight grew increasingly hazy, and through the fog, he discerned that the ghostly head was gradually contracting, ultimately transforming into a skull the size of a fist. This alabaster skull gleamed unnaturally, shimmering with an eerie luster, and lunged towards his shoulder, sinking its teeth in. A painful groan escaped Shenluo's lips as his body stiffened violently, a torrent of frigid energy radiating from the bite, coursing through every fiber of his being. A delicate layer of white frost, adorned with crystalline patterns, swiftly spread from his shoulder, enveloping him entirely in mere moments. Shenluo's vision abruptly darkened, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Strangely, while a white frost encased his body, the surrounding objects remained untouched by the biting cold. Even the floor of the cabin beneath him bore no signs of anomaly. Time passed unmeasured, and eventually the sky cleared, casting the sun's rays at a slant. A beam of sunlight filtered through the dark canopy, illuminating Shenluo's cheek, revealing that the frost enshrouding him had melted away without his notice. At this moment, Shenluo's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and he gradually lifted his eyelids. The sudden brightness overwhelmed him, compelling him to squint once more. After a brief pause, he shielded his eyes with one hand while propping himself up with the other, slowly rising to a seated position. He felt a profound fatigue in his limbs, his clothes clinging to him as though he had just emerged from a torrential sweat rather than from the river. With a dry cough, Shenluo felt as if his throat were ablaze, a wave of heat enveloping him, prompting him to loosen his collar in an attempt to dispel the discomfort. He licked his parched lips and glanced to his side, discovering that a water jar on the boat had been toppled, leaving it completely drained. Swallowing hard, he turned and crawled toward the stern of the boat, only to find his head still spinning with dizziness. With considerable effort, he leaned over the edge, startled to see his reflection in the water. His hair was disheveled, his face flushed, and prominent veins bulged on his forehead, lending him an unexpectedly fierce appearance. Startled, he instinctively recoiled, then extended his equally flushed hands to scoop a handful of water from the river, splashing it onto his face. The cool river water instantly invigorated him. Clearing his muddled mind, he leaned forward, gripping the edge of the boat, and submerged his head in the river, disregarding his disheveled state as he gulped down several mouthfuls of water. The fiery sensation in his throat finally began to subside, and the oppressive heat dissipated to some extent. Exhaling a sigh of relief, Shenluo found his sticky clothes intolerable and, in a moment of resolve, rolled himself directly into the river, immersing his entire body in the refreshing water. As the coolness enveloped him, the unbearable heat began to wane, though he felt intermittent sharp pangs coursing through his meridians. The pain was sporadic, akin to sharp needles pricking him, yet it was bearable. Only then did the dizziness in his mind finally lift. And a chilling thought struck him, the ghastly head he had glimpsed when he opened the stone box. A shiver coursed through his body as he hastily tore away the right side of his garment, revealing a dark red bite mark emblazoned on his shoulder. Chapter 58. A leap of a yard high, it seemed that he had inadvertently stumbled into trouble, having unleashed something that should not have been released. Shenluo furrowed his brow, gently tracing the bite mark on his right shoulder, only to discover that there was no pain whatsoever. The skin remained intact, as if the mark were merely painted on. Yet, he vividly recalled being bitten by the skeletal apparition before losing consciousness. Even the chilling sensation of its teeth against his skin was etched in his memory. After pondering for a moment, he dipped his hand into the river and splashed some water onto the bite mark, applying a bit of pressure to rub it. The only result was a slight reddening of the surrounding skin, with no further change. Shenluo ruminated for quite a while, but could not unravel the mystery. Thus he decided to set the matter aside for the time being. As the feverish sensation on his body gradually subsided, he grasped the edge of the boat's stern and, with a sudden exertion of strength, attempted to pull himself back aboard. To his astonishment, as soon as he exerted himself, the stern of the boat plunged downward as if struck by a massive boulder, submerging completely, while the bow and half of the hull tilted sharply upward, pointing skyward. Inside the cabin, a cacophony of clattering ensued as various items tumbled toward the back. Fortunately, Shenluo was quick-witted, lifting the stern he had pressed down, allowing the tilted bow to crash back into the water, sending splashes flying and ripples radiating outward. Gently steadying himself against the swaying vessel, his gaze remained fixed on his hands, filled with disbelief. He then turned to face the turbulent river, raised one palm, and with a slight exertion of force, struck the water's surface vigorously. A dull thud echoed across the river, as if a massive stone weighing hundreds of pounds had plunged into the water, causing waves to surge and a wall of water nearly a yard high to push upstream against the current. The waves surged several feet forward before losing momentum and cascading back into the river, leaving behind a deep whirlpool that took several moments to dissipate. How has my strength become so formidable? Shenluo stared at his palm, still incredulous. He navigated around the boat and climbed onto the rocky shore, noticing that the rope previously securing the vessel had snapped during the earlier upheaval. In order to prevent the boat from drifting away, he hurriedly retied it. Extending his hand, he traced a line in the stones, suddenly calling out sharply before striking down with his palm. A crisp sound echoed. He glanced at the stone, its dust dissipating to reveal a distinct palm print, yet the stone itself bore no alteration. Shenluo rubbed his palm and slowly rose, a hint of an awkward smile gracing his face. A sudden realization struck him as he bent down to lightly touch the seemingly intact stone. A web of cracks emerged, causing it to shatter into fragments. Shenluo's eyes brightened instantly as he picked up the debris from the ground, gently rubbing it between his fingers, a smile creeping onto his lips. In the early days of spring and autumn, Tian Taixing had once showcased his exceptional skills before him, particularly the moment when his palm struck the stone table, a scene that lingered vividly in his memory. The force he wielded at that moment was undoubtedly formidable. Suddenly, an audacious conjecture emerged in Shenluo's mind, one he had never dared to entertain before. To validate this hypothesis, he hastily settled into a meditative posture, his hands cradling the essence before him, as he silently recited the incantation of the minor transformation of Yang technique. The Yang energy within him was promptly stirred, beginning to circulate autonomously. At the instant he commenced his cultivation, a radiant crimson light surged between his hands, revealing a multitude of 3-inch long solidified red threads, intricately entwined like a soaring dragon, coalescing into a massive orb. This crimson sphere emitted waves of warmth, even a hint of searing heat, and within mere moments, it evaporated the moisture from Shenluo's body, drying his garments with its fervent energy. As the red glow dissipated from his visage, he lowered his arms and gradually opened his eyes. A barely contained smile graced his lips as he leaped into the air, soaring to a height of approximately 10 feet. Landing with a resounding thud upon a stone, creating a muffled echo. His body felt invigorated, his sinews light, the yang energy radiating outward like the sun, while the internal essence reflected a rosy glow, embodying a state of perfection. With his hands firmly clasped, he murmured the verses from the minor transformation of yang technique. Every transformation he experienced at that moment served to affirm a singular truth. He had achieved perfection in the minor transformation of yang. Perfected, haha. He could hardly suppress his exhilaration and leaped once more, raising his arms in jubilant exclamation. However, as he moved, a subtle ache began to pulsate through his meridians. This discomfort compelled him to suppress his excitement, prompting him to ponder why he had suddenly transitioned from being a novice in the minor transformation of yang to its perfected state within a single night. Could it be attributed to that ghostly apparition? Shenluo instinctively glanced at the bite mark on his shoulder. It was only after being bitten by that phantom that he had lost consciousness. Upon awakening, he found himself transformed into his current state. The most plausible explanation he could conceive was indeed this. Yet, the reasons behind such a phenomenon remained elusive. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, achieving perfection in the minor transformation of yang was an extraordinary boon. According to the estimations of Master Feng Yang, this implied that he had gained several additional years of life, provided he could attain the qualifications to cultivate the supreme yang sword technique or glean insights from the mysterious celestial tome during this period. He stood a significant chance of extending his lifespan further, perhaps even embarking upon the path of immortality in the realm of cultivation. Chapter 59. The power of miniaturization. The celestial tome remains elusive. The items aboard the vessel were all heaped in the rear of the cabin, with earthenware pots and jars shattered, and even the low square table had lost a leg. After moving the table aside, Shenluo discovered a stone box beneath a tangle of fishing nets. The box retained its partially open position when Shenluo picked it up and gently nudged it. The lid sprang open, revealing a bamboo tube approximately a foot in length alongside a thick, yellowed ancient book. The celestial tome? Within these talismans were not only exorcism charms, but also protective amulets, and even 2 peace talismans. Though uncertain of their efficacy, he deemed their presence preferable to none at all. Nonetheless, Shenluo's caution was tempered by a reassuring thought. If an ordinary person like himself could safely acquire this nameless celestial tome, it must harbor no grave dangers. After adhering an exorcism charm to the back of his right hand, he slowly extended his hand, carefully grasping the rolled-up ancient book and extracting it. As he held the book, he dared not apply too much pressure, fearing that such an ancient-looking tome would crumble to dust at the slightest mishap. However, upon contact, he realized it was not bound in paper, but was instead a resilient and sturdy leather scroll. Yet, an even stranger phenomenon unfolded next. The scroll, originally only 2 inches long, suddenly emitted a flash of white light the moment it left the stone box, doubling in size. With the rolled pages unfurling into a square tome measuring 4 inches in both length and width, he hesitated, placing the ancient book aside before retrieving the verdant bamboo tube. Originally measuring about a foot, the tube also experienced a flash of white light upon leaving the stone box, expanding threefold to a substantial length of 3 feet. Feeling quite weighty in his hand, as Shenluo gently shook the tube, it emitted a gurgling sound, hinting at the presence of liquid within. Given its size, the tube was evidently much larger than the stone box. How could such a large item have been contained within? Shenluo furrowed his brow in contemplation. As the bamboo tube approached the stone box, a gentle, invisible force drew it near, and in a shroud of white light, it shrank back to its original foot-long size, settling into the stone box. Could this stone box also be a treasure? Shenluo felt a surge of excitement. He hastily placed the bamboo tube beside the leather scroll, then turned to retrieve the low square table with the broken leg. Grasping the table by its legs, he brought it close to the stone box, eager to test whether this ordinary table could fit inside alongside the original 2 items. As the tip of the table neared the stone box, white light emanated once more from the box, and the gentle, invisible force acted again, drawing the table into the stone box. Shenluo hurriedly approached to inspect, only to find the table lying precariously on 3 legs within the stone box, now dramatically reduced in size to that of a palm. Shenluo once again experimented with the nearby shards of pottery, fishing nets, and axes, finding that each and every one could be absorbed into the stone box. It appeared that any ordinary object, when positioned at the mouth of the box, could also be reduced and collected within, holding the stone box in both hands. He examined it closely, still incredulous about its capabilities. This stone box not only had the astonishing ability to shrink items several times its own size, but its weight remained nearly unchanged. Furthermore, by comparing the contraction of various objects, Shenluo discerned that larger items seemed to diminish in size to a greater extent upon entering the stone box. However, he could not yet ascertain the maximum volume the box could accommodate. Such a miraculous function could hardly be anything other than a legendary magical artifact, he mused. The thought startling him. A magical artifact? That was the kind of possession only the esteemed Guanju Fengyang and the enigmatic ancestor, who rarely emerged from seclusion, could claim. He had never anticipated that this quest for the celestial tome would yield such unexpected delights. Yet, upon reflection, had he not fortuitously stumbled upon that peculiar jade pillow, he would not have learned from Yu Yin about the existence of the nameless celestial tome, and he might still be languishing in the temple, striving to refine his skills for survival. For the first time, Shenluo felt that being haunted by the nightmares associated with that jade pillow was not entirely a misfortune. The ancient book, as Yu Yin had described, bore no title on its cover, likely contributing to its forebears dubbing it the nameless celestial tome. As he flipped through a few pages, his brow furrowed in perplexity. It was not the content that was troubling, rather. The text was inscribed in an ancient silver seal script, a form he had encountered in several ancient texts yet could scarcely decipher. Suddenly, a faint sound interrupted his thoughts. Shenluo glanced down to discover a bamboo tube nearby, rolling slightly as the evening breeze from the river began to stir. He bent down to retrieve the bamboo tube, intending to examine it closely when a sharp crack sounded from above. A seam inexplicably split open at the top of the tube, and a stream of yellow liquid erupted forth, hurtling directly toward Shenluo's face. Chapter 60. The tiny creature Shenluo was taken aback and instinctively released the bamboo tube, raising both hands to shield his face. Just as the yellow liquid was about to strike his hands, it suddenly shimmered and coalesced in midair into a sphere the size of a fist, which Shenluo promptly caught. The moment it touched his palm, he was astonished to discover that its surface was unusually slick and cold, yet incredibly soft. With just a slight pressure, it immediately softened like mud, oozing between his fingers. Shenluo felt it nearly slip from his grasp and quickly clasped his hands together, applying a deft maneuver to secure it firmly. However, the creature within suddenly exerted considerable force, writhing and struggling within his grip. Shenluo soon realized that this entity was indeed a living being. Despite his surprise, he showed no intention of releasing it. Instead, he maintained a firm hold. The small creature seemed to recognize the futility of its struggles, and after a brief flurry of movement, it finally settled down. Shenluo then relaxed his grip slightly, creating a narrow opening to peer inside, eager to uncover the true nature of this being. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this diminutive creature bore no resemblance to any living thing he had encountered before. It lacked limbs, possessing only a round, plump body and two large black eyes. Its entire form appeared tender and glimmered with a soft radiance, resembling a small, luminous orb of flesh. Noticing Shenluo's scrutiny, the little creature blinked its big, watery eyes at him, its hands tightly clasped beneath its chin, exuding an adorably timid demeanor that could melt anyone's heart. In comparison, the likes of kittens and puppies paled in comparison to its sheer cuteness. As Shenluo stood momentarily entranced, the little being blinked its large eyes again, looking both daft and endearing, just as he instinctively wished to comfort this seemingly frightened creature. A small mouth appeared beneath its dark eyes, opening to release a burst of white light. The light struck Shenluo's cheek, exploding into countless specks that nearly covered his entire being. He felt a sudden chill envelop him, and his heart tightened. Simultaneously, the creature in his grasp swelled dramatically, expanding several times its size, resembling a massive pink bubble that burst forth from his hands and landed on the deck of the ship. Shenluo quickly pursued, but he was already too late. The little being leapt again from the ship's stern, soaring several feet into the air, tracing an elegant arc before plunging into the river with a splash. By the time Shenluo reached the stern to look, the water's surface was merely rippling with concentric circles, and the little creature had completely vanished from sight. He scanned the water and the riverbank for any sign of movement, but after a while, he found nothing and was left with no choice but to relent. Shenluo lowered his gaze to inspect himself, only to discover that the white light emitted by that little creature had long since vanished, leaving no trace on either his clothing or skin. However, a sudden change flickered across Shenluo's expression. He promptly seated himself on the deck of the boat, closed his eyes slightly, and embraced his hands, resuming the practice of his minor transformation technique. In a mere moment, he reopened his eyes, revealing an expression of disbelief. To his astonishment, the intense heat within him and the sporadic, sharp pains in his meridians had completely dissipated. Even more remarkably, the fatigue that had accumulated over the past few days had vanished without a trace. Shen Luo sprang to his feet, pretending to clench his fist at the stern of the boat, striking the air with exuberance, his sleeves billowing with a resounding whoosh, his entire being revitalized, as if reborn. He marveled at the extraordinary efficacy of that white light, feeling a twinge of regret as he gazed into the distance. Shen Luo recognized that the changes within him were inextricably linked to the adorable little creature, which had already made its escape. Lamenting would serve no purpose. At that moment, the sun hung low against the distant mountains, lingering on the brink of setting. The torrential rain had transformed the currents of the Luanshui River into a turbulent rush, making it increasingly challenging to row upstream. Yet, Shen Luo was no longer the same individual he had been yesterday. He was now brimming with strength, propelling the boat forward with ease, even more so than when he had drifted downstream. As the boat navigated halfway through its journey, Shen Luo encountered Yudarin, who had been searching along the riverbank. He welcomed him aboard. Upon inquiry, he learned that Yudarin had ventured out in search of him, fearing that something untoward had occurred due to the deluge. "You are quite audacious, young man. What if something had happened in such a tempest?" The woman expressed her grievances, though her eyes betrayed a sense of relief. "I sincerely apologize for causing you worry," Shen Luo replied, his face marked by contrition. After they had shared a drink, he continued, "Today's outing was fraught with peril. The downpour and turbulent waves have damaged several items on the boat. I have a small sum of silver here. Consider it compensation for you." He then produced a pouch containing several taels of silver and handed it to the woman. Upon seeing this, the woman raised an eyebrow, taken aback yet hesitant. "The items aboard are merely trifles, of little value. There is no need for compensation. The 10 taels given by the young master previously were already quite generous," Yudarin interjected. "I am departing today, and I wish to express my gratitude for your hospitality over the past few days. Please accept this money as a gift for your unborn child," Shen Luo said with a smile, glancing at the woman's round belly. Tears welled in the woman's eyes at his words. Though she and her husband lived modestly, she earnestly hoped that her child would not have to endure hardship upon entering the world. "Then, I must sincerely thank you for your kindness," she said, bowing slightly as she accepted the silver. Shen Luo led his horse over and bid farewell to the couple before mounting and riding away. As he was about to depart, he suddenly recalled something, pulling the reins and turning to the two individuals, saying, "Dear brother Yu and sister-in-law, should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek me at the Shen family's pharmacy in Shenhua County." The couple nodded repeatedly, waving him farewell as Shen Luo strode away towards Songfen County. It turned out that his family was engaged in the medicinal herb trade, which explained his kindness. He was destined for enduring blessings and wealth throughout his long life. The woman clutched the purse tightly in her hands and spoke slowly. The man remained silent, merely nodding with a broad, simple smile. As the sun descended in the west, its golden rays bathed the two in a warm glow, casting their embracing silhouettes against the backdrop of the yellow reed marshes by the ferry. Chapter 61. Incomprehensible. It seems that fate and I are somewhat misaligned with this town of Songfan. Shen Luo chuckled self-deprecatingly, turning his horse's head towards a nearby small town. Due to the events of the previous day's fainting episode, the innkeepers in the town naturally remembered Shen Luo and avoided him as if he were a plague, let alone attempting to attract business. Shen Luo was indifferent to this, feeling a sense of relief instead. He urged his horse to the familiar small inn, where the same young attendant was still trying to attract customers. "Young Master Shen, back again to stay at our humble establishment. Welcome, welcome." The young attendant's eyes brightened upon seeing Shen Luo, eagerly stepping forward to take the reins. Shen Luo nodded, dismounted, handed the reins to the young attendant, and entered the inn. The inn was still rather desolate, with only a few patrons seated in the main hall. "Young master, your presence truly elevates this humble place." The innkeeper, Mr. Ho, was busy calculating accounts when he caught sight of Shen Luo, his face lighting up with uncontainable joy. He promptly abandoned his ledger and came forward. "Mr. Ho, if you would be so kind as to arrange a quiet room for me," Shen Luo said calmly. "Of course, young master, please follow me," Mr. Ho replied, gesturing for the young attendant to tend to the front. The few guests in the hall looked on in surprise, whispering amongst themselves, speculating about Shen Luo's identity. They traversed a corridor through the inn's back area, arriving at the innermost room. In front of this room stood a lush banyan tree, perfectly positioned against the window, its height and dense foliage casting a large shadow that enveloped the entire room, imparting a sense of tranquility. This room was situated far from the street, ensuring an atmosphere of peace. The furnishings here are the finest in the inn. Would you find it to your liking? Mr. Ho inquired, pushing the door open and inviting Shenluo inside. The room was adorned with redwood furniture, intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes, exuding an antique charm that was indeed a significant upgrade from the previous accommodations. Yes, this will do, Shenluo remarked, indifferent to the decor, pleased with the seclusion and quietness, nodding in approval. How many days do you intend to stay with us, young master? Mr. Ho asked, his hands rubbing together in delight upon seeing Shenluo's satisfaction. Perhaps 2 or 3 days, unless I give specific instructions. Please refrain from sending any attendants to serve me. Also, I would appreciate it if my identity and stay here remain confidential, including from Lu Baichuan. Shenluo added after a moment's reflection. Understood, Shenluo affirmed. You appear quite weary from your travels. Do take a moment to rest. I shall have a meal sent to your room later, Mr. Ho suggested kindly. There's no need for dinner. I wish to retire early. Shenluo waved his hand dismissively. At present, he had perfected his minor yang gong, brimming with abundant yang energy. Feeling invigorated and neither tired nor hungry, though this was a sentiment he would not disclose to others. Very well, young master. I will not disturb you further. Rest well, Mr. Ho said with a smile, bowing as he took his leave, gently closing the door behind him. Shenluo found the enthusiastic demeanor of the shopkeeper with the surname Ho rather peculiar. However, upon reflection, he could discern no apparent impropriety and attributed it merely to his modest reputation in Chunhua County, choosing not to dwell further on the matter. Just as he lifted the scroll, he let out a soft exclamation, flipping it over to examine the final page. Evidently, there were signs of it having been torn. Previously, he had been so engrossed in the ancient seal script within that he had overlooked this detail. Could it be that this scroll was but a fragment of a whole? A slight frown creased his brow. Yet, he chose not to dwell excessively on this. If it was indeed a fragment, then it stood to reason that the last of the boatmen, as mentioned by Yu Yin, had only acquired this portion as well. Stealing himself. Shenluo commenced his examination from the first page, meticulously deciphering the scroll word by word, endeavoring to grasp its essence. As time slipped away, half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. He furrowed his brow and lifted his gaze from the scroll, releasing a deep sigh as he tossed it onto the bed, sprawling out languidly. Although he ardently wished to comprehend the text within the scroll, his knowledge of ancient seal script was woefully inadequate. He could decipher at most 4 or 5 characters on a single page. From what he understood, this ancient script was exceedingly archaic and intricate. He had only encountered scattered references and various notes, and the characters he could not recognize were impossible to interpret through mere conjecture. To fathom the mysteries contained in the scroll was akin to a fool's errand. Given his current level of understanding, should he first endeavor to learn ancient seal script? Shenluo pondered to himself. However, where could he possibly acquire such knowledge in the short term? At least during his time in Chunhua County, he had never heard of any scholar in the city proficient in ancient seal script. Even if he were to locate someone knowledgeable in this writing, there was the risk of the contents being divulged. After all, such valuable materials capable of leading to enlightenment would inevitably incite personal greed in anyone who encountered them. After much contemplation, he found himself at an impasse regarding a reliable course of action. How had that master Yu addressed this quandary in the past? He was initially a humble boatman and should have been unfamiliar with ancient seal script. Oh well, at worst, he could spend a year or so learning this ancient script. After all, he had already perfected his minor transformation of the Yang technique, so he could afford to lose a bit of time. Shenluo turned to sit up, seizing the scroll once more, but his movements halted abruptly, a flicker of vigilance crossing his eyes. Chapter 62. So it is Shenluo swiftly placed the tome on the bed, quietly approached the door, and after unlocking it, opened it just a crack to peer outside. The narrow corridor lay in utter silence, devoid of any movement. He scratched his head, locked the door once more, and moved to the window, pushing it open. The verdant banyan tree in the courtyard immediately came into view, yet it too was solitary. At that moment, a voice echoed in his ear, Chuze Quan. The sound remained resoundingly clear, ringing in his ears. Shenluo felt a sudden buzzing in his mind, instinctively pressing his hands against his ears, causing the tome he held to slip from his grasp and fall to the ground. He remained frozen in place, his gaze fixed intently on the half-unrolled tome lying below. After a while, he swallowed hard and crouched down, cautiously extending his right index finger to touch the cover of the tome. It remained unchanged, and no further sounds intruded upon his ears. How strange, could it not originate from this book? Shenluo's lips twitched slightly, contemplating. He pinched the cover of the tome between his fingers, lifting it entirely and scrutinizing it closely. Aside from the nearly indecipherable silver ancient script within, the tome bore no distinction from any ordinary book. Could it be that the sudden appearance of that ghostly entity had attached itself to this volume? A chill ran through him as he recalled something, and his left hand instinctively brushed against his right arm. However, after a brief feigning spell, his mastery of the minor sun technique had inexplicably reached completion, seemingly linked to that ghostly head. Yet, aside from a slight warmth upon awakening, he had not felt any other discomfort in his body. With this thought, he felt somewhat reassured. Cradling the tome in his left hand while his right hand instinctively brushed away the dust from its pages. As his fingers glided across the tome, a series of voices erupted in his mind. Unwittingly, thus I speak. His pupils constricted sharply, his hand freezing as he stared at the spot where 3 of his fingers had touched, revealing 3 characters in silver ancient script. Could it be? A thought flickered through Shenluo's mind, and he took a deep breath. With his fingers hovering an inch above the tome, he pressed down once more. Thus I speak. This time, his expression transformed from trepidation to joy. So it is. So it is. I understand now. No wonder. A smile of realization crept upon Shenluo's lips. It turned out that this nameless celestial tome could be read through touch, which explained how ordinary boatmen like Yu Tianchi could comprehend it unaided. For there was no need to understand the ancient script. Mere contact sufficed. Having grasped this method of reading, Shenluo eagerly began at the beginning, his finger resting on the first character. This ancient script was one of the few he recognized, representing the character for husband. The moment his finger made contact, the character husband flashed through his mind. Shenluo nodded slightly, and his fingers swiftly moved to the second character. However, as his fingers glided past a dozen characters, a sudden wave of dizziness enveloped him, causing his body to sway involuntarily. Shaking his head, he attributed it to fatigue and attempted to touch the next character. Yet, this touch proved overwhelming. He felt the world spin around him, and his vision darkened. Hastily, Shenluo grasped the edge of the bed to prevent himself from falling. This time, there was no sound, but his mind was pierced by a sharp pain. Undeterred, Shenluo placed the celestial tome on the bedside and closed his eyes. Sitting cross-legged, being proficient in the art of healing, he contemplated and quickly discerned that the symptoms he experienced were a result of excessive expenditure of spiritual energy. According to Yu Yin, the essence, energy, and spirit of the human body are fundamentally one, mutually reinforcing each other. Now that his spiritual energy was severely depleted, it would be prudent to activate the minor transformation of Yang technique to expedite its recovery. Before long, he felt a rush of warmth enveloping him, akin to being immersed in hot water, as his blood and energy coursed through him more vigorously, bringing a flush to his face. Indeed, as he practiced this technique, the piercing pain in his mind began to ease considerably. He exhaled in relief, continuing his cultivation. It appeared that while this method of reading was effective, it drained considerable mental energy. After a quarter of an hour, Shenluo opened his eyes, reflecting on his experience. Nevertheless, he hesitated not for a moment. Picking up the tome once more, and with his fingers gliding over the pages, he deciphered another 10 characters until dizziness overcame him again, prompting him to pause and meditate. The celestial principle, devoid of form, delineates the yin and yang, subsequently nurturing all things. If one seeks the path of longevity, one must refine the yin into yang and transform the mundane into the sacred, thereby gradually entering the true way. At this juncture, Shenluo could ascertain with absolute certainty that this tome was indeed the nameless celestial book spoken of by Yu Yan. There could be no mistake. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled, his gaze regaining its tranquility. Now was not the time for excitement. Completing the interpretation of this half of the nameless celestial book was of utmost importance, albeit it would be an exceedingly long endeavor. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the stone box nearby, a flash of emerald green capturing his attention. It was the split green bamboo tube. Both the stone box and the scroll were extraordinary artifacts. Perhaps the green bamboo tube, placed alongside them, was also a treasure? With this thought, Shenluo reached out to extract the bamboo tube, examining it closely and weighing it in his hands. Discovering it bore no significant difference from an ordinary bamboo tube. Rising, he retrieved the scissors from beside the oil lamp at the bedside and gently scored the bamboo tube. With a sharp sound, a mark appeared on the surface. He swiftly halted, his brow furrowing. This emerald bamboo tube was surprisingly fragile. Could it merely be an ordinary object? Chapter 63. The Black Skeleton. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Luowei rose and approached the table, positioning the verdant bamboo tube near the flickering flame of the oil lamp. The dim, amber flame caressed the tube, and the point of contact swiftly began to yellow. He squinted his eyes, refraining from withdrawing the tube immediately, and continued to roast it in the fire. The once yellow bamboo quickly transformed into a deep black, revealing a few red sparks within, accompanied by wisps of smoke, as if it were on the verge of igniting. Hastily, Shen Luowei removed the tube, extinguishing the tiny sparks with a breath. A look of disappointment etched upon his face. It appeared this verdant bamboo was indeed an ordinary object. He then chuckled at his own folly. On this journey, not only had he sought out the nameless celestial tome, but he had also unexpectedly acquired a treasure chest with the ability to shrink items. Moreover, his previously stagnant Zaiwei skill had reached fruition. To desire even more treasures seemed rather greedy. In the following days, Shen Luowei sequestered himself within his quarters, diligently studying the nameless tome. Whenever fatigue overcame him, he would meditate to rejuvenate his spirit, resuming his studies once restored. Occasionally, he would have the little attendant bring him sustenance to satisfy his hunger. Through his relentless efforts, nearly sleepless, he finally absorbed the entirety of the half-tome's contents by noon on the 5th day. On that day, seated cross-legged upon his bed, his face unshaven and marked by exhaustion, yet his eyes sparkled with an unusual excitement. Just as he had previously surmised, the nameless tome contained a method of cultivation, infinitely more profound and intricate than the Zaiwei skill, representing a true celestial practice. The method bore no name, and as described in the preliminary outline, it was divided into 18 stages, allowing practitioners to cultivate from the chi refinement stage all the way to transcending tribulations and achieving immortality. Furthermore, he gleaned insights into the tiers of cultivation prior to transcending tribulations, which included the chi refinement stage, the valley breaking stage, the soul condensation stage, the out-of-body stage, the great ascension stage, and the true immortal stage. Although the nameless tome offered no detailed explanations regarding these 6 realms, it merely alluded to the fact that one who mastered these stages would not only enjoy an extended lifespan but would also possess formidable powers, capable of summoning winds and rains, moving mountains, and filling seas. Ultimately, the true immortal stage allowed one to truly ascend to immortality, shining alongside the sun and moon, and sharing longevity with the heavens and earth. Despite the tome containing only a few scant sentences, Shen Luowei felt his blood surge with fervor. Over the years, he had often encountered descriptions of immortals in various extraordinary tales, particularly those of demon slaying and upholding justice, which stirred his aspirations. Yet, in his earlier frail state, merely living a normal life had seemed a luxury, let alone the pursuit of immortality, which had felt like a distant dream. Now, however, circumstances had changed. The unexpected perfection of his Zaiwei skill had significantly improved his constitution. Though the depletion of his vitality caused by the attachment of dark energy could not be entirely remedied, he had at least qualified to practice celestial arts. Regrettably, the skin scroll had been torn, revealing only the first half of the teachings, which encompassed the first 9 stages of the technique, indicating that the completion of these would lead him to the soul condensation stage. Nevertheless, Shen Luowei did not feel disappointment. According to the text, combined with the previous discussions of Bai Xiaodian, the pursuit of immortality and the cultivation of the Tao is a defiance of fate, with each level of cultivation presenting extraordinary challenges. For those lacking in innate talent or comprehension, even the most fundamental stage of qi refinement may remain unattainable. Among the 100 or so disciples of the Spring and Autumn sect, only 3 have genuinely entered this realm and possess magical power. Although Shen Luo harbors a deep yearning for the profound realms described in the mysterious tome, he does not naively believe he can attain them with ease. Achieving the qi refinement stage and extending his lifespan by 60 years would suffice to satisfy him. Naturally, should fortune favor him and he ascends to even greater heights, it would be even better. Moreover, after his recent treasure-seeking adventure, he has become unequivocally convinced of the bizarre dreams induced by the Jade Pillow. They indeed depict a future world a millennium hence. This implies that in several hundred years, the calamity of demons will descend. Shen Luo gathered his thoughts and exhaled deeply. The future remained a distant concern, and overthinking would yield no benefit. For now, he resolved to diligently practice the mysterious tome before contemplating anything else. He was unaware of how much time had passed when he slowly awoke from his slumber. The accumulated fatigue of several days dissipated, leaving him invigorated. Rising from his bed, he stretched his limbs and opened the window. Outside lay a shroud of darkness, and through the lush branches of the banyan tree, he could faintly discern a crescent moon sinking in the west. The courtyard outside was nearly silent, save for the occasional chirp of insects, indicating it was already late into the night. Could it be that he had slept for a day and a half? Shenluo mused, turning back towards the bedside. In the stillness of the night, it was an opportune moment for cultivation. He reached beneath his pillow and retrieved the stone box, tucking it into his garment before quietly opening the door and stepping outside. The method of cultivating this nameless technique was indeed peculiar, requiring one to meditate by a pond or stream from the very beginning. However, this was not a daunting task, as a small stream lay not far from the town. When he had passed on his way here, Shenluo turned a corner along the corridor and approached a section of the courtyard wall. With a gentle leap, his body seemed weightless as he soared over a height of more than 10 feet, using his right hand to brace against the wall, allowing him to land soundlessly in an adjacent alley, the very place he had experimented with talismans a few nights prior. With the completion of his minor transformation in the Yang skill, his leaping ability had significantly improved. Regrettably, he had not learned any lightness techniques. Otherwise, he would not have needed to use his hands to scale this modest wall. After orienting himself, he swiftly darted toward one end of the alley, soon departing the small town and arriving at a small stream situated 3 or 4 miles beyond. This stream meandered past the outskirts of the town, measuring only 3 or 4 zhang in width, with remarkably clear water teeming with aquatic vegetation. As he prepared to wade into the water, a sudden glance over his shoulder caused his eyes to widen in disbelief. The dark red tooth mark had vanished, replaced by a skull pattern the size of a bowl. Chapter 64. The union of yin and yang. As Shenluo gazed at the skull tattoo adorning his shoulder, a shiver ran down his spine. The black skull tattoo appeared remarkably lifelike, giving the impression that a real skull was clinging to his shoulder, as if it could leap from his body at any moment. Strangely, there were no remnants of the previous bite marks. Having encountered a series of bizarre events in his dreams, his resilience had certainly strengthened. Yet, the sudden sight of this image in the dark still caused his heart to tremble. Taking a deep breath to steady his mind, Shenluo began to scrutinize the design. The black lines that formed the tattoo resembled the intricate patterns of talismans, exuding an aura of mystery. Aside from its somewhat eerie appearance, the tattoo was devoid of any pain or discomfort. Had he not inadvertently removed his clothing to reveal it, he might not have noticed its existence at all. Could this be related to the previous white skull? Might this black skull tattoo be the manifestation of that white skull? Shenluo pondered, stroking his chin in quiet contemplation. He reached out to touch the tattoo, discovering that the skin in that area was level with the surrounding flesh, lacking any elevation or indentation, as if it were merely an illustration. Applying his fingernail with some force, he felt a slight sting on his skin, yet the tattoo remained unaffected, appearing as if the skin had always borne this mark. After a brief moment of thought, Shenluo seated himself cross-legged and began to circulate his minor transformation of yang energy, directing the rising yang essence from his dantian to his shoulder. Soon, a faint red glow enveloped his shoulder, causing the surface of his skin to shimmer with a rosy hue. However, aside from the hollowed areas such as the eye sockets and nose of the black skull tattoo, the rest remained an inky black, showing no signs of change. Now that his minor transformation of yang energy had reached perfection, the yang essence he generated was far beyond what it had been before. If this were indeed a malevolent entity, it ought to have reacted more violently. Shenluo did not cease his efforts, attempting various methods, striking with fists, slapping with palms, biting, and splashing water, endeavoring to remove the black skull tattoo. But to no avail. Every attempt ended in failure. Very well, it seems there is no immediate danger. I shall leave it be for now, he thought to himself. If it were not for this peculiar encounter, mastering the minor transformation of yang energy would have been an insurmountable challenge. I can only hope that this nameless technique does not prove equally arduous. Shenluo chose not to dwell on the matter further and redirected his thoughts toward the nameless technique. According to the words of Master Fengyang and Master Luo, should he complete the minor transformation of yang energy, his lifespan might extend by 2 or 3 years. Yet, whether this brief span would suffice for him to achieve his desires remained uncertain. Nevertheless, having come this far, he was resolute in his determination to advance. With these thoughts in mind, Shenluo rose, shaking out his arms before stepping into the shallow stream, where he seated himself cross-legged. allowing the water to rise to his chest, halting just below his neck. Unlike the minor transformation of yang energy, this nameless technique emphasized a connection with the external world and nature. As he breathed and focused, he also endeavored to attune himself to the surroundings. Initially, Shenluo found it somewhat challenging, but after a few moments of awkward breathing, he gradually settled into the rhythm. Simultaneously, a subtle chill seeped in from the surrounding stream, coalescing within his limbs without extending towards his chest or abdomen. According to the records of the nameless celestial tome, this chilling essence was the spirit of water. Shenluo continued to operate the arcane technique, repeating the process again and again, swiftly completing 36 cycles. With each iteration of the technique, the yang energy within his dantian grew increasingly fervent, until it felt as if a blazing inferno was igniting within him. Meanwhile, his limbs, drenched in the spirit of water, became unbearably frigid, as if encased in ice, teetering on the brink of numbness. The contrasting sensations of heat and cold enveloped Shenluo, placing him in a realm of excruciating turmoil. Nonetheless, he summoned immense fortitude, gritting his teeth to endure, to transcend into the chi refining stage. Transforming from an ordinary mortal into a true cultivator, one must grasp the essence of the law. In other words, only by comprehending this essence can one genuinely embark upon the path of immortality. As elucidated by Xiao Dian, every cultivation technique possesses its own method to attain this understanding. The method inscribed in the nameless technique involves mobilizing the foundational yang energy while simultaneously inviting the spirit of water into the body, cycling through the technique for 36 rounds, thus placing oneself in a state of harmonious duality between water and fire. In such a state, if one can persistently experiment and introspect, successfully merging the two energies into a subtle cycle of yin and yang, the physical form may become integrated with the cosmos, allowing the spirit to attain heightened focus and facilitating a transformative opportunity to comprehend the essence of the law. The notion of understanding is inherently elusive, akin to flowers reflected in a mirror or the moon's image on water, visible yet intangible. Moreover, each individual's perception may differ. However, through relentless endeavor, one can invariably enhance the likelihood of success, though some may be constrained by their innate talent or comprehension, ultimately unable to grasp that pivotal moment despite a lifetime of arduous practice. Shenluo silently recited the method recorded in the nameless technique once more, simultaneously channeling the yang energy in his dantian and the spirit of water stored within his limbs. The mingling of the two contrasting essences within his body caused his complexion to fluctuate between shades of blue and red. This interplay of temperature persisted only briefly, as the chilling spirit of water proved to be significantly weaker than the yang energy, leading to a swift dissipation of the former. Shenluo sighed inwardly, recognizing his failure. It appeared that the nameless technique, much like the lesser transformation of yang, was a challenging endeavor, or perhaps his innate capabilities were simply lacking. However, as this was merely his inaugural attempt to experience the cultivation of the nameless technique, he had not harbored lofty expectations, thus feeling no particular disappointment at this moment. Yet, at that instant, an unexpected change occurred. Shenluo felt a slight chill at his right shoulder. A vast surge of icy energy erupted from within, flooding into his body. He froze momentarily, a fine layer of white frost enveloping his exterior, swiftly coating him completely. As before, this cold energy caused no disturbance to the surroundings. The stream flowed undisturbed, and the water temperature remained unchanged. Upon entering Shenluo's body, the chilling essence charged directly towards the yang energy in his dantian. The two forces colliding violently. Boom! A muffled sound reverberated within him, as if all his internal organs had been shaken. Shenluo felt a piercing pain throughout his meridians, rendering him incapable of even the slightest movement, let alone controlling the two conflicting forces within him. He could only allow them to rampage through his body. However, the two powerful energies did not clash for long. They soon intertwined, transforming from mutual collision into harmonious coexistence. In that moment, Shenluo felt as though he had pushed open a mysterious door, a surge of indescribable exhilaration rising within him, his mind unable to resist immersing itself in the experience. At that time, he could sense the ethereal water energy flowing into his body from his limbs, while the yang energy in his dantian continuously blended with it. This process unfolded naturally, requiring no interference on his part, as if everything were destined to be this way. Chapter 65. The method. It is uncertain how long it took for Shenluo's consciousness to gradually return to clarity. As he opened his eyes, he discovered that his body, from the neck down, remained submerged in the stream. Initially startled, he soon found himself in a state of bewilderment. Although summer had arrived, the morning stream water was still chilling to the bone. One could easily succumb to the cold after a night immersed in it, even a robust individual, let alone his current frail condition. Yet, why did he feel no trace of the water's chill? Instead, he found a peculiar comfort in being enveloped by it. With a hint of confusion, Shen Luo slowly rose from the water. At that moment, daylight had fully arrived. The sun cast its golden rays, illuminating everything around him. However, to his eyes, the world appeared strikingly different, imbued with an unprecedented brightness and clarity. As a realization dawned upon him, he glanced around and was pleasantly surprised to discover that his vision had remarkably improved. He steadied his mind and gazed into the distance. The town, several miles away, became vividly clear before him. The winding cobblestone paths, the houses exhaling wisps of smoke, and the early risers among the merchants arranging their goods, alongside children frolicking at their doorsteps. Moreover, his hearing had attained an unprecedented sharpness. The sounds of chirping insects and singing birds were just the beginning. Numerous unfamiliar sounds reached his ears. In a nearby field, a mouse scurried past. In the flower thicket by the stream, 2 butterflies flitted about, and within a streamside cave, a crab was burrowing into the soil, producing a series of popping bubbles. His sense of smell had similarly intensified, as he was inundated with various aromas: the earthy scent of soil, the fragrance of flowers, the odor of decaying leaves, and a multitude of other distinct smells. What foul stench assails my senses? Shen Luo instinctively covered his nose, murmuring to himself. Moments ago, he had detected a noxious odor that invaded his nostrils, almost palpable, though he had not noticed it before. Upon touching the source, he found his hand met a slick, viscous substance. Bringing his palm closer for inspection, he discovered a dark, muddy residue. The foul odor emanated from this very substance. Hastily, he wiped both hands across his face, realizing that his entire visage, including his neck, bore a layer of this black muck, which he promptly washed away in the stream. As the grime washed away, Shen Luo felt a refreshing clarity wash over him, his heart brimming with unexpected delight. His senses had undergone a remarkable transformation without his awareness. This sensation was incomparable to the modest enhancement one might achieve upon perfecting a lesser skill. It was a qualitative leap. Could it be that, merely by following the prescribed steps and circulating his energy through 36 cycles, he had unlocked such extraordinary enhancements? Regardless, he reasoned, it was undoubtedly a fortuitous development. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he began to wade toward the bank of the stream. However, halfway there, his foot suddenly paused mid-air, leaving him frozen in place. Just moments ago, he discovered that in addition to the enhancement of his 5 senses, he had acquired a subtle and enigmatic perception, as if he could sense an ethereal essence that had previously eluded his awareness. This elusive essence permeated the surrounding air, the earth, flowing water, and the myriad forms of flora and fauna, manifesting in varying degrees and shapes, even residing within his own body, nestled in his dantian. Shen Luo hesitated to move, fearing the disruption of this profound sensation. He gradually closed his eyes, focusing intently on the ethereal presence within his dantian. It seemed to be a faint current of energy, cool and refreshing, circulating within his dantian, emitting a gentle wave of fluctuating energy. The abundant yang essence within him instinctively recoiled upon contact with this current. This is magical energy. I have awakened to the nature of the law. Shen Luo opened his eyes with fervor, his right foot plunging into the stream, splashing a cascade of water. The cool current's vibrations bore a striking resemblance to the white energy within the primordial stone and the aura emitted by celestial masters such as Yin, affirming its identity as magical power. Ever since he had delved into the realm of cultivation and realized the existence of magical powers in this world, he had longed to take this step and reach such a state. Yet, for the vast majority, this step was unattainable, and for him, it had seemed an unattainable dream. Remarkably, he had inadvertently awakened to the nature of the law and cultivated magical power, truly stepping into the world of cultivation. Shen Luo's hands clenched into fists, his nails digging into his flesh without him even noticing. According to Bai Xiaodian, awakening to the nature of the law was a crucial milestone on the path of immortality, exceedingly difficult to surpass. Countless individuals with exceptional talent had perfected their foundational techniques early on, yet, despite the aid of elixirs and treasures, they still could not take the step. Many such examples existed within the Spring and Autumn sect. It had taken him 2 full years to merely grasp the basics of the minor transformation of Yang technique, and he could hardly claim to possess remarkable aptitude. He had even prepared for the worst, intending to devote the remaining years to surmounting this hurdle. To his astonishment, however, he had successfully awakened to the nature of the law after his initial attempt at this unnamed technique yesterday, which was truly unbelievable. Even if this technique was more exquisite than the pure yang sword technique of the spring and autumn sect and facilitated a better awakening, it should not have been so easily achieved. It felt as though he had received divine assistance. Divine assistance. The water spirit energy he had absorbed from the stream had dissipated, seemingly swept away by the sudden emergence of this chilling current, plunging him into a state of transcendence. He recalled that the cold current had emanated from his right shoulder. Could it be related? As he pondered, he instinctively glanced at the skull tattoo on his right shoulder. The tattoo remained vividly lifelike, showing no signs of change from before. Strangely, what had once appeared somewhat eerie now seemed rather pleasing to his eye. Perhaps this was what one referred to as fate and opportunity. Shenluo scratched his head, unable to suppress such thoughts. Chapter 66. Treading water. Shenluo cast a few glances around him, then moved his body to hide within a nearby thicket of lush aquatic plants, settling into a meditative posture once more. Having recently embarked on the path of immortality and possessing an understanding of the laws of nature, he was eager to continue his cultivation and swiftly attain the first level of his technique, curious to discern how it differed from that of an ordinary person. It was daytime, and although this small stream was not far from the nearby town, he felt no apprehension about anyone approaching. With his heightened senses, he could detect anyone entering within a 3-mile radius well in advance. The cultivation techniques of immortality were fundamentally different from foundational techniques like the minor transformation of yang. The foundational techniques could be described as entirely internal practices. Men nourished the yang energy within their bodies, while women cultivated the yin essence, the nameless celestial tome. A method of immortality cultivation required not only internal practice but also the vital task of drawing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into one's body, complemented by either yang or yin energy, condensing it into one's own magical power, which would then be stored in the dantian. Not long after beginning his practice, he let out a soft exclamation and slowly opened his eyes, just as he initiated the first great cycle of his technique, guiding the yang energy down to the perineum and then through the yongquan acupoint at the soles of his feet. He encountered a peculiar phenomenon. A faint thread of magical power within his dantian flowed alongside his yang energy, traveling down through the yin channels to his feet, creating an unusual tingling sensation. The entire process unfolded seamlessly, without the slightest delay. How peculiar, he pondered aloud, somewhat bewildered. After a moment's reflection, he willed the thread of magical power to reverse course, flowing back up to the dantian, and the tingling sensation in his feet dissipated accordingly. This was indeed the circulation of energy through the limbs returning to the dantian, the cleansing of essence and marrow, the awakening of the senses, and the return of energy to the dantian. Did this not signify that the first layer of the nameless technique had been perfected? How could this be? Shenluo suddenly realized something, his eyes widening in astonishment. According to the records in the nameless celestial tome, this first layer of the technique was the foundation of the entire practice and was crucial. Even after comprehending the laws of nature, one still needed to accumulate magical power gradually over time, bit by bit. Attempting to channel this power through the extraordinary meridians to the limbs, what was referred to as the circulation of energy through the limbs, before it could be considered complete. Achieving this would enable one to use their magical power to activate talismans and drive magical artifacts, eliminating the need for external sources like elemental stones. However, this step was not an easy feat. It was certainly not accomplished overnight. Yet, he had effortlessly achieved it, far less arduous than described in the tome. With this thought in mind, he felt an inkling of doubt and decided to test it once more. Discovering that his magical power could indeed circulate freely between his limbs and dantian as the technique dictated. Taking a deep breath, Shenluo forced himself to calm down, a contemplative expression flickering across his face. The circulation of energy through the limbs back to the dantian was indeed a reality, and his senses had undergone a transformative change. As for the cleansing of essence and marrow, it suddenly dawned on him. He recalled the filth that had covered his face and neck upon awakening. Was this not precisely what the tome described as the expulsion of impurities following the cleansing of essence and marrow? The impurities expelled from his body were likely due to his immersion in the river, having been thoroughly washed away. With that in mind, he could begin to attempt this. Shenluo murmured softly, rising from the stream, clasping his hands before him, each forming a unique seal, reciting incantations. The strand of magical energy from his dantian coursed down his legs, reaching his feet. Before long, a faint blue aura emanated from the soles of his feet. while the nearby water, devoid of waves, began to swirl into two palm-sized vortices around him. An astonishing scene unfolded. As these two vortices spun slowly, they generated an upward force that lifted his body from the water's surface. Shenluo, clearly caught off guard by this occurrence, wavered momentarily, nearly toppling backward. With a flurry of movements, he managed to regain his balance. Although he broke into a cold sweat, his face was alight with a mixture of astonishment and joy. Gradually, he raised his right leg, and the moment his foot left the water's surface, the vortices vanished, yet the faint blue glow remained. After steadying himself, he cautiously extended his right leg half a foot forward and gently lowered it. At the instant his foot touched the water's surface, the small vortex reappeared, supporting him beneath. Witnessing this, Shenluo's expression brightened even further, and he confidently stepped forward, walking steadily across the stream's surface as if it were solid ground. He had indeed succeeded. Filled with elation, he unconsciously quickened his pace. However, due to a slight delay in the transmission of his internal magical energy, the vortex beneath his foot suddenly disappeared, causing him to tumble into the water with a splash. After gulping down a few mouthfuls of water, he managed to regain his footing, though he coughed incessantly. His eyes sparkled with excitement. The unnamed tome he had been studying contained a cultivation technique that included various spells. And what he had just attempted was the first level of the accompanying water treading spell. As the name suggests, the water treading spell allows one to walk upon water, rendering rivers and lakes as mere pathways. While it is not an exceptionally formidable ability, it is quite practical. Furthermore, upon reaching the fourth level and entering the fasting phase, one could learn the water avoidance spell, enabling free breathing underwater and protection from aquatic disasters. Upon reaching the seventh level, during the soul condensation phase, one could master the water separation spell. Unlike the water treading and water avoidance spells, the water separation spell is a true supernatural ability, allowing the wielder, provided they possess sufficient magical power, to part rivers and lakes with a mere gesture. In addition to these spells, the tome also includes a complex technique for summoning and controlling aquatic creatures, enabling one to command various water-dwelling entities. Naturally, with insufficient magical prowess, one could only command weaker beings. However, as one advances in cultivation, the ability to command stronger aquatic creatures would increase. Unfortunately, the tome does not specify which aquatic beings can be summoned, perhaps elaborating on them in later sections. This summoning technique is intricate and far surpasses the water treading spell. Shenluo had initially skimmed through the relevant incantations, finding them exceedingly profound, yet he had not had the opportunity to comprehend them, let alone practice their application. In truth, not only the art of summoning spirits and commanding demons, but even the water treading technique is a profoundly intricate skill. According to the ancient texts, even those blessed with exceptional talent and high comprehension must invest considerable time and relentless practice to achieve mastery. His unprepared attempt, resulting in effortless success, is indeed quite unexpected. Chapter 67. Someone has come. Could it be because of that? After an initial surge of excitement, Shenluo gradually calmed himself, casting a fleeting glance at the skull tattoo. Quietly pondering within, the series of unexpected delights had begun to instill a sense of unease within him. It had taken him 2 entire years to barely grasp the fundamentals of the minor Huayang technique. Yet now, in the span of just a day, not only had he perfected this technique, but he had also advanced to the first level of an unnamed skill, and even mastered the water treading technique almost instinctively. As the saying goes, unusual occurrences often herald hidden mischief. His experiences had taught him that every result must have a cost. Had it not been for his long illness leading him to become somewhat of an expert, poring over various texts to concoct elixirs like Jingxianjiu, how could the Shen family have swiftly risen to prominence in just a few short years? Whether the events unfolding in his life would ultimately bear fortune or misfortune remained uncertain. At this moment, the sun blazed in the sky, marking the peak of midday. With only a handful of figures traversing the official road, Shenluo instinctively took a gentle sniff, a myriad of scents rushing to meet him, remnants left by the passers-by. He suddenly discovered an amusing fact. Through these olfactory sensations, he could discern how many people had recently walked by, and even surmise their activities. Amused by this newfound sensitivity, Shenluo realized that such a utility of his enhanced sense of smell had never crossed his mind before. Upon entering the town, as he made his way towards the inn, he decided to test his hearing, slightly perking up his ears. Instantly, a cacophony of distant and nearby sounds filled his awareness. He could hear a woman haggling with a vendor, the hushed whispers of 2 elderly men gossiping at the street corner, and even the raucous calls of waitstaff from a nearby tavern. A smile graced Shenluo's lips as he closed his eyes, attempting to listen to sounds from further afield. The clattering of pots and pans from the kitchen of a large and nearby, the sounds of snoring from a second-floor room, and the lively chatter from the inn's dining hall during mealtime all reached his ears. At this moment, despite being in a relatively obscure inn, 4 or 5 tables were occupied by patrons. After speaking, he discreetly slipped a piece of silver into the other person's hand and swiftly departed from the hall. The young attendant, observing Shen Luo's hasty exit, felt a twinge of curiosity but did not pursue it further, gleefully pocketing the silver as he headed toward the kitchen. How did young Master Shen know they were serving trotters for lunch? He mused aloud, momentarily pausing in surprise. The tables in the hall were laden with various meats. Yet none had ordered the trotters. A new scent wafted into the air, and judging by the strength of its presence, it seemed to have been left not long ago. The owner of this aroma was familiar to him, none other than the innkeeper with the surname Ho. What could he have wanted in my room? Shen Luo mused, then closed his eyes again, attempting to gauge the innkeeper's trajectory through the strength of the lingering scent. Gradually, a hazy image formed in his mind. A figure entered through the door, wandered around the room without taking any action, and then exited. The person had merely circled the room and left. Seemingly not in search of anything, could it be that he was simply concerned for his well-being and came to check on him? Shen Luo slowly opened his eyes and spoke with a hint of curiosity. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from a distance, quickly approaching the door, followed by a knock. "The door is not closed. Please come in," Shen Luo said with a slight wrinkle of his nose. The door creaked open, revealing a figure who entered, carrying a large wooden tray. On one side lay a portion of food, while the other held a brush, talisman paper, vermilion, and other items. The visitor was not the young servant, but rather the shopkeeper with the surname Ho. Chapter 68, The Request of Manager Ho with a chuckle. Xiao Sanzai was busy in the hall, and I took the liberty of delivering these on his behalf, said Manager Ho with a beaming smile. Master Shan is a distinguished guest. How could I allow you to serve? Manager Ho remarked, personally arranging the dishes on the table before stepping aside to wait for the bowls to be collected. Shen Luo, having long been famished, wasted no time in devouring the meal swiftly. After wiping his mouth, he picked up the talisman paper, vermilion, dog's blood, and other materials from the wooden tray. A glance revealed many things that had previously eluded his sight. The crimson vermilion contained a trace of fervent spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, while the black dog's blood emanated a yang energy akin to solar essence. Although the talisman paper lacked similar vital energy, it exuded a richness absent in ordinary paper. However, the spirit energy embedded in the vermilion was exceedingly weak, the yang energy in the dog's blood was rather thin, and the quality of the talisman paper was subpar, riddled with numerous flaws. These materials might barely suffice for crafting low-level talismans like the Minor Thunder Talisman, but for higher-grade talismans in the future, they would likely prove inadequate. These items are for the purpose of talisman drawing. Are you perhaps well-versed in this art, Master Shin? Manager Ho inquired, collecting the dishes but lingering nearby, probing cautiously. Are you skilled in drawing talismans? I possess a talisman here. Might you assist me in its creation? I am willing to offer a substantial reward. Manager Ho's face brightened with hope as he earnestly pleaded. So it was for this matter that you visited my room not long ago? Shen Luo quipped, a knowing smile playing on his lips as he scrutinized Manager Ho. Why you? Manager Ho's face flushed, stammering in embarrassment. Without the guest's consent, intruding into his room was almost akin to theft. Should this incident spread, it would tarnish the reputation of his inn. Upon this realization, Manager Ho's complexion turned pale. Thank you, Master Shen, for your magnanimity. My previous actions were indeed presumptuous. However, I entered your room out of concern. As Xiao Sanzai mentioned, you had not appeared all day, prompting my worry. I hope for your understanding. Manager Ho sighed in relief, bowing deeply as he hastily explained. Seeing the sincerity in his tone, Shen Luo nodded. You have rendered me a favor, and I shall do my utmost within my abilities. That said, I must clarify that my understanding of talisman crafting is merely superficial. If the task proves too intricate, I may be unable to assist. Upon hearing this, Manager Ho eagerly retrieved a palm-sized brocade pouch from his bosom. Unfolding it revealed a piece of yellowed paper, meticulously folded into a square shape. Master, please take a look. Manager Ho presented the paper, laying it before Shen Luo. Shen Luo raised his gaze to find the uneven edge of the paper, resembling something torn from a book, upon which was depicted a talisman. From the symbols, the complexity appeared to surpass that of the Minor Thunder Talisman. This piqued his interest. Yet upon reading the small inscription below, Wealth and Prosperity Talismans, he couldn't help but emit a wry smile. His willingness to assist in drawing the talisman stemmed not only from a desire to repay the favor, but also from a curiosity about what exactly Manager Ho intended to create. Master Shun, is there an issue with this talisman? The shopkeeper of the Ho surname observed the subtle shifts in Shun Luo's expression and cautiously inquired. No problem. Shin Luo replied, waving his hand, his demeanor returning to normal. The shopkeeper, an ordinary citizen, naturally sought peace, protection for his home, and wealth, which vastly differed from Shin Luo's own contemplations, a divergence that was entirely understandable. Shin Luo resumed his meticulous examination of the talisman depicted on the paper, a glimmer of astonishment soon flickering in his eyes. Talismans such as the auspicious talisman, protective talisman, and wealth-attracting talisman are among the most commonplace. In his quest for clues regarding the path of immortality, he had perused countless miscellaneous texts and historical accounts, many of which bore some semblance to talismanic symbols. Regarding wealth-attracting talismans alone, he had encountered at least 10 distinct versions, their authenticity often ambiguous. However, none of those wealth-attracting talismans compared in complexity to the one before him. While the runes of this wealth-attracting talisman were numerous and intricate, they harmonized with a certain profound principle, appearing far from the haphazard concoctions of counterfeit talismans. Noticing Shin Luo's prolonged silence as he fixated on the talisman, the elderly shopkeeper hesitated to interrupt, holding his breath in quiet anticipation. No rush, no rush. Please. Do give it a try. If the talisman paper or vermilion is insufficient, I shall fetch more, the shopkeeper hastily assured. Shin Luo acknowledged with a sound and began his preparations, swiftly mixing the talisman ink and then drawing a sheet of talisman paper across the table. Dipping his brush into the ink, lines unfurled across the paper at a rapid pace, producing a rustling sound reminiscent of silkworms spinning their silk. His understanding of vital energy had deepened considerably, allowing him to draw talismans with much greater clarity than before. As he sketched, the vital energy within the ink, propelled by his focused spirit, merged seamlessly with the talisman paper beneath. He sensed, albeit vaguely, that the vital energy contained within the ink, in conjunction with the enigmatic runes, seemed to summon a certain power. This endeavor undoubtedly entailed numerous laws and some hidden secrets of this world. The shopkeeper stood by, watching as the vivid red runes spread across the talisman paper, a complex and arcane pattern gradually taking form, rubbing his hands together in eager anticipation. Unbeknownst to him, the complexity of this wealth-attracting talisman far exceeded Shin Luo's initial expectations. He had only completed nearly 70% of it thus far. As fatigue began to manifest on Shin Luo's face, his breath quickened. The process of crafting talismans exerted a notable drain on his spiritual energy. The runes of the minor thunder talisman and ghost-repelling talisman he had previously drawn were far less intricate than this wealth-attracting talisman, making the strain less perceptible. Fortunately, he had now attained the status of a chi-refining practitioner. Had it been in the past, he would not have been able to endure this task. After approximately the duration of half a stick of incense, Shin Luo flicked his wrist, guiding the brush to create a smooth arc on the paper. And with a final flourish of his fingertip, he drew the last stroke. Only then did he lift his brush, exhaling a long, relieved breath. Chapter 69. Spring Breeze and Prosperity. At this moment, Shin Luo found himself in a rather unfortunate state, feeling as if he had been thoroughly drained. His body bore a sensation of exhaustion, particularly his mind, which felt alarmingly vacant, as if his spiritual energy had been almost entirely siphoned away, leaving him in an indescribable discomfort. After breaking through to the chi refinement stage, his internal vitality surged, liberating him from previous concerns regarding his lifespan. However, his mental fortitude had not seen a significant increase. Silently, Shin Luo began to circulate his minor transformation of yang energy, catalyzing the yang essence to hasten the recovery of his spiritual strength. In a short while, a rosy glow radiated from his face, and he emanated warmth akin to that of a furnace, releasing waves of heat. Nearby, Manager Ho felt a surge of warmth enveloping him, as if basking in the sun, causing his fatigue to dissipate rapidly. All welled up in his expression. Indeed, young Master Shin was a practitioner of celestial arts. Only a few nights prior, during an evening sojourn, he had chanced upon Shin Luo in the backyard alley, invoking talismans, and had suspected him to be a legendary cultivator. This notion prompted him to seek Shin's assistance in drawing talismans, and the current sight and experience only solidified his conviction, igniting a sense of excitement within him. Stealing a glance at the talismans laid upon the table, Manager Ho was almost overwhelmed with the urge to examine them immediately. Yet, lacking Shin Luo's permission, He dared not touch the table, opting instead to stand quietly by, holding his breath in reverence. After a full quarter of an hour, the rosy glow on Shen Luo's face rippled and retreated into his being. He slowly opened his eyes, though his complexion still bore a hint of pallor. It was markedly improved. Rising, he took the talisman from the table and scrutinized it for a moment before nodding slightly. Regardless of whether this so-called wealth and prosperity talisman was genuinely effective, it was the first he had crafted since entering the chi refinement stage. And he regarded it as the most exquisite talisman he had ever drawn. I have done my utmost. However, this wealth and prosperity talisman is a protective charm. Its power rather obscure, so I cannot ascertain its efficacy, Shen Luo remarked, extending the talisman to Manager Ho. How could the talisman drawn by young master ever fail? I am deeply grateful, Manager Ho responded, overflowing with confidence as he accepted the talisman, examining it with increasing delight. He produced a finely crafted box of rosewood from his robe and carefully stowed the talisman within. Following this, he retrieved another wooden box, opening it on the table to reveal 2 substantial ingots of silver, glimmering brightly, worth at least 100 taels. Our small establishment has faced a downturn in business of late, and we simply cannot offer more. 100 taels of silver may be a meager token. Yet I implore young Master Shen to accept it, Manager Ho stated with a respectful gesture. I have no desire for such material wealth. There is no need for such expenditure, Manager Ho. I previously mentioned that this talisman shall serve as a gesture of gratitude. Shen Luo replied with a wave of his hand. That cannot be. It is only natural for you, as a guest of our establishment, to summon a healer. Now, you have expended considerable energy to craft a talisman for me. How could I possibly offer nothing in return? Manager Ho exclaimed anxiously. Let us do this. When you truly find prosperity in the future, I shall return to request some form of recompense, Shen Luo smiled and suggested. Understanding that Shen Luo had matters to attend to, Manager Ho did not wish to linger further. After expressing his profound gratitude once more, he took his leave. Shen Luo sat by the table for a while, took a piece of talisman paper, and began to draw a rune. This time, he was creating a small thunder talisman. He was already quite adept at this particular symbol, yet the success rate remained disappointingly low, even after advancing to the chi refining stage. He could only manage to succeed with 1 out of 5 or 6 attempts. After a brief moment, Shen Luo picked up a successfully drawn small thunder talisman, examined it for a while, and, holding it in his hand, silently channeled his inner spiritual energy, guiding a strand of it into his palm and subsequently infusing it into the talisman. The runes on the small thunder talisman immediately shimmered with a faint white light. Shen Luo felt a surge of joy and quickly severed the flow of energy to prevent the talisman from actually activating, as the rune in this and could scarcely withstand the force of a thunderbolt. The brilliance of the runes gradually faded, soon returning to its original state. Once he had cultivated his spiritual energy, it indeed proved unnecessary to utilize spirit stones to activate the talismans. The reason he had earlier asked Xiao Sanzi to bring him talisman paper and cinnabar was to validate this very fact, and the outcome was precisely as he had anticipated. He carefully folded the small thunder talisman and tucked it away, then took up a nearby paper and pen to compose a letter home, informing his father that he no longer had to worry about a short lifespan, so as to put his mind at ease. Naturally, he refrained from mentioning his advancement to the chi refining stage, merely stating that he had made progress in the cultivation of the minor transformation yang skill at the Chuanxiu temple and had received a precious elixir from the sect master, which resolved his lifespan concerns. He said not a word about the mysterious celestial book, lest he inadvertently disclose it. Once Shen Luo had secured the letter, he gathered his belongings in stone box, then rose to leave the room, making his way to the inn's main hall. By this time, the lunch hour had passed, and the hall was nearly devoid of patrons. Several attendants stood or sat idly, while Xiao Sanzi was dozing at a table. Master Shen, are you leaving? Inquired the innkeeper, who was calculating accounts behind the counter with an abacus, hastily coming forward upon seeing Shen Luo approach with his bundle. I appreciate your hospitality these past few days, Shen Luo said, placing the room fee on the counter. Master Shen has aided me greatly. If I were to accept your payment, how could I bear to face the world? The innkeeper's face flushed red as he firmly returned the payment to Shen Luo. Seeing the innkeeper's resolute stance, Shen Luo did not press the matter further. The innkeeper personally led Shen Luo's black horse to the door, repeatedly urging him to visit the town again in the future before finally allowing him to depart. Shen Luo first visited the city's post station to send his letter before riding out of the city. The terrain near Songfan County was flat, with lush green fields surrounding the official roads. The gentle breeze swept through, causing the wild grass to ripple like waves, invigorating the spirit. Observing the picturesque scenery, Shenluo felt a surge of energy and spurred his horse onward towards Chuanqiu Temple. This journey was undeniably fulfilling. Not only had he lifted a significant burden from his heart, but he had also entered the qi refining stage and discovered a new direction. His mood was indescribably elated, as if the wind were rushing past his ears and the scenery whizzed by in a blur. This sensation could be likened to the spirited gallop of a horse in spring, racing with joy. 2 hours later, Shenluo was riding along a rural path in Songfan County, maintaining a pace neither too fast nor too slow, occasionally glancing around as if assessing the road conditions. He was already unfamiliar with the roads within Songfan County, and driven by a sudden whim, he galloped forth, inadvertently losing his way. The place seemed to be unknown. Desolate and barren, after riding for half an hour, he encountered not a single soul, rendering his attempts to inquire for directions futile. At this moment, darkness enveloped the sky, and the expanse around him was a vast, desolate wilderness devoid of any light, save for the eerie howling of the wind, reminiscent of ghostly wails. A sound unsettling enough to frighten the faint-hearted into a state of terror. However, Shenluo, having made some progress in his cultivation, was bold and undeterred by such fears. After advancing another 7 or 8 miles, the sound of rushing water reached his ears. Shenluo urged his horse towards the source of the sound, and shortly thereafter, a broad river came into view, its width rivaling that of 3 Luanshui rivers, with waves surging and turbulent currents flowing, far surpassing the Luanshui River. What river is this? He pondered, furrowing his brow. If he were alone, equipped with the water-treading technique, he might have attempted to cross even the widest of rivers. But with a horse in tow, he questioned his ability to manage such a feat. Abandoning the horse to cross the river posed uncertainties about the way forward. Should he stray from the path, he would find himself lost in the wilderness, unable to proceed on foot. Chapter 70. The Tale of Demons First. Let us ascertain whether there are any bridges or alternative routes nearby. Shenluo murmured to himself as he dismounted from his black steed, tethering it to a tree by the riverbank. He then began to stroll along the river's edge, glancing about attentively. At this moment, the bright moon hung high in the sky, casting a silvery glow, and the surrounding illumination was quite satisfactory. Furthermore, his enhanced vision rendered the scene almost indistinguishable from that of daylight. However, the river meandered and twisted, flanked by lush trees that obscured his view, preventing him from seeing far ahead. After a brief contemplation, Shenluo resolved to venture towards the river's center, where visibility was clearer. He silently activated the water-treading technique, and a layer of azure light enveloped his feet as he stepped onto the river's surface. 2 swirling eddies materialized beneath him, supporting his form. His previous application of the technique had been in a tranquil stream, but now, amidst the tumultuous currents of the mighty river, he found himself challenged. The external forces disrupted his fledgling mastery, causing his body to sway in unison with the river's waves, as if he might plunge into the depths at any moment. In haste, he concentrated, channeling his mystical energy into his feet to sustain the technique. With arms outstretched, he adjusted his posture to counterbalance the river's force. Gradually acclimating to the water's flow, his stability improved. It seemed that continuous practice across various rivers was essential for mastering this technique, particularly in learning to maintain equilibrium amidst complex water dynamics, so that it could be of use when needed in the future. With a sigh of relief, and after regaining his composure, he resumed his advance towards the heart of the river. What a remarkable art of water manipulation! At that moment, a clear voice echoed from afar. Though it was not loud, it pierced through the roar of the surging waves, as if spoken directly into Shenluo's ear. Fully focused on executing the water-treading technique, he was momentarily startled by the voice, causing his concentration to falter. His magical energy wavered, and the luminescence around his feet abruptly vanished, resulting in a sudden splash as he fell into the river. Amidst the turmoil, Shenluo struggled briefly, hastily forming hand seals, which stirred the water around him, creating a spiral of turbulent waves. Once more, a lifting force emerged beneath his feet, elevating him above the surface. Soaked and dripping, he turned his gaze towards the shore from whence he came, only to discover a tall, imposing young man standing near the tree where he had tethered his horse. Bathed in moonlight, the young man's sharp features were distinct, his eyebrows arched like swords, eyes bright as stars, with a prominent nose resembling a towering peak and lips slightly full, adorned with a visible smile. He wore a round-collared robe, complemented by a half-armor draped diagonally from his right shoulder to his side, and a long, ancient sword with an elongated hilt rested upon his back, exuding an aura of valor from head to toe. "Might I inquire if you are a disciple from the inner circle of the Weakwater sect?" Before Shen Luo could utter a word, the young man clasped his fist in greeting and posed the question first. "What prompts such an inquiry?" Shen Luo furrowed his brow and responded. At this moment, he was no longer the merchant's son who had just joined the Spring and Autumn sect 2 years prior. He was well aware that in this vast world, there were certainly other places for cultivation beyond the Spring and Autumn sect. However, having never had the opportunity to learn about other sects, he was oblivious to the existence of the Weakwater sect. "Oh, is that not the case? I assumed that within the entire territory of Dingping County, only the inner disciples of the Weakwater sect could possess such mastery over water techniques. You appear quite youthful, which prompted my inquiry," the young man remarked, arching his sword-like brows in mild confusion. "It seems you have misunderstood. I am merely a solitary cultivator, practicing haphazardly without any sect's teachings," Shen Luo said, his gaze flickering momentarily as he spoke. With that, he took a step forward, intending to wade towards the shore and lead his horse away, not wishing to engage further with this enigmatic stranger. He harbored a degree of caution towards the sudden appearance of this unfamiliar individual and refrained from revealing his true name. "Not at all. It is my lack of skill that has caused you to laugh at my expense, my friend," Shen Luo replied with a smile, noticing the other's earnest demeanor and spirited eyes, which seemed devoid of malice. "It is indeed a privilege to witness the water manipulation technique today. If I may be so bold, was what you demonstrated earlier the water walking technique?" Lu Huaming hastily waved his hand and inquired further. "Do you also have knowledge of this technique, Lu Daoyu?" Shen Luo asked, raising an eyebrow in response. "Not knowledge. Merely an understanding that this technique consumes minimal magical energy while allowing practitioners to stand undefeated upon the water's surface, making it particularly advantageous against aquatic beasts. One cannot help but feel envious," Lu Huaming said with a chuckle, shaking his head. "As a mere solitary cultivator, my experiences are limited. I have long heard tales of supernatural beings and spirits but have yet to witness them firsthand. Might you share some insights?" Shen Luo's curiosity was piqued. He recalled the elusive blue wolves and the wolf-headed creatures he had encountered upon entering the dream realm in Donglai County, which had left a profound impression on him. There is little to say about the demonic creatures and spirits. They, like us humans, cultivate by absorbing the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, adapting to the transformations of yin, yang, and the 5 elements to awaken intelligence and enhance their magical prowess. Generally speaking, creatures of the same level possess various innate abilities that render them superior to us humans by a degree. However, human cultivators also have access to talismans and other external aids, making the outcome of a battle uncertain, he explained. Moreover, you may be unaware that despite the seemingly harmonious state of the world, with everyone living in peace and contentment, there are indeed undercurrents of turmoil and hidden dangers. Within the borders of our Tang Dynasty, it is not only demonic beasts that roam. There are also spirits and strange entities causing disturbances. Local authorities are already overwhelmed in their responses to these issues. Just 6 months ago, the court explicitly issued a decree, offering substantial rewards to attract extraordinary individuals to address these matters, Lu Huaming stated candidly. "Is that so?" Shen Luo exclaimed, taken aback. Chapter 71. An unwanted request. As fellow cultivators, I shall share a bit more with you, for it is no longer a matter shrouded in secrecy. In truth, the calamity we face is not confined to our Tang Dynasty alone. Unrest permeates throughout the vast eastern Shenzhou. There are even whispers of a great tribulation looming over the world. After a brief hesitation, Lu Huaming sighed and continued. "A great tribulation?" Shen Luo's heart trembled at the mention, and he inquired urgently, "Could you elaborate?" He vividly recalled a recent dream where the father and son, Yu Yan, had alluded to a cataclysm involving monstrous entities devouring the heavens. Though this matter remained largely unknown to the mundane world, it had already circulated among the hidden circles of the Tang Dynasty. Initially, few believed such claims, but as certain reclusive sects began to take notice, some even dispatched disciples to investigate, the rumors grew ever more enigmatic. Lu Huaming stroked his chin thoughtfully. Shen Luo fell into silence, and after a moment, he suddenly asked, "Pray tell, from where do you hail?" Typically, a mere cultivator would not possess such insight into these matters. Taken aback, Lu Huaming paused briefly before breaking into a smile. He retrieved a palm-sized token from his waist and handed it over, saying, "You possess keen eyesight, Shen Daoist. In that case, I shall not conceal my origins from you." Shen Luo accepted the token and examined it under the moonlight. The object felt unusually heavy, seemingly forged from materials beyond mere copper or iron. One side bore the intricate engraving of two closed gates, while the other displayed a seal inscribed with the words Imperial Edict of the Tang. "You flatter me," Shenluo replied, shaking his head. "My mastery of water techniques is merely rudimentary. I am hardly worthy of such praise." He felt unqualified to provoke any monstrous entities, especially since he had yet to resolve the matter of the mysterious jade pillow. In dreams, he had witnessed the terror these creatures could unleash, and in reality, he possessed but one life, far less expendable than in dreams where one could be reborn multiple times. There is no need for such modesty, Shindaoist. Joining the court would confer many advantages. It would mitigate numerous worldly troubles, provide access to greater resources, and allow you to contribute to the protection of the Tang people. Is that not a multifaceted gain? Lu Huoming smiled, persisting in his persuasion. "While I appreciate your kind offer, I shall consider it only after I have further honed my abilities," Shenluo politely declined. Seeing this, Lu Huoming ceased his urging and shifted the conversation. "Then let us discuss it another time. However, I have one more humble request, if you might oblige." "Please, speak freely," Shenluo responded, relieved that the other was no longer insistent. "Shindaoist, could you impart the water-walking technique you demonstrated earlier?" Lu Huoming ventured after a moment's hesitation, catching Shenluo off guard. Instinctively, Shenluo was inclined to refuse. "Do not worry, I do not seek the entirety of your teachings. Only the portion pertaining to walking upon water. Should you be willing to share, I would gladly offer substantial gratitude in return," Lu Huoming quickly added. "Earlier, didn't Taoist Lu mention that he was not well versed in water techniques? Why then is he so intrigued by the art of treading water?" Shenluo couldn't help but question. "Though I may not comprehend the nuances of water methods, I can certainly discern the remarkable intricacies of your treading technique, which, if mastered, would undoubtedly prove beneficial for traversing various aquatic realms in the future," Lu Huoming remarked with a scratch of his head and a smile. "While I am unbound by any sex constraints and there are no prohibitions against sharing techniques, I find myself somewhat hesitant regarding this treading method," Shenluo admitted. "Fear not, my friend. Should you be willing to impart this technique, I am prepared to offer an item in exchange," Lu Huoming replied with understanding. "Oh, may I inquire what this item is?" Shenluo raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "Please take a look," Lu Huoming said, as he reached into his robe and produced a small, grayish-white fork adorned with yellow talismans, shaking it towards Shenluo. The fork, measuring merely a foot in length, bore a striking resemblance to an ordinary two-pronged fish spear, yet appeared far more exquisite, wrapped around the handle with a normal-sized yellow talisman, revealing it to be a talismanic artifact. "What do you think, Taoist Shen? Are you pleased?" Lu Huoming inquired, noticing Shenluo's unwavering gaze on the small fork. Given Taoist Lu's generosity, how could I possibly refuse? This time, Shenluo did not hesitate in the slightest. Chapter 72. The initial acquisition of the talisman. "Ah, how delightful. My friend, you truly are a person of spontaneity." Lu Huoming clapped his hands and laughed heartily, causing numerous leaves to tumble from the nearby trees. Subsequently, Shenluo imparted the intricacies of the water step technique to his companion. "Excellent. Indeed, it is exquisite. This talisman fork belongs to Brother Shun." After a moment's contemplation, Lu Huoming's smile deepened, and he began addressing Shenluo as Brother Shun. "As for the application of this talisman, I would appreciate it if Brother Lu could impart some knowledge." Shenluo reciprocated with a change of address and inquired. "The talisman harnesses the power of runes to unleash its might. Thus, during its use, one merely needs to channel their mana to activate the rune. However, unlike other talismans, it does not simply ignite the core. Instead, it requires sustained mana to maintain control over the talisman's offensive capabilities." Lu Huoming spoke extensively. Yet upon noticing Shenluo's lingering confusion, he waved his hand grandly and declared, "Allow me to demonstrate, so that you may be convinced." With that, he swiftly formed a hand gesture, and a verdant glow blossomed from his palm, flowing like water into the rune inscribed upon the gray-white handle of the fork. The rune shimmered, and a layer of white light immediately enveloped the entire fork. Lu Huoming then tossed the fork into the air, whereupon it erupted in a brilliant gray-white glow, expanding 3 or 4 times its size as it spiraled majestically through the night sky. After tracing circles of white light, it suddenly transformed into a beam of white radiance, shooting towards a stout willow tree several dozen feet away. In an instant, the white light vanished within the tree, accompanied by a resounding crash. The stout willow trembled violently, its drooping branches dancing wildly, scattering leaves everywhere. Shen Luo watched with a surge of excitement. As Lu Huoming became increasingly animated, he suddenly formed a sword gesture with one hand, pointed skyward, and shouted, "Rise!" with a sharp sound. A beam of sword light surged skyward behind him, soaring into the night like a swimming dragon, transforming into a long green rainbow that danced across the heavens. Following this, Lu Huoming leapt into the air, ascending several dozen feet, and landed gracefully upon the green rainbow. As the rainbow gradually contracted, the true form of the ancient sword revealed itself, with Lu Huoming standing solitary upon it, his garments fluttering in the night breeze, exuding an unmistakable aura of a celestial swordsman. Shen Luo could not help but exclaim in admiration at the splendid sight. Tonight's acquaintance is indeed fate. Brother Shun, should you find yourself in Chang'an in the future, feel free to seek me at the Chung residence. Lu Huoming left this remark in the air as he melded with the sword and vanished into the distance. Shen Luo gazed at the green rainbow slowly fading into the night, lost in thought. After a while, he sighed deeply and mused aloud. To find Lu Huoming at the Chung residence, in such a vast city as Chang'an, how many Chung residences might there be? Where shall I search? How shall I find him? He considered this merely a courteous remark, taking it lightly. However, he had gained a clearer understanding of Lu Huoming's prowess. Sensing that he might be even stronger than the celestial masters he encountered in his dreams, such as Yu Yin. But the fork has yet to be retrieved. As he approached, he beheld a stout willow tree, which bore a gaping hole the size of a bowl. Strangely, something seemed to cling to the edges of the hole, reflecting a crystalline brilliance under the moonlight. Shen Luo leaned in for a closer inspection and involuntarily gasped in astonishment. Around the rim of the tree hollow, there was indeed a layer of shallow black ice crystals. Such an effect was remarkable. Could it possibly surpass the might of the copper coin sword wielded by Bai Xiaodian? Shen Luo's heart swelled with clandestine delight. The rudimentary incantations of the basic spell, the water-walking technique, from that nameless cultivation method, had yielded a formidable magical artifact. What then, he pondered, could be the worth of the more advanced spells? Lost in thought, he rummaged through the wood shavings scattered on the ground behind the tree and joyfully unearthed a talisman fork that had returned to its original size. He hefted the fork and found it weighed far more than he had anticipated. Its texture was peculiar, neither metal, wood, nor stone, unable to discern its nature. And sensing that lingering here was unwise, he turned his gaze to the talisman affixed to the fork's handle. The sigils appeared unfamiliar, far more intricate than the ghost-repelling and minor lightning talismans he knew. He could not even decipher the starting strokes or the flow of the brushwork. After a moment's hesitation, he could not suppress his excitement and impulsiveness, yearning to test this newfound talisman. He spread his palm flat and placed the talisman fork within it, while with his other hand, he formed a hand seal and began to channel his energy. A thread of magical power rose from his dantian, coursing through his arm and emanating from his palm, merging with the talisman on the fork's handle. The talisman shimmered with light, and a white halo radiated outward, enveloping the fork entirely. Shen Luo immediately sensed a peculiar magical pull manifest between himself and the talisman fork. With a slight mental nudge, the fork quivered and floated about an inch above his palm. Steadying himself, he infused more power into the talisman. This time, he concentrated fiercely, striving to maintain his focus and exert full control over the fork. However, whether due to unstable energy or some other factor, the fork suddenly surged uncontrollably into the night sky, severing its connection with him and plummeting back down. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would have been caught off guard by its descent. After several attempts, Shen Luo found the process rather unyielding. He had yet to successfully command the talisman fork to fly, and in fact, he had expended a considerable amount of his limited magical power. Chapter 73. The world has changed 3 days later, at noon. At the entrance of the Chuanqiu temple, Brother Niu languidly sat on the stone steps basking in the sun, a cup of tea in hand, humming a cheerful tune, thoroughly enjoying his leisure. Suddenly, he caught sight of an approaching figure on the mountain path and stood up, squinting to get a better look. The individual, clad in a long green robe, with a gray cloth bundle slung over their shoulder and a fabric bag in hand, ambled along the path, leaning slightly forward, their steps unhurried yet remarkably steady. "Ah, what brings this lad here?" Upon recognizing the visitor's face, he couldn't help but exclaim softly, "Only those of merit may enter the mountain gate." As Shen Luo approached the entrance, Brother Niu's languid voice echoed from within. "How dare you address your senior in such a manner? Have you no sense of decorum?" As he spoke, Brother Niu suddenly flicked his wrist, splashing the tea in Shen Luo's direction. Shen Luo deftly leaned back, easily evading the onslaught. A flicker of surprise crossed Brother Nyo's eyes as he shifted his stance to block Shen Luo's path. Just as he was about to press the matter, he wrinkled his nose, glancing at the bundle on Shen Luo's shoulder, and broke into laughter. Being magnanimous today, I shall let this slide. You understand the rules, do you not? The roast goose and wine from Hongyun Tower are meant for Brother Bai and Brother Tian, Shen Luo replied, glancing at the bag in his hand with a smile. Brother Nyo's expression darkened instantly. How audacious. Hand it over. He stepped toward Shen Luo, intent on seizing it himself. Anticipating this move, Shen Luo stepped forward instead of retreating, placing his foot precisely on the puddle of spilled tea on the ground. His internal energy surged, subtly directing the tea into swirling droplets. Brother Nyo, stepping onto the water droplets, found his footing slipping, losing his balance and careening toward Shen Luo. Careful, brother. Shen Luo sidestepped, extending a hand as if to assist Brother Nyo, but when their bodies neared, his palm brushed past Nyo's abdomen, channeling a surge of energy upward. Brother Nyo soared into the air, propelled forward, and tumbled out of the mountain gate. A cacophony of cries erupted outside as Brother Nyo rolled down the steps, descending 17 or 18 levels. Observing today, Brother Nyo appears fatigued, his steps unsteady, a sign of insufficient vitality. The goose's hindquarters may remedy this. I hope you accept this gift, Shen Luo remarked, jotting down a note before retrieving a roast goose purchased from below, plucking a piece from the rear, and tossing it along with his message onto the stone steps where Brother Nyo had previously sat. Having completed his task, he dusted off his hands and gracefully entered the temple. As he ambled through the familiar surroundings of Chuanqiu Temple, Shen Luo couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia wash over him, continuing on his path. Along the way, he encountered several disciples, exchanging nods as greetings. For reasons unknown, he always felt a certain peculiarity in the gazes directed at him by those individuals. As Shen Luo pondered this unsettling thought, he arrived at the foot of the Lingguan Hall and was about to ascend the mountain path when he glanced up and noticed a corpulent figure approaching from 50 to 60 paces ahead. Among the residents of the temple, the most rotund was undoubtedly Ding Yuan, who was accompanied by 3 or 4 disciples. Upon spotting Shen Luo climbing the steps, their eyes flickered with surprise. Ding Yuan, standing prominently in the center, dramatically rubbed his eyes with his chubby hands. Although Shen Luo was at a distance, he heard everything clearly and seemed to grasp the underlying implications, yet he continued his ascent without pause. The other disciples regarded Shen Luo with varying expressions. What business do I have here that concerns you? Shen Luo's face darkened as he cast a sidelong glance at the group. Ding Yuan and his companions felt a sudden shift in Shen Luo's demeanor, as if an invisible pressure emanated from him, compelling them to avert their gazes. None dared to meet his eyes. Undeterred by their reactions, Shen Luo strode past them. Ding Yuan, momentarily taken aback, felt a flush of embarrassment as he noticed the looks cast at him by his companions. A worthless wretch dares to disrespect a senior brother? How audacious! Ding Yuan bellowed, hastily pursuing Shen Luo, channeling the strength of 3 or 4 layers of his minor Huayong skill. He spread his fingers wide and aimed a hefty palm strike at Shen Luo's back. Brother Ding's Qingyang hand is indeed quite formidable, truly ungrateful. The other disciples cheered in approval. Ouch, stop, that hurts. Ding Yuan's cries echoed like a pig being slaughtered. For Shen Luo had grasped his pinky finger with a vice-like grip, bending him painfully in accordance with Shen Luo's motions, tears welling in his eyes. The cheers abruptly ceased, and the onlookers stood in stunned silence, evidently taken aback that Shen Luo, a neophyte in the minor Huayong skill, possessed such formidable prowess to strike at Ding Yuan's vulnerable spot. Shen Luo, do not act recklessly. If you injure me, my master, Ding Yuan gasped, still hunched over, yet spoke with a fierce tone. However, before he could finish, Shen Luo exerted a slight pressure, prompting Ding Yuan to cry out once more. Brother Ding, your Qingyang hand is profound and unfathomable, while my minor Huayong skill is merely at its inception. Do not frighten me, Shen Luo said leisurely, casting a glance at the other disciples. At this moment, Ding Yuan was contorted in pain, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Unable to utter even a cry of distress, the remaining disciples, too, lowered their heads, refraining from meeting Shen Luo's gaze. Chapter 74. An unexpected encounter in the back mountain. What are you doing? A sharp voice suddenly echoed from the mountain path above. Upon hearing this, Shen Luo's lips curled into a slight smile. He relaxed his grip, causing Ding Yuan to stumble as if granted a reprieve, and he was swiftly supported by others to avoid falling to the ground. Immediately thereafter, a figure descended from the side, and Shen Luo recognized it as Bai Xiaodian. A glance revealed that, Rather unexpectedly, he was not clad in his usual attire, but instead wore a flowing white robe, looking even more dashing and refined. Brother Bai, you and your companions may chat leisurely. We have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. Ding Yuan, clutching his right little finger and drenched in sweat, dared not linger and hurriedly excused himself, fleeing with his companions. Humph, a pack of cowards who bully the weak. Bai Xiaotian scorned, watching the retreating figures. Why are you so irate today, young Master Bai? Shen Luo teased, seemingly unfazed. You truly lack consideration, an incident of such magnitude regarding backlash from training. And you fail to inform me. Do you not regard me as your senior brother? Bai Xiaotian feigned anger. Of course, it would be splendid to share a drink. But alas, I must descend the mountain shortly. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaotian's expression turned slightly troubled. Very well, I shall take my leave first, he nodded. Then turned and sprinted towards the mountain gate. Shen Luo watched Bai Xiaotian depart before resuming his path to the residence at the stone platform. During this time, Tian Taixing inquired about Shen Luo's health, his concern evident in his tone. Shen Luo momentarily hesitated on how to respond. To speak the truth would inevitably lead to the matters of the enigmatic heavenly book, the jade pillow, and the bizarre dreams, topics he could not voice. Ultimately, he opted to say he had taken the rejuvenating elixir from Master Feng Yang, assuring Tian Taixing that his condition had stabilized and there was no need for concern. Tian Taixing seemed to accept this explanation without doubt. Sitting on the edge of the bed, inhaling the familiar scents of the room and observing the somewhat disordered furnishings, Shen Luo felt a wave of nostalgia. After a brief moment of contemplation, he rose to retrieve the jade pillow hidden beneath the bed. Shall I give it another try? He pondered, placing the jade pillow before him. His hand gently caressed its surface, feeling the coolness of the stone, as a flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes. No longer did he harbor the same aversion to the jade pillow as he once did. In fact, he had developed a considerable curiosity. Now, as a practitioner endowed with spiritual power, he wondered if attempting to channel his energy through this object might yield unexpected results. With this thought in mind, he decided it prudent to first draw several protective talismans before proceeding with the experiment. Approaching the table, he took out yellow talisman paper and vermilion powder, centering his mind and gathering his breath to begin inscribing the talismans. The first he completed was the small lightning talisman he was most adept at. After painstakingly crafting 2 successful talismans, he noticed that he had already consumed nearly half of the thick stack of yellow paper. This was a marked improvement compared to his previous success rate. Shen Luo set aside the 2 small thunder talismans to dry and picked up a vermilion brush, commencing the familiar task of drawing ghost-repelling talismans. After using up a portion of the talisman paper, he managed to create 3 fairly complete and effective ones. Subsequently, he laid down the brush, choosing not to continue, and leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes to rejuvenate his spirit. Despite his current physique being far from its former strength, the act of crafting talismans still drained his mental energy significantly. After resting for nearly half an hour, he sensed his vigor returning and picked up the brush again to sketch a few other talismans, such as the auspicious and protective ones. These, lacking any prior experimentation or successful references, were drawn swiftly, with their efficacy only ascertainable through trial. Shen Luo initially contemplated replicating a talisman affixed to the talisman fork, but after a brief inspection, he decided against it. Not due to any particular reason, but because the talisman was wrapped around the fork's handle, obscuring its full appearance. And he hesitated to remove it for fear of damaging the talisman tool. Thus he abandoned the thought. Ultimately, he gathered all the completed talismans and placed them beside his jade pillow for future use. Once he had accomplished this, Shen Luo activated the nameless incantation, channeling his internal energy into his right arm, and directed his palm toward the jade pillow. Upon contact, a thread of luminous blue energy flowed forth, drawn as if by an unseen force toward the pillow. Shen Luo furrowed his brow slightly, carefully managing the flow of his energy while focusing intently on the jade pillow's response. After a considerable wait, having infused a significant amount of energy, the pillow remained utterly still. He did not withdraw immediately, maintaining his patience and continuing to pour in his energy. However, even as he began to feel deplete, the pillow showed no sign of reaction. It appeared he had overestimated its potential, or perhaps this amount of energy was insufficient to elicit any response from the object. Having endured the weariness of travel in recent days and now having expended a fair amount of energy, he decided to tidy up the jade pillow and talismans and retire early for the night. The following morning, bright and early, Shen Luo rose, freshened up, and took the talisman fork along with the drawn talismans, heading toward the back mountain. Now that he had begun cultivating the techniques of the nameless celestial script, he no longer needed to perform the mourning exercises for the minor transformation of yang energy. However, due to the peculiar nature of the celestial script, he required a water pool or stream to continue his cultivation. Though he had frequently traversed the back mountain before and was aware of a few streams and deep pools, those locations were too conspicuous, and any passing disciples from the sect would undoubtedly notice. Shenluo preferred to keep his acquisition of the nameless celestial script a secret. Thus he sought a more secluded and tranquil spot for his practice, while also harboring the intention to further experiment with the talisman fork. With summer waning and autumn approaching, the morning breeze in the mountains had grown noticeably cooler. As he walked along the mountain path, gazing toward the dawn light illuminating the mountaintop, he rubbed his hands together, his eyes alight with eager anticipation. The terrain of the spring and autumn period is notably intricate. It is not only adorned with vast, deep forests but also features steep cliffs that rise prominently. In the valleys between these cliffs, deep pools have formed from accumulated rainwater. Shenluo chose to veer away from his usual path, traversing through a thicket of dense shrubs and carving a small trail through the thorns and wild grasses until he reached a prominent cliff. This cliff, adorned with jagged rocks, appeared stark yet offered a panoramic view. Intent on seeking a suitable and concealed place for cultivation, he positioned himself to gaze from this elevated vantage point. At the cliff's edge stood a massive rock that jutted out, weathered by time and elements, its surface cloaked in a thick layer of slick moss. After considerable effort, Shenluo managed to scale it. As he cautiously approached the rock's precipice, he was suddenly alerted by indistinct voices of a heated argument drifting up from below, suggesting a conversation between two individuals. Peering over the edge, he beheld two figures, a man and a youth, standing face to face at the base of the towering cliff. The moment Shenluo laid eyes on them, they too became aware of his presence, abruptly halting their discourse to cast their gaze in his direction. Chapter 75. A false alarm. In this scene, a youthful figure clad in the attire of the spring and autumn sect stands out, with long, raven black hair that is not fashioned into the traditional bun like others, but rather tied high with a wooden hairpin. The slender yet strikingly handsome individual is none other than Gu Hualing, one of the three inner disciples. Opposite him stands a tall, dark-skinned elder, his lips adorned with a neatly trimmed ring of grayish-white beard. Dressed in a flawless Tai Chi robe and wearing a lotus crown reminiscent of the renowned Fengyang Jinren, he exudes an air of authority and meticulousness. This individual is none other than Wang Qingsong, Gu Hualing's master, whom Shenluo is acquainted with. During previous lectures, Shenluo had encountered him a few times in front of the Sanqing Hall. Wang Qingsong's teachings were thorough and more lucid than those of Luo Shi and Fengyang Jinren, yet his stern demeanor instilled a sense of apprehension in his students. Could they possibly be imparting secret teachings? Shenluo pondered, a feeling of unease creeping in. If indeed Master Wang were to instruct Gu Hualing in sorcery, then his current actions might border on the illicit. However, Wang Qingsong merely cast a glance in Shenluo's direction, seemingly recognizing him as a special registered disciple. And with a cold huff, he turned and walked away. Gu Hualing, however, beamed with a smile, waving at Shenluo from a distance as a form of greeting. Feeling slightly awkward, Shenluo waved back, his fondness for this rarely seen senior brother growing. After exchanging pleasantries, Gu Hualing hurriedly pursued Wang Qingsong, soon matching his stride. Once the duo had walked a fair distance, Shenluo shifted his gaze to the horizon, seeking a new location to explore. Just then, his ears perked up, and a change flickered across his face as his attention returned to the retreating pair of master and disciple. Could he have overheard our conversation? Should we eliminate him? This place is seldom visited, making it ideal for concealment, Gu Hualing remarked while pacing. A sudden jolt of disbelief coursed through Shenluo. Even if they had inadvertently revealed some arcane secrets, resorting to murder and obliteration seemed excessive. How could a mere outer disciple like himself hear their discourse from such a distance? Your reaction need not be so extreme, Wang Qingsong replied, shaking his head. We must simply choose a more discreet location next time. There should be no loose ends. A person of such insignificance as an outer disciple would hardly draw attention. I am well aware of several suitable places in the back mountains for such purposes. As he spoke, Gu Hualing's smile remained gentle, yet his words bore an icy undertone. Very well, I understand the gravity of the situation, Gu Hualing conceded reluctantly. At that moment, he suddenly turned and looked back towards Shenluo, who was still gazing in their direction, and smiled, nodding his head in acknowledgement. Shenluo felt a tightening in his heart, yet his expression remained composed as he respectfully cupped his fists in farewell to his departing mentor. It was only after the two figures had completely vanished from sight that his demeanor gradually relaxed, though a chill crept along his spine. He had merely ventured out to seek a path, yet he had narrowly escaped a calamity. How perilous had it been his former self? Devoid of the innate understanding of the law and exceptional sensory abilities, he might have still perceived that ancient spirit as benevolent and kind-hearted, oblivious to the treachery around him. It seemed indeed that the world was fraught with danger. One must always remain vigilant against the intentions of others. Those two undoubtedly harbored a significant secret. Otherwise, they would not so casually contemplate burying someone. Should he find an opportunity to discreetly inform Taoist Luo? In any case, he must strive to avoid this master and disciple duo in the future, keeping as great a distance as possible. Upon reflection, he had indeed discovered a secluded valley. Although modest in size, it was remarkably hidden, nestled between two prominent ridges, with a winding brook coursing through it. Shenluo hastily descended the cliff and sprinted toward this haven. Once inside the valley, he followed the stream upstream for approximately 3 to 4 miles. When his surroundings suddenly brightened, before him lay a shallow pool formed by the rushing waters, flanked by towering boulders approximately 10 feet high, creating a natural barrier that concealed the pool's depths. Unless one peered down from above, it was nearly impossible to discern what lay within. What a splendid location! Shenluo could not help but exclaim in admiration. He refrained from plunging into the water immediately. Instead, he seated himself on the bank, closed his eyes, and assumed a meditative posture. With a gesture of his hands, he summoned a refreshing energy from his dantian, initiating its flow through his meridians. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes, raising his index and pinky fingers while folding the others inward. With a focused thought, he began to manipulate the spiritual energy dispersed throughout the water. Akin to controlling a talisman, he pointed decisively at the surface of the pool, and the previously tranquil waters rippled with a gentle disturbance. This pattern differed markedly from the ripples caused by a breeze. It manifested as concentric waves, resembling the impact of a stone dropped into the water. The circular waves spread outward in a remarkably orderly fashion, dissipating into nothingness after extending about 4 feet from the center. Observing this, Shenluo swiftly turned his wrist and lifted his hand decisively. With a soft splash, a sphere of water struck the surface, creating a chaotic turbulence that soon disrupted the original waves. Rising to his feet, he wore a smile of joy. Previously, he had been able to exert a modicum of control over the water through his innate abilities, and on a prior occasion, he had taught that senior brother Nyo a lesson in a similar manner. However, this was the first time he had managed to control such a substantial volume of water. With that thought, he ceased his meditation and resumed a single-handed gesture, maintaining the same form but doubling the energy flowing within him. Accompanied by a low exclamation, he raised his hand once more. Suddenly, the tranquil surface of the water erupted with surging waves, resembling boiling water in a cauldron. A massive sphere of water, the size of a wheel, leaped from the center of the tumultuous waves, suspended in midair, defying gravity for an extended moment. Chapter 76. Mastery over water. A gleam of joy illuminated Shenluo's eyes, and as a thought crossed his mind, he slightly rotated his palm. Instantly, the suspended stream of water shattered with a resounding crack, and 7 or 8 elongated heads emerged from the splashes, writhing momentarily before surging forth with their bodies. Astonishingly, these were magnificent steeds, the size of hunting dogs, crystalline and resplendent, galloping alongside one another in the air. Their robust forms displayed the intricate patterns of their manes, while their bodies shimmered with a translucent quality, faint traces of flowing water visible within, akin to exquisite crystal carvings. Yet, as Shenluo's thoughts shifted again, the galloping colts suddenly found their hooves engulfed by a surge of water, their entire beings appearing to sink into the currents, gradually submerging. However, their heads elongated, their manes and erect ears fading away until they transformed into a lustrous water python. As its head dipped, it floated upon the water's surface, gliding gracefully as if it were an actual serpent. With a flick of his hand, Shenluo commanded the water python to writhe and elevate its head. And to his astonishment, 2 waves erupted from its back, unfurling into 2 crystalline water curtains that resembled wings. The serpent's body gradually shortened, its head becoming more pointed, eventually morphing into a majestic rock that soared into the heavens. The rock's talons curved like silver hooks, its feathers displaying intricate patterns, exuding a vibrant and lifelike essence despite their crystalline transparency. However, its flight was short-lived. It ascended merely 10 zhang before appearing to exhaust its strength, plummeting back to the water's surface, creating a cascade of splashes before returning to tranquility. How remarkably effortless! Shen Luo noted the considerable consumption of his magical energy. Yet he was filled with astonishment. This marked his inaugural attempt at water manipulation since practicing the nameless technique, and the ease with which he succeeded was unexpected. It is well known that water is capricious, adept at transformation, yet challenging to shape, while guiding water flows is relatively simple. Inducing them to take on distinct forms requires extensive practice. Shen Luo's ability to manipulate the water into such vivid transformations was no trivial feat, especially considering the lifelike essence infused into the shapes he conjured. He speculated that for an ordinary person to achieve such mastery, they would need to practice countless times. Could it be that I possess a unique affinity for water-based techniques? Or perhaps my constitution allows me a natural connection with the spirit of water? Shen Luo mused in astonishment. However, the notion seemed improbable. If he truly had exceptional talent, it would have manifested by now, rather than languishing behind others, after all. It had taken him 2 years to cultivate a minor technique. It appeared that this phenomenon was likely linked to the chilling current infused into him by the skull he had encountered earlier. After a brief moment of rest, Shen Luo proceeded to search within his robe, retrieving a 1-foot-long object, the gray-white talisman fork he had acquired from Lu Huaming. After acquiring this object that day, he had attempted to activate it, ultimately culminating in failure. Today, he wished to try once more. This time, he laid the talisman fork flat in the palm of his outstretched hand, performed a one-handed gesture, and then channeled his internal energy into the fork through his palm. The symbols on the fork's handle flickered faintly, and a layer of grayish-white light suddenly spread forth, enveloping the entire talisman fork. Unlike the previous time, he did not hastily urge the fork to ascend. Instead, he meticulously controlled the flow of his energy, ensuring it remained in a stable state as it merged with the fork. As strands of energy continuously flowed in, the white light upon the fork grew ever more radiant, and it began to levitate slightly, hovering 3 inches above his palm. Simultaneously, the light on the fork flashed again, and the prongs unexpectedly expanded, growing 3 times their original length, resembling precisely how Lu Huaming had activated it that day. A surge of joy filled Shen Luo's heart, and he immediately called out, "Rise." With a flash of light, the fork surged forward, gracefully soaring into the air, swiftly ascending higher than the towering stones flanking the shallow pond. As Shen Luo gazed upward, momentarily distracted, the fork began to wobble perilously, threatening to plummet. His heart raced, yet he quickly steadied his focus and cautiously guided the fork with his energy. While it was not difficult to elevate the fork, controlling its movement proved challenging. Despite Shen Luo's concentrated effort to steer it forward, the fork disregarded his commands, rocketing straight upward. As the fork ascended approximately 2 zhang high, the connection between it and Shen Luo gradually weakened, the white light flickering erratically. Upon reaching a height of over 3 zhang, the light pulsated more frequently before abruptly losing control, plummeting directly toward the nearby stream. Witnessing this, Shen Luo dashed forward, gripping his gesture tightly, pouring all his concentration into the fork, and shouted, "Rise." Just as the fork was about to touch the water, its surface light stabilized, and it astonishingly hovered directly above the water's surface. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Shen Luo slowly raised his hand, and the fork began to ascend incrementally, moving away from the water's surface toward the riverbank. However, just as the fork had barely cleared the water, its surface light began to tremble once more. This time, it abruptly flickered and returned to its original state, plummeting to the ground with a resounding thud. Simultaneously, Shen Luo felt an emptiness in his dantian, realizing that he had expended more than half of his energy. Approaching the fork, he picked it up and sank to the ground, his back drenched in sweat. He had not anticipated that wielding such a talisman would be so taxing. Reflecting on by Xiao Yan's composed demeanor during the duel with Ding Yuan, it was evident that being an inner disciple required considerable skill. Shen Luo panted softly to himself. At that moment, he recalled the graceful image of Lu Huaming flying with his sword, feeling an even deeper yearning in his heart. After a brief respite, Shen Luo once again activated the talisman fork and began to practice. Approximately half an hour later, a sharp sound resonated through the valley. The talisman fork suddenly shot down from a height of about 3 zhang, creating a cascade of golden sparks as it struck a massive rock before embedding itself at an angle into a crevice. Shen Luo stood not far away, observing the scene before him, and a faint smile of satisfaction finally emerged on his pale face. Through more than half an hour of practice, He had managed to exert a tenuous control over the fork's flight. However, his movements remained awkward and challenging, far from the fluidity demonstrated by Lu Huoming. The force with which the fork had struck the ground was also markedly inferior. Shenluo understood that this disparity was largely attributed to the differences in magical power. At present, with the initial level of his nameless technique, he was unable to command the fork to fly too high or too far. It could only maneuver within a radius of 3 zhang around him, beyond which it would falter. Moreover, the exertion of magical energy required to wield the talisman was considerable. He could manage to keep the fork airborne for merely the duration of a tea session, and that was only for basic control. Should he engage in actual combat, the consumption would escalate significantly. Shenluo approached and retrieved the fork from the stone crevice, then leaned against a rock to rest. At that moment, his gaze suddenly caught sight of the talisman affixed to the fork, and his brow furrowed in concern. Having drawn talismans frequently, he was particularly sensitive to their nuances. A mere cursory glance revealed a troubling detail. The color of the runes on the talisman had faded, and the intricate patterns had become blurred. Earlier that day, before departing with the fork, Shenluo had scrutinized the talisman closely, although its hue was not as vivid as that of a freshly drawn talisman. The rich crimson was unmistakable, and the lines were distinct. In stark contrast to its current state, a noticeable change had occurred. Typically, a talisman would immediately incinerate into ash once the talisman core was ignited. Yet this talisman, after being infused with magical energy, had not burned away instantly, indicating an extraordinary quality. A vague suspicion stirred within Shenluo. He surmised that the talisman affixed to the fork was not immune to burning, but rather underwent a combustion process that was not as rapid as that of ordinary talismans. Nonetheless, after repeated use, it would eventually be expended. Judging by the frequency of his attempts and the changes in the talisman's color, he estimated that this particular talisman could only be utilized 3 or 4 more times before becoming entirely ineffective. After stowing the fork, Shenluo rested for nearly half an hour, during which he felt a slight restoration of his magical energy. He then began to draw talismans from his sleeve pocket, all of which he had crafted the previous day. In the past, before he had awakened to the nature of magic, he had relied solely on elemental stones for his talisman experiments, each consumption of a stone causing him considerable distress. Now that he possessed magical abilities, he could forego that expense. Thus, he resolved to test all the types of talismans he was capable of drawing, eager to discover their respective functions. Before obtaining the Lesser Thunder Talisman and the Exorcism Talisman, Shenluo had practiced the most with a particular talisman known as the Dissipation Talisman. As the name implies, this talisman is designed to dispel malevolent energies. In the past, when Taoist Luo treated Shenluo's ailments, he expelled the dark energy from within him using this very talisman. Subsequently, Shenluo repeatedly expressed his desire to learn this talisman. Although Taoist Luo did not directly impart the knowledge to him, he reluctantly provided a sample for Shenluo to practice at his leisure. At this moment, Shenluo was delicately manipulating a dissipation talisman, channeling a thread of his magical energy from his dantian through his arm and into the talisman. A flash of blue light erupted from the talisman paper, accompanied by a faint sizzling sound as the talisman's inscriptions darkened to a charred black. A trace of weak blue radiance escaped like smoke, only to vanish moments later. Observing this, Shenluo shook his hand, casting the talisman to the ground. He then reached for a house protection talisman, infusing it with another thread of magical energy. According to ancient texts, a residence adorned with a genuine house protection talisman would reveal no abnormalities by day, yet at night, a layer of indistinct luminous aura, invisible to the naked eye, would envelop it, deterring malevolent spirits from intruding. Although Shenluo possessed magical power, he was uncertain of the visual phenomena that would accompany the infusion of energy into the house protection talisman, thus his heart was tinged with curiosity and anticipation. However, similar to the dissipation talisman, the house protection talisman merely flickered with blue light before the paper tore apart, resulting in yet another failure. Though Shenluo had anticipated this outcome, a sense of disappointment lingered. He sighed softly and picked up an exorcism talisman, holding it between the 2 fingers of his right hand. With a flicker of intention, he summoned a thread of magical energy once more, directing it into the talisman. This time, however, the situation shifted. A flash of blue light ignited, yet the paper remained intact, and the inscriptions upon it began to glow. A gentle white radiance surged forth, illuminating the surroundings. As this white light brightened, Shenluo suddenly perceived a veil of shadow enveloping his vision, causing the hues of the stones and the water nearby to pale significantly. Confused, he directed his gaze further afield, only to find that all objects appeared similarly muted. He noticed a corner of the mountainside, perpetually shrouded from sunlight and adjacent to damp waters, adorned with a foot-high growth of dark green moss. To his astonishment, a swirling mass of indistinct black mist coalesced upon the mossy ground. Realizing this, Shenluo hastily gathered the other talismans from the ground, forded the water, and ran towards the ominous presence. Upon approaching, before he could extend the exorcism talisman, the black mist seemed to sense the talisman's energy, surging and swelling with fervor. Indeed, it was the malevolent energy. The exorcism talisman truly possessed the capability to reveal hidden malevolent spirits. Simultaneously, Shenluo felt a chilling, tainted aura emanating from the mass of black mist. With determination, he brought the glowing exorcism talisman closer to the sinister energy. The dark mist appeared to harbor a profound fear of the talisman, retreating in a frantic search. However, the mountainside loomed behind it, leaving no avenue for escape. In its desperation, it clung to the wall, rising upward. Yet, this malevolent aura seemed remarkably feeble, daring only to ascend a mere foot before halting its ascent. It recoiled at the thought of breaching the moss-laden zone, for exposure to the midday sunlight would ensue. As the ghost-repelling talisman approached within 3 feet of the sinister presence, it suddenly ignited, enveloped in a blaze of white flames, charging forth with fervor. Before long, the talisman was reduced to ashes, extinguishing after emitting a final spark. Almost simultaneously, the shadowy sensation that had clouded Shenluo's vision dissipated. When he widened his eyes and gazed once more toward the corner of the mountainside, he found it utterly devoid of all presence. Chapter 78. A frightening encounter. Shenluo retrieved 2 talismans from his bosom, both commencing with the characters for command, and both serving as ghost-repelling charms. He pinched one of the talismans, imbuing it with his magical energy. As a flicker of white light emanated from the talisman, a warmth surged through his eyes, and that peculiar sensation returned, albeit with a slight blurriness compared to before. Hastily, he directed his gaze towards the corner of the mountain wall, only to perceive a vague, shadowy outline, indistinct and elusive. It was apparent that the ghost-repelling talisman he had crafted was of subpar quality, limiting its efficacy. Mastery comes with practice. It seemed that the art of talisman crafting was not something to be grasped in a single day. With a sigh, Shenluo grasped the final ghost-repelling talisman. No sooner had he spoken than a trickle of magical energy flowed into the talisman, illuminating it with a brilliant radiance akin to the first. Once again, the oppressive sensation enveloped him. In that corner of the mountain wall, a mass of black mist reemerged. This time, instead of allowing the talisman to approach the sinister aura, he withdrew another talisman from his robe, the dispelling charm, hoping to see if it could neutralize the malevolent energy. However, despite utilizing 3 consecutive talismans, none succeeded in activation. All were rendered useless. Frustrated, Shenluo employed every other talisman at his disposal, such as the auspicious talisman, the house-protecting talisman, and the calamity-dispelling charm, seeking any reaction with the ominous aura, yet all ended in failure. This malevolent energy had transformed into the touchstone for testing his talisman efficacy. Ultimately, it was only after deploying a small lightning talisman that he managed to dissipate the black mist. He found himself puzzled by the current predicament. Logically, he had reached the early stages of the Qi refinement period, and his command over spirit, energy, and essence during talisman crafting was markedly superior to when he had first embarked on the rudiments of the Shaohuayang technique. With the successful experience of the small lightning talisman under his belt, it stood to reason that he should have been able to apply that knowledge effectively. Ironically, the small lightning talisman, despite being the last he had learned to craft and practice the least, had proven successful, while the auspicious and dispelling talismans, those he had honed the most, had all been ineffective. Although the authenticity of these talismans was debatable, the dispelling charm should have been reliable. Both the small lightning talisman and the ghost-repelling charm were ones he had once successfully crafted in his dreams, with the former having received guidance from Yu Yan, while the other talismans had not shared such enlightening experiences. Returning to his chamber, he secured the door and sat in silence for a moment, then raised his hand to massage his right shoulder, pulling down his garment to reveal the black skull insignia that had lingered there for several days, showing no signs of vanishing. His gaze casually fell upon the leftover yellow talisman paper beside the pile of ancient texts from yesterday, and an idea suddenly sparked in his mind. He promptly retrieved a brush, dipped it in cinnabar, and began to draw upon the talisman paper. After half an hour, having exhausted all remaining paper, he had succeeded in crafting 2 ghost-repelling talismans. After a brief respite, he noticed the cinnabar marks on the talisman had dried. He pinched a talisman and affixed it to the skull pattern on his shoulder, allowing a trickle of magical energy to flow into the talisman. A flash of light emanated from the paper, and a sphere of white radiance swiftly illuminated the surroundings, casting a shadowy veil over Shenluo's vision. He directed his gaze toward the skull on his right shoulder, scrutinizing it for any malevolent entities, yet found no alterations whatsoever. Furrowing his brow, he shifted his attention to the jade pillow at the head of the bed, but again, no abnormalities presented themselves. Perhaps due to the day's exhaustive experiments with talismans and charms, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him after merely touching the inscription, prompting him to hastily close the celestial tome and place it back into the stone box. Rubbing his aching temples, Shenluo collapsed onto the bed, sinking into a deep slumber. The night was profound, and the moonlight cast a chilling glow. Within the room, Shenluo slept soundly, oblivious to the fact that the rattan pillow beneath him had been displaced, replaced by the yellow jade pillow. In his dreams, he turned towards the doorway, his right hand instinctively clutching the jade pillow beneath his neck. At that moment, a gust of chilling wind surged from outside, violently flinging open the window and swirling a torrent of black mist that surged toward the bed. Shenluo was abruptly jolted awake, his eyes snapping open as he instinctively attempted to sit up. Yet, he soon felt an overwhelming force pulling at him from beneath, and as he glanced downward, he was met with a spine-chilling sight. Small, childlike hands were emerging from the floorboards, gripping his body with an unyielding grasp. Chapter 79, The Transformation of the Jade Pillow. Shenluo's eyes widened, as if a chilling serpent had slithered up his spine. Those small, bloated, and decayed hands, pallid in hue, resembled corpses that had languished in water for an extended period. Yet, they were adorned with slender, blackened nails, some of which even pierced through his clothing and into his flesh. Shenluo opened his mouth to scream, his jaw agape, yet no sound escaped him, and an overwhelming terror gripped his heart. However, he soon discovered something peculiar. He felt not a trace of pain. Do not panic in times of crisis, he reminded himself. Seeking to regain his composure, he attempted to channel his unnamed technique, striving to summon the power within him to repel those ghastly pale hands. Yet, as soon as the slightest stir of energy emerged from his dantian, a sudden chill enveloped his neck, and an immense, frigid aura surged forth, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. It was the jade pillow. Shenluo immediately sensed the change at the nape of his neck. Before he could take further action, a formidable absorbing force emanated from the jade pillow, and he felt his blood and essence boil within him, transforming into wisps of white steam that were drawn out. His eyes widened in horror as he watched his chest gradually cave in, the exposed hands withering rapidly. Resembling ghastly claws, vitality fading away, Shenluo's mind became a tumult of confusion, fear, doubt, and resentment mingling together, summoning the last vestiges of his strength. He screamed with all his might, "No!" In the next instant, he jolted upright in bed, his chest heaving violently as he gasped for breath. In his panic, he glanced down at the mattress beneath him, only to find a ring of dampness soaked in sweat. Where were those small, ghostly hands? He then examined his palms and the backs of his hands, discovering them entirely unscathed, devoid of any signs of having been drained of blood and transformed into withered claws. Could it truly have been a nightmare? Shenluo, bewildered, surveyed his surroundings, only to find all doors and windows tightly shut, and the furnishings within the room undisturbed. Even the pillow beneath his head was the familiar rattan one, while the jade pillow lay quietly to the side. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow, the remnants of sleep evaporating, and rose to light a lamp, changing into a fresh set of garments before taking a seat at the table. Outside the window, the moonlight appeared hazy, suggesting it was already late into the night. As the light from the talisman illuminated, his eyes again grew dim, and he began to scrutinize the corners of the room with renewed focus. However, as soon as he turned his gaze, his brow furrowed suddenly. There was indeed something strange within the room. Had he not been so tense and overly focused, he would have never noticed. A pang of unease gripped Shenluo's heart as he hurriedly approached the source of the anomaly, eager to discern the truth. Yet, when the light shifted, the elusive object he had barely caught a glimpse of vanished from view. Without hesitation, he extinguished the oil lamp in one breath. As the illumination within the room extinguished, the previously elusive entities finally re-emerged, revealing themselves as slender, almost transparent strands of light, cascading down from the ceiling like a gentle rain. Shenluo's gaze followed the luminous threads downward, where he beheld a semi-transparent glow enveloping the jade pillow on the bed. All the strands that fell from above converged upon it, absorbed completely without a trace. What could this be? Shenluo's heart surged with confusion and curiosity as he cautiously approached the bedside. Leaning closer, He glanced at the exorcism talisman affixed to his chest. Noting that it remained unscathed, while the eerie strands exhibited no signs of struggle or movement, it appeared that they were not of a malevolent nature, which eased Shen Luo's apprehension somewhat. He extended a hand, as if to catch raindrops, reaching towards the almost ethereal strands. A nebulous white light swiftly enveloped his palm. However, he soon realized that the moment the strands touched his hand, they passed through it as if it were mere air, continuing their journey towards the jade pillow. Remarkably, his hand felt no discomfort. The strands seemed to exist only as phantoms. Instinctively, Shen Luo glanced upward at the ceiling, observing that the strands appeared to originate from within it, fitting seamlessly into their surroundings. With a sudden resolve, he lifted the jade pillow and stepped outside. The moonlight poured down like water, enveloping the surroundings in tranquility, punctuated only by the intermittent chorus of insects. Shen Luo cautiously surveyed his surroundings, noting that aside from the snoring emanating from a neighboring room, not a whisper of human presence could be detected. With a light step, he leaped gracefully onto the roof of the second floor. Standing atop the ridge, he gazed skyward, where the crystalline strands pursued the jade pillow, cascading like a waterfall suspended in the heavens, seemingly infinite and unending. Shen Luo's eyes lingered on the night sky for what felt like an eternity, until he finally discerned the source of these luminous strands. They were cast down from the vast expanse of stars above. What connection existed between the strands of light and the jade pillow? Shen Luo was utterly perplexed, having previously succumbed to sleep, only to be startled awake by a nightmare. He found no inclination to rest again. Instead, he remained entranced by the spectacle of the descending strands, embracing the jade pillow while gazing at the celestial wonders above. The strands fell throughout the night, and Shen Luo watched in rapt attention. As dawn approached, with the first light of day beginning to illuminate the horizon, the starry strands gradually diminished in number. When the sun finally rose, they vanished entirely. By midday, after dining in the refectory, Shen Luo strolled towards the rear mountain. Upon reaching a secluded area, he quickened his pace, making his way to a hidden valley. Arriving at the edge of a shallow pool, he leaped into the water. The splash sent a cascade of droplets into the air, and a refreshing chill enveloped him, dispelling the weariness that had clung to him after a sleepless night. However, his visit today was not simply to alleviate fatigue. Rather, he sought to experiment with another technique embedded within the nameless martial arts, the art of summoning and controlling spirits. According to the ancient texts, those with extraordinary talent in this art often achieve successful summoning after mastering merely the first level of the nameless martial arts. Conversely, those of lesser aptitude might toil through 5 or 6 levels without ever achieving a successful summoning of spirits. Shen Luo pondered that the seamless attainment of perfection in the first level of the nameless martial arts suggested his innate abilities were not lacking. Perhaps his affinity for water was the reason for his manifestation upon encountering the mysterious tome. He walked to the center of the shallow pond, crossed his legs, and sat down, the water rising to his chest. Subsequently, he closed his eyes and concentrated, forming hand seals while regulating his breath, beginning to silently circulate the nameless martial arts within himself. Before long, a refreshing energy began to shift within his dantian, circulating along his internal meridians, while waves of cool spiritual energy from the pond flowed toward him. As his thoughts gradually emptied, he silently chanted the incantation for summoning and controlling spirits. The ambient sounds surrounding the valley suddenly became subtle. Initially, he could faintly hear the chirps of a few birds, but soon the only sound was the wind rustling through the trees, followed by the muted whispers of insects hidden beneath the earth, and the gentle splashes of fish in the pond, until finally, all that remained was the soft trickle of the stream. Simultaneously, Shen Luo's mind became a blank slate, and the dimness behind his closed eyelids deepened, as if he had transcended the physical realm and entered another void. Chapter 80. The Sea of Consciousness. Could this be what is referred to as the Sea of Consciousness? A stirring surged within Shen Luo's heart. Ancient texts describe the gathering of one's spiritual awareness and thoughts as the Sea of Consciousness, the projection of myriad intentions. As his thoughts began to swirl, he hastily quelled them and concentrated fully on the art of spiritual communication. A faint sound akin to dripping water resonated in the boundless darkness surrounding him. Shen Luo's heart raced in response. He followed the sound, and soon beheld a minuscule blue light flickering in the void before him, shimmering gently. Before he could examine it closely, the sound of dripping intensified, echoing around him. Numerous blue orbs emerged, some startlingly close, merely a few paces away, while others lingered at a distance, appearing several dozen paces off. Some were as small as grains of rice, while others were as large as broad beans. all glowing with a cerulean light, dancing like a swarm of fireflies, a breathtaking spectacle. Though Shen Luo marveled at the sight, he was acutely aware that this was not the moment for admiration. These blue orbs were likely the key to his mastery of spiritual communication. He focused on the first orb that had appeared, the one closest to him, consciously guiding his awareness toward it. However, as his consciousness drew near, the flow of his spiritual energy was abruptly disrupted, and a sharp pain coursed through his meridians, akin to being pierced by needles. Shen Luo's eyes flew open. Agony etched across his face. He clutched his head with both hands and leaned back, collapsing into the water. After choking on a few mouthfuls, he managed to sit upright, hands pressed against his forehead, still reeling from the throbbing pain. He had followed the instructions from the ancient texts meticulously and could not fathom why this was happening. After a prolonged moment of stillness, the chaotic energy within him gradually subsided, and the splitting headache lessened somewhat. After a brief hesitation, he resolved to close his eyes once more and attempt again. As his thoughts quieted, the dark void reemerged, accompanied by a soft tick sound. And the tiny blue light flared to life again. Shen Luo cautiously directed his awareness toward it once more. Yet, as soon as he caught sight of the orb, the excruciating pain surged through his meridians once again, overwhelming him like a tidal wave. His eyes widened in shock, and the world spun around him as he fell backward once more. Desperately, he extended his hands to brace himself, preventing a complete collapse. But the intense pain in his head compelled him to groan in anguish, blood unexpectedly trickling from his mouth and nose. Alarmed, Shen Luo dared not pursue the attempt any longer. He staggered to his feet, emerging from the water, and made his way to the shore, where he lay down slowly. Gazing at the still whirling sky, his mind engulfed in chaos. Upon returning, he collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to a deep slumber that lasted until the latter half of the night. Fortunately, this time he was not awakened by nightmares. Rather, he regained consciousness naturally after restoring his energy. After lighting an oil lamp, he retrieved the mysterious tome and meticulously reviewed the records concerning the art of spirit summoning. Yet he still could not discern the underlying issue. Could it be attributed to my ordinary aptitude and insufficient magical prowess? Shen Luo pondered inwardly. If that were the case, he would have to wait until he successfully cultivated the second level of the enigmatic technique before attempting this summoning art again. Regardless, the first level of cultivation had reached completion, and it was now time to pursue the second level. Glancing at the tome in his hands, he resolved firmly in his mind. As Shen Luo opened the section on the second level of the technique, his fingers were about to trace the inscriptions on the page when a sudden recollection struck him. He promptly took out a ghost-repelling talisman and affixed it to himself. His gaze then shifted to the jade pillow on the bed. As expected, the luminous threads that had appeared last night were still present, cascading from the ceiling like strands of rain, converging upon the jade pillow. After observing for a while, Shen Luo collected his thoughts and began to focus intently on studying the incantations of the second level. The following day, as noon approached, Shen Luo made his way to the back mountain. He stepped directly into the shallow pool of the stream and sat cross-legged. Rather than hastily cultivating the second level, he performed 2 complete cycles of the first level, ensuring that the energy within him was fully mobilized before earnestly embarking on the second level's path. The mysterious tone drew the spiritual energy from the water into his body, transforming it through his yang essence until it circulated as magical power throughout his meridians. When the first level reached perfection, it would extend to his limbs. Upon completion of the second level, it would connect the Ren and Du meridians. These 2 meridians serve as the central pathways of yin and yang within the human body, reaching from the crown at Bai Wei to the groin below. Once fully connected, the efficiency of the water's spiritual energy circulating within him would greatly increase, resulting in a substantial amplification of the magical power stored in his dantian. As Shen Luo's thought stirred, he subtly altered his hand gestures, silently reciting the incantations for the second level. The stream surrounding him began to ripple with concentric waves, as strands of spiritual energy, like playful fish, converged towards him, illuminating the water's depths with a faint blue glow. Simultaneously, a wisp of magical power accumulated within him began to rise from his dantian, surging along the Ren meridian with a forceful momentum, traversing the Shunkei, Zhongwan, and Danzhong acupoints, ultimately reaching the Yutong acupoint. During the cultivation of the first level, Shen Luo had already been able to draw the yang essence into the 3 yin meridians from this point. At this moment, however, he needed to summon all his strength to breach the Zigong and Tintu acupoints, pushing through to the Bai Wei acupoint. Yet, upon his magical power's emergence from the Yutong acupoint, It encountered an impenetrable barrier at the Zhigung acupoint. It was as if this acupoint stood as a formidable fortress, resolutely holding its ground against the onslaught of Shen Luo's magical energy, which seemed powerless to budge its gates. Shen Luo was somewhat taken aback as the magical power in his dantian surged forth, rushing towards the Zhigung acupoint. Soon, a surge of magical energy reverberated within him, causing his body to tremble and sending ripples cascading through the pool of water surrounding him. Shen Luo abruptly opened his eyes, his face a portrait of disbelief. When he practiced the first level of his technique, he merely attempted a brief exercise and achieved perfection instantly. However, with the second level, he had only just begun. Yet he found himself crashing headfirst into an insurmountable barrier. The disparity between these two experiences was indeed substantial. Chapter 81. Descent with the Master Logically. It should not have been so arduous. He harbored doubts and once more closed his eyes, sitting cross-legged to silently cultivate. After a brief interval, Shen Luo opened his eyes again, his expression shifting from bewilderment to dejection. Once again, he found himself unable to penetrate the Zhigung acupoint. The magical energy within him could not ascend, not even a complete cycle could be achieved, let alone half of one. His earlier attempts at spiritual summoning had also met with failure. Could it truly be that my talents are lacking? No, I must try again. Shen Luo, a bit disheartened, gritted his teeth and resumed his practice. After several repetitions of this cycle, he finally came to a stark realization. The second tier of cultivation was far more challenging than he had anticipated. Navigating through it smoothly was impossible. He could only tackle it like besieging a city, overcoming each barrier one at a time. Based on the pace of his previous attempts, it would likely take him 4 to 5 years to fully master the second tier of the unnamed technique. Such a pace was considerably slower than what was described in the mysterious tome, where those of average talent could achieve completion in merely 2 years. The initial success he experienced with the first tier had led him to believe in his own potential, even filling him with a sense of pride. However, he now felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. It seemed that the evaluations from Master Luo and others from the Chuanxiu sect were indeed accurate. He lacked innate talent in the arts of cultivation. Despite this realization bringing him significant disappointment, it did not shatter his resolve. Before acquiring the techniques, he had constantly faced the threat of death and had fought valiantly to survive. Now, the circumstances were merely a bit more arduous than he had envisioned. He would continue to cultivate. Whether it took 4 years or 5, as long as there was a chance for success, he would not let it slip away. In the days that followed, Shen Luo diligently practiced in the shallow pool during the day, and at night, he would adhere to the ghost-repelling talismans, constantly observing the transformation of the jade pillow as it absorbed strands of light. Perhaps due to his entry into the qi refining stage, he felt no fatigue from this relentless routine. One night, as usual, Shen Luo sat cross-legged on his bed, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the jade pillow. He pondered. Although the strands of light had been continuously flowing in for several days, the jade pillow showed no signs of change. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Startled, Shen Luo was taken aback. With his heightened senses, even while focusing on the jade pillow, he should have noticed anyone approaching. Moreover, it was late at night. Who would come at such an hour? Quickly, he removed the ghost-repelling talisman from his body and tucked the jade pillow beneath the bed before rising to open the door. Standing outside was a figure clad in a blue robe. It was Master Luo. Master Luo, what brings you here? Please, come in. Shen Luo hastily invited him inside. Thank you for your concern, Master. My health has improved considerably, he said, lowering his gaze in a display of respect. That is good to hear. Now that you are well, gather your belongings. We shall descend the mountain together. The Taoist Luo nodded slightly and suddenly spoke. Descending the mountain? Shen Luo was taken aback. We are to capture a ghostly entity. Bai Xiaodian has yet to return, and Tian Taixing was dispatched by the sect leader yesterday. It seems this task falls to you. Luo Daoist glanced at Shen Luo and continued. Upon hearing this, Shen Luo swiftly weighed the pros and cons in his mind, remaining silent for a moment. What? Are you unwilling to go? Luo Daoist furrowed his brow. It is an honor for a disciple to serve Master Luo. However, my proficiency in the minor transformation of yang energy pales in comparison to that of my 2 senior brothers. If I were to falter midway, it could potentially hinder Master Luo's efforts. Shen Luo finally spoke, regaining his composure. In the past, he would have eagerly accepted such an undertaking. Yet now, he harbored numerous secrets and was reluctant to remain in the presence of a powerful figure like Luo Daoist, fearing that his concealed truths might be inadvertently revealed. You are merely afraid of death. It is but a ghostly entity. You need not exert any effort, merely stand by. Luo Daoist assumed he understood Shen Luo's apprehensions and smiled slightly. Thank you, Master Luo, for your understanding. I shall make some preparations, Shen Luo replied. Aware that he could no longer refuse, he consented. Be swift in your preparations. We depart shortly, Luo Daoist instructed before turning to leave. Shen Luo walked a few steps to respectfully see him off. Once Luo Daoist was out of sight, the smile on Shen Luo's face gradually faded, replaced by a hint of sorrow. After all, his research on talismans had long been semi-public knowledge, so he need not worry about being discovered. Glancing at the stone box beside him, he hesitated briefly before stowing it away in his satchel. Although carrying the stone box posed a risk, he felt even less secure leaving it in the Chuanxiu temple. Fortunately, the box emitted no trace of spiritual energy. As long as Luo Daoist did not see it with his own eyes, it would go unnoticed. Having gathered his belongings, Shen Luo hurriedly exited and arrived at Luo Daoist's residence. Why have you dawdled until now? Come here. Luo Daoist was already waiting outside and frowned as he saw Shen Luo approach. Yes, Shen Luo replied, quickening his pace to a jog. Stand beside me. Luo Daoist indicated the spot next to him. A flicker of confusion crossed Shen Luo's eyes, yet he complied. Luo Daoist reached into his robe and produced a white handkerchief, adorned with intricate patterns resembling runes, emanating a soft white glow that was quite conspicuous in the night. Upon seeing the white handkerchief, Shen Luo felt a stirring in his heart, as if he understood something. Luo Daoist then took out a blue talisman and affixed it to the white handkerchief, murmuring incantations. In an instant, blue light emanated from the talisman, infusing the white handkerchief. The runes on the handkerchief illuminated, radiating a gentle white light, lifting from Luo Daoist's hand and hovering ahead, resembling a white lantern. Meanwhile, a chill began to gather from the surrounding air, merging into the white handkerchief, making its glow even more brilliant. Shen Luo was no stranger to this icy aura. It was the essence of water. Chapter 82. A dog's eye sees no one above. As the radiance of the handkerchief reached a certain threshold, a soft sound echoed, and a billowing mass of white mist erupted from the handkerchief, enveloping it in a delicate embrace that did not dissipate. In mere moments, a cloud the size of a house materialized, gently undulating in the air, reminiscent of a piece of wood floating on water. This sequence of transformations left Shen Luo in awe. The Taoist priest casually raised his hand, beckoning, and the white cloud immediately descended, hovering before the two of them. Let us proceed. He stepped onto it and stood firmly. Shen Luo gazed at the ethereal cloud, hesitated for a moment, then leaped onto it. Although the cloud appeared shrouded in mist, stepping upon it revealed a solid force that supported his weight, akin to standing on solid ground. The white cloud bore the weight of both individuals without a tremor. Shen Luo exhaled in relief, reaching out to touch the cloud, which felt like a cool mass of cotton, utterly impossible to grasp. Master, what treasure is this? His curiosity grew, and he could not help but inquire. This is the water cloud pouch, a talisman I utilize for travel. Steady yourself, the Taoist replied calmly, commencing the incantation to activate the cloud. The white cloud quivered gently, then began to glide towards a distant horizon, ascending steadily. Initially, the cloud moved slowly, but its pace quickened, ultimately reaching speeds several times faster than an ordinary galloping horse. At that moment, the bright full moon hung high above, illuminating the world below, where the spring and autumn temple rapidly diminished in size, soon resembling a mere fist, while the entire Qinghua mountain shrank into a small mound of earth. After a considerable time had passed, Shen Luo's thoughts gradually settled, and he began to acclimate to this exhilarating speed. As he surveyed his surroundings, his mind steadied, replaced by a burgeoning sense of excitement. Above him stretched the vast and boundless starry night sky, while beneath lay the limitless expanse of the earth. To soar between heaven and earth was precisely what he had long yearned for. This was the true essence of cultivating immortality and refining the Tao. One day, I, Shen Luo, shall harness my own strength to traverse the realms of heaven and earth in this manner. Gazing at the immeasurable expanse, he clenched his fists, silently vowing. The Taoist priest observed Shen Luo's expression, and with his vast experience, he could easily discern the fervent thoughts racing through Shen Luo's mind. He refrained from offering words of encouragement and soon diverted his gaze. In his view, Shen Luo possessed mediocre talent and a short lifespan, making any significant achievement unlikely. This journey was merely a final opportunity to broaden his horizons. With this thought in mind, the Taoist silently channeled his energy, urging the water cloud pouch to accelerate further. 2 hours later, the sky began to brighten, and the outline of a city gradually came into focus ahead. Shen Luo's eyes brightened as he recognized it as his hometown. Springhua County. He had learned from the Taoists during their journey that their destination was a town called Baiha, located near Springhua County. Observing the rapidly approaching city, he could not help but marvel. From the spring and autumn period to Chunhua County, it generally takes an ordinary person riding a swift steed around a day to arrive. Yet now, it requires merely a fleeting moment. Moreover, judging by the nonchalant demeanor of Taoist Luo, he seems not to have exerted his full strength. If only he possessed an artifact akin to the water cloud pouch, traveling would be exceedingly convenient. Taoist Luo activated the water cloud pouch and soared directly towards the northeast of the county, swiftly reaching a riverside town. This was Baiha Town. Named after the Bailian River that flowed outside the town, renowned for its fabric production and dyeing within 100 miles. Shenluo had heard of this place, but had never visited. To avoid attracting undue attention, Taoist Luo descended in an uninhabited area outside Baiha Town, leading Shenluo into the town on foot. Baiha Town was vastly larger and more prosperous than the small town Shenluo had previously visited outside Songfen County, with numerous shops lining the streets, particularly an abundance of fabric stores. Along the riverside, there stood a row of dyeing workshops, numbering in the dozens. Though it was early morning, the shops had already begun to open, and the workers in the riverside workshops were diligently at work, with bolts of fabric and silk hanging and fluttering in the breeze, resembling countless waving banners. Truly a magnificent sight. After making a few inquiries, the two soon arrived at a grand residence within the town, and even from behind the courtyard walls, one could glimpse the pavilions and tall structures inside. The red gate was tightly closed, and a plaque at the entrance bore the gilded characters Ma Fu. This was their destination, the residence of a cloth merchant with the surname Ma in Baiha Town. As Shenluo gazed at the imposing courtyard, a thought stirred within him. The sun ascended, casting its bright radiance and awakening the world. Yet, the mansion before him exuded an air of gloom, seemingly shrouded in an invisible mist that blocked the sunlight from penetrating. Indeed, there was a ghostly presence. Shenluo mused inwardly, feeling a tinge of pride. However, after a few glances, he quickly lowered his head, wary of attracting Taoist Luo's attention. Taoist Luo was currently scrutinizing the Ma residence, evidently aware of the peculiarities of the locale, yet his expression remained unchanged, as if this were an everyday occurrence. Go knock on the door, he eventually instructed, turning slightly with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze drifting into the distance. Shenluo acquiesced and stepped forward, rapping forcefully on the brass knocker. After a considerable time, the heavy door creaked open, revealing a middle-aged man clad in blue, bleary-eyed and disheveled. Two beggars at the crack of dawn. The manor has matters to attend to these days, so go beg elsewhere, quickly. The middle-aged man shot a disdainful glance at the two, his tone impatient. Shenluo, new to the scene and initially intending to speak kindly on behalf of Taoist Luo, felt a surge of anger at the man's rude dismissal. He retorted sharply, "You insolent cur, have your eyes gone blind? This is Taoist Luo from Chuanxiuguan Yuan, invited here by your master Ma. Hurry and announce our arrival, lest you find your legs broken for delaying us." Upon hearing these words, the middle-aged man shuddered, half awakening from his stupor. He cast another glance at the elderly figure and the young one before him, hurriedly altering his expression. With a series of bowing apologies, he discreetly closed the door and hastened into the estate. Before long, the grand entrance of the Ma residence swung open once more, revealing a portly middle-aged gentleman, accompanied by an elderly steward clad in a blue robe, who strode out with purpose. The man appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, adorned with a brown cap and draped in a flowing silk robe. His round face and small eyes sparkled with astuteness. "Might you be the esteemed immortals from Chuanqiu Temple? I beg your pardon for the lack of proper etiquette in my welcome. I humbly ask for your forgiveness." Noticing that Taoist Luo remained with arms crossed, standing aloof, the middle-aged man promptly bowed respectfully to Shenluo, displaying an air of utmost reverence. Chapter 83. Haunting. This is my master, Taoist Luo, an elder of the Spring and Autumn sect. I am Shenluo. Shenluo did not stoop to the level of the gatekeeper and introduced himself. "So, you are the one who wrote to the Spring and Autumn sect, Masamoki? What is your relation to Ma Xingming?" Taoist Luo turned his gaze towards him and inquired. "Ma Xingming is my great-grandfather." Masamoki felt a shiver run through him under Taoist Luo's penetrating stare and answered honestly, "Do you possess a family tree?" Taoist Luo asked again. "I do, esteemed Taoist. Please take a look." Masamoki seemed to have been prepared for this moment, producing a book bound in black silk from his breast pocket and handing it over. Shenluo promptly extended his hands to receive it, presenting it to Taoist Luo with reverence. Daoist Luo casually flipped through the tome with one hand before tossing it back to Shen Luo. Ma Xingming once studied at the Spring and Autumn sect. Although he did not achieve great success, he rendered a service to our sect, for which we granted him a token. Now that it is confirmed you are a descendant of Ma Xingming, according to the customs of the Spring and Autumn sect, you are entitled to one request for assistance. Daoist Luo stated with gravity. Thank you, esteemed Daoist. Masamoki was overjoyed, bowing repeatedly, and then graciously invited the two into the residence. Upon entering the main gate, the scenery ahead opened up to reveal a square courtyard of considerable size, with a 2-zhang-wide bluestone path leading to an opulent main hall. To the left of the path lay a flower garden, filled with a variety of blossoms and trees, while to the right was a pond adorned with several pavilions connected by walkways, where a layer of verdant lotus leaves floated, punctuated by a few pink lotus flowers. On either side of the courtyard were additional wings, each replete with houses, pavilions, and terraces, though obscured by the courtyard walls, rendering them indistinct. The group traversed the courtyard and took their seats in the main hall, where two young and graceful maidens served tea. Master Ma, in your letter to our sect, you vaguely mentioned the presence of apparitions in your residence. What precisely are these entities? Has anyone witnessed them firsthand? Daoist Luo sipped his tea, cutting to the chase, without pleasantries. The night watchman, Old Wang, saw it, claiming it to be a ghost in red attire. However, he did not see it clearly and fainted on the spot. He fell ill the next day and has yet to leave his bed. Subsequently, several of our guard dogs have died under mysterious circumstances, each one found bleeding from all 7 orifices. Moreover, strange, foul-smelling puddles of water have appeared daily in various areas of the house, sometimes in the front hall, other times in the backyard, and once even in my bedroom. As Masamoki recounted these chilling events, he wiped the sweat beading on his forehead with his sleeve, his complexion growing pale. Shinluo stood nearby, listening to Masamoki's eerie tale while surveying the lavishly decorated mansion, increasingly sensing an inexplicable chill in the air. Though only a few dogs had perished thus far, and no human lives had been lost, who could predict what might transpire in the coming days? Daoist Luo, I am willing to offer 100 taels of gold to the Spring and Autumn sect, beseeching you to exorcise the malevolent spirit and rescue my family. As Masamoki spoke, his fear intensified, causing his voice to tremble as he rose and clasped his hands in supplication. Master Ma, you are too modest. If there truly exists a malevolent spirit, I would not stand idly by, the Daoist Luo remarked, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes, though his tone remained nonchalant. Master Masamoki expressed his gratitude repeatedly, his emotions finally settling somewhat. However, based solely on what Master Ma had conveyed, it was impossible to ascertain the nature of the spirit. Is that Bedardin guardian still in the estate? I wish to inquire about certain matters in person. Daoist Luo pondered momentarily before continuing. Oh, that is of no consequence. Master Ma mentioned that every night, a pool of foul, putrid water appears in your home. This phenomenon might reveal some insights. Might I inquire if such water appeared last night? Daoist Luo asked again. Indeed, it did appear in the backyard. But the stench was unbearable. I had the servants clean it up. Masamoki replied, lowering his gaze, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Are the deceased black dogs still there? You haven't disposed of them, I hope? Daoist Luo inquired, momentarily speechless before pressing on. The black dogs are still present. Masamoki exclaimed, his spirits lifting immediately. Daoist Luo let out a sigh of relief and gestured for Masamoki to lead him there. Moments later, in a storage room of the backyard, Daoist Luo crouched down, inspecting the 3 deceased black dogs, while Shen Luo stood respectfully behind him. Masamoki, feeling apprehensive, stayed outside, too fearful to enter. The dogs had been dead for some time. Their bodies were emaciated, and the blood seeping from their orifices had dried. The twisted expressions on their faces conveyed an overwhelming terror, as if they had encountered something truly horrifying. Seeing the grotesque state of the black dogs, Shen Luo's eyelids twitched, and the image of the long-haired specter from his dream in the mountain village involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Master Luo, the manner of these dogs' demise is indeed peculiar. How did they meet their end? Shen Luo softly inquired as Daoist Luo paused his examination. The blood from all 7 orifices indicates they were drained of their life essence, a feat that ordinary spirits are capable of. There is no need for alarm, Daoist Luo replied dismissively. Hearing this, Shen Luo felt a sense of relief. It was reassuring to know that Master Luo had confidence in the situation. Daoist Luo seemed to grasp what he needed to understand and, disregarding the lifeless dogs, turned to exit the backyard, with Shen Luo hurrying to follow. Daoist Xian, have you discovered anything? Masamoki approached eagerly outside the courtyard. Everything is within our grasp. Though further verification is necessary, I would appreciate it if Master Ma could guide us around the estate, Taoist Luo stated. Naturally, Masamoki did not refuse and personally led the two through various parts of the Ma estate. Shen Luo understood that Taoist Luo was searching for the spirit's hiding place and paid careful attention as he followed. However, despite thoroughly scouring the backyard, main courtyard, and side chambers, they found nothing. This is unexpected, Taoist Luo murmured, furrowing his brow. Master, could it be that the spirit originated from outside? Now that it is daytime, perhaps it has fled, Shen Luo speculated. That is unlikely. The Ma estate is enveloped in a heavy aura of yin energy. The spirit is undoubtedly concealed within these walls. Though it appears to be exceptionally well hidden, Taoist Luo replied, shaking his head. Taoist Xian, does this mean we cannot locate the spirit? The previous priests we summoned encountered the same issue. What shall we do now? Masamoki lamented, visibly disheartened. Do not be troubled, Master Ma. Such trifling supernatural matters are easily dealt with, the Taoist Luo remarked with a hint of disdain. He promptly instructed Massimo to prepare incense and candles, along with an offering table, as well as some yellow paper and vermilion powder. Having previously consulted several practitioners, Massimo had already gathered these items. Upon receiving the command, he immediately summoned individuals to bring them forth, arranging the offering table at the center of the main courtyard, where he meticulously placed the incense, fruits, and other offerings, constructing a ceremonial altar. Chapter 84. The Seven Stars Formation. Taoist Luo instructed Masamoki to bring forth 7 lit candle holders, meticulously arranged around the offering table to form the shape of the Big Dipper. In an instant, the courtyard was filled with flickering lights, captivating all present and bringing their minds to a standstill. Observing Taoist Luo's orderly arrangement, Masamoki's expression grew steadier. Taoist Luo stood solemnly in the center of the 7 candle holders, raised his hand to bite his finger, and silently channeled his energy, causing 7 droplets of blood to shoot forth, landing precisely upon the flames of the candles. With a soft hiss, the flames of the 7 candle holders surged dramatically. Burning fiercely, Masamoki's eyes widened in astonishment. The sorcerers he had summoned in recent days were mere entertainers, performing theatrics. This genuine display of supernatural power was a first for him, and he felt a glimmer of hope for his family's salvation. Filled with excitement, Masamoki's gaze towards Taoist Luo transformed entirely. To activate the 7 Stars Formation requires a significant depletion of my essence. After this, I shall need at least 3 years of seclusion to recuperate, Taoist Luo stated, slightly staggering as he exhaled deeply. Esteemed immortal, for the sake of my family, you have sacrificed so much of your cultivation. I am willing to offer an additional 200 taels of gold to compensate for your loss. However, you must eliminate that malevolent spirit, Masamoki exclaimed upon hearing this. Rest assured, Mr. Ma, the 7 Stars Formation is already in place, and no matter how formidable that spirit may be, it cannot escape my grasp. Taoist Luo smiled faintly, his white teeth shimmering in the surrounding firelight with a brilliant glow. Standing nearby, Shen Luo quickly lowered his head, suppressing a smile. The aura around Taoist Luo showed no sign of waning. The depletion of his cultivation was merely a facade. The sudden increase in the flames was a result of the 7 strands of energy he had discreetly released alongside the blood droplets. Had he not already attained the chi refining stage and discerned the subtle trickery at play, he might have reacted like Masamoki and the others, proclaiming Taoist Luo a divine being. Taoist Luo, maintaining his usual aloof demeanor, was adept at manipulating such situations. After a brief respite, he bent over to begin drawing talismans. Shen Luo observed intently as Taoist Luo crafted what resembled exorcism talismans, his strokes swift and dazzling, producing talismans one after another without pause. In a matter of moments, he had created over 20. Affix these talismans in every room of your esteemed residence and throughout the courtyard, ensuring none are overlooked. Gather everyone in the household here, Taoist Luo instructed, leaving 1 talisman on the offering table and entrusting the rest to Masamoki with solemnity. Masamoki, not daring to delay, immediately summoned several servants to distribute the talismans, while he called his entire family, along with the servants, to the courtyard, amounting to over 20 or 30 individuals, including Masamoki's 70-year-old mother, who was carried out on a soft couch. Once everyone had assembled, Taoist Luo drew forth a treasured sword that had been strapped to his back. It was a peachwood sword. The sword's body was a deep crimson, with distinctly visible grains, emanating a powerful aura of exorcism from a distance. What an exquisite peachwood sword! Shen Luo's eyes sparkled with admiration. He had perused a considerable number of miscellaneous texts and possessed a fair understanding of the peachwood sword, a commonly utilized talisman in Taoism for exorcising malevolent spirits. He was aware that peachwood, also known as dragon-subduing wood, is effective in vanquishing evil and restraining demons. The older the tree, the deeper its color, and consequently, the stronger its power to repel malevolence. Typically, peachwood is a pale yellow, transitioning to a pink hue only after 30 years, while a deep red shade signifies a tree that has matured for at least a century. The Taoist priest retrieved a crimson talisman from his chest and affixed it to the hilt of the sword, causing the blade to emanate a radiant crimson glow. The synergistic forces of the peach wood's exorcistic power and the talisman's potency surged dramatically. A formidable wave of spiritual energy radiated from the sword, causing the surrounding air to resonate with a low, vibrating hum. The onlookers from the Ma residence gasped in awe, captivated by the spectacle before them. Shen Luo, in particular, felt a profound admiration. He could sense the extraordinary aura emanating from the peachwood sword, far surpassing the strength he could muster from his own talisman spear. However, the Taoist did not deploy the sword's power immediately but beckoned Shen Luo over. Surprised, Shen Luo approached. "Take this and stand beside me." The Taoist produced a 3-foot-long yellow banner, which bore a Taiji diagram at both ends and depicted 7 5-pointed stars in the center, resembling the Big Dipper. This was a common Taoist 7-star banner, the top of which was adorned with a yellow talisman, radiating subtle waves of spiritual energy, evidently another artifact of power. Shen Luo marveled at the Taoist's wealth and, responding respectfully, accepted the 7-star banner and positioned himself beside the priest. "You all retreat to the side and observe quietly," the Taoist instructed, gesturing for the crowd to step back. He then began to perform a series of intricate steps, twirling gracefully. With a sudden, commanding shout, he executed a flourish with the peachwood sword, thrusting it forcefully towards the talisman placed on the offering table. The runes on the talisman ignited instantly, radiating a brilliant red light. An intangible wave of energy erupted from the talisman, swiftly spreading outward, causing the candles around the offering table to flare up. Simultaneously, radiant red lights burst forth from various locations within the Ma residence, igniting all the talismans affixed within the house. In an instant, the entire Ma estate was enveloped in a dazzling crimson glow. The onlookers in the courtyard held their breath, too awestruck to exhale. At that moment, a talisman affixed to the center of the left wing suddenly shot forth and landed in a corner of the courtyard, where a lush bamboo grove stood. Deep within the grove, a large locust tree thrived, its branches heavy with foliage, suggesting it was at least 40 or 50 years old. The talisman ignited without a breeze beneath the locust tree, transforming into a blazing red fireball that descended to the ground with lightning speed. With a muffled thud, the fireball exploded, showering sparks across the sky, while the bamboo leaves and dry branches below were swept away, revealing a dark, abandoned well. From within the well, the sound of rushing water echoed, and a plume of black mist began to emerge, exuding a sinister aura. Within the main courtyard, Taoist Luo's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he exhaled a breath of white mist, which enveloped the 7 stars banner. Instantly, the golden radiance upon the banner surged forth, illuminating the 7 stars pattern, which then emitted 7 beams of yellow light, casting a radiant glow upon the ground ahead. Chapter 85. Slaying Demons. Shen Luo felt the Qixing banner in his hand suddenly grow exceptionally heavy, as if it had transformed from a mere cloth banner into a solid iron flag, nearly impossible to hold. He secretly channeled his Xiao Huayang technique, exerting force in his arms, and with great effort, managed to lift it. At that moment, Taoist Luo uttered a low shout, releasing the peachwood sword from his grasp. It shot forth like a meteor, a streak of red light that traversed several yards in an instant, piercing the Qixing banner. The yellow glow on the banner rippled, and astonishingly, the peachwood sword sank into it, vanishing from sight. However, the spot where the sword had struck suddenly fissured, revealing a gaping chasm of darkness, seemingly connecting to some abyssal realm. Almost concurrently, a piercing scream echoed from the left courtyard, a woman's voice, evidently in distress, sending a shiver through the Ma family members, who instinctively huddled closer together, not daring to breathe. Shen Luo, having been tempered by his previous dreams, stood resolute, though his brow furrowed slightly. Despite the horrific cry, there was no sign of weakness. Clearly, the assailant was wounded yet not dead. Wait, a sword strike, and yet she lives. Taoist Luo also wore an expression of astonishment. Just then, the scream morphed into a shrill roar. Daoist Luo's expression hardened, his hands forming intricate seals as he repeatedly gestured, seemingly urging the peachwood sword from afar. The bamboo grove and the dry well in the left courtyard erupted with the sounds of violent clashes, as if a fierce battle was unfolding below. A surge of foul black mist erupted from the well, enveloping the courtyard in an eerie chill. The temperature in the main courtyard dropped sharply, a wave of icy air swiftly spreading. The Ma family members were thrown into chaos. Someone screamed, and panic-stricken, they fled towards the right courtyard. A few individuals, overwhelmed by fear, stumbled and fell, creating utter disarray. Shenluo glanced at the Ma family's disarray, preparing to reassure them, when suddenly, a gurgling sound emanated from the fissure of the Qixing banner, and a tendril of black mist surged forth, wrapping around him. A sudden chill coursed through his veins, leaving half of his body devoid of sensation. Startled, Shenluo had yet to cast a spell in response when the yang energy within him sensed the encroaching ghostly essence and instinctively activated his protective barrier. A radiant red light erupted from his body, enveloping him and effectively pushing the black mist away, alleviating much of the numbness. This is dire. Shenluo's eyelids twitched as he recalled Daoist Luo was nearby, inwardly lamenting the situation. The Shaohuayang technique he exhibited was far beyond mere beginner skill. However, Shenluo's thoughts raced, and he did not retract the yang energy. Instead, he allowed the red light to swirl around him, combating the surrounding ghostly energy, while his gaze darted towards Daoist Luo. At that moment, Daoist Luo was fervently engaged in combat, his hands weaving intricate seals, seemingly locked in a fierce struggle with the opponent, oblivious to the predicament unfolding beside him. "You wretched beast, do you truly believe I cannot vanquish you?" Daoist Luo suddenly bellowed, swiftly drawing his fingers across his palms, blood gushing forth and staining his hands crimson, with both hands radiating a brilliant crimson glow. The left hand emanated a dazzling, vigorous light, while the right hand exuded a pure, restrained essence imbued with a hint of softness. With a resounding clap, the two hands clasped together, forming a sword gesture, and a low incantation escaped his lips. Instantly, the red light from both hands intertwined and merged harmoniously. Meanwhile, in the adjacent courtyard, the sound of a sword's whistle pierced the air as a beam of red light shot forth from the depths of the bamboo grove, revealing the peachwood sword, yet ensnared tightly by tendrils of dark mist. Below, the well churned with black vapor, from which even more dark energy surged forth. Coiling towards the peachwood sword, the sword spun rapidly, and suddenly, two streams of crimson light surged from its blade, intertwining with one another. With a resounding clang, reminiscent of metal striking metal, a massive red energy sword, measuring a foot in length, coalesced, radiating a bright and warm glow. The dark mist enveloping the peachwood sword evaporated swiftly, dissipating into nothingness. The approaching black mist, upon being illuminated by the warmth of the red light, melted away as if under the blazing sun, disintegrating rapidly. The yin-yang sword of law, severing demons and vanquishing monsters. Daoist Luo's eyes widened in astonishment as he raised both hands high and forcefully slashed downwards into the void. The red energy sword in the adjacent courtyard flared brilliantly, casting a radiant glow that illuminated much of the yard, before it struck down heavily, mirroring Daoist Luo's motion. With a swift slash, the swirling black mist within the courtyard was effortlessly cleaved in two, vanishing into thin air. The red energy sword flickered and disappeared, only to reappear instantaneously before the abandoned ancient well, crashing down with earth-shattering force. A tremendous explosion echoed. The mouth of the abandoned well shattered completely, debris and dust scatterings, as the ground was blasted into a deep pit nearly a yard wide. The ancient locust tree nearby was uprooted, collapsing to the ground. A piercing, heart-wrenching scream erupted, sharp enough to make one's eardrums ache, but it soon dwindled into a faint whisper. The malevolent aura that had enveloped the entire Ma residence gradually dissipated, as sunlight poured in, illuminating the estate with an indescribable warmth and brightness, akin to parting the clouds to reveal a clear sky. The dark mist from the Seven Stars banner ceased its relentless flow, and Shenluo exhaled in relief, promptly channeling his energy to expel the lingering darkness from within. The panicked members of the Ma family gradually became aware that the crisis had been averted, coming to a halt in their frantic escape, turning their gazes toward Daoist Luo and his companion. At that moment, the crimson glow surrounding Daoist Luo had faded, his complexion pale yet tinged with excitement. As he raised his hand in a beckoning gesture, the brightness of the red talisman inscribed upon the peachwood sword diminished significantly, indicating a considerable depletion of energy. The energy sword had vanished, Yet at the sword's tip dangled a 3-foot-tall red specter, a woman clad in a crimson dress. Her limbs were grotesquely decayed, exposing patches of stark white bone, an unsettling sight, though her face remained relatively intact, displaying an enchanting beauty, marked by a vivid beauty spot at her brow. Her eyes glinting with malice as she bellowed furiously at Taoist Luo, her body straining against the constraints of the peachwood sword. However, the female spectre possessed no spectral power within her. Her form had become nearly translucent, as if she might disperse at any moment. No matter how hard she struggled, she remained unable to detach even a fraction from the peachwood sword. Shenluo observed the ghostly figure in the red dress with curiosity, comparing her to the long-haired apparition from his dreams, and indeed, the dream spectre appeared far more fearsome and terrifying. Yet, if one were to assess their strengths, the entity before him was undoubtedly more formidable. Wretched being, you shall not evade your fate. Be subdued. The Taoist priest, in a commanding voice, flipped his hand to reveal a small black cloth pouch, gesturing with a spell. Chapter 86. The Origins and Developments. The small pouch was instantly released, emitting a circle of black light that enveloped the ghostly figure. In a flash, the spectre clad in a red dress was drawn into the pouch, and all traces of malevolent energy in the courtyard vanished. Had the ghastly entity truly been eradicated? Masamoki approached with trepidation, his lips tinged with a shade of purple from fear. He had never imagined that such a terrifying apparition had lurked within his own yard. Rest assured, the malevolent spirit has been vanquished. Your residents shall no longer face disturbances, proclaimed Taoist Luo as he stowed away the black pouch and the peachwood sword, before accepting the 7 stars banner from Shenluo. Thank you, thank you. You two are indeed celestial beings. But how did that ghost come to reside in my home? Masamoki, relieved yet puzzled, inquired. Shenluo paused, realizing the significance of the question, and turned to Taoist Luo, whose expression mirrored his surprise. After a moment of contemplation, Taoist Luo stepped toward the adjacent courtyard, with Shenluo promptly following suit. Upon arriving at the ancient well beside the courtyard, Taoist Luo began to investigate the surroundings. His brow furrowed in concentration, though his efforts yielded no results. After a brief reflection, he sprang onto the roof of a nearby tall building, scanning the area. Soon, a look of understanding dawned upon him as he descended. Although Baya Town is blessed with fertile soil and convenient transport, its geomancy leaves much to be desired. The river that flows from the outskirts of the town bends in a bow shape, and from the arc of this river, a small stream flows into your town. Such topography is known as a bow graveyard, conducive to the accumulation of yin energy. Fortunately, the manifestation of this bow graveyard in Baya Town is not overt, and the gathered yin energy is minimal. Moreover, the thriving population generates sufficient vitality to dispel these energies. However, the well in your home connects to an underground water vein, and the ancient locust tree beside it attracts spirits, causing the dispersed yin energy to concentrate here, thus allowing the ghost to take refuge. Fortunately, the ghost was nearing a critical juncture in its cultivation, preventing it from wreaking havoc. Otherwise, your family might have faced dire consequences, Taoist Luo elaborated. Geomancy and the gathering of yin energy. How enlightening. Shenluo listened intently, committing this knowledge to memory. Will my home attract other malevolent spirits? Should we relocate? Masamoki, lacking Shenluo's curiosity, asked in a panic. There is no need for such drastic measures. Now that the ghost has been dispelled and the locust tree destroyed, the accumulated yin energy will gradually dissipate. You merely need to fill in this well. If you remain particularly concerned, you could discuss with the townsfolk about filling in that small stream, thereby breaking the feng shui that attracts yin energy. Taoist Luo waved his hand dismissively. Indeed. As a representative of the residents of Baya Town, I am immensely grateful for your guidance. Masamoki expressed his heartfelt thanks, contemplating how to eliminate the troublesome stream. With the vengeful spirit now gone, we shall take our leave, Taoist Luo announced. Why the hurry? I have instructed my servants to prepare a feast to properly honor you. Masamoki insisted earnestly. Seeing that his entreaties had not succeeded, Masamoki personally escorted the 2 celestial beings out of the estate, dutifully offering the promised reward, which he even augmented considerably. Lao Taoist and Shenluo did not linger in Baya Town for long, swiftly departing. Upon reaching a secluded area outside the town, Lao Taoist summoned the water cloud pouch, transporting the 2 towards the spring and autumn temple. At that moment, Lao Taoist sat cross-legged upon the pouch, cradling a small black bag in his palm, his fingertips radiating a shimmering light as if performing some arcane ritual. A layer of dark ethereal glow emerged from the bag, pulsating with intensity, suggesting something within was stirring restlessly. However, as the light from Lao Daoist's fingertips flowed gently, the black glow gradually stabilized. Shen Luo observed this scene in silence, his mind conjuring an image of the female ghost contained within the bag, speculating that it was indeed this spirit struggling within. But he wondered what Lao Daoist was attempting. Was he perhaps taming the ghost? After a considerable time, the ethereal glow from the black bag settled entirely, prompting Lao Daoist to cease his incantation and affix a talisman to the bag, his expression finally relaxing. Yes, Shen Luo did not inquire further, immediately responding respectfully. Lao Daoist was evidently pleased with Shen Luo's perceptiveness and acknowledged him with a nod. Today, Master Lao has displayed remarkable prowess. I am in awe. May I inquire what extraordinary technique was embodied in that astonishing sword strike? Shen Luo, noting Lao Daoist's apparent good humor, seized the opportunity to pose a question he had long wished to ask. Oh, that was my spring and autumn temple's secret technique, the yin-yang sword, which possesses formidable lethality against spectral entities. Lao Daoist replied with a hint of pride. I happened to overhear Senior Brother Bai and Senior Brother Tian mention that some of our fellow disciples descend the mountain to engage in ghost hunting. It seems our sect excels in dealing with such spirits. He subsequently inquired. You are correct. Our spring and autumn temple's teachings derive from the lineage of Little Maoshan, which specializes in the arts of exorcism and demon capture. Lao Daoist affirmed with a nod. Little Maoshan. A spark of recognition flickered in Shen Luo's mind, recalling having seen this name in some ancient text, seemingly linked to a legendary abode of immortals. Ah, such incredible powers exist in this world? Shen Luo's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing this. The notion of severed heads regaining life was something even the most obscure historical texts had not mentioned. Indeed, the mystical arts of the immortals are boundless and beyond the imagination of ordinary folk, Lao Daoist remarked dismissively, casting a sidelong glance at Shen Luo. May I inquire if Master has attained this mastery? Shen Luo asked, his eyes glimmering with admiration. My cultivation is insufficient to practice the great dissection technique within our temple. It is likely only your granduncle has engaged with such arts, though whether he succeeded remains uncertain. Lao Daoist shook his head, his demeanor seemingly dulled. Shen Luo felt enlightened. Though many questions lingered in his mind, he chose to refrain from further inquiries, sensing Lao Daoist's waning interest. Chapter 87. The Temple of Ji Lan. As he spoke, a rich crimson glow emanated from his body. The Daoist Luo intended to reach out and sense the condition within Shen Luo, but upon noticing the red light surrounding him, he withdrew his hand and gazed at the vibrant aura, revealing a look of astonishment. Master Luo, once I have perfected my minor transformation of the Yang technique, I shall entrust the matter of the pure Yang sword art to you, Shen Luo remarked, observing Luo Daoist's actions and feeling a sense of relief internally. I have promised you, and I shall not go back on my word. However, what type of red fruit are you consuming? Luo Daoist inquired, fixing his gaze upon Shen Luo. Shen Luo had long prepared a suitable response, describing a mysterious fruit that was oval in shape, entirely crimson, adorned with fiery patterns. This fruit was not a mere figment of his imagination. He had encountered a description in a book of a spirit fruit known as the fire origin fruit, which was said to possess the ability to solidify one's foundation and enhance one's essence. Yet, he did not describe it entirely as the fire origin fruit, making certain alterations, 7 parts truth, 3 parts fabrication, ensuring that Luo Daoist would neither suspect deceit nor be able to confirm its identity, thus avoiding any discrepancies. Based on your description, it is possible that your red fruit is indeed the fire origin fruit, or perhaps a variant thereof, though I cannot ascertain it with certainty. Regardless, you are fortunate. This can be considered your blessing, Luo Daoist exclaimed with an air of intrigue. It is all thanks to Master Luo's great fortune, Shen Luo responded with a smile. Since you have encountered such a serendipitous event, it is imperative that you devote yourself to the cultivation of the minor transformation of the Yang technique, striving for early perfection, then breaking through to the realm of the law of nature, and advancing to the Qi refining stage to resolve your longevity concerns, Luo Daoist advised, not overly fixating on the matter. Yes, I will certainly strive diligently and not disappoint you, Shen Luo earnestly promised. Thereafter, Luo Daoist did not inquire further into Shen Luo's cultivation, instead urging the water cloud talisman to continue their journey. After a prolonged slumber, Shen Luo awoke to find the outside world cloaked in darkness, a full moon ascending in the sky, indicating it was well into the latter half of the night. He stretched languidly, feeling refreshed from his deep sleep, his spirit unusually invigorated. What has happened to the jade pillow? Shen Luo suddenly recalled. Retrieving the jade pillow from beneath the bed, He then took a ghost-repelling talisman, affixed it to himself, and activated it with his spiritual power, causing his eyes to become hazy. He turned his gaze to the jade pillow, suddenly exclaiming softly. At that moment, the pillow appeared empty, the once visible translucent threads conspicuously absent. Where have they gone? A thought sprang to Shen Luo's mind as he fixated intently on the jade pillow, eager to discern any further changes it might exhibit. After observing for a while, his eyelids grew heavy, and a wave of drowsiness washed over him. How can I feel sleepy again so soon after waking? Shen Luo was taken aback, hastily patting his cheeks in an attempt to dispel the drowsiness. However, instead of waning, the fatigue surged more intensely. He fought to resist, but ultimately succumbed to the allure of sleep, collapsing softly onto the bed, inadvertently pressing the jade pillow beneath him as he drifted into slumber. Time passed unmeasured, and in a daze, Shen Luo gradually opened his eyes. He rubbed his somewhat drowsy eyes and suddenly felt a cool breeze sweep over him. Unable to suppress a shiver, he quickly sat up, fully awake. Raising his gaze, he noticed that the surroundings were shrouded in darkness, making it impossible to discern whether it was dawn or dusk. Not far ahead, he saw the silhouette of a dilapidated ancient structure standing desolate. A pang of anxiety gripped Shun as he glanced down at himself, only to find that he was clad in nothing but a thin undergarment, stained with dried blood. This attire clearly belonged to his previous time in Fengqi City. He distinctly remembered shedding his outer robe while concealing himself from the dust and debris during his encounter with the Grey Wolf. Realizing he had once again entered a dream, Shen swiftly comprehended his predicament. He quickly tore at his garment to examine his body, relieved to find that the injuries sustained during his battle with the demon wolf had healed. At that moment, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes as he hastily pulled down the fabric from his right shoulder. Where has it gone? He exclaimed in surprise. Though his voice was not loud, it startled several crows perched on a nearby withered tree, causing them to take flight in a flurry. Shen was astonished to discover that the skull tattoo on his shoulder had inexplicably vanished, along with the talisman fork he had always carried. While the absence of the talisman fork could be rationalized, he could not fathom why the tattoo, resembling a brand, had also disappeared. Was his magical power diminished? A wave of panic surged within him as he hastily formed a hand seal and activated his nameless technique. Moments later, he felt a familiar flow of energy within his dantian, which brought him a measure of relief. Dressing himself again, he steadied his mind and rose to his feet, cautiously surveying his surroundings. The area was overgrown with wild grass, and the air was thick with moisture, creating a dense fog that obscured vision beyond a few paces. Beneath his feet lay an ancient pathway of blue bricks, weathered and cracked, with weeds sprouting from the crevices, leading towards the ancient structure ahead. As he approached, he realized that the building was, in fact, the gateway of a temple. The roof tiles were overrun with wild grass, and the vermilion paint on the door had long since faded and peeled, barely revealing the solemn inscription of 4 characters. The half-closed gate appeared on the verge of collapse, and a crooked plaque hung above it, inscribed with the words Jialan Temple. Given its state of decay, it seemed to have been abandoned for at least a century. This certainly cannot be true, Shen muttered to himself. Yet, it had been mentioned in the chronicles of Master Zhang's demon-slaying exploits that places like temples and shrines, along with local deities, could provide divine protection when their incense burned brightly. However, once the flames of devotion dwindled, they transformed into ruins, drawing forth malevolent spirits far more readily than ordinary locales. Coupled with his previous encounters with ghosts and demons in dreams, he hesitated, pondering whether to step into the temple. Chapter 88. A startling transformation in the temple. At that moment, a sudden, muffled roar echoed from the sky, and an eerie, yellowish wind arose from an unknown source. In an instant, it howled into a powerful force, completely shrouding the heavens. The already dim sky darkened further, rendering it almost indistinguishable from the night. The surrounding mist was swept up by the strange wind, rolling in like a wall of air, its force so great that Shen Luo found it nearly impossible to walk normally. With no other choice, he braved the fierce wind, step by step, toward the ancient temple. As he entered the mountain gate, Shen Luo was confronted by the sight of a plump, headless corpse sitting before him. A chill ran through him, and instinctively, he began to channel his yang energy for protection. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that the corpse clutched a string of prayer beads, revealing it to be a clay statue of Maitreya Buddha. As Shen Luo circled behind the statue, he beheld a formidable figure clad in armor, holding a demon-subduing staff, standing with its back to him. It was none other than the guardian deity, Wei Tua, yet its eye sockets were mere voids, exuding an even more fearsome aura. "Excuse me," Shenluo said softly, raising a hand. As a practitioner, one ought to show due respect, regardless of whether they follow Buddhism or Taoism. Navigating through the courtyard strewn with fallen leaves and collapsed steels, he soon laid eyes upon the grand hall. Externally, it appeared relatively intact, though many windows and doors were broken, and faint flickers of firelight emanated from within. "Is someone there?" Shenluo raised an eyebrow, proceeding cautiously. Upon reaching the hall's entrance, he did not rush inside, but instead leaned against the broken window to peer within. Inside, the floor was littered with dead grass, and the central pedestal housed not the statues of the Buddha or Bodhisattvas, but a bizarre three-headed idol, humorously wielding something resembling an iron shovel. While peculiar, this was not entirely unexpected, as it was customary in folk belief to honor local deities, perhaps a benevolent soul who had performed great deeds in life, now immortalized in a gilded form. At the foot of the idol lay a crude bed of dried grass, upon which a disheveled beggar lay sleeping, his tattered clothes barely covering him. Nearby sat a short, coarse-looking man in a brown tunic, his head covered in sores, a black hatchet secured at his waist. With 2 bundles of firewood by his side, he appeared to be a woodcutter. In the corner of the hall, numerous floor tiles were shattered, creating a deep pit that gathered a pool of green rainwater. Shenluo observed for a while, noting that the 2 individuals remained oblivious to his presence, before he pushed the door open and stepped inside. The creaking of the dilapidated door was loud, and as it swung open, a gust of yellow wind rushed in, causing the flames of the fire pit to flicker wildly. Only then did the woodcutter notice Shenluo, recoiling in fear at the sight of his bloodstained form. "Do not be afraid, brother. The wind outside is fierce. I merely seek refuge until it calms," Shenluo smiled, turning to close the hall door, wrinkling his nose at the unpleasant odor within. The air was thick with the scent of dampness and decay. The woodcutter, perceiving that the stranger bore no ill intent, faintly curved his lips into a timid, ingratiating smile, extending both hands in a gesture of invitation to sit. Shenluo cast a glance at the beggar, who remained deep in slumber, seemingly oblivious to the presence of others. With both hands clasped within his sleeves, he silently approached the right side of the fire and took a seat. The woodcutter furtively assessed Shenluo before hastily averting his gaze, his expression tense, reluctant to speak. Shenluo, too, had no inclination to converse. After surveying his surroundings, he became lost in thought, fixated on the flames. At that moment, his gaze suddenly shifted toward the entrance of the hall. Just then, a loud crash resounded as the 2 wooden doors of the great hall were forcefully thrust open. A group of 7 or 8 robust guards, clad in fitted attire and wielding swords, rushed in. Among them, a young man with a dark complexion, adorned in chain mail that shielded his front and back, walked alongside an elderly man with gray hair, dressed in a brown satin robe. Following closely behind were about 10 attendants in humble garb. Upon entering, the guards, upon noticing the presence of individuals within the hall, immediately drew their swords in unison, their expressions tense, as if facing a formidable foe. The elderly man hastily concealed himself partially behind the young dark-complexioned leader, nervously peering out to assess the woodcutter and Shenluo. Shenluo followed the silhouettes of these newcomers with his gaze and caught a glimpse of a convoy of carts and horses stationed in the courtyard, suggesting it was a small merchant caravan passing through. "Who are you?" the young man with the dark complexion inquired, narrowing his eyes as he pointed his sword at Shenluo, whose bloodstains were conspicuously evident. Shenluo was momentarily taken aback, contemplating how to respond, when the woodcutter beside him suddenly knelt to the ground, his face drained of color, trembling like a leaf in the wind. "My lord, I am but a humble woodcutter from the village, with no wealth to speak of. Please spare my life," he pleaded, bowing deeply and repeatedly, evidently mistaking these men for bandits. Meanwhile, the beggar remained oblivious to the commotion, soundly asleep, undisturbed by the tumult surrounding him. The dark-complexioned young man, unfazed by the woodcutter's words, maintained his serious demeanor, his gaze fixated predominantly on Shenluo. "We were ambushed on the road, barely escaping with our lives, and found refuge here," Shenluo explained, resigned. "I beg your pardon," he added. The young man's expression remained unchanged as he gestured with his hand. One of the guards promptly presented a palm-sized circular compass, placing it into his grasp. Shenluo examined it closely, noting its antiquated design, seemingly crafted from brass, with a small gray-white jade stone embedded above the center needle, within which a faint cluster of white vapors could be discerned. "A spirit stone," Shenluo mused silently. The dark-complexioned youth tightened his grip on the sword hilt in one hand while holding the compass in the other, shaking it toward Shenluo. prompting the attention of the others to shift in his direction. The compass paused momentarily before him, its needle remaining utterly still, seemingly devoid of any anomalies. The young man with the dark complexion narrowed his gaze, shifting the compass towards the beggar who lay asleep against the divine throne, yet nothing occurred. Observing this, the majority of the merchant caravan visibly relaxed. However, as the compass turned towards the kneeling woodcutter, the needle began to spin wildly, as if possessed, and the embedded crystal suddenly shattered with a resounding crack. Simultaneously, a beam of white light erupted from the compass, striking the woodcutter with great force. Chapter 89. United Assault. The woodcutter was struck by the white light, tumbling several times before crashing against the left wall of the grand hall, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Shenluo gazed at the woodcutter, involuntarily gasping in surprise. The members of the merchant caravan were so frightened by the scene before them that they stood frozen in place. From deep within his throat, the woodcutter emitted strange sounds, and his body crackled with noise, visibly expanding at an alarming rate, tearing his garments apart. Shenluo observed that the skin revealed beneath was an unsettling grayish-white, marred by large patches of black necrotic spots, suggesting he had been dead for several days. As his form continued to swell, the taut skin stretched and ultimately burst with a sharp sound from his back, unveiling a massive gray-furred rat standing 7 or 8 feet tall. At this juncture, the members of the caravan were not the only ones taken aback. Even the guards seemed momentarily disoriented. "Do not panic, it is merely a rat demon. We shall vanquish it together," the dark-faced youth declared with a steady voice. Upon hearing him, the guards promptly retrieved small vials, pouring silvery liquid onto their weapons before surrounding the rat demon from both sides. Shenluo remained seated, attentively observing his surroundings, his right hand concealed within his sleeve. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the air. One of the guards near the divine throne was abruptly impaled by 2 emaciated hands, lifted high into the air. It was then that everyone realized the beggar, who had been resting sideways, had somehow risen to his feet. With a swift twist of his body, the beggar swung his arms, hurling the guard's lifeless body towards Shenluo. He instinctively leapt backward to evade it. As he turned his gaze toward the beggar, he was struck by the horrific sight. The beggar's eyes had rotted away, his skin was dry and wrinkled, covered in dark green necrotic spots. He was undeniably a zombie. The guards, previously intent on attacking the rat demon, were now thrown into disarray, scattering in all directions. "Everyone, retreat. The guards will stay and fight the demon and the corpse," the dark-faced youth shouted urgently. The gray-haired elder, presumably the head of the merchant guild, quickly urged, "Hurry, retreat. Follow me," leading the charge out of the hall, with the other attendants following suit. However, a series of heart-wrenching screams soon echoed from outside the hall, revealing that other monsters were lurking there, trapping them in a dire predicament. "Stay calm. Gather over here," the dark-faced youth shouted in alarm. Yet, before their defensive formation could solidify, the rat demon's eyes glimmered with a green light as it lunged forward, claws digging into the ground, darting towards the gap in their defenses like an arrow. "Be careful." Before the warning could finish, the rat demon transformed into a blur, crashing into the guards. 2 of them were sent flying into the air with a muffled grunt. One fortunate individual was directly hurled away, while another, during the descent, was seized by the rat demon, who bit down and tore off a leg. Chaos erupted within the grand hall as the beggar-clad zombie abruptly pivoted and lunged forward. Not towards the guards, but towards Shenluo. Its rigid form leapt into the air, arms extended straight ahead, moving with astonishing swiftness. Shenluo's gaze fell upon the blood-soaked flesh dangling from the zombie's claws, sending a shiver down his spine, compelling him to retreat hastily. To his dismay, he tripped over a leg protruding from the corpse of a guard who had just been impaled by the zombie, stumbling backward for several paces until his back collided with a pillar of the hall. The zombie's bloodied fingers shot towards him, poised to pierce his skull. With a sharp focus, Shenluo deftly tilted his head to the right, narrowly avoiding the claws that embedded themselves into the pillar beside him. A muffled thud reverberated through the hall as the entire structure shuddered. The zombie's fingers penetrated the pillar, its palms ensnared within, rendering it momentarily immobile. Shenluo, who had kept his right hand concealed in his sleeve, swiftly lifted it, feeling a surge of heat emanating from his palm. With a thunderous roar, a brilliant white lightning bolt materialized, piercing through the roof of the hall and striking the beggar zombie. In an instant, the zombie was engulfed in flames, crackling and emitting a hoarse wail as plumes of black smoke billowed from its body. Shenluo had been prepared, secretly inscribing a small lightning talisman in his palm with his own blood. which he activated effortlessly with his magical energy. However, he was somewhat astonished to discover that the talisman's power was significantly greater than during his previous experiments. An unidentified cultivator shouted a warning, and the guards, invigorated by the sight, rallied their spirits. Even upon witnessing the rat demon clutching a human leg, its ferocity unabated, they brandished their weapons and charged towards it. The silver liquid they had poured onto their blades was a mystery, yet each strike against the demon's body elicited wisps of green smoke, as if it were severely wounded, eliciting continuous shrieks and howls. The black-faced youth bellowed for everyone to step aside, suddenly producing a dark object from behind his waist and hurling it above the rat demon. The guards promptly retreated, their weapons lowered. The dark object unfurled mid-air, transforming into a black net that cascaded downwards, ensnaring the rat demon beneath it. Although it appeared light and insubstantial, it pinned the demon to the ground, rendering it immobile. Seeing this, the guards cast aside their remaining hesitation, charging forth as their blades ascended and descended relentlessly upon the rat demon. The hall was filled with the grisly sounds of slaughter akin to that of pigs being butchered. Shenluo glanced at his palm, noting that the bloodied talisman he had drawn remained, albeit slightly faded. Channeling the mana from his dantian, he unleashed 4 or 5 powerful strikes against the zombie. Thunderous roars echoed in response to the burning sensation in his palm. As the air around him crackled with the resonance of thunder, a series of pristine white lightning bolts descended from the heavens, striking the zombie with relentless fury. The resounding thunder echoing incessantly. In the initial moments, the creature emitted a cacophony of shrieks, yet by the time the final bolt struck, its form was entirely charred, reduced to a mere husk of blackened carbon, collapsing thunderously to the ground. Chapter 90, Battle with the Demon. As Shenluo observed the complete stillness around him, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief, leaning against a pillar of the hall. Raising his hand, he noticed that his palm was also shrouded in a deep black hue, the runes inscribed upon it having vanished without a trace. Turning his gaze to the other side, he beheld the rat demon, now reduced to a mere heap of flesh and blood, having been mercilessly hacked to pieces by the guards. However, before he could fully relax, a sinister voice suddenly echoed from outside the hall. A mere handful of mortals, along with a novice cultivator, dare to wreak havoc in my domain and have the audacity to slay my trusted subordinate. Each and every one of you shall perish. The last word, perish, was drawn out, imbued with a palpable sense of resentment. Shenluo's expression tightened as he turned to face the source of the voice. A ghostly white figure stepped over the threshold, clutching a bloodied severed head. Indeed, it was the head of the chamberlain who had fled moments earlier. The neck bore jagged, uneven edges, resembling not a clean cut from a weapon, but rather the brutal tearing from a living being. This gruesome sight instilled fear in the guards within the hall, causing them to instinctively retreat a few steps. The white figure possessed pointed ears, and despite the obscuring mass of tangled yellow hair, one could discern that it was the visage of a young man. With a casual toss, the severed head rolled across the floor, coming to rest at Shenluo's feet. Master, if we join forces, perhaps we still have a chance, the black-faced youth implored, his voice trembling with trepidation. A stark contrast to his earlier bravado against the rat demon. Shenluo remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon the figure before him, his hands tucked into his sleeves. Still clinging to the hope of a desperate struggle? Such hubris, the young demon remarked coldly. As he spoke, his mouth revealed a set of sharp, white teeth. Yet his voice had regained an unsettling calmness, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. No sooner had the young demon finished speaking than the illumination within the grand hall dimmed abruptly. The previously desolate and haphazard scene transformed in an instant. The pillars and brick walls vanished, replaced by jagged stones that morphed into a sinister cavern. Lowering his gaze, Shenluo was horrified to discover that beneath him lay a dense layer of white bones, both human and beast, replacing the debris of bricks and withered grass. The wooden doors of the hall had similarly transformed into a massive, ominous iron gate, adorned with cruel spikes and impaled with grotesque, bloody corpses. Within this cavernous space, only the peculiar 3-headed statue remained unchanged. What sorcery is this? Shenluo's heart sank at the sight. Earlier, in his struggle against the zombie, he had expended a significant portion of his meager magical energy by unleashing 5 or 6 small lightning talismans. Yet, the demon before him was far beyond the capabilities of the rat demon and the zombie. Bring me your lives, the young demon bellowed, carelessly sweeping his arm. Shenluo's heart raced violently in response. He faintly perceived a subtle sound emanating from the void, yet his eyes beheld nothing. Suddenly, an eerie spectacle unfolded before him. A few guards, slightly farther away, were utterly unprepared as their heads tumbled down like ripe fruit from a tree, seemingly severed by some invisible force with astonishing precision. Only the black-faced youth at the forefront, with a talisman affixed to his wrist armor, found refuge as it abruptly glowed with a white light, transforming into a vague, luminous shield that interposed itself before him. In a state of panic, Shenluo hastily began inscribing a ghost-repelling rune in his sleeve, but before he could complete it, a faint breeze approached with alarming swiftness, leaving him with no opportunity to evade. At a critical moment, a slender rope of water materialized from the side, coiling around Shenluo's waist and yanking him aside, while a rugged stone pillar behind him resonated with a deafening crack, its surface splitting open with a deep fissure. Gazing at the water rope, no thicker than a fingertip, entwined around his waist, Shenluo exhaled in relief. Amidst his earlier turmoil, a flash of inspiration had struck him, prompting the use of water control magic to hastily draw moisture from a puddle in the corner of the grand hall, forming the water rope that had saved his life. Countless tiny droplets scattered in every direction, yet not all fell to the ground. Many lingered in midair, some even forming strands, suspended and poised to drop. As Shenluo focused intently, he finally discerned the source connecting the droplets, a series of extraordinarily long, translucent hairs protruding from the young monster. This was the very entity responsible for the massacre of the guards. The hairs were so fine and nearly invisible that, without the water droplets clinging to them, they would have been nearly undetectable to the naked eye. The young monster, surprised by Shenluo's response, chuckled sinisterly, twisting his palm in the air. All the emitted hairs immediately recoiled and converged, morphing into two pale yellow blades that descended menacingly upon both Shenluo and the black-faced youth. Unarmed, Shenluo could only clap his hands together before him, exerting all his strength to control the dispersed droplets, coalescing them into a water shield measuring 2 feet square. Charging towards the descending blades, with a resounding thud, the water shield shattered, sending countless droplets flying, yet it failed to impede the blades in the slightest. Despair began to seep into Shenluo's heart as he tumbled aside. Given the monster's terrifying abilities, even if he could revive, he saw no glimmer of hope for survival. Meanwhile, the black-faced youth, though still wielding a longsword, had no thoughts of countering the blades, frantically seeking to evade while calling out loudly, "Captain Will, help." A sigh of exasperation echoed from an uncertain origin. Suddenly, a burst of flames illuminated the scene. From the rippling waves of the void beside him, a tall armored figure emerged, 2 short guns securing themselves in the holster on his back, standing proudly alongside 5 other short guns, akin to a peacock displaying its plumage. Shenluo retreated to a corner, casting a careful glance at the individual before him, clad in dark black armor and wielding a gleaming short spear on his back. The man possessed a square face, with thick brows that drooped, a short beard grazing his jawline, and large ears framing a wide mouth, all of which conveyed an expression of profound sorrow. Chapter 91. The Three-Eyed Fox Demon. If it were not for your cowardice, I would have had greater confidence in vanquishing your malevolent presence after observing you longer. Nonetheless, this is sufficient. Your illusion seems to have weakened. Is it that your previous injuries have yet to heal? The square-faced warrior cast a sidelong glance at the dark-faced youth and sighed. With that, he flicked his wrist, and a gust of wind erupted from his sleeve as a crimson talisman shot forth like an arrow, striking the cave ceiling. In an instant, flames erupted, transforming into a vast net of crimson fire enveloping the surroundings. Shenluo observed the talisman burning fiercely, its intricate symbols obscured, yet it emanated a powerful yang energy, radiant as the sun, leaving him silently astonished. As the fire net expanded, the once sinister and terrifying cave began to lose its ominous darkness, the layers of bones on the ground melting away like snow, revealing the true visage of the grand hall beneath. The youth demon, known as the Three-Eyed, was infuriated at this sight. He hurled a severed head against the wall, where it exploded upon impact. Wupajia, I have merely consumed a few hundred obstinate mortals from the nearby village, and you dare pursue me relentlessly to my lair? Since you refuse to recognize your limits, do not expect to leave here alive. The square-faced warrior remained silent, only letting out a cold chuckle. Suddenly, he reached out and seized the unsuspecting dark-faced youth, drawing him close. With a swift motion, he struck the youth's back, affixing a talisman glowing with a yellowish light. As the dark-faced youth began to utter a word, he was instantly paralyzed, standing rigidly in place. Shenluo noted that while his eyes darted around in terror, his limbs were completely immobilized. Wupajia then grasped the youth's chin and flicked a black pill, the size of a corn kernel, into his mouth. He then produced several dark red daggers, each inscribed with talismans, and deftly plunged them into various vital points on the youth's body. The daggers, whether imbued with magical properties or not, penetrated the dark-faced youth's armor with ease, as if slicing through tofu. Strangely, no blood flowed from the wounds. The dark-faced youth emitted a long howl, his eyes shifting from black to red, his expression morphing from agony to fury. With a piercing scream, the three-eyed demon's hair stood on end, and a blood-red light suddenly illuminated his forehead. The skin above his brow parted, revealing an amber eye the size of a dragon's eye. As he turned his face, the amber vertical pupil flashed with light, shooting forth a beam of yellow energy toward the small giant formed by the dark-faced youth. The small giant, rigid and unyielding, charged forward with a punch. The yellow beam struck the chainmail adorning his chest, emitting a sizzling sound as it corroded, releasing plumes of white smoke, ultimately reducing both the armor and the clothing beneath it to a foul, pus-like liquid. However, after the small giant's armor had corroded, the exposed skin exhibited a peculiar crimson hue. The yellow light emitted from the creature's singular eye struck its surface, leaving behind black scars as if it had been burned, yet failing to penetrate deeply, rendering the effect negligible. As the small giant's fist, the size of a cooking pot, came crashing down, the three-eyed creature swiftly retreated a step. With a gesture, its fur suddenly grew wild, twisting into a massive yellow blade that shielded it like a bulwark. A muffled thud resounded as the three-eyed beast was knocked back by a punch, but it quickly rolled on the ground and sprang back up, its forehead eye flashing with yellow light as it attempted to strike the small giant's face, seemingly intent on obliterating its eyes. The small giant raised one hand to shield its face while the other, clenched into a fist, descended once more. At this moment, Wu Pijia, observing the scene with an even broader smile, executed a spell with his hands. Leaning forward, a crimson glow erupted from behind him as 7 short spears ignited in fierce flames and shot forth. The 7 fiery projectiles transformed into arcs of red light, not targeting the three-eyed creature directly, but instead encircling it, aiming at its vital points from various angles. The three-eyed monster sensed the impending danger and let out a fierce roar, filling the hall with a putrid wind. In that instant, both the small giant's fist and the 7 flaming spears were thwarted. Yet, the three-eyed beast still had the strength to control its forehead eye, continuously emitting yellow light. However, distracted by the effort, it lost precision and nearly struck Shenluo several times. Naturally, Shenluo dared not confront it head-on, hastily evading through the environment. As his gaze inadvertently swept over the three-eyed creature, he noticed a red demonic pattern resembling an eye had emerged on its chest at some point. The moment Shenluo's eyes met this pattern, he found himself unable to look away. It felt as though he had been struck by a heavy blow, causing a wave of dizziness to wash over him. In the center of the demonic pattern, a spiral design began to rotate, endlessly circling as if it would never conclude. The spiraling pattern accelerated, rendering Shenluo's vision ever more blurred, while a tumultuous sensation churned in his stomach, an overwhelming wave of nausea surging toward his chest, nearly forcing him to vomit. However, it was this brief but intense discomfort that slightly restored his senses, prompting him to avert his gaze. Just as he managed to free himself from the pattern's control, his body suddenly weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. He braced himself against the floor, gasping for breath, his heart racing with astonishment. The mere presence of a demonic pattern wielding such terrifying effects suggested that this three-eyed beast was a formidable entity, likely at least at the level of the beguilement stage. Moreover, that Commander Wu, who could engage such a creature without faltering, must be of the same caliber of practitioner. Given his ruthless use of so many mortals as bait and his merciless nature towards the black-faced youth, it was clear he was not a benevolent character. As Shenluo pondered this, he stealthily moved toward the hall's entrance. Yet, just as he approached the doorway, an unexpected change occurred. The hall, which had seemingly returned to normal, suddenly dimmed, transforming once again into the eerie cavern it had been before, strewn with desiccated bones. And the heavy black iron door closed of its own accord. Chapter 92. United against the demon, a shiver ran down Shenluo's spine as he summoned all his strength to charge at the imposing black iron door. The resounding thuds echoed, yet the door remained immovable. Just as Shenluo hesitated, contemplating whether to strike with a small thunder talisman, the voice of Wu Pijia reached him quietly. "Youngster, do not waste your efforts. It is futile. The creature before us is a three-eyed demon fox, inherently gifted in the art of illusion. Moreover, this is its lair, already tampered with. Over the years, it has devoured countless souls, significantly enhancing its power. Its illusions have reached a level where reality and fantasy blur. Only by joining forces to vanquish this demon can we truly unravel the illusion. Senior, what must I do?" Shenluo understood the truth in his words, and with no other options, he reluctantly agreed. Concentrate on your water technique and await my command, Wu Pejia instructed. His voice steady, exuding confidence. Upon finishing his words, he altered his hand movements, causing flames to erupt from the 7 short spears, spiraling into a fierce vortex. Their formidable power coalescing into pointed projectiles that relentlessly surged toward the 3-eyed demon fox. The black-faced youth, transformed into a small giant, seemed to have received the signal. No longer shielding his eyes, he swung his massive hands, shattering the colossal blades that came crashing down, advancing toward the demon fox. Naturally, the demon fox would not yield easily. It brandished 9 enormous blades around it, its vertical eyes emitting a blinding yellow light, while barely discernible fine hairs shot forth, targeting the vital points of Shenluo and his companions. Shenluo could only cautiously evade the hair projectiles while continuously utilizing his water manipulation technique to draw from the puddles within the hall, all the while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. He still held on to the hope of escaping if the opportunity arose, prioritizing his survival. To his surprise, the puddle contained a considerable amount of water, which he gathered around him as he cast his spells. However, this abundance inevitably slowed his movements, making evasion increasingly arduous. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the chamber. Shenluo glanced over to see the 2 massive blades of the 3-eyed demon fox piercing through the chest of the small giant. Emerging gruesomely from beneath its shoulder blades, drenched in blood. Despite the excruciating cry, the small giant pressed forward, allowing the blades to impale him as he strode purposefully toward the demon fox, wrapping his arms around it in a protective embrace. Now, ensnare them with the water technique, Wu Pejia commanded loudly. Without hesitation, Shenluo flicked his sleeves, unleashing 2 large water orbs that transformed into a shimmering water barrier, encasing both the 3-eyed demon fox and the small giant. As soon as the barrier took shape, a sharp whistle pierced the air. From Wu Pejia's sleeves, a brilliant white light shot forth, revealing a crystalline spear about a foot long, radiating an intense chill, which embedded itself into the water barrier. Instantly, a wave of icy air spread out, and the entire water barrier crystallized into an ice mountain, trapping the demon fox within. Wu Pejia provided no chance for escape, deftly manipulating his hands to tighten the grip of the binding spell. The 7 flames of short guns gleamed briefly, unexpectedly doubling in size, as they shot down from all directions like javelins, intertwining and piercing through the bodies of the fox demon and the giant, pinning them firmly to the ground. Shenluo watched this scene with a tightening heart. The black-faced youth, after being exploited by Wu Pejia, ultimately met such a grim fate. He resolved to escape the moment the illusion dissipated, fleeing far away, determined to avoid any further contact with Wu Pejia. As fellow practitioners, I feel compelled to caution you. When slaying demons and monsters, do not indulge in feminine compassion, Wu Pejia remarked, drawing forth the crystalline small gun enveloped in cold mist. I appreciate the guidance, Shenluo replied, regardless of his internal dissent. At that moment, the surroundings brightened once more, and the ghostly scene began to dissipate like mist, revealing the grand hall anew. Seeing this, Shenluo finally exhaled in relief. Wu Pejia, you have hindered my cultivation. I shall seek retribution in the afterlife. At that instant, a piercing scream erupted, and an unforeseen transformation occurred. The 3-eyed fox demon's tightly shut eyes simultaneously flared to life, its body instantaneously swelling, before exploding with a thunderous roar. Wu Pejia, too close to react, was hurled away, crashing heavily against the divine seat within the hall, blood erupting from his mouth as he sustained severe injuries. Though Shenluo stood at a distance, he too was propelled backward by the force. Shattering a pillar of the hall, a fragment of a broken talisman blade narrowly missing his throat, nearly claiming his life. He felt a weighty pressure in his chest, and a fiery pain in his back. Suppressing the metallic taste in his throat, he struggled to rise. To his horror, he beheld the remains of the fox demon and the black-faced youth reduced to a mangled mess, as a faintly yellow fox spirit surged forth from the carnage, barreling toward the peculiar idol on the divine seat. Shenluo was stunned to see the clay statue suddenly open its eyes. Not only that, but a hazy yellow glow enveloped it, and its visage transformed into that of the 3-eyed fox demon. As the demon's soul possessed Wu Pejia, his complexion changed dramatically. He tumbled to the entrance of the hall. With a flick of his wrist, the crystalline small gun shot forth from his sleeve, aimed directly at the idol's brow. However, before the small gun could approach, the idol's 3 massive hands morphed into 3 enormous yellow fox tails, which rose high and descended forcefully toward the ground. A gust of wind rushed toward Shenluo, filling him with dread. In the next instant, a thunderous crash reverberated throughout the hall as the entire floor fractured, revealing a dark abyss from which an astonishing force of attraction emanated, causing everything on the ground to plummet into it. Already at the doorway, Shenluo curled his fingers inward, grasping the pillar for leverage in his desperate bid to escape. Yet, the overwhelming power was beyond even Wu Pejia's ability to resist, and certainly far beyond his own strength. His fingers nearly bled as he clung on, but ultimately, he too was drawn into the void. Was he to meet his end once more? Shenluo was abruptly enveloped by an inexplicable force, compressing in from all directions, plunging him into darkness and erasing his consciousness. After an indeterminate passage of time, he gradually regained awareness. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself surrounded by an abyss of darkness, with only faint wisps of pale white light filtering in from the side. The distinct scent of rich, earthy soil filled his nostrils. Slowly, he propped himself up, realizing he was burdened by a considerable amount of stones and dirt, nearly burying him alive. Various parts of his body ached, yet fortunately, the injuries were not severe. Shenluo struggled to his feet and surveyed his surroundings, discovering he was beneath the ground, with nearby surfaces adorned with creamy white stalagmites that emanated a gentle white glow, barely illuminating the circumstances of his confinement. Chapter 93. Seeking an escape in a flurry, he rose from the ground and glanced around. Yet the fox demon and Commander Wu were nowhere to be seen. A slight sense of relief washed over him as he began to examine his surroundings. Although the light here was dim, it was sufficient for Shenluo. His eyes quickly adjusted to the environment, revealing that he was likely in an underground cavern. Above him, a long fissure extended several meters high, allowing thin beams of white light to filter through, presumably from the surface. Meanwhile, the cavern extended into a shadowy abyss at the other end, its depth unknown. Knowing he was in this place meant that the fox demon and Wu Pejia had also arrived here. Shenluo took a deep breath, detecting their lingering scent in the air as he ventured deeper into the cavern. However, the overpowering stench of damp earth obscured other odors, making it difficult to discern their presence as he could have done outside. Aware of the formidable strength of the fox demon and Wu Pejia, he felt it prudent to vacate the area swiftly, having no interest in uncovering what lay deeper within this enigmatic cave. Shenluo glanced upward, searching for a route of escape. The distance to the surface was approximately several meters, with the cave walls smooth and slick. An ordinary person would find it impossible to ascend. Fortunately, he was not an ordinary individual. His gaze soon fell upon the least steep wall, and with a powerful leap, he soared 2 to 3 meters into the air, grasping a protruding rock with both hands, dangling momentarily in midair. Without pausing, he swung his body, pulling himself upward with great effort, ascending nearly another meter. In no time, Shenluo was using all 4 limbs, resembling an extraordinarily agile monkey as he swiftly scaled the steep wall, soon reaching the summit. A glimmer of joy flickered in his eyes, and he exerted more force, climbing even faster. At that moment, the air ahead buzzed and trembled as golden light erupted from the nearby rock walls, rapidly intertwining to form a colossal 8 trigrams light array that began to rotate slowly. Shenluo's expression shifted, yet his body could not halt its momentum, resulting in his head colliding with the light array. The impact produced a dull thud, and the surface of the 8 trigrams array glimmered faintly. A powerful yet non-sharp force surged forth from within, impacting Shenluo. Though his head did not throb painfully, it felt as if he had struck a soft wall. Yet he began to plummet rapidly. With a low shout, Shenluo grasped a protruding stone. However, the force of his descent was too strong, and the stone, having weathered over time, broke off unexpectedly. This momentary delay slowed his fall, allowing him to seize another outcropping on the wall, finally halting his descent. Gazing at the light array above him, Shenluo resumed his ascent, reaching within half a meter of the array. He bit his finger, drawing blood to inscribe a small lightning talisman in his palm. "Go," he commanded, raising his hand to unleash his internal energy into the talisman. With a thunderous roar, a bolt of white lightning shot forth, striking the 8 trigrams array. However, the formidable white lightning met the array with no effect, resembling a dragonfly attempting to shake a pillar as the array remained unyielding, not even slowing its rotation by a fraction. Damn it! Shenluo silently cursed under his breath, yet found himself powerless to change his predicament and could only retrace his steps down the stone wall. His gaze once again turned toward the depths of the cave. After a prolonged hesitation, he resolved to venture further in. The path above was clearly impassable, and rather than linger in uncertainty, It seemed wiser to explore the recesses of the cave, hoping to uncover a means of escape. Due to lingering concerns regarding the whereabouts of the elusive three-eyed fox demon and Wu Pijia, Shen Luo proceeded cautiously, his eyes scanning the surroundings vigilantly. He noticed a deep gash in the rock, charred black as if seared by flames. This mark was undoubtedly the result of Wu Pijia's fiery weapon. A shiver ran down Shen Luo's spine. Instinctively, he pressed his body against the shadow of the mountain wall, peering cautiously ahead, his ears straining to catch any sound in the stillness. Before him, all appeared normal, and the surroundings were enveloped in an eerie silence. Gradually, the tension in Shen Luo's body eased, and he resumed his quiet advance. With each step deeper into the cave, the number of scorch markings increased. In the ground and walls bore numerous pits, the largest of which was nearly 10 feet deep, with sporadic splatters of blood hinting at a fierce confrontation between Wu Pijia and the fox demon. Shen Luo felt a surge of astonishment but did not halt his progress. Instead, he slowed his pace further, careful to make not the slightest sound. After traversing for the duration of a fragrant stick of incense, a bend in the path emerged. However, as he cautiously peeked around the corner, a flicker of confusion crossed his face, and he stepped fully into view. Not far ahead on the ground lay a figure, unmistakably clad in the attire of Wu Pijia. At that moment, Wu Pijia lay utterly still, his body drenched in blood, leaving his fate uncertain. Shen Luo's expression shifted to one of disbelief as he listened intently for some sign of breath. And only when he confirmed Wu Pijia's lifelessness did he allow himself to approach. Yet, upon closer inspection of Wu Pijia's face, he gasped in horror. The right side of Wu Pijia's face still bore the weary features of a middle-aged man, but the left side was obscured by a growth of yellow fur. His eyes elongated, and his ears pointed, transforming him into the visage of a fox demon. Moreover, his eyes bulged in terror, and blood trickled from his ears, nose, and mouth, suggesting he had endured tremendous agony before his demise. Could it be that the spirit of the fox demon had ultimately possessed Wu Pijia, resulting in their mutual destruction after a fierce struggle? Shen Luo speculated, his heart finally easing somewhat. Surrounding Wu Pijia's body lay a multitude of items, including 7 fiery short guns and a crystalline cold spear scattered across the ground. Additionally, there were 3 dark red short blades he had previously wielded, along with a golden rope, approximately 10 feet long, seemingly crafted from strands of gold, which appeared quite extraordinary. Without hesitation, Shen Luo gathered these items and settled nearby to examine them closely. Apart from the 3 short blades adorned with gray talismans, the other objects bore no such markings. Yet they emitted a palpable aura of magical energy. The absence of talismans, coupled with such potent energy, led him to wonder if these were indeed magical artifacts. His heart surged with excitement as he lifted the firearm, akin to wielding a mystical trident, attempting to infuse it with his arcane energy. However, it appeared that the firearm and his magical essence were not in harmony. After a considerable moment, a soft puff resonated from the muzzle, giving rise to a flickering crimson flame. Chapter 94. Unexpected gains. He channeled the nameless technique, gesturing with his hand in an attempt to summon the firearm into the air. However, the weapon remained unresponsive, showing no signs of movement despite his exertion. It appeared that this firearm was indeed a magical artifact, requiring the cultivation of the void refining stage to activate. Not wishing to persist in futile efforts, Shen Luo grasped the firearm and waved it twice, the blazing tip grazing the adjacent stone wall. The ignited muzzle effortlessly left behind a charred mark on the rock surface, rendering the once unyielding stone as fragile as clay before the might of the firearm. Excellent! Shen Luo rejoiced, bringing the firearm closer for a more detailed examination. A searing heat emanated from the muzzle, causing his skin to sting, reminiscent of confronting a glowing iron piece. With a swift motion of his arm, the firearm transformed into a streak of crimson light, piercing towards the stone wall. With a hiss, in terms of offensive power, the firearm had already surpassed the talismanic spear provided by the swordsman. Shen Luo's internal magical energy was limited. He could not sustain the activation of the firearm for long and soon set it aside, picking up the crystalline cold spear instead. The spear was entirely snow white and possessed a chilling touch. Even without infusing it with magical energy, a layer of misty frost surrounded it, displaying an extraordinary splendor. Among the items, this crystalline cold spear was undoubtedly the most resplendent. Shen Luo toyed with the spear for a moment before gradually channeling his magical energy into it. Unlike the previous firearm, as soon as he infused the magical energy, a brilliant white light erupted from the spear, and a wave of cold air spread forth, causing the temperature in the vicinity to drop noticeably. Shenluo's expression displayed a hint of surprise, quickly followed by understanding. The nameless technique he practiced was of the water attribute, aligning harmoniously with this cold spear. In contrast, the earlier firearm was of the fire attribute, which conflicted with his magical affinity, naturally making it more challenging to wield. With this realization, Shenluo grew even fonder of the cold spear that resonated with his magical energy. He concentrated and infused more energy, causing the white light emanating from the crystalline spear to intensify significantly. The surrounding temperature plummeted once more, and a layer of white mist began to materialize in the air. With a flick of his arm, the cold spear transformed into a white streak, striking the nearby stone wall. A soft thud echoed as the crystalline spear penetrated several inches into the rock, leaving a coating of white frost on the surface. The more he observed the cold spear, the more he adored it, yet he refrained from further activation, placing it aside to retrieve the golden rope, into which he similarly infused his magical energy. As a result, the golden rope shimmered with a bright golden light, but apart from that, no other changes occurred. It appeared to be a binding artifact, though its precise function remained uncertain. Shenluo mused to himself, setting the golden rope aside and directing his gaze toward the last 3 dark red short blades. He lifted one of the blades, channeling his magical energy into it, and instantly, the dark red short blade floated into the air, radiating a dim crimson glow. "Go," Shenluo commanded with a gesture. And the blade shot forward, traversing several zhang in an instant, embedding itself into the stone wall up to the hilt. Controlling this short blade was considerably easier than the talismanic spear, Shenluo concluded inwardly. Just moments ago, he wielded this short blade with an uncanny sense of control, entirely unlike the trepidation he felt while manipulating the talisman fork, where a single misstep could result in its failure and subsequent fall. Shenluo found it hard to believe as he once again formed the necessary gestures to command the short blade, causing it to swirl gracefully around him. Ascending and descending as if he were directing his own arms, a task rendered effortlessly simple. How curious, he pondered, that controlling talismans has suddenly become so facile. It was the same during his battle with that fox demon. The water manipulation technique he employed was astonishingly easier than in reality. He harbored doubts regarding the small thunder talisman, but dismissed them for the moment, collecting the dagger, golden cord, and short blade. Casting a glance at the corpse of Wu Pijia before placing the weapons down once again. "Leader Wu, you perish possessed by a demon. Your exposed body bringing ill omen. I shall assist you in resting in peace, and let this serve as compensation for these magical artifacts." Shenluo lifted Wu Pijia's body and placed it into a nearby deep pit. Just then, with a soft thud, a cloth pouch fell from Wu Pijia's form. "What is this?" Shenluo set down the corpse and picked up the pouch, opening it to reveal 3 vials, white, blue, and yellow. The white vial bore a label inscribed with the words Bigodan Bigodan. Shenluo's eyes brightened. Such elixirs existed within the Chuanqiu sect, as he had heard from Bai Xiaotian. It was said that consuming just one would stave off hunger for an entire day, far surpassing the nourishment provided by grains. He uncorked the vial and discovered several pearl-sized, milky white pills within, their fragrant aroma wafting towards him. Having been in this subterranean cavern for an unknown duration, he felt a pang of hunger and promptly poured one into his mouth, swallowing it whole. With his knowledge of medicinal herbs, he could discern from the scent alone that this was a beneficial concoction, which reassured him as he ingested it. Once the pill settled in his stomach, it dissolved, releasing a warm sensation that spread throughout him, banishing the feeling of hunger and replacing it with a gentle fullness. Indeed, it was a miraculous elixir. Shenluo felt a surge of joy and recorked the vial. The other 2 vials lacked labels. Upon opening them, he found that the blue vial contained a thumb-sized azure pill, exuding a rich medicinal fragrance distinctly different from the subtle scent of the Bigodan. The yellow vial held 2 silvery gray pills, accompanied by a slightly spicy aroma. Drawing from his experience, Shenluo surmised that these 2 types of pills were far more precious than the Bigodan, though their specific effects remained a mystery. Aside from the 3 vials, the pouch contained 4 talismans, a sum of silver coins, and a purple waist token. 2 of the talismans bore a striking resemblance to the gray talisman on the dark red short blade, their runes vibrant and evidently unused. The third was the crimson talisman Wu Pijia had previously employed to dispel the 3-eyed fox demon's illusion, while the last was a golden talisman adorned with intricate runes of unknown purpose. Given that many talismans possessed only a single-use efficacy and his own magical energy was nearly depleted, he chose not to experiment with them. As for the silver coins, he merely glanced at them before disregarding them entirely. Shenluo ultimately grasped the purple waist token, one side of which was adorned with an intricate tiger head design. while the other bore the two seal characters Dingwa. Chapter 95. The mysterious skeleton. The inscription Dingwa alongside the tiger's head led him to ponder whether Wu Poja was a figure of authority. Clutching his waist token, he murmured to himself. After completing his task, he began to shift the surrounding earth and stones, carefully constructing a mound over Wu Poja's remains to conceal them. As Shen Luo grasped his firearm, preparing to advance further, he abruptly turned to glance back the way he had come, and the image of the Bagua light array floated into his mind. The newly acquired firearms, both the cold and the hot, possessed considerable power. He wondered if they could dismantle the light array. Just as this thought took root, he instinctively shook his head. Despite his limited understanding of cultivation, he sensed that the Bagua array was a creation of a formidable master, and he was incapable of truly wielding the magical artifacts. Instead of engaging in futile attempts, it would be wiser to press onward in search of a potential escape. The deeper he ventured into the cavern, the lower the terrain became, and the air grew increasingly oppressive, hinting at a descent into the earth. Suddenly, he halted, scanning his surroundings. It was not that he sensed any disturbance, but rather that he noticed the ambient spiritual energy was far denser than in the previous area. Closing his eyes, he attuned himself to the surrounding spiritual essence, faintly perceiving that ahead, the energy was even more abundant. Could there be rare treasures ahead? This notion sparked a desire to hasten his pace, but reason quelled his impulsiveness. After advancing no more than 30 steps, he observed that the white stone pillars were dwindling, the light dimming further, yet the spiritual energy continued to thicken as he had surmised. Had he finally reached the end? A thought flickered in his mind, and he refrained from approaching recklessly. He positioned one firearm before him and the other behind, proceeding cautiously. Indeed, the passageway culminated in a stone wall, which obstructed his path. Beyond the wall, there seemed to be a hidden realm, as a gentle green light emanated from a narrow fissure. Peering through the gap, Shen Luo could discern only vague silhouettes, yet a robust aura of spiritual energy flowed forth, clearly indicating that the source of this abundant essence lay beyond the stone barrier. Observing this, he raised one hand, channeling the residual magical power within him into the firearm, which instantly glimmered with a crimson hue. Setting down the cold gun, he gripped the hot firearm with both hands and thrust it forward, transforming it into a red streak that pierced the stone wall. With a sharp crack, the firearm embedded itself deep into the stone, achieving this feat repeatedly until 7 or 8 holes marred the surface. However, his dwindling magical energy finally reached its limit. Fortunately, the wall had been compromised. With a resounding thud, a gaping hole the size of a grinding wheel was blasted open. Just as he lifted a large stone to strike again, cracks swiftly spread across the wall, culminating in a thunderous collapse as the entire stone barrier crumbled, sending large fragments tumbling to either side and stirring up clouds of dust. Shen Luo had long since retreated to a safe distance, evading the falling debris. He gazed through the lingering dust ahead, discovering a vast underground expanse unfolding before him, approximately 50 to 60 zhang in size. Towering in every direction were colossal white stalagmites, reaching up to the cave ceiling, emanating a gentle, ethereal light. At the center of the cavern lay a square pool, measuring around 7 to 8 zhang, filled with crystal clear emerald waters. The soft, green luminescence radiated from the pool, suffusing the entire subterranean space. Most astonishingly, suspended above the pool was a golden humanoid skeleton, each bone glistening and transparent, resembling golden glass, casting waves of resplendent golden light, truly an enigma. This skeleton, though lifeless, hovered inexplicably in midair. Water. After gazing intently at the golden remains for a considerable time, Shen Luo shifted his gaze to the verdant pool, his heart buoyed with joy. As long as there was water, he could swiftly replenish his magical energy through cultivation. Indeed, the spiritual essence in this place was extraordinarily rich, nearly tenfold that of the outside world, rendering it an exceptional site for cultivation. Shen Luo meticulously surveyed the space before him, ensuring there were no dangers, before stepping inside. He did not approach the pool immediately. Instead, he explored the surroundings, yet his brow furrowed in concern. Aside from the central pool and the golden skeleton, there was nothing remarkable about this underground chamber. The surrounding area was merely a mundane forest of stalagmites, and the nearby stone walls revealed no other exits. Could it be that there was truly no way out? Shen Luo murmured, though he felt no excessive worry. However, it seemed that this dream would confine him to this underground space for the time being. Quickly calming his thoughts, Shen Luo approached the pool, glanced at the golden skeleton, and then averted his gaze to the emerald waters. Regardless of the circumstances, he resolved to restore his magical energy first. However, upon closer inspection, the pool's peculiar green hue raised his suspicions. He casually picked up a stone and tossed it into the pool, with a splash. The stone sank to the bottom without any unusual occurrences. Yet, Shenluo remained cautious. After a moment's contemplation, he crouched down, extending one finger of his left hand towards the water while gripping a dark red dagger tightly in his right hand, ready to sever his finger at the first sign of danger. As he touched the cool surface of the emerald water, it felt akin to ordinary water. Shenluo maintained this position for a full incense stick's worth of time, and seeing no further anomalies, he finally relaxed. He placed his magical tools and belongings aside and stepped into the pool. At that moment, the golden light emanating from the skeleton above the pool brightened slightly. The golden radiance enveloped Shenluo, and an unseen force of repulsion surged forth, pushing him away from the pool. However, this force was not overwhelming, and he found it manageable. Shenluo looked up at the golden skeleton, somewhat astonished. Chapter 96. Remarkable increase in qualifications as he tentatively dipped his fingers into the pool. The majority of his attention was, in fact, fixated upon the golden skeleton. He even perked up his ears to listen intently, yet he discerned no abnormalities throughout. Perhaps someone had established a magical formation centered around the skeleton? With a shift in thought, Shenluo took another step toward the center of the pool. Buzz! The golden light emanating from the skeleton surged forth, and the resulting resistance increased dramatically. Shenluo swayed momentarily but quickly regained his balance. Indeed, something peculiar was at play. He gazed at the golden skeleton and murmured softly, advancing once more. The golden radiance flared up yet again, emitting a sound akin to a roar provoked by a challenge. An immense force pushed forth from the golden light, pressing against Shenluo. His expression shifted slightly. Despite his attempt to stand firm, he found himself involuntarily retreating a step. As he stepped back, the golden light from the skeleton dimmed significantly, and the pushing force abruptly weakened. Shenluo adjusted his stance, stabilizing himself, and a profound curiosity surged within him. The skeleton's refusal to permit proximity must serve a purpose. Perhaps it held the key to his departure or concealed treasures beneath the pool. He exhaled softly, retreating to the very edge of the pool to sit cross-legged, closing his eyes to channel an unnamed technique. Boom! The rich spiritual energy of the heavens and earth surged violently, akin to a flood breaching its dam, rapidly converging upon his body. Shenluo was taken aback, for the speed at which this energy gathered far exceeded what he had experienced in the material world, by more than 100-fold. However, he quickly regained his composure, accelerating the operation of his unnamed technique to absorb as much of the abundant spiritual energy as possible and transform it into magical power. This process was remarkably smooth. Once the spiritual energy entered his dantian, it effortlessly converted into magical energy. His previously empty dantian swiftly filled, restoring him to peak condition in the blink of an eye. Even in this rich environment, such an occurrence seemed extraordinary. Shenluo opened his eyes, astonishment etched across his face. His gaze returned to the golden skeleton suspended in midair. After a moment's hesitation, he reached for a dark red dagger resting at the edge of the pool and, with a flick of his fingers, initiated a spell. The dark red dagger soared from his hand, vibrating gently in the air. Go! With a pointed finger, Shenluo sent the dagger forth, transforming it into a shadow of dark red light that darted toward the golden skeleton, closing the distance to less than 2 yards in an instant. Buzz! The golden skeleton responded, releasing a burst of golden light as if sensing the approach. The dark red dagger seemed to plunge into a quagmire, its velocity drastically reduced. And after advancing merely another foot, it halted midair, unable to progress further. Yet, the repelling force emanating from the skeleton appeared confined solely to objects encroaching upon it. While Shenluo sat at the edge of the pool, illuminated by the golden light, he felt no push against him. He urged the magical technique once more, and the dark red dagger, buzzing and vibrating, edged closer by an inch. With a sudden thud, the short blade, as if struck by a mighty force, spun wildly before it was cast aside, falling to the ground, its brilliance dimmed, indicating significant damage. A sharp pain surged through Shenluo's mind, akin to being struck violently with a staff, prompting an involuntary groan as darkness enveloped his vision. He hastily shut his eyes, silently channeling his energy, gradually regaining his composure. After exhaling deeply, he lifted his gaze once more. The golden skeletal figure floated silently, its radiance extinguished, as if nothing had transpired. After a moment of contemplation, Shenluo plunged a hand into the water, deftly employing his water manipulation technique. With a resounding splash, a massive green water hand emerged from beneath the surface, swiftly reaching for the golden skeleton above. However, the instant the green hand appeared, a flash of golden light enveloped the skeletal figure, effortlessly shattering the water hand into fragments. Shenluo's expression darkened as he plunged both hands into the water. With a cacophony, the surface of the entire pool erupted, sending forth numerous green hands, water ropes, and serpentine forms that surged towards the golden skeleton from all directions. Yet, as the golden skeleton radiated a brilliant light, the undulating waves shattered all the water manifestations with ruthless ease. Observing this, Shenluo couldn't help but smile bitterly. His power remained woefully inadequate. Had he possessed the prowess of Wupoja or Taoist Luo, he would not feel so utterly helpless. He stared blankly at the golden skeleton, pondering for a long while before resolutely picking up 2 firearms from the ground, one a cold gun, and rising to walk towards the entrance. After half an hour, Shenluo's figure reappeared at the water's edge, his expression as dark as the depths of the pool, with several scrapes on his arms and around his mouth. Was he destined to remain trapped in this place? He gazed at the golden skeleton suspended in midair, murmuring to himself. Earlier, he had attempted to leverage his remaining magical energy to break through the previous Bagua light array, but despite his efforts, he was unable to make any headway. Realizing escape was futile, he decided to attempt to breach the second level of an unnamed technique right here. For the abundance of spiritual energy in this realm far surpassed that of the outside world. Even in a dream, experiencing this would surely benefit his future cultivation. Before long, he opened his eyes, staring in disbelief. Just moments ago, his Zijing acupoint had loosened significantly under the surge of magical energy. It was noteworthy that, in reality, he had strained and exhausted his magical energy to no avail in attempting to move it even slightly. The disparity between these experiences felt overwhelmingly vast. Shenluo's heart swelled with joy as he continued to channel his energy forward along the Ren meridian, quickly arriving at the next Tian-2 acupoint, where he struck with determination. The Tian-2 acupoint also yielded under the force of his energy, becoming pliable after several vigorous attempts, ultimately succumbing to his push. Shenluo exhaled in relief, unable to conceal his excitement. Perhaps the breakthrough of the Zijing acupoint was mere coincidence, but the ease with which he breached the Tian-2 acupoint indicated something more profound. Could it be that my aptitude for cultivation has significantly increased upon entering this dream? Shenluo speculated quietly. The more he pondered, the more he perceived the possibility of it. His initial success in sketching the Minor Thunder Talisman and the Ghost-Repelling Talisman had occurred within the realm of dreams. Previously, while wielding the water-controlling technique, he had exhibited a dexterity tenfold that of the corporeal world. Just moments ago, as he drew the celestial energy into his being, it felt remarkably effortless. All these factors indicated that his cultivation aptitude was vastly superior to that in reality. Although it is utterly astonishing and nearly inconceivable for one's innate talent to suddenly improve. The nature of dreams is shrouded in enigma. Anything that transpires within them is inherently plausible. Shenluo's mind swirled with myriad thoughts, yet his internal power remained unwavering, diligently surging through the acupoints as dictated by the nameless technique. Chapter 97. Remarkable progress. The entrance stone wall of the underground space was shattered, and the rich essence of heaven and earth swiftly began to seep into the cavernous passage, soon spreading to the entrance. Nearby, a small mound of rubble and earth trembled momentarily, causing some sand and small stones to tumble down. Shenluo, absorbed in his cultivation, became oblivious to the passage of time, only pausing when his hunger became unbearable. He retrieved a pill to quell hunger, and the gnawing sensation in his belly rapidly dissipated. After nearly a full day of arduous training, he had made remarkable progress in opening his acupoints, with approximately 30% of the Ren Meridian's points successfully unblocked. At this rate, given another 10 days or so, he would achieve perfection in the second tier of the unnamed technique. Although this pace paled in comparison to his astonishing breakthrough of the first tier in a single night, it was a world apart from his training speed in reality. Suppressing his excitement, Shenluo closed his eyes once more. In the ensuing days, he immersed himself in profound practice within the pool, continuously inhaling the celestial essence contained in the water. He channeled his energy to impact each of his acupoints, clearly sensing the enhancement of his internal power. In the blink of an eye, over 10 days passed. Suddenly, Shenluo opened his eyes and involuntarily let out a long howl. It took him a full incense stick's worth of time to release the gathered breath. The second tier of the unnamed technique corresponded to the fourth, fifth, and sixth realms of the Qi refining stage, and he had leaped through these levels in just over 10 days, a cultivation speed that was nothing short of extraordinary. Feeling the surging power within his dantian, a smile crept upon his lips. He casually picked up a dark red short blade beside the pool and made a hand gesture to activate it. With a sharp cry, the blade leapt from his palm as if animated. The talisman at the blade's end emanated a gray light several times brighter than before, and a layer of gray blade light materialized above it, slicing through the air with a hissing sound. Go! Shenluo flicked his finger, and the dark red short blade shot forth, the gray light flashing as it swiftly traversed a distance of several dozen feet, grazing past a massive white stone pillar. The towering pillar, several feet high, cracked with a loud sound as its upper half slowly slid down, crashing to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. The break in the pillar was exceedingly smooth, akin to a polished mirror, revealing about half a foot of the pool wall above the water's surface. Why has the water level decreased? Shenluo pondered, recalling that the pool had been nearly full when he first entered. Over the past 10 days, he had been so engrossed in his cultivation, only hurriedly consuming the hunger-suppressing pills when necessary, that he had not noticed the change in water level. Could it be a result of my training? He mused, scratching his chin in confusion. The first tier of the unnamed technique involved circulating energy throughout the limbs. The second tier required the unblocking of the ren and du meridians, while the third tier aimed to thoroughly open all remaining acupoints, achieving a state where energy flows through 100 channels, thereby laying the foundation for advancing to the next stage. The third level of cultivation involves an extensive array of meridians and acupoints, necessitating the unblocking of numerous scattered pathways, rendering the difficulty far greater than the cumulative challenges of the previous two levels. In the blink of an eye, over 2 months have passed. Shenluo remains in a meditative posture, eyes closed, seated within the diminishing waters of the pool, which now merely holds a thin layer, nearing depletion. A flickering blue luminescence dances across his visage, glowing radiantly. Suddenly, his body trembles, and a series of muffled sounds, reminiscent of popping beans, resonate within him. Instantly, blue light points emerge on his skin, densely covering his entire form. Between these points, blue lines connect them, varying in thickness, flowing throughout his body. The lines emit a brilliant blue glow, visibly penetrating through his clothing. However, this extraordinary phenomenon is ephemeral, vanishing as swiftly as it appeared, within merely 2 or 3 breaths. The blue light on his face fades, along with the radiant manifestation of his meridians and acupoints. He gradually opens his eyes, a piercing brilliance within them, far surpassing his previous state. After 2 months of diligent practice, he has finally perfected the third level of the nameless technique, circulating energy through 100 meridians. Reaching the 9th layer of chi refinement, the energy within Shenluo's numerous meridians flows like quicksilver, emanating a formidable wave, having tripled in potency. With a flicker of his gaze, he gestures with one hand. A flash of blue light from his palm causes the remaining thin layer of water in the pool to levitate, maintaining its form while revealing the stone walls beneath, entirely devoid of any moisture. A skilled practitioner of water manipulation present would be astounded. At that moment, the golden skeleton hovering above the pool radiates a brilliant golden light, exuding a repulsive force. The thin layer of water suspended in midair is instantly shattered into countless droplets, splattering in all directions, seemingly destined to drench the ground below. Unperturbed, Shenluo waves both hands, his palms glowing blue. The splashing water halts abruptly, each droplet, line of water, and the mist formed from shattered droplets freezing in midair, creating a captivating spectacle. He then raises his hand once more, swiftly gathering the suspended droplets and lines of water, forming several long streams that elegantly curve around the golden skeleton and flow around his body. Shenluo makes a gesture, and one of the water streams darts forth. Its edge is thinning, subtly resembling a blade, swiftly slicing through a stone stalagmite. With a sharp sound, a deep gash appears on the stalagmite, nearly cleaving it in half, as if it had been slashed by a razor-sharp weapon. Witnessing this, Shenluo's heart swells with joy. Chapter 98. Spirit Communication in the Past. Although he could manipulate water to conjure water snakes and water eagles to attack his enemies, the fluidity of water rendered these aquatic creatures' offensive capabilities rather feeble. However, with his mastery of water manipulation having significantly increased, the potency of his newly formed water beast was now incomparable. He understood that the remarkable strength of his water control was attributed to 2 factors: his greatly enhanced cultivation and his suddenly elevated aptitude. Even if he were to reach the pinnacle of the chi refinement stage in reality, he would likely not possess such formidable water manipulation abilities. A sudden thought crossed Shenluo's mind. Could he perhaps invoke the art of spirit communication? He recalled his previous failed attempts at this technique. Now, having made tremendous progress in his cultivation, reaching the peak of the chi refinement stage, his spellcasting capabilities had similarly soared. Perhaps success was within reach. Instantly, his vision darkened, and his consciousness materialized within the pitch-black realm of his mind. The sound of tinkling echoed around him as numerous blue light points emerged, varying in size and densely populating the space, resembling countless stars in the night sky. Shenluo was taken aback, for the scene before him differed from his prior experiences. Firstly, the number of blue light points was significantly greater, and secondly, their sizes had changed. Previously, the largest of these points had been no larger than a broad bean. Now, the largest was as substantial as a chicken egg. Fixating on the largest blue light point nearby, he focused his energy, guiding his consciousness toward it, while bracing himself for the potential pain from a failed attempt. However, the outcome surpassed his expectations. His consciousness smoothly extended and effortlessly melded into the blue light point. In an instant, that blue light point expanded exponentially, flooding his perception. When his vision cleared, he found himself in a vast expanse of azure space, suffused with shimmering waves of blue light that flowed rhythmically, resembling a boundless ocean. Within this cerulean sea, countless life forces concealed themselves, scattered throughout the depths. Perhaps due to the distance, these presences were not distinctly discernible. Excitement surged within Shenluo as he surveyed his surroundings. He had successfully made significant progress with the spirit communication technique. The ancient tome had long documented that the current scenario indicated his consciousness had connected to a specific body of water, with the life forces beneath the surface likely belonging to aquatic entities. However, in order to summon these creatures, he would first need to subdue them and establish a contract of spirit communication. At that moment, he expanded his consciousness, seeking to identify a suitable target for subjugation. As his awareness spread, the essence of the underwater beings became increasingly clear. Their energies varied in strength, with most surpassing his own. Among them, a select few exuded an overwhelmingly potent aura, their presence towering like the heavens and as solid as the earth, infinitely more powerful than he was at that moment. Even the likes of Taoist Luo, Wu Pijia, and the three-eyed fox demon, all of whom had reached the valley-breaking stage, appeared utterly insignificant in comparison to these formidable beings. Yet, he pondered what realm these formidable creatures belonged to. Were they at the soul condensation stage? The out-of-body stage? Or perhaps something even beyond? As soon as Shenluo's consciousness detected those formidable presences, he instinctively withdrew, fearing he might draw their attention. Naturally, not every creature within this azure expanse was superior to him. There were some of comparable strength, as well as those weaker. Shenluo disregarded the feebler beings, concentrating instead on locating those slightly more powerful than himself. According to the records in the Nameless Tome, the art of spirit summoning could primarily subdue entities of equal or lesser strength. However, mastery of this technique to a remarkable degree could allow one to tame beings of slightly greater prowess. In his current state of vigor, Shenluo operated the spirit summoning technique with a sense of ease, aspiring to capture a formidable creature. After a brief search, he soon pinpointed a target. Its aura was marginally stronger than his own, yet not overwhelmingly so. As before, he activated his spiritual awareness, gradually projecting it forward until it met the intended creature. In an instant, a robust surge of demonic energy enveloped him, rivaling the three-eyed fox demon he had previously encountered, and proving significantly more potent. Shenluo hesitated. The Nameless Tome warned that while success in spirit summoning would yield fruitful results, failure could result in dire consequences, exhaustion of magical energy, and a backlash against his own power and consciousness. This backlash could be far more severe than the previous incident involving the blue light in the sea of consciousness, potentially damaging his internal meridians and necessitating a month of recuperation. After a moment's pause, Shenluo ultimately decided against retreating. He gradually commenced the spirit summoning technique, attempting to establish communication with the creature before him. After all, he was currently in a dream state. Should the summoning fail and inflict harm upon his body, it was unlikely to be catastrophic. As Shenluo employed the summoning technique, the creature's aura fluctuated momentarily before settling into silence, seemingly indifferent to his presence. Undeterred, Shenluo persisted, projecting his spiritual energy once more. After several attempts at communication, it appeared the creature could no longer contain its irritation. "Who dares to disturb my cultivation?" A gruff voice reverberated, causing Shenluo's consciousness to tremble. A chill ran through him as he reassessed the creature's strength. "I am Shenluo, a practitioner of the Xiaomao mountain lineage, endeavoring to master the art of spirit summoning. Esteemed aquatic friend, would you be willing to forge a summoning pact with me? Shen Luo boldly unfurled the banner of Xiaomao Mountain. A summoning pact? Human cultivator, you insult me. The deep voice thundered in anger, resonating through Shen Luo's consciousness. Shen Luo was not taken aback by this reaction. As the tome had indicated, most demonkind were inherently rebellious. The spirit summoning technique imposed restrictions on their freedom, evoking a sense of servitude. While lesser beings devoid of awareness might be more amenable, those with intelligence typically resisted becoming another's spirit beast. There is no need for anger. My friend, I assure you that your safety will be guaranteed, and for each summoning, I can offer you rewards of your choosing. Shen Luo swiftly articulated his proposal. You insolent child, in the name of the revered ancestor of the little Mao Shan, I shall overlook your transgressions. Depart at once. The demon tribe opposite roared fiercely. Are you truly unwilling to reconsider? Becoming my spiritual beast carries numerous advantages. Here on land, I possess an abundance of spiritual materials absent in many water domains, which would undoubtedly benefit your cultivation. Shen Luo spoke softly. The roar was not an ordinary cry. A wave of shock reverberated from it, akin to a colossal hammer striking fiercely against his consciousness. Shen Luo's mind throbbed with pain, darkness clouding his vision, and a spark of anger ignited within him. Very well. Since you are so uncooperative, let us see if you can withstand my spiritual summoning technique. He snorted coldly, channeling the forceful subjugation method from the art of summoning and controlling demons. Chapter 99. Summon Beast. He recited the incantation within his heart, and a stream of black runes surged from his consciousness, penetrating through the void towards the demon before him. The creature emitted a piercing howl, laden with anguish. Yet, in the next moment, a forceful backlash surged towards Shen Luo's sea of consciousness. Anticipating this, Shen Luo swiftly retracted his spiritual power, forming an invisible barrier. With a resounding thud, his sea of consciousness trembled, yet he felt no pain. A cold smile crept upon Shen Luo's lips as he intensified the invocation of the spirit summoning technique, releasing an even greater number of black runes that drifted towards the opposing demon. The creature, however, ceased its cries, evidently having fortified its defenses. Foolish one, with your meager cultivation, you dare to attempt to subdue me? It scoffed derisively, its tone dripping with contempt. The demon fell silent thereafter, focusing solely on resisting the summoning technique. An eerie calm enveloped the surroundings as a subtle standoff emerged between the two. Before long, a meal's worth of time had passed. The black runes that Shen Luo released remained undiminished. In fact, they multiplied, while the demon's resistance grew increasingly resilient. This did not surprise him. He surmised that the creature was a peak stage beast, not one to be easily subdued, and he had prepared himself for a prolonged contest, holding his breath and concentrating. Shen Luo exerted all his energy into the spirit summoning technique. Mastering this art required his full mental capacity, leaving no room for distraction to absorb the ambient spiritual energy for recovery. He could only rely on his own magical power to endure. Fortunately, his internal reserves of mana were profound enough to sustain the invocation for an extended period. With newfound resolve, he was determined to see whether he would exhaust his mana first or if the demon would falter. Time slipped away, and soon an hour had passed. The density of black runes remained unchanged, and the demon's resistance persisted unwaveringly. As 2 hours elapsed, everything remained consistent. However, by the end of the third hour, Shen Luo had depleted more than half of his mana. Yet, through the sustained exertion of the spirit summoning technique, his understanding of it deepened, allowing him to wield it with increasing finesse. What once required a full 10 portions of magical power to achieve the desired effect now only necessitated 7. This revelation filled Shen Luo with quiet elation, prompting him to devote even greater focus to the technique while continuing to contemplate its intricacies. Impossible! You are clearly inferior to me. How can you still possess energy? The demon roared incredulously. You shall not prevail. I wonder how long you can endure. The creature's voice grew hoarse, yet its resistance suddenly intensified. Shen Luo remained unperturbed, finding joy in the unfolding battle of attrition. In such a contest, impatience was a grave folly. Every action must adhere to the pace most suited to oneself, neither rushing headlong nor retreating in fear to endure longer. As anticipated, it was not long before the demon's resistance waned back to its previous level, accompanied by faint groans. With the passage of time, the creature's ability to resist continued to diminish, its groans evolving into cries of despair, and its will to resist approaching the brink of collapse, though it still clung fiercely to its defiance. As the 9th hour approached, the anguished cries from across the way had nearly vanished. Were it not for the lingering aura of the malevolent creature, Shenluo might have believed that his adversary had perished. However, Shenluo found himself in a precarious situation. His internal magical energy had dwindled to less than 10%, indicating he had reached his limits. Yet, the black runes he emitted remained as dense as ever. While the creature before him showed no signs of capitulation, since you remain obstinately defiant, I shall have no choice but to extinguish your intellect. Shenluo concealed his rising anxiety and declared, channeling the last remnants of his magical power. The black runes surged forth in a torrent, overwhelming the space with a palpable aura of lethal intent. Wait, I surrender. I am willing to serve as your spirit beast. At that moment, a feeble voice echoed back, and all resistance dissipated. Hearing this, Shenluo hastily employed the meager magical energy that remained to activate the spirit summoning technique, intertwining it with his mental prowess. Soon, he formed a spirit mark, which he transmitted, successfully merging it with the creature's essence. An instantaneous bond of consciousness was forged between Shenluo and the creature. At that moment, he found himself utterly devoid of magical energy, his dantian empty, his head spinning, and his mental faculties severely drained. Shenluo had never experienced such an exhaustive depletion. It felt as if he had been completely hollowed out. He intended to sit cross-legged to meditate, but could no longer maintain his composure and collapsed to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. Time passed unmeasured before Shenluo finally stirred back to consciousness. His dantian remained void, and his stomach felt as if he hadn't eaten for 3 days and nights. Regaining his composure, he produced a fasting pill and consumed it, promptly seating himself in meditation. Without any visible effort, a thin layer of water from the pool began to gently coalesce around him, causing no disturbance to the golden bones above, soon encircling him entirely. With his eyes closed, Shenluo activated his unnamed technique, absorbing the pool water and the ambient spiritual energy from the surrounding space. As the water level decreased, the spiritual energy in the subterranean realm also diminished, yet it remained quite potent. After a quarter of an hour, when he reopened his eyes, they sparkled with renewed vigor. His magical energy had been completely restored. Eagerly, Shenluo rose and approached the edge of the pool. With a single hand, he scooped up a handful of the verdant water, while with the other, he pointed his fingers and chanted a spell. The water swirled around his palm, forming a vortex the size of his hand. Releasing it, the vortex soared into the air, rapidly expanding until it reached the size of a grinding stone. From its center emanating a low, resonant growl. Open! Shenluo gestured decisively, and at that moment, a dark waterhole appeared at the vortex's core. A surge of bluish, ethereal energy burst forth, within which faintly revealed a distorted silhouette. The figure landed heavily with a thud, and as the energy receded, it unveiled an orange-red creature, approximately 4 feet in length, possessing the features of both human and shrimp. Chapter 100. The Crimson Shrimp Monster. Its head resembled a formidable shrimp's, adorned with 2 elongated antennae that arched backward and dangled. The creature's form was humanoid, complete with limbs, and it was clad in a vibrant crimson leather armor, with a curved shrimp tail trailing behind. In one of its hands, it wielded a golden-hued hammer, nearly as tall as Shenluo himself, resembling a winter melon, and adorned with several prominent spikes that lent it a rather fearsome aspect, further accentuated by a faint blue glow emanating from within, indicating it was no ordinary weapon. Upon the shrimp monster's emergence, the swirling mass of water that had previously been present flickered momentarily before swiftly closing and vanishing, as if the pool had been drained. Shenluo had already retreated several steps, maintaining a distance of 2 or 3 zhang, and he observed the creature with curiosity. The shrimp monster remained silent, its glossy black eyes fixed upon Shenluo, betraying a hint of trepidation. Pointed head, the shrimp monster finally muttered, its voice deep and resonant, albeit laced with reluctance. Pointed head, is it merely because your head resembles a cone? Shenluo, undeterred by the creature's demeanor, cast a glance at its sharply pointed head and suppressed a chuckle. Upon hearing this, the creature tightened its grip on the golden hammer, its antennae quivering slightly, revealing its growing irritation. Do not be aggrieved, friend Pointed Head. As long as one does not become fixated on trivialities, what is there to fear in having a pointed head? Those who possess unique appearances are rare in this world, and those with such features are often remarkable individuals. Should you assist me in the future, I assure you, I will not treat you poorly, Shenluo said, smiling. Sensing the creature's misunderstanding, the human race harbors no virtuous souls. They only seek to exploit our demon kin. I shall not indulge your prattle. Pointed Head huffed disdainfully at Shenluo, diverting its gaze toward the golden skeleton resting upon the surface of the pool, ignoring Shenluo entirely. Observing this, Shenluo's smile gradually faded. Our pact has been established. Allow me to impart a lesson. He spoke coldly, a flicker of dark light suddenly igniting in his eyes. A shadowy gleam appeared upon Pointed Head's forehead, and it abruptly collapsed to the ground, clutching its head and emitting cries of pain, its body convulsing uncontrollably. Shenluo watched calmly as Pointed Head writhed on the ground, and after a moment, the dark light in his eyes subsided. As the shadowy glow dissipated from Pointed Head's forehead, its convulsions came to an abrupt halt. Gasping for breath, it regarded Shenluo with a glimmer of fear in its eyes. Stop, 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 Pointed Head stammered, slowly rising to its feet, resembling a wilted plant. Its previously defiant demeanor vanished. Very well, I shall concede to your demands, as misfortune seems to have befallen me, Pointed Head replied after a brief moment of stunned silence. Acquiescing. Of course, I am also quite interested in the various spiritual materials found within these waters. If you possess any surplus items, feel free to present them to me. Mutual exchange would be quite delightful, would it not? Shenluo continued. I wish to find a companion. Can you facilitate this? Pointed Head inquired, lifting its gaze to meet Shenluo's once more. Please do not place me in a difficult position. I hope for a harmonious collaboration. Shall we shake hands? Shenluo, noticing the shift in the creature's attitude, smiled broadly and extended his hand. Reluctantly, Pointed Head raised one of its pincers, and Shenluo gently placed his hand within its grasp. As the atmosphere between the two subtly improved, Zitu observed Shenluo and inquired, Friendshin, what is the purpose of your summoning me today? Nothing of great significance. I merely wish to meet you, Zitu, and to gain insight into your abilities, so that we may fight side by side in the future, Shenluo replied with a gentle smile. Without further ado, Zuda gripped his golden hammer and began to whirl it with vigor, sending forth a powerful gust of wind that surged several yards away. Suddenly, Zudu propelled himself off the ground and, with both hands clasped around the hammer, struck down a massive white stalagmite that reached toward the cave's ceiling. The resounding crash echoed as the 3-foot-wide stalagmite shattered into fragments, sending debris flying. Even from a distance of 7 or 8 yards, Shenluo felt the tremors of the impact. I possess no other remarkable skills, only great strength. In battle, I rely solely on this wave-breaking hammer, Zudu declared with pride as he steadied the hammer. Your divine strength is truly admirable, Zutu. With such power, I wonder what level you have attained in your cultivation? Shenluo complimented, then inquired further. I am at the early stage of the chi-refining realm, not far from the mid-stage, Zutu responded. Shenluo's eyes brightened, aligning with his earlier conjectures. Do you have any further commands, Friendshin? Zuda asked once more. Upon hearing this, Shenluo glanced at the dwindling emerald liquid in the pool, formed a hand seal, and prepared to invoke the spirit calling technique to open the water passage. Just then, an ominous humming sound filled the air. Startled, Shenluo turned towards the source of the noise and noticed that the golden light enveloping the skeletal remains began to pulsate inexplicably, the sound growing louder as the bones within the golden glow rattled violently. Shenluo gasped, momentarily forgetting everything else as he stepped back, fixating on the golden skeleton. With a resounding crash, the golden light suddenly dissipated, and the entire skeleton plummeted from the air, shattering upon impact with the pool's bottom, scattering countless bone fragments that ignited like sparks, swiftly turning to ash. Shenluo remained vigilant, peering into the pool, but nothing else transpired. Only a small glimmer of gold remained at the center, a solitary finger bone that endured after the decay of the corpse. As he pondered whether to investigate further, a voice warned him to be cautious, followed by a gust of wind. Zuta leaped into action, positioning himself protectively behind Shenluo. In that instant, a beam of yellow light shot toward Shenluo from behind, striking Zuta's hammer and producing a hissing sound of corrosion, accompanied by a plume of noxious smoke that emanated a foul stench. Chapter 101. Borrowing a corpse to return to life. A towering figure clad in dark black armor loomed 10 paces away, slightly bent forward. The original square face had been utterly transformed. The nose had shrunk and darkened, the chin had sharpened, and the ears elongated, resembling the visage of a fox. Even more bizarrely, the flesh at the center of its brow had split, revealing a prominent amber vertical eye. Three-eyed demon fox, you are not dead yet? Shenluo exclaimed in disbelief. The demon fox paid no heed to his inquiry, its gaze fixed intently on the pool behind Shun, seemingly preoccupied with the golden finger bone. There's something peculiar about its aura, Zue Tu remarked, stepping back a couple of paces to stand alongside Shen, a hint of confusion evident in his tone. "This is a three-eyed fox demon that has possessed the body of a cultivator. I had thought they had perished together," Shenluo replied, gesturing discreetly as he spoke. Upon witnessing this, the three-eyed fox demon revealed a trace of mocking amusement in its eyes and rasped, "I must thank you, for had you not buried me underground, I would not have been able to absorb the abundant spiritual energy here and completely merge with Wu Pajia's flesh. Thus, I advise you against futile resistance. Submit to me, and I may consider sparing your life." Shenluo remained silent, casting a questioning glance at Zue Tu. "He is unstable. His soul has yet to fully integrate, which should significantly affect his strength," Zue Tu whispered. "Do we stand a chance?" Shenluo inquired. "Though the odds are slim, it would be inaccurate to say there is none," Zue Tu replied with a sinister grin. Upon hearing this, Shenluo felt a surge of hope. But just as his gaze flickered, he suddenly crouched down. In the next moment, a chilling breeze swept over him, severing several strands of hair from his head, which fell before his eyes. A sphere of white light had already ignited within Shenluo's sleeve, for he had quietly inscribed a talisman to ward off demons and blood the moment he laid eyes on the fox demon, anticipating an ambush from its fur. "Prepare to meet your demise." The fox demon, realizing its attack had failed, ceased its charade, unleashing a piercing howl. Instantly, 3 robust foxtails, nearly the height of its own body, erupted behind it. With a flash of yellow light, 2 of the tails surged in size, whipping up fierce winds as they swept towards Shenluo and Zue Tu. Shenluo dared not confront them directly and leaped to evade. However, Zue Tu did not flinch. Boldly stepping forward, wielding a golden iron hammer, which he swung with tremendous force toward the advancing tails. With a thunderous crash, akin to rolling thunder, Zue Tu's hammer struck. After the blow, he vaulted into the air, raising the hammer above his head, ready to bring it down upon the demon fox with a force akin to Mount Tai. A dull thud reverberated as the hammer struck the fox demon, causing it to tremble, yet it was insufficient to breach the defense of its tails. The fox demon let out a sinister laugh, simultaneously sweeping its tails outward, sending Zue Tu hurtling into the air. In that moment, the vertical eye in its brow glimmered with a hint of bloodlust, and a crimson beam shot forth with astonishing speed. Zue Tu, suspended in midair, had no time to react as the red light hurtled toward his heart. At that moment, a brilliant emerald light suddenly illuminated the surroundings as a crystalline liquid, resembling jade, surged forth, forming a protective barrier before his chest. With a resounding crash, the crimson light collided with the water mass, instantly splashing countless droplets. However, the water mass did not disperse immediately. It momentarily held the red light at bay before being pierced through. The creature, with its tapered head, seized the opportunity to evade a fatal blow, yet was still knocked to the ground with a forceful thud, emitting a mournful cry. As Shenluo hurried over, he observed that the creature's skin armor had been corroded and penetrated, with a bluish liquid resembling blood trickling from the wound, indicating it had sustained injuries. The cunning fox, having struck successfully, unleashed another surge of bloodlight from its vertical eye. The creature, with a flick of its shrimp-like tail, regained its footing, wielding a hammer to deflect the oncoming bloodlight. Shenluo raised his hand, summoning the emerald liquid from the pool, which transformed under his water manipulation technique into a water wolf, intricately sculpted like jade, lunging towards the fox. The fox, with a mere sweep of its tail, shattered the water wolf into countless droplets, which then surged towards Shenluo. To his surprise, the scattered droplets converged once more, reconstituting into another water wolf that pounced upon the fox from behind. Caught off guard, the fox felt a sharp bite at the nape of its neck, prompting an enraged roar as it instinctively grasped the water wolf's head, crushing it with a fierce grip. The water wolf could not withstand the force, exploding into a spray of droplets, which were swiftly dispersed into a thick mist by a sweeping motion of the fox's tail, rendering them incapable of reformation. Before Shenluo could react further, the fox trembled slightly, its fur bristling as it launched 7 or 8 nearly transparent, gigantic blades through the air towards him. In a swift motion, the creature with the tapered head positioned itself in front of Shenluo, spinning its hammer like a top, generating a blue vortex that deflected 3 or 4 of the colossal blades. As Shenluo narrowly avoided a close-range slash, he rolled to the ground beside the pool, seizing 2 flame-imbued shotguns, crossing them before him to deflect the final 2 blades. Just as they had managed to withstand that wave of assault, 3 massive foxtails, propelled by a fierce wind, surged forth. One tail swept across, scattering the vortex created by the creature, while another tail followed suit. striking the creature and sending it hurtling 5 or 6 yards away, landing amidst a pile of magical artifacts by the pond. The remaining tail darted towards Shenluo, descending upon him with lethal intent. In a desperate moment, Shenluo crossed the 2 short guns before him, flames spiraling around their shafts. As the situation became dire, he found himself wildly maneuvering the guns in a frantic dance, his form swaying precariously. Though he managed to block most of the colossal blades, one still managed to slice into his thigh, forcing him into a half-kneel as a muffled groan escaped his lips. However, his gaze instinctively darted towards the pool. Overconfident, the fox sneered, wrapping one of its tails around Shenluo's waist and pulling him closer, as its third eye glowed with crimson light, preparing to pierce through his skull. In a moment of desperation, Shenluo raised a hand, palm facing the fox, and shouted with all his might, "Fall!" A bolt of white lightning, as thick as an arm, erupted from the palm of his hand, striking unerringly at the vertical eye positioned at the center of the three-eyed fox's forehead. With a heart-wrenching howl, the three-eyed fox staggered backwards several steps, its 3 tails thrashing wildly in all directions. One of the tails struck Shenluo forcefully against a nearby white stone pillar, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood.